In the world of soccer, the number 10 is reserved for the most remarkable geniuses in history. But inside his own mind, the young soccer player knew the truth. He confessed to himself that he was nothing like a genius. The young man acknowledged that he possessed no remarkable speed. Nor did he have the advantage of exceptional physical abilities. His skills were merely mediocre, and his mentality was disappointingly weak. He was certain that he was not a remarkable player in any sense of the word. However, an undeniable resolve burned within him. He knew he had to remain on the field, driven by the thought of those who supported and watched over him. A deep-seated need to finally be proud of himself fueled his every move. For that reason, he had to continue being misunderstood as a soccer genius, even today. Years ago, on the AC Fiorentina U-17 youth team, the seed of this misunderstanding was planted. As he swallowed nervously, Jian reflected on a recent realization he'd had. It occurred to him that lies are deceptively similar to snowballs, a proverb warning they grow larger as they roll. He lamented that if he hadn't shown off to Jiwoo back then, the small lie would never have grown into something so far beyond his control. Just a day ago, as he jogged in place, he had casually boasted over the phone that he was considered a soccer genius around here. An unfamiliar voice on the line asked if he was really adjusting well, prompting Jian to lie that he'd scored 3 goals that very day. When the caller, sounding impressed, asked if he was doing great, Jian's true thoughts surfaced as he mentally corrected himself, admitting he wasn't doing well at all. He silently affirmed his own identity, his name was Jian. His journey had been a difficult one, having enrolled at the prestigious Juventus only to transfer to AC Fiorentina as if running away. Even as a substitute player, he found a sliver of solace in the fact that, unlike at Juventus, no one gave him trouble, though his lack of talent kept him far from the starting lineup. A sharp voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. His childhood friend Kim Jiwoo yelled his name, asking if he was even listening, to which he sighed and replied that he was. Back when he was in Korea, she had always acted like his protective older sister, constantly looking after him. Though he found her annoying at times, she was a friend he had grown deeply attached to, which explained why she still called him all the way in Italy. Jian felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her, but the fear of Jiwoo seeing him as pathetic forced him to mumble affirmations to continue his ruse. Then, Kim Jiwoo dropped a bombshell over the phone, excitedly announcing her plans. A stunned Jian asked what she had just said, and she cheerfully confirmed she was coming to Italy. She explained she'd been accepted into a culinary school as an exchange student and would be living in Florence. With a click, the call ended after she declared her intent to see the soccer genius, Jian in action when she arrived in 2 weeks. A wave of panic washed over Jian as the phone went dead. With only 2 weeks, he wondered frantically what he was going to do. His mind raced with the terrible reality that he was just a substitute player who couldn't even get into a match. A teammate's voice called his name twice, pulling him from his spiraling thoughts. He was told to. Jian recognized the usual vague instruction, concluding that a non-main squad substitute like him wasn't worth clear directions. This was his bleak position within the team's hierarchy. Even if he managed to escape the non-main squad and get called up, he would only be part of the 20-man roster. From that group, only 11 players would make it onto the field as the true starting lineup. The other 9 sat on the bench, with only a handful ever getting the chance to be substituted in. In short, to show Jiwoo he was playing, he had to secure a spot on the 18-man roster, a seemingly impossible task. Jian realized that while he normally didn't care about being a starter, believing he wasn't good enough, things were different now. After arriving in Italy, he had struggled to find a clear reason to work hard, but now, one had been thrust upon him. A tense moment passed as he steeled his nerves on the field. He knew that to impress the coaches and make it into a game within 2 weeks, he first had to escape the non-main squad. Jian decided to simply try something in the minigame, hoping that if he worked hard enough, he might perform beyond his usual abilities. As a second forward, he understood that to make an impression, his primary goal had to be clear. He resolved to aim for attacking points. The sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. The coach's voice boomed across the pitch, signaling the start of the game. The coach added a final instruction, warning the players to avoid any overly rough physical contact. Due to the smaller field of the minigame, the available space was limited. Jian knew this meant the game's tempo would naturally speed up, requiring him to think ahead. He shouted for a nice pass, noting there was only one defender behind him and that he needed to be constantly thinking. With a light step, he pretended to turn left before executing a body feint to the right. The opposing player was caught completely off guard by the sudden move. Jian realized with a jolt of success that he had gotten past his man. The defense scrambled to cover him, but with so many defenders pushed up front, a new opportunity arose. He spotted a clear opening for a pass. A teammate yelled for the center forward to take the ball. In that critical moment, the defender's eyes instinctively followed the path of the ball toward the primary attacker. Jian, clad in his yellow jersey, recognized this split-second distraction as his chance. A teammate in blue. As the final line of defense watched the ball, Jian's thought was singular: become invisible. The older defender cursed, realizing he'd lost sight of Jian, his focus on the center forward causing him to forget the offside trap. The offside trap was a common strategy used to deliberately block an attacker's advance, but it required precise coordination. Jian knew his role was to use the defense's blind spot, shadowing the center forward to infiltrate their formation. He moved into position and swung his leg towards the incoming ball. A satisfying thud echoed as his foot connected perfectly, and he thought to himself that it was awesome. With that one decisive move, a goal was secured. The soccer ball sailed past the goalkeeper and rippled the back of the net. From the sidelines, the coach watched impassively as two players celebrated the goal. The game quickly resumed, with a player darting towards the goal once more. Jian caught his breath, admitting to himself that the goal was lucky and that even the defenders had moved just as he'd wanted. Still, having scored, he felt a surge of confidence and wondered if he should push for just a bit more. He decided he should give it another shot, preparing to make his next move. A loud whistle suddenly cut through. The second quarter was officially over, bringing a temporary halt to the minigame. As Jian panted, he took stock of the situation. His team was leading 6-4, and he had already scored 2 goals. He resolved to keep up the pace in the third and fourth quarters, but a voice suddenly called his name. Jian turned in surprise to see the U17 Fiorentina coach, Luca, approaching him. A teammate asked if he was being told to take off his vest. Another player questioned if it was a team switch, to which Jian numbly agreed. As he removed his vest, Jian inwardly cursed the timing of the switch. He worried that his goals were just a stroke of luck from good teamwork and doubted he could perform as well on the opposing team. A teammate then asked where he was going, and Jian replied that he was heading to the opposing team's side. The teammate corrected him, bluntly telling him to just come off the field. Jian's mind went blank. This was something he had not expected at all. The teammate repeated the command, confirming that the coach was taking him out entirely. The U17 team of Firenze was in the middle of a practice match. For Jian Li, the day had been a cascade of unexpected events. Breathing out slowly, Jian thought to himself that nothing was happening the way he had anticipated. While an excited teammate cheered for more action, Jian was still reeling from the shock of being suddenly added to the starting lineup. He remembered the terrifying look on Coach Luca's face as he'd been ordered to get to the starting lineup immediately, thinking his time was over. The suddenness of it all made his heart pound so hard he felt it might jump right out of his chest. When his name was called, Jian snapped to attention and responded immediately. Another coach, Coach Tony, approached him with a calm demeanor, telling him to relax. This was Tony, one of the U17 coaches for Fiorentina. Coach Tony apologized for the abrupt summons, but Jian nervously insisted it was nothing. The coach then asked if Coach Tony confirmed it and told him to warm up, an order Jian accepted with renewed vigor. From the sidelines, Coach Luca watched Jian's awkward. Coach Tony approached Luca, mentioning that Jian had seemed different during training that day. Tony noted that Jian had been pushing himself incredibly hard for some unknown reason, a fact that surprised Luca. They wondered if Jian was finally opening up, both hoping that this was the reason for his change. Still, Tony advised Luca not to go overboard and to stick to his established, patient approach. Luca agreed, deciding to watch with feigned disinterest as he recalled the boy whose immense talent had made Serie A clubs desperate 3 years prior. Jian had ultimately been signed by Torino's youth academy, but his contract was terminated after he struggled to adapt to his new life in Italy. Fiorentina had reached out immediately, only to discover that even the smallest words of motivation placed a severe and stressful burden on the young player. At its worst, the pressure had grown so overwhelming that Jian became unable to even play in matches. That dark period in his past began to fade from the coach's memory. And so, the coach had resolved to simply watch over him, patiently waiting for the day Jian would open his heart. Though Jian had remained stagnant for 2 long years, Coach Luca had never once doubted his inherent talent. He saw a soccer genius who didn't recognize his own gift, and he felt it was finally time for Jian to open that door and show the world. It was time for him to reveal the true extent of his abilities. Jian jogged onto the field, his moment finally at hand. On the pitch, he saw the player he was replacing, the second forward, Jian. Jian understood that he would be swapping places with him. He reasoned that the coach wasn't subbing him in based on skill, but more likely because a player on the field was running out of stamina. In short, Jian deduced that Jian, playing the same position, was having a tough time. Having completed his warm-up, Jian anxiously wondered when the substitution would actually happen. On the field, Jian let out a grunt of pure exhaustion. Jian pushed his worries aside, deciding that being subbed in at all was more than enough and that he needed to focus on his game plan. He visualized the field as a grand chessboard, mapping out the players and their movements. He analyzed the opposing team's relentless pressure, with markers sticking to his teammates like gum even when they didn't have the ball. The moment a player received a pass, 2 defenders would instantly swarm them. This aggressive marking system was effectively isolating the attackers and causing constant turnovers. Jian then posed a critical question to himself: what would he do in that situation? He remembered that Gino's playstyle was similar to his own, realizing that if he played the same way, he would suffer the same fate. He was certain that he, too, would be completely isolated on the field. Jian's strategy began to form: he would need to use the field more widely. He planned to draw his dedicated marker out of position, luring them towards the sidelines or back into the midfield. Such a move would surely create cracks in the defense, opening up a chance for his team to strike. Yet, a wave of doubt washed over him: if even Jian, a better version of himself, was struggling, could he really pull it off? As he questioned his ability to succeed, a critical voice from his past demanded that he do better. He recalled a woman in red sternly telling him that mistakes would not be tolerated and that he must succeed no matter what. The memory made him feel nauseous, and he wondered why he was suddenly thinking about that grueling training now. From the sideline, Coach Tony observed Jian's troubled expression, recognizing that the boy still felt an intense burden. The coach mused over the rumors that Jian's pressure stemmed from his mother's overbearing nature. He knew that as a coach, the best he could offer Jian was to trust him and patiently wait for him to make his own plays. Placing a reassuring hand on Jian's shoulder, Coach Tony called out his name. He told Jian not to feel overly burdened, as his primary goal was simply to give Jian some rest. The coach gave him permission to do whatever he wanted on the field, hoping the freedom would ease his pressure and help him open up. Jian agreed, surprised to find that the coach's words were actually working to calm his nerves. He felt a sense of relief, realizing his purpose really was just to balance the team's stamina. Jian told the coach that he felt lighter with the pressure. Hearing this, Coach Tony simply nodded and said, "Good." The whistle blew and the call for Jian echoed across the field. Jian knew his time had come. The player substitution was officially made. As he finally took his position, a stray thought about someone named Jiwoo arriving for a main team match next week flickered through his mind. Shaking it off, Jian patted his cheeks, resolving to focus on making the most of this opportunity to play in the U-17 league match. He took a deep breath, motivated by the thought that he couldn't embarrass himself in front of Jiwoo. The thud of his cleats on the turf grounded him in the present moment. Jian knew that if the game's dynamic didn't change, his presence would be useless, as just keeping possession was already a struggle. He entered the field with a plan, but quickly found that executing it under pressure was much harder than he'd thought. There was simply no guarantee that his marker would follow his movements as he'd predicted. An opposing player scoffed, having expected a much more impressive substitute for Jian. Another opponent sneered at Jian, calling him a numberless ball boy. Watching from the sidelines, a girl turned to her companion, questioning if this ball boy was the soccer genius she had heard about. Jian took a breath, forcefully pushing away all the weak and negative thoughts. He had to stay focused and execute his plan. As Jian dropped back from the front line, an opponent with green hair questioned his retreat into the defensive zone. A man with a goatee watching from the sidelines also noted Jian's unusual decision to leave the forwards area. However, a teammate with a red accent understood immediately, asking if Jian was aiming to disrupt their defensive line. The plan worked. Jian successfully drew one defender away, creating a gap and yelling for a teammate to exploit the newly opened space. He desperately willed one of his teammates to get in there and take the chance. The player with the red accent watched in awe, impressed by the quick reaction. The man with the goatee had to admit, the play was impressive. A pocket of empty space now existed on the field, created entirely by Jian's intelligent movement. To cover the teammate running into that space, another defender was forced to abandon their position. Immediately, another one of Jian's teammates surged forward. This chain reaction of movement rippled across the field. As the defense scrambled to compensate, a fatal gap inevitably formed in their line. It seemed the saying was true, blessings come to those who wait. It was a brilliant move, a display of talent that seemed to read the entire field and create a perfect passing lane. No one could believe that a player who hadn't progressed for 2 years was capable of such a masterful play. The stagnant game was flowing once more, with Jian as the catalyst, and a shocked spectator cried out as Jian was already running again. His ability to read the game's flow, predict the next move, and understand exactly how to win was undeniable as a teammate prepared to send a header pass. A perfect chance to score had been masterfully created. This was a level of soccer intelligence that was simply in a different class. The coach realized with a jolt that he had been wrong. If Jian's talent truly awakened, it wouldn't just be Fiorentina's future at stake. He foresaw Jian growing into a player who would one day devour the entire world of soccer. The scene shifted to an airport, displaying signs for international arrivals and departures. A young woman with a ponytail sighed that it was finally departure day, though she inwardly grumbled about why she had to be the one to go. With a new resolve, she clenched her fist, determined to prove herself. A confident smile blossomed on her face, ready for the challenge ahead. A voice shattered Jian's sleep, demanding he wake up and plan a date course. His eyes shot open, pulled abruptly from the depths of his dream. The young boy mumbled a groggy "morning" as the birds chirped outside. Internally, Jian grumbled about the noise, annoyed that she was even making a racket in his dreams. He quickly called out to his father that he was leaving for the day. While running, Jian reflected on how drained he felt, admitting that playing with the main squad was a completely different level of intensity, but he had managed to get an assist. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He dared to wonder if this meant he would finally be in the starting lineup for this week's game. Later, at the U-17 Fiorentina youth team training ground, the mood was far less optimistic. A ball bounced idly on the field where Jian stood, his shoulders slumped in dejection. He lamented that he hadn't even made the roster, let alone the starting lineup. Angrily, Jian told himself to get a grip. He acknowledged, with Jiwoo arriving soon, he resolved to work harder, believing he could definitely make next week's game. In his mind, he pictured a fantasy announcement, with his name, Li Jian, called out as the third starter after Gino Colvani and Andrea Mondi. Meanwhile, in the real world, a coach enthusiastic, a player in blue agreed, noting that Jian's ability to carry the ball and finish was on par with his position rivals, Gino and Andrea. The man with the goatee mused that leaving Jian off the roster might have been a strategic advantage, to which the man with the scar replied, "I told you." The coach explained their plan was to help Jian build confidence step by step, without adding any unnecessary pressure. The man with the goatee laughed that it was like taming a stray cat, an analogy the man with the scar found perfectly fitting, as the head coach called an end to training. The players panted, utterly exhausted after the intense session. A young player voiced his overwhelming anxiety, his nerves completely frayed. The man with the goatee noted that the final training was over, yet the roster for the game, the day after Jiwoo's arrival, still hadn't been announced. The coach addressed the team, informing them that the weekend game roster would be sent out via individual notifications. As the team was dismissed, the young player's heart sank at the thought of an individual notification. Jian's mind raced, he knew he had done everything he could, and with Jiwoo arriving tomorrow, his chance was on the line. He ran, keenly aware that whether he played this weekend was now entirely up to the coach. Anxious dread tightened its grip on him. He sent a silent, desperate plea to the coach, begging to be picked. Friday arrived, heralded by the incessant buzzing of a phone. An unknown woman groaned at the noise, annoyed by the constant ringing. The final message announced their arrival at the homestay and a plan to meet in an hour, leaving the recipient to wonder about the delay. Jian stood in his room, looking around at his limited options. He rummaged through his clothes with frantic taps. He groaned in frustration, realizing everything he owned was sportswear and regretting not buying other clothes beforehand. Shaking his head, he decided it was fine, reasoning that it wasn't a real date, so his outfit didn't matter. It was just a casual meal with a childhood friend, he told himself. Jian approached his father to say he was leaving. His dad immediately stopped him, appalled that his son thought his team uniform was a suitable outfit for the occasion. After a quick change, his dad nodded in approval, finding the new look much better. With a knowing smile, his father wished him well, revealing he had prepared the clothes in advance, much to Jian's flustered denial. Jian grumbled, questioning what his dad even meant by, "do well." Arriving at the meeting spot, he realized he was early and had some time to kill. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiwoo still looked like the tomboy he remembered. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name, "Hey! Li Jian." A young woman appeared, breathlessly apologizing. Jiwoo announced her arrival with a playful, "Nuna is here," after admitting she was a bit late. Jian stood frozen, his phone in hand, completely stunned by her appearance. He managed a nervous laugh as she playfully questioned his unenthusiastic greeting, asking if he wasn't happy to see her. As she leaned in, he became dizzy, overwhelmed by the sweet scent of her hand cream. Jiwoo snapped her fingers, telling a dazed Li Jian to pull himself together. She then teased him about his fancy outfit, and he defensively replied that it looked nice. He noted that she never used to wear skirts, to which she explained that she wanted to dress up a bit now that she was abroad. A thought began to form in Jian's flustered mind. She bluntly asked if our Jian was finally starting to see his Nuna as a woman. Jian was shocked by her straightforwardness. Jiwoo brushed it off and declared it was time to eat, all while Jian kept avoiding. He thought to himself that her teasing and playful nature proved she was definitely the Jiwoo he knew. A faint blush crept onto his face. But as he looked at her, he couldn't help but wonder if she had always been this pretty. They made their way to a restaurant, its grand facade set against a clear blue sky. A waiter promptly arrived, presenting them with their food. Jiwoo's eyes widened in amazement at the impressive. She teased him for ordering so much like an adult, but the woman with the ponytail declared the food was delicious, while the man with dark hair just watched her with a weary sigh. Jiwoo continued to marvel at how good everything was, but a heavy silence soon fell between them. Her thoughts drifted, wondering when the roster announcement would finally come out. Across the table, Jian was so nervous he felt like he could die. Jiwoo broke the silence, clearing her throat and asking how many goals he planned to score. She pressed on, suggesting that a friend he hadn't seen in 3 years deserved the promise of at least 1 goal. Jian felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself that she just didn't get it. As Jiwoo excitedly mimicked a goal celebration she saw on TV, Jian internally panicked, knowing he couldn't promise goals when he wasn't even sure he would play. She pouted, demanding to know if he would promise or not when he hesitated to answer. Her face fell as she asked if his silence meant the answer was no. Jian scrambled for an excuse, recognizing the mood was turning weird and that scoring goals wasn't something even a genius could do at will. He frantically tried to come up with some kind of explanation to save the moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He stared down at his phone in shock. A notification had just chimed on his screen. A message from Coach Tony had arrived at 5:05 p.m. Jian's breath hitched as he stared at the screen, a single thought echoing in his mind. They were there, in front of the restaurant where it all began. In a memory, the girl in the white dress asked if the boy in the pink shirt could get home by himself. The young boy offered to walk her home, but she simply told him to go inside. She playfully shooed him away, teasing that her Jian was all grown up now. Back in the present, the woman with the ponytail wished him a safe trip, promising to see him on Sunday as he departed. A quiet moment passed as he walked away into the night. Jian shivered, pulling his collar up against the sudden cold as he walked on. His footsteps echoed down the empty street. He let out a long, slow breath that plumed in the frigid air. A notification lit up his screen, officially announcing the roster and instructing players to assemble at the training ground on Sunday. Jian breathed a heavy sigh of relief. His mind raced with the confirmation, at least he had made the roster, and if he didn't get to play, he could surely come up with some excuse for Jiwoo. But then, a memory of his earlier bravado and Jiwoo's excited reaction flashed in his mind. Jian stopped in his tracks, realizing with a jolt what he had almost forgotten. The dreadful goal promise came crashing back, a foolish bluff he'd made without even knowing if he would get to play. A startling thought then crossed his mind, perhaps it would be better if he didn't play at all. He reasoned that staying on the bench might be far less embarrassing than messing up on the field. With a frustrated sigh, he lamented how the lies were just piling up around him. But even so, a flicker of something else began to stir within him. He remembered the black-haired woman's simple, earnest promise, "I'll come cheer for you." Jian had to admit to himself that despite all the pressure and fear, he really did want to play. The scene shifted to the morning of the match day. Jian's eyes opened before his alarm even had a chance to go off. He wondered if his body was simply reacting on instinct, sensing it was match day for the first time in a long while. As he stretched, the young man acknowledged that while everything looked the same, today felt different. With a sudden burst of energy, he knew this day was anything but ordinary. He was fully aware that there was no guarantee he would play, and that it could be the day his lies were exposed. Rolling over in his bed, Jian admitted to himself that despite the risk, he was filled with an eager impatience, wishing the day would just start already. Suddenly, an image of Jiwoo's smiling face popped into his head, causing him to flush. The young man forced himself out of bed, determined to stop overthinking and start moving. Jian's father greeted him in the kitchen, surprised to see him up so early. His father proudly offered him a sandwich for the road, causing Jian to recoil in silent horror. The young man tried to reassure himself, figuring that even his dad's cooking couldn't possibly ruin a simple sandwich. A single bite proved him wrong as the horrifying taste of mint chocolate jam and mackerel filled his mouth. When his father asked if it was good, the young boy choked down his disgust, forced a smile, and said he'd eat it on the way. With his mouth full, he mumbled a hasty goodbye, deciding it was best to leave a bit early. As the day for Jian began, his father silently hoped for his son's safe return. Jian walked away from the house, still wishing the match would start sooner. His father watched him go, knowing full well the sandwich was terrible and feeling a pang of pity for his son. Later, Jian stood in a brightly lit hallway of the team's facility. The air was thick with the nervous murmurs and deep breaths of his fellow players. The boy with number 14 on his jersey noticed Jian's state and called out to him. He approached his teammate, asking if he was okay. Startled, Jian jumped before trying. He brushed off the concern, but internally, his morning confidence had completely evaporated, leaving only a bundle of nerves. He tried to rationalize his anxiety. Moreover, he had yet to play a single match since joining Fiorentina, making his nervousness completely natural. Jian fumbled for his phone as a distraction, muttering that being nervous before a match was. His mind drifted to the past, when the label of talented first began to follow him. He looked at an old photo on his phone, recalling how the towering expectations had turned every single match into a crushing burden. He knew his racing heart was partly because of his long absence from the pitch. But it was mostly due to the familiar, immense pressure to succeed. However, as he stood there, he realized that today felt slightly different. In the past, the burden had felt suffocating, but just as he had that thought, his phone pinged. A message from Jiwoo appeared, reminding him she was there and that he had a promise to keep. A small, genuine smile touched Jian's lips. Today truly felt different. The locker room door creaked open, signaling it was time. As teammates shouted words of encouragement, Jian's thoughts centered on the one person who came just for him. He clenched his fist. Her presence was still a burden, but it was one he was willing to carry. Jian took a deep, steadying breath, his resolve hardening. He turned toward the pitch, his mind clear on a single purpose. He wanted to do well, he desperately, truly wanted to do well. The team ran onto the field, enveloped by the deafening roar of the crowd chanting for their victory. Jian felt an incredible distance between himself and the scene, the scale of it all overwhelming him. His only thought was a desperate hope that he would actually get to play. In the stands, a few spectators pointed at the awkwardly walking player, wondering who the unfamiliar face was. Unseen by Jian, an elderly woman named Nana watched him from her seat, silently wishing him the best. Nana's gaze remained fixed on the field as she whispered her support, letting him know she was watching. The game wore on, and by the 15th minute of the second half, Jian was still on the bench. He let out a quiet sigh of resignation as he watched the game unfold without him. The players on the field repeatedly called for Jian, setting him up for every play. Jian clenched his teeth, frustrated and bewildered as to why his teammate had to play so insanely well today of all days. A cold dread washed over him as he began to wonder if he would even get to play at all. The roar of the crowd filled the Sassuolo U-17 home stadium just 5 minutes into the scoreless match against Fiorentina. On the pitch, the sound of players' feet striking the ball echoed in a rapid, rhythmic exchange. A jumping teammate urgently yelled for the ball, finding an open space. Another player, number 10, groaned in frustration as he powerfully kicked the ball away. An opponent defender shouted his intention to mark the player, lunging forward to intercept the high-arcing pass. The defender took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the developing play. His mind raced as he believed he had deciphered their plan to break through on the right side. He suddenly realized it was a shoulder trap, cursing his mistake as the ball was deftly tapped away. The defender was caught completely off guard by the reverse movement, watching helplessly as the play shifted to the left. Player number 8 shouted for the team to push forward with this momentum, and his teammate yelled back in agreement. A player in a blue uniform urged his teammates on, determined to score a goal as they advanced. From the bench, Jian noted that his team was performing exceptionally well, a 1-2 pass unfolding flawlessly before him. He knew their opponent was in a lower group, but witnessing the sheer difference in skill during a real match was another thing entirely. A sense of awe and inadequacy washed over him as he wondered how he had ever made it into the starting lineup with players this good. Jian's focus sharpened on one player in particular, acknowledging that Jian was the one who stood out the most. He analyzed the field, realizing that the opponent's wide defensive spacing left a massive, free area for the second forward to exploit. With a grunt, Jino took a powerful shot, sending the ball rocketing towards the goal. A teammate groaned at the near miss, encouraging Jino to keep shooting despite the miss. Jian shivered as he counted 4 shots from Jino already, a cold dread creeping in as he wondered if he would get to play at all. He quickly shook off the negative thought, reminding himself to always be prepared as. Suddenly, a player on the field cried out in frustration as the referee's whistle blew sharply. A man in a purple tracksuit on the sidelines furiously gestured at the referee, demanding at least a yellow card for an elbow hit. The player with green spiky hair assured his concerned teammate he was fine, claiming the hit just grazed him. Seeing the brief injury scare, Jian felt a flicker of hope that he might actually get to play. He let out a slow, controlled breath, trying to calm his racing heart. In the stands, Jiwoo watched the game with a confused expression, wondering if this was supposed to be enjoyable. With the score still tied at 0-0, she couldn't understand why the crowd was cheering so wildly. The boy in the pink shirt next to her bragged that since the opponent was weak, he, the ace, might not get to play, which earned a bewildered look from Jiwoo. A horrifying thought crossed her mind as she wondered if the team was seriously not going to let Jian play. She stared at the field, desperately hoping her fears were wrong. At the 17-minute mark, the crowd erupted as Fiorentina finally scored, with spectators instantly crediting Jino for the goal. A different fan in the stands, wearing a jersey with the number 10, gasped in dismay, asking if Jian's team had just been scored on. She immediately realized the bad news. With the opposing team already considered weak, a goal against them would make a substitution even less likely. He celebrated inwardly, recognizing that a quick opening goal was the best-case scenario he had imagined. Jian knew that the only way he would get to play. Clapping his hands together softly, he silently thanked Jino for making his chance a possibility. Jian let out a quiet cheer for one more goal, prompting his short-haired teammate to. Startled, Jian quickly apologized, only to be questioned by another teammate why he was sorry for cheering. He let out a contemplative hum. The whistle blew, signaling the end of a dominant first half with Fiorentina leading Sassuolo 3-0. The locker room buzzed with energy as teammates celebrated their flawless performance. As Jian saw it, a 3-0 lead was a perfect half, and he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. The coach praised the team for their hard work, urging them to maintain their performance in the second half. With anticipation building inside him, Jian tentatively tried to get the coach's attention. A torrent of unspoken words flooded his mind, arguments for why he should be subbed in to rest the exhausted team ace, Jino. The coach looked at Jian with concern, asking if he was feeling unwell. Overwhelmed by nerves, Jian lost his courage and simply asked if he could go to the restroom, immediately questioning his own foolish words. The coach stared back at him, a blank expression on his face. A nearby teammate gave him permission to go, the air thick with an unbelievable sense of awkwardness. The locker room door creaked shut behind him. His reflection seemed to mock him, telling him he was really making a mess. He dismissed the feeling of embarrassment, deciding that in this moment, nothing mattered more than his desire to play. The muffled roar of the crowd from outside washed over him. He admitted to himself that he desperately wanted to play, no matter what it took, as a faint memory of a girl cheering his name echoed in his mind. As the second half began with a shrill whistle, Jian wondered if his intense desire had somehow influenced events. At the 60-minute mark, with the score still 3-0, his expectations were about to become reality. The coach's voice cut through the air, calling out the names Andrea and Fabian. Then, to his utter disbelief, he heard his own name called, Jian. The coach instructed the three of them to warm up, and Jian's mind reeled with the question of whether his name had truly been called. He stammered a yes, a surge of hope making him wonder if this was finally his chance as he dashed to the sidelines. In a clumsy attempt to show he was ready, Jian fiddled with his shoelaces, earning a silent, unreadable stare from the coach. The coach simply pointed to a spot on the sideline and told him to do his warm-ups there. As he stretched, Jian acknowledged that while he was doing everything he could to get noticed, the situation was far from ideal. He noted that Andrea, warming up beside him, was considered. Jian had heard that Andrea was an exceptionally skilled ball handler. He overheard the coach giving specific instructions to Andrea for when he got subbed in. Jian knew the team's perception of him was completely different from their view of a rising star like Andrea. He couldn't deny the truth. For months, he had been a deadweight player collecting wages without contributing. In his mind, Jian pleaded with the coach to just give him one chance to prove his worth, vowing he was ready to shine. 15 minutes later, with the score unchanged, Jian's heart leaped as he saw the substitution signal from the officials' table. He watched intently as the assistant coach approached the sideline, confirming the substitution number with the fourth official. The assistant coach mentally ran through the possibilities, wondering if it would be Andrea or the defender Fabian. His mind buzzed with a single question: who was going in? In the stands, Jiwoo noticed the commotion and pointed out the substitution to her companion, who smugly guessed Jian was being rested. Jiwoo's eyes widened when she saw the board, correcting the others that it was not Andrea, but number 20. A wave of relief and excitement washed over her as she realized Jian was finally getting his chance, even as other spectators wondered who number 20 was. The substitution board was held high, officially announcing that the soccer genius, Jian, was entering the game. His mind reeled, desperately trying to comprehend the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. The sharp call of his name from the man with a buzz cut jolted him back to the present moment. The man asked if he was listening, prompting a stammered yes from Jian as his thoughts confirmed the unbelievable reality of being subbed in. After a reassuring pat, the man told him to play without pressure, but Jian couldn't deny the nervousness welling inside him. The officials' board was held high, confirming player number 10 was out and number 20 was in. A strange calm washed over him, the desire to play completely eclipsed the trembling he should have felt. His thoughts drifted to the promise he had made to Jiwoo, a promise to score a goal. He wryly acknowledged that fulfilling that promise would also expose his earlier bluff. The referee's sharp whistle blew, signaling the restart of the match. In the stands, the woman with glasses trembled with anticipation, silently pleading for the team to pass the ball to Jian. A heavy, expectant silence hung in the air. The girl in uniform clutched her chest, feeling as though her heart was about to burst with anxiety. A young male soccer player watching from the side admitted that while the game was dull before, the moment Jian entered the field, everything changed. The girl in uniform wondered why she was so incredibly nervous when she wasn't even the one playing. The ball pinged back and forth across the pitch with a sharp, rhythmic intensity. An unseen narrator explained that while the game appeared orderly from the outside, on the field it was a wild, untamed battleground. Every simple pass felt like a ticking time bomb, and every opponent moved like a hungry predator. On this field, where even a moment's distraction meant the girl in uniform and the boy beside her gasped simultaneously as they witnessed Jian's sudden movement. An unidentified player on the opposing team called out that number 20 was moving into the half space. The same player watched in confusion as his own teammate, Domenico, moved to cover the exact same area, creating a tactical overlap. A second unidentified player questioned if their opponents were getting sloppy, sending two marked players into the same zone. A powerful kick suddenly launched the ball high into the air, soaring across the field. The second player watched in disbelief, questioning why anyone would attempt such a risky pass. A third player was equally baffled, unable to determine if the ball was aimed at number 19 or number 5. The ball cut through the air, carving a path towards its unseen target. The first player realized with a start that number 5 had been nothing but a decoy to draw the defense. The second player watched in horror as his team's defensive formation completely crumbled, the players overlapping in a state of chaos. The ball dropped perfectly from the sky. An opposing player could only stare, dumbfounded, as the ball rolled cleanly past him. Jian effortlessly dodged a desperate, flying tackle from a defender. He then broke into a full sprint, dribbling the ball with astonishing speed past the scrambling opponents. A player with a ponytail stared in awe, his heart pounding at Jian's incredible acceleration. Jian's mind raced as he executed the move. It was a pre-arranged play designed specifically to confuse the markers. From the sidelines, the man in the purple tracksuit noted how the opponent's midfield had collapsed, erasing the gaps they normally maintained. He watched intently, silently urging Jian to show everyone his true potential. A satisfied smile touched his lips. This was Jian's time. From Jian's perspective, the space in front of him looked vast and full of opportunity. He knew that by subtly slowing his tempo at this precise moment, he could manipulate the defense. The player in blue artfully scattered his gaze, feigning a search for teammates on the wings. The defender in black took the bait, convinced that Jian was looking to make a pass. He took a single step back, preparing to intercept the passing route he thought he had predicted. The goalie in yellow screamed at his teammate, furious at the defender's idiotic move. The defender realized his catastrophic error far. Watching from the bench, the man with stubble knew the defender was already beaten. With a final, deft tap, Jian prepared. The defender lunged with a desperate roar, vowing not to allow another goal. Jian calmly chipped the ball over the diving defender's body. A look of profound shock washed over Jian's own face as he followed through with the kick. Two other players on the field could only stare with startled expressions as the play reached its climax. Jian's inner voice, like that of a determined young boy, reminded him that failure to stop this shot was a metaphorical death. The ball sailed through the air with a series of sharp, decisive sounds. In that moment, Jian realized the countless simulations he had run in his head for 80 agonizing minutes had finally become reality. A wave of relief washed over him as he knew he had finally kept his promise. He internally roared with triumph for fulfilling his vow to Jiwoo. The imposing man on his team clapped him on the back, shouting praise for the fantastic shot, leaving a dazed Jian to process the compliment. Jian wondered if the extravagant praise was a cultural. The sweating man on his team rattled off a series of excited phrases in Italian. The dark-haired man and the bald man on the coaching staff erupted with joy, forcing the imposing man to tell them to calm down. Coach 1 shot a look at Coach 2, reminding him that the youth team players were watching their outburst. Coach 1 mused that Luca had every right to be excited, as it was his unwavering insistence that had put Jian in the game against his own better judgment. He had never before seen Luca argue so passionately for a player's inclusion. He conceded that Luca was likely the person who best understood the difficult situation Jian had been in. Coach 1 approached Jian. He recalled the words of the girl who told him to find her first if he scored, and he began scanning the crowded stands. As the crowd roared his name, Jian felt certain he wouldn't be able to miss her. Feeling a sudden wave of awkwardness, he hesitated, unsure of what kind of celebration to perform. Jian awkwardly settled for a simple, hesitant thumbs up directed towards the stands. The girl player number 10 saw the gesture, realized it wasn't the specific sign she was looking for, and slumped in her seat, convinced she had just created another cringeworthy memory. Following Jian's triumphant game, he and the girl with the ponytail walked together down a sun-drenched street. The girl with the ponytail broke the silence, remarking that at least his boasts weren't a lie, leaving Jian utterly confused. She explained that she had thought he was just trying to impress her by calling himself a soccer genius, which made him question why he would lie just for her. The girl just laughed at his flustered reaction, prompting Jian to ask what was so funny. She playfully waved off his question, changing the subject. The girl with the ponytail then asked if this meant he would be starting in the next match. She pointed out that the next game was against a strong team, unlike the one they just played. With a gulp, Jian was reminded of his own words that he might not play against a weak opponent, making him inwardly curse himself for his big mouth. The girl pressed him, asking if he shouldn't be starting the next match, and a flustered Jian could only agree. A bead of nervous sweat ran down Jian's face as he realized he had just escaped one crisis only to be thrown into another. His mind immediately jumped to their next opponent, Napoli, a team he knew was genuinely formidable. The team was infamous for its high defensive line, designed to apply relentless pressure across the entire field. As the third-ranked team, it was a must-win match for them to secure a top 2 spot and advance to the tournament stage. This game against the Torino-based team was crucial for them to challenge the group's first-place team, Jian. Jian's confidence wavered as he wondered if he could even play in such an important match after only 10 minutes on the field, but the girl beside him confidently asked how many goals he planned to score. He worried he might not even make it to the bench, but the girl with the ponytail questioned his doubt. With sparkling eyes, she pointedly asked if he wasn't confident. Jian hesitated to answer, not knowing what to say to her unwavering belief. The girl brushed off his hesitation, declaring he'd just have to see on game day, leaving Jian to marvel at what he called genius-level confidence, born of empty bravado. Jian trembled with frustration, thinking that just when he thought things would calm down, they were spiraling even further out of his control. An off-screen voice suddenly wished him well, and a hand patted Jian's back, startling him. The girl with the ponytail declared with a flourish that she'd be looking. Jian's face flushed bright red as she burst into cheerful laughter. The girl apologized, asking if he was upset, but Jian denied it and tried to walk away, inwardly regretting he hadn't stopped her. He tried to focus on the difficult week ahead, but his thoughts were interrupted by the girl marveling at how pretty their surroundings were. Jian resolved to stop worrying and focus on training. He steeled his determination, vowing to make it into the starting lineup that week, barely noticing the girl exclaim over something cute. On Monday, recovery training for the team was underway. Jian felt embarrassed to be in recovery after only playing for 15 minutes, but he tried to put on a brave face for his teammates. He spotted Gino Calvani and called out to him, learning that Gino was just stopping by to say hi before leaving. The man with green hair congratulated Gino on his departure, but Gino couldn't quite understand their farewell greetings. Gino suddenly wondered if the player was being promoted to the U-19 team, and he laughed, telling the man they'd see each other again soon. He noticed that everyone seemed to have grown quite attached to the departing player, who was receiving warm hugs. Gino felt a pang of awkwardness, wondering if he should also say goodbye despite never having a proper conversation with them. The man with green hair suddenly turned and called out to Jian, catching him by surprise. The player then cryptically added that thanks to Jian, he was getting promoted earlier, leaving Jian completely baffled. The man gave Jian a light, friendly tap on the shoulder. He finished with a simple, "Let's meet again," before walking away. Jian watched him go, completely confused by the strange interaction, as other players jokingly expressed their jealousy. The words echoed in Jian's mind as he wondered what it meant that the player was promoted early, thanks to him. Shaking off the confusion, Jian decided it didn't matter, Gino's promotion was ultimately great news for him. He realized that with Gino gone, he only had to surpass Andrea to have a real shot at the starting lineup. A feeling ready to give his all in the coming week's training, Jian's focus was broken by a coach calling for everyone to gather around. With fire in his eyes, Jian stared down Andrea, ready to face him head-on. A player unleashed a powerful kick that sent the ball rocketing towards the goal, bending the post on impact. P4-P7, a teammate marveled at the crazy power behind the kick, while a nervous Andrea internally pleaded for the player to go easy on him. Narration transition. Elsewhere, a coach from the U-17 Friends team arrived to give a report. In Coach Tony's office, a man with a shaved head confirmed he had safely dropped off Gino, earning a "good work" from the coach. Assistant manager Kim expressed bittersweet feelings about the skilled, well-behaved kid's departure, but Director Kong dismissed his concerns. Director Kong stated that based on skill alone, Gino should have been promoted a long time ago, a point assistant manager Kim agreed with. The director explained that while he'd have liked to keep Gino longer, the situation had now changed. Director Kong declared emphatically that it was now time to focus on him. Assistant manager Kim correctly guessed he was referring to Li Jian, as the director confirmed that while Gino is good, their focus had to shift. The director elaborated that when comparing their potential, the club had no choice but to side with Jian. He laid out the plan, Jian would advance to a higher class to continue learning, while Jian would begin building practical match experience immediately. Assistant manager Kim agreed that the last match had truly confirmed Li Jian's high potential. However, the assistant manager admitted he was still a bit worried. A man with black hair voiced his concern that facing a tough opponent like Napoli might cause Jian to lose his confidence. A man with a gray beard conceded the risk but insisted that selecting Jian for the starting lineup was an inevitable choice, viewing it as a unique opportunity. The man with black hair was curious, asking what kind of opportunity he meant. The man with the gray beard explained that no matter how tough, the opponent was still at the U-17 level, and Jian's talent far exceeded that. He believed that if Jian could unleash his full capabilities and overcome a strong team like Napoli, it would have a profound effect. The man with the gray beard asserted that such a victory would instantly give Jian the one thing he'd been missing, true confidence. The man with black hair began to understand, adding that they would also need to pay close attention to his performance. The gray-bearded man pointed out that since Jian hadn't played many real matches, the club might feel there was a lack of solid evidence of his skills. When the other man looked confused, the gray-bearded man asked if he had forgotten something important. He reminded him that there was only a little time left. The man at the desk reviewed the player's file, his thoughts landing on the impending matter of Li Jian's contract renewal. He looked over the name on the document one more time, his focus entirely on Li Jian. Paolo Rossini, the director of the Florence youth team, leaned back in his chair and decided it was time to keep a very sharp eye on the young prospect. An off-screen voice called out, signaling the start of the activity. The woman with the ponytail gave Li Jian cooking directions, who in turn confirmed his prep work was finished. As Jian tried to escape to his room, the woman swiftly stopped him with a sharp smack. Jian cried out in mock pain while she chided him for his attitude when she was trying to cook him a delicious meal. He grumbled about her just using him for practice, but she happily ignored him and added noodles to the pot. Jian's head snapped up in surprise at her next words. He couldn't believe what he just heard, wondering what on earth she meant by that. The sound of someone enjoying their food. A man with short black hair praised the woman, now identified as Jiwoo, for her incredible cooking, even suggesting she study abroad. He then invited Jiwoo to come over and cook for them more often, an offer she happily accepted. Jiwoo noticed the boy with short black hair was eating with gusto. A man with glasses joined Jiwoo in good-naturedly pressuring Jian, telling him he had better score a goal this time, causing the boy to choke on his food. The boy with the short black hair complained about them talking about soccer during a meal, only for the other man to point out the irony. The man with short black hair apologized that Jian's father couldn't be there, a comment which sent Jian into a moment of reflection. Jiwoo quickly reassured them it was fine, as the narration revealed she had received a message from the team earlier that day. To his own astonishment, Jian had been chosen to start in the next, incredibly important game. His thoughts drifted to his father, who constantly apologized for having to miss games because of work. He remembered how his father had sacrificed everything, leaving his life in Korea behind just for his son's dream. Jian recalled the one time he had ever seen his father truly angry, back when he was struggling at Juventus. Through it all, his dad had remained his most steadfast supporter, believing in him no matter the circumstances. A quiet moment passed as Jian was lost in his memories. Far from feeling disappointed, Jian felt a profound sense of sorrow for the sacrifices his father had made. The young man silently vowed to make a lot of money and spoil his dad, his trainer. A young woman playfully asked how many goals he would score this time, but he refused to answer. Unfazed, the young woman pressed him for a number. She then began to tell their uncle an embarrassing story about Jian's last goal, forcing him to desperately try and shut her up. Jian complained to the man in the gray shirt, his dad, about her incessant talking, but his father simply stated that he liked that about her. In the background, his teammates playfully argued over who would wash the dishes after the meal. On the day of the match, Jian stood on the pitch, feeling completely prepared. He felt a surge of inexplicable confidence as he rallied his teammates to keep fighting. A brown-haired teammate let out a spirited cry of "Viola," the team's signature chant. The stadium erupted as the match between Fiorentina and Napoli was official. As the whistle blew for kickoff, Jian felt a deep conviction that he could absolutely do this. His teammates' voices echoed across the pitch, urging each other to stay calm and move slowly. The brown-haired teammate reminded everyone of their training, warning that Napoli would press hard right from the start. Jian was immediately caught off guard by the sheer intensity of Napoli's pressure, which was far worse than he had anticipated. More urgent shouts came from his teammates, demanding they drop the line and move faster to counter the onslaught. From the sidelines, the bearded coach remarked to his younger colleague that the team was barely holding on. The narration confirmed their struggle, as they were so focused on not losing the ball that they couldn't build any plays. The team's situation was dire, risky long passes were their only option, but their attackers were losing the aerial duels, putting them at a severe disadvantage. The young coach, seeing no way out, asked for a solution, but the bearded coach simply asked him what he thought they should do. On the field, a player in a purple, it became clear that someone needed to drop back into space to receive a pass. The team knew that even the most perfect-looking press had to have a weakness. Napoli's aggressive deep pressing strategy had inevitably left a crucial space exposed behind their lines. It was a tight pocket of space, one that a teammate's pass could just barely reach. The bearded coach spotted the narrow gap, but Jian had already seen it. The player in blue knew instantly that the only way to counter a pressing strategy was with a quick transition. He understood there was no point in holding the ball in their own half any longer. Jian yelled out to his teammate, "Bruno." He directed Bruno to pass the ball wide to the flank to break the press. The left winger Bruno received the ball with a perfect touch. After making the pass, Jian knew his job was far from over. While keeping a close eye on both his marker and Bruno, he began mapping out his next movement. Jian quickly analyzed the situation, wondering what Bruno would do next. He instantly deduced that, knowing Bruno's style, he wouldn't cross but would cut inside for a shot. Understanding his role, Jian decided to feint a run into the box to draw away defenders. The opposing coach, a man with dark hair and a blue shirt, spotted Jian's feint successfully drew one defender deep into the box, just as he had planned. The opposing coach watched in dismay as he realized the move had just opened up a much wider angle for Bruno's shot. A boy with short blue hair on the bench recognized Jian's tactical genius, admiring the angle he had created. The play unfolded in a blur of motion. Bruno unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. A teammate with number 20 on his jersey correctly identified the curling shot. The soccer ball spun viciously as it flew through the air. With a loud crack, the ball struck the goalpost, denying them the lead. The boy with short blue hair, Bruno, immediately apologized to Jian, while another teammate groaned in frustration at the near miss. A young teammate praised Jian for the brilliant play, lamenting how painfully close they had come to scoring. The coach shouted for his players to snap out of it and get back into their defensive positions. An opponent in blue taunted them, making it clear that they would not be given a single moment to recover. The relentless pressure from the man in blue proved to be too much, forcing a misplaced pass from a Fiorentina player. The coach watched the turnover, initially thinking it was a simple mistake, but a chilling realization began to dawn on him. He couldn't understand why his team, full of exceptionally skilled players, was suddenly making so many basic errors. The player with number 20 on his back, Jian, thought to himself that while Napoli was strong, his team shouldn't be struggling this much, before calling for a cross. As an aerial ball soared into the box, a Napoli player named Pete screamed for his teammates to mark their men. The goalkeeper in the goal frantically pleaded with his. Jian watched helplessly as the constant pressure led to a defensive breakdown. With Napoli now ahead, their pressing would only intensify, making it nearly impossible for Fiorentina to change the flow of the game. Despite the overwhelming odds, he couldn't shake the feeling, honestly, I think I can do this. The scoreboard showed Fiorentina trailing Napoli by a single goal. With a soft tap, Jian began to dribble the ball, a spark of defiance in his eyes. After conceding the first goal, the match had grown even more difficult as another tackled player cried out in pain. The player with the ball grimly noted they were losing the press, unable to build any momentum, while his teammates shouted defensive encouragement. With the lead secured, Napoli ran an even tighter game, leaving a Fiorentina player with absolutely nowhere to pass. The player with the ball knew he had to force the ball forward to create any kind of opening. The frustrating situation seemed endless, punctuated by a player yelling in anguish after a simple trapping error. In an instant, possession was lost again, the ball rolling freely on the pitch. A teammate watched in shock as the captain stumbled under pressure. Another player groaned as the ball rolled out of bounds, but the referee quickly signaled it was still Fiorentina's ball. The captain immediately composed himself, shouting for his entire team to get it together. He passionately urged them not to lose heart, insisting that if they simply played their game, chances would come. His hustle began to spark a fire in his teammates, who resolved to push harder one step at a time. It was a display of true leadership, and the player with number 4 on his jersey affirmed that the captain was right. The player with number 4 focused his mind, knowing this was no time for distraction as the chance would eventually come, and with renewed purpose, the ball moved swiftly between players. "We broke through the press," a teammate yelled, immediately calling for the ball to be passed forward. As the ball arrived at his feet, the crowd roared Jian's name. Jian quickly assessed the field, noting the opponent's tight defensive spacing in the back. He made a split-second decision. This time, he wouldn't drive it himself but would instead use his teammates. "Nice! We broke through the press!" Jian exclaimed, seeing the initial opening. He planned to move past the midfield line using a quick series of passing plays. But as he looked up for an open man, a jarring sight stopped him cold. Jian's mind reeled in confusion, wondering why the teammates who were supposed to be nearby were nowhere to be found. From the sidelines, a bearded man clicked his tongue, sensing the disconnect. Unbeknownst to Jian, a fundamental class difference meant his teammates' movement simply couldn't keep pace with his tactical mind. He instantly knew that if he waited for his teammates to catch up, the timing would be too late. The man with the goatee watched intently from the bench, wondering what Jian would do now. For a fleeting moment, Jian thought he must have completely lost his mind to even consider the alternative. An opposing player gasped as Jian suddenly defied expectations and sprinted into the half-space. One Napoli defender questioned if it was a breakthrough, while another shouted for his teammates to shut it down. The man with the goatee wrongly predicted that Jian would ultimately wait for his teammates and revert to passing plays. An opponent in a blue shirt screamed at his line to stay wide and secure the space first. "Let's try this," Jian muttered, steeling his resolve for a solo effort. With a lightning-fast feint, he blew past the opposing number 11, who could only stare in bewilderment. Another opponent couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in disbelief at Jian's audacious solo run. A defender in blue slid in to challenge. Jian gritted his teeth, acknowledging to himself that this path would not be easy. With a powerful burst of speed, he pushed forward. From the field, a teammate screamed in pure astonishment, "He's through." The Napoli defender cursed his misjudgment, realizing with a panic that Jian wasn't waiting for passing plays. He frantically warned his team that Jian was planning to keep breaking through on his own. The blue jerseys swarmed towards him, scrambling to close in and prevent him from reaching the penalty box. The path to the goal was rapidly closing as defenders formed a human wall before him. In Jian's mind, it was no longer about whether he could or couldn't, he had no other option but to force his way through. He pushed through the final defender and then, in a daze of disbelief, realized he had actually made it. A teammate on the bench began to rave to the coach about how insane Jian was playing, only to be told to quiet down. Now facing only the keeper, the goalkeeper braced himself, yelling that it wasn't over yet as he prepared for the one-on-one showdown. He commanded his last defender to narrow the shooting angle with everything he had. The final opponent planted his feet, blocking Jian's most direct path to the net. The goalkeeper taunted Jian, daring him to try and take a shot if he thought he could. He felt completely secure, certain that the near-post angle was already closed off. The goal loomed large against the dark sky, a final, daunting challenge. A thunderous boom echoed across the stadium as Jian's foot connected perfectly with the ball. He unleashed a desperate, powerful shot towards the far post. The sheer force of the kick sent Jian tumbling dramatically to the grass. He crashed hard onto the pitch, the impact jarring his entire body as the play unfolded. As he fell, a single thought consumed him: he couldn't go down here. His eyes remained locked on his shot, his mind screaming that the ball was still in play. He glanced around in a daze, wondering where his teammates were and how he had ended up in this position alone. A desperate cry escaped his lips as his eyes followed the ball's incredible arc. The stadium held its breath as the soccer ball rippled the back of the net. Utter disbelief washed over Jian as he saw the ball settled in the goal. It was insane. In the 40th minute, Jian lay on the grass and wondered, "I actually did it," as his super goal. A hand slowly rose into the frame, beginning a cry of disbelief. The man's voice erupted in an astonished shout of, "Mamma mia!" The man in the purple shirt turned to his coach, demanding to know if he had just seen. The man with the beard and nose silently calculated just how many meters Jian had broken through on his own. The man in the purple shirt declared it must have been an insane solo run of at least 40 or 50 meters. After a quick pass with a teammate, Jian had launched into a bold and swift solo tear down the pitch. As the goalkeeper narrowed the angle to the near post, Jian had coolly shot the ball straight into the far post. It was a wonder goal, created by sprinting across half the field alone, earning impressed praise to which Jian humbly replied, "Grazie." The man with the beard and nose stated that this goal was incredibly significant, though his colleague was initially confused. He pointed out the shocked faces of the opponent. The man with the beard and nose expected this level of play, believing Jian would not be nervous despite it being his first start. He explained that Jian was simply playing as he trained, and the Napoli defense couldn't seem to handle him alone. The stern-faced man deduced that Jian had instinctively realized the match was more manageable than he'd expected. The man with a goatee chuckled, admitting that watching his player grow in real time was an electrifying thrill. This, he mused, was the true magic of nurturing a youth team. Meanwhile, in the player locker room, the sounds of heated discussion filled the air. Teammates argued over late passes and missed defensive assignments, their voices sharp and accusatory. Jian observed that while the feedback often sounded like fighting, it was considered a polite discussion in Italy. One player kicked a ball against the wall in frustration, shouting an Italian curse. As two players shouted for each other to get their heads in the game, Jian tried to convince himself they were just intense and definitely not fighting. He let out a long sigh, turning his thoughts away from his teammates' bickering. Jian gulped, thinking he must have been out of his mind to attempt such a risky solo play. He flinched, breaking the intense atmosphere as he admitted to himself that he got lucky and the shot could have easily failed. Still, he couldn't deny that the plays he had practiced and visualized had actually worked on the field, though his stamina was now a concern. He concluded with a quiet laugh that it was a mix of luck and his own ability, just as the coach called for the team to gather. The coach warned the players to be careful of counterattacks, while Jian worried if his coaches had seen his reckless play. The coach yelled at them not to be scared, and the players responded with a unified, "Yes, sir." With renewed vigor, the team shouted their chants, "Forza! Viola!" He paused, wondering if he could do it again in the second half, when a teammate approached him. It was Bruno, who praised Jian for his amazing performance in the first half. Bruno enthusiastically proposed they team up to make something happen again, and a slightly surprised Jian agreed. Another teammate rallied the group, shouting for them to get back out on the field. As Jian headed out, he felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. His eyes scanned the stands, and he suddenly stopped. He spotted Jiwoo in the crowd, her presence immediately capturing his attention. The woman with the ponytail noticed Jian looking, but was puzzled by the unreadable expression on his friend's face. A memory flashed in her mind of Jiwoo asking Jian if he would do a celebration for her if he scored a goal, and his eager promise to do so. Jian's face fell as he realized in horror that he had completely forgotten about the goal celebration he promised. The woman in red beside Jiwoo panicked, knowing the endless nagging that would follow if the match ended this way, silently warning Jian to be ready. Jian groaned internally, cursing his ridiculous habit of bluffing around Jiwoo, which now meant he yelled in frustration, trying to deny he was doing it for Jiwoo, when a voice interrupted his frantic thoughts. The man with gray hair and beard asked Jian if he was all right, noticing his distressed state. The coach pointed out that Jian looked incredibly tired. He instructed Jian to raise his hand immediately if he felt he couldn't keep going, a suggestion that caught Jian completely off guard. Jian suddenly became aware of his own panting, wondering when he had become so out of breath. He realized he must have overexerted himself, and now that the coach mentioned it, his body felt heavy as he meekly agreed to the instruction. Jian, whose thoughts were now clear, understood the coach was preparing a substitution and knew he needed to focus even more. He calculated that if he was going to be subbed off, he had at best 10 minutes left to play. In those 10 minutes, Jian resolved that he absolutely had to score another goal. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the second half with the score tied at 1-1. As play resumed, Jian immediately noticed something different about the opponent's formation. He was shocked to see Napoli's defensive line, with their center-back pushed up almost in line with him. The bearded man on the sidelines observed that Napoli had raised their already high defensive line, clearly determined to score. The stern-faced man, however, saw this tactical shift by Napoli's coach as a grave mistake. He knew that with the defense pushed so far up, the space behind them was now completely exposed. The bearded man agreed, recognizing that for a player like Jian, this kind of situation was a golden opportunity. Jian began to think ahead, analyzing the opponent's attacking pattern, which was heavily focused on the left side. He processed the information, seeing the entire field laid out in his mind. Because of their left side focus, Jian saw the opposite side of the field was left wide open, a perfect space to exploit. The stern-faced man knew that if Jian scanned the field, identifying the perfect spot to launch a counterattack. His mind's eye locked onto the target, the wide-open space on the left side of the opponent's field. A Fiorentina player successfully intercepted a pass, spitting in defiance as he regained possession. The player immediately looked upfield, shouting for his. Another teammate yelled for Jian as the ball was sent. The opposing captain frantically ordered his team to mark number 20, but then paused in confusion. The defender couldn't believe a direct pass was being attempted from such an angle. The pass wasn't to Jian, but a perfectly placed ball to the left wing, finding Bruno once again. It was just as Jian had predicted, knowing Napoli would target the left side and planning to use the opposite space for his counterattack. A Napoli defender clicked his tongue, telling himself not to panic since it was the same counterattack pattern from the first half. The captain reiterated his command to mark number 20, Jian. Defenders scrambled as players yelled that number 11 was marked, while both Jian and number 9 were cutting into the box. One defender scoffed, claiming that number 11 was just he smirked, confident that he had already figured out the simple attack pattern. The player believed that no matter what, the play would only end in a shot from Bruno. But then, the ball didn't fly towards the goal, and the defender's eyes widened in confusion. Another player shouted in disbelief as Bruno, instead of shooting, made a pass. A Napoli player thought about how Bruno's simple attack pattern was so predictable it was called a macro. He realized, however, that Jian had used that very predictability to orchestrate the entire play. The ball rippled the back of the net with a thunderous whoosh. In the breathless aftermath, the young man wondered if he had gone overboard. An immediate, firm voice inside his head answered, no. In fact, his inner voice declared, this was exactly what he needed. He scanned the stadium seats, his eyes searching for the one reason he absolutely had to score this goal. Then he saw her, her excited screams lost in the roar of the crowd. In a flickering memory, the man recalled a moment where his heart felt ready to burst, yet the best he could manage was that same old, practiced move. He didn't. A strange thought surfaced, that same awkward move had once led to him walking home with her after a game. In the stands, a man in blue pointed to the field, demanding to know who the young player was, catching Jian off guard. A blond man with a mustache accused his goateed colleague of playing dumb, insisting on knowing the identity of number 20. The man with the goatee dismissed the player as Gino's backup, a claim the blond man immediately refuted as nonsense. The blond man argued it was obvious the player had been carefully groomed and once more demanded to know where this kid came from. His counterpart casually stated the player was from Jian, leaving the blond man to wonder if he was some complete rookie he had never seen before. The goateed man explained the player had been with the team for 3 years but couldn't play, a story the blond man found utterly nonsensical. He insisted that with such skill, the player should have been an ace, even at a club like Jian. With a sly chuckle, the man with the goatee advised his friend not to dig too deep into the matter. The blond man sighed in resignation, realizing his sly dog counterpart would never give him a straight answer. Conceding it was a good find, he asked if the player was Korean, receiving a terse confirmation from the goateed man, who privately. The blond man mused that his own team was also scouting a Korean player, not a youth, but a monster defender. The man with the mustache abruptly changed the subject, telling his rival to get ready for the next game. As he was told to get lost, the man in purple promised that their next encounter would be different. Unable to resist, the man in purple turned back to ask if number 20 had signed a professional contract yet. As his rival finally departed, the man in purple smugly thought the old man should aim for targets he could actually handle. He couldn't deny, however, that any team in the league would want a player like that. On this day, Jian had been the very definition of a football genius. The locker room erupted with cheers as teammates celebrated their hard-won victory. A teammate rushed to Jian. The praise continued, highlighting his amazing. Jian suddenly announced he was leaving first, confusing his teammate who reminded him he was the star of the day. Hurriedly apologizing that he had something to do, Jian rushed out the door, leaving his friends calling his name. His teammates were left bewildered, with one quietly concluding that he must be really busy. Outside, Jian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he had narrowly escaped drawing too much attention. He confessed to himself that a part of him had wanted to stay and celebrate the victory over such a formidable team. But his body felt heavy as lead, his limbs trembling with exhaustion, leaving him with no energy to celebrate. Besides, there was another reason he had to leave, and he spotted her waiting for him. A girl with a ponytail called out, playfully asking what took him so long. She greeted Jian, offering to carry his bag like a good nuna, but he cheekily replied that she was too small. Outraged, she reminded him she was once taller back in elementary school, causing him to groan at the ancient history. She insisted on taking his bag, but he gently refused, assuring her he was fine. The young woman observed him closely, noting that despite his exhaustion, he seemed to be in a fantastic mood. Jian fell quiet, contemplating her words for a moment. He finally admitted that the coach and manager had complimented him after the match. At her inquisitive look, he laughed nervously, trying to act cool by saying he always got compliments but that today was more than usual. He grew serious, reflecting on how he never received this kind of praise back in Korea. A hollow laugh escaped him as he recalled how criticism always seemed to come before anything else. He felt a sudden, profound joy comparing then to now, which made the woman tease him for getting so emotional. She then sincerely promised to shower him with so many compliments that he would eventually get tired of them. Her words made him pause, and he remembered that there had, in fact, been one person. His mind drifted to the only person who praised him for everything, no matter how small the achievement. An inner voice, cloaked in the image of a warrior, finally understood why he always felt. As his companion excitedly spotted a gelato shop, Jian realized Jiwoo had always believed in him, and he desperately wanted to live up to that faith. He had lied simply because he could not bear the thought of breaking her unwavering trust. Now, Jinwoo knew it was no longer about just hiding the lie, he wanted to protect that trust. He resolved to make Kim Jiwoo's belief in him a reality, his mind firming with purpose. With a new fire in his eyes, Jian offered to buy her gelato, vowing to himself that he would become a real soccer genius. Jiwoo smiled, remarking on how much he had grown, and he quipped that he'd grown enough to earn money and treat her. Later that day, Jian hesitantly approached his coach. He gathered his courage, trying to express the important thought that was on his mind. The coach waited patiently, giving the young player the space he needed. The scene transitioned with the sharp, rhythmic sound of cleats running on pavement. An assistant coach in a purple jacket noticed the head coach's distracted expression and asked what was wrong. The assistant revealed that Jian had requested to use the training grounds for extra practice, a statement that left the bearded head coach utterly stunned. The bearded coach asked for confirmation in disbelief, unable to process that Jian himself had made such a request. The assistant coach cheekily added that the head coach must be thrilled, having already volunteered him to supervise the late-night session. The bearded coach grumbled that he was paid for it anyway, while the assistant privately wondered if he could sneak out on time. As he started his run, Jian had a fleeting worry that he had needlessly made his coach stay late. He shook off the doubt, steeling his resolve as he recalled how the match had proven his desperate need for stamina training. He knew it wasn't just his endurance, his dribbling and shooting skills were also far behind. Looking towards the evening sky, Jian vowed to make up for all the wasted time through relentless training. In a quiet office elsewhere, a man's sudden exclamation cut through the silence. A man with a gray beard announced to his colleague that the influential Paolo was coming to watch the next game in person. The man with the scar, Luca, complained that he had already sent the footage, but the old-fashioned Paolo refused to believe it without seeing it himself. The gray-bearded man called Paolo a stubborn old fool, worrying this was a tactic to negotiate down the contract. He instructed Luca to prepare with extra diligence for the upcoming game, a command Luca quickly acknowledged. The stakes had just been raised, as this next match had the potential to change the very future of Fiorentina. A young soccer player shouted his congratulations, his voice full of excitement for his teammate. A blue-haired player playfully expressed his envy as he congratulated Bruno on landing a professional contract, a sentiment Bruno accepted with thanks. A man with a scar, drawn by the noise, smirked as another player demanded Bruno treat them all to dinner, an arrangement Bruno quickly set for Friday. The man with the scar chuckled as he explained the cause for celebration to a newcomer, admitting he was jealous of Bruno's new contract. The blue-haired boy leaned in, asking about the contract details, which prompted Jian to gasp in shock at the mere mention of a weekly wage. The blue-haired boy, after some hesitation, began to reveal the rough estimate of the salary. He disclosed a weekly wage of €2,000, roughly 10 times their current pay, sending whispers and gasps of astonishment through the group. The blue-haired boy noted it was as much as 10 of them combined, a fact that left Jian utterly staggered as he mumbled the words, 10 times. The reality sank in. Jian quickly calculated his own potential earnings, realizing his current 200,000 won a week could become 2 million. He immediately started fantasizing about what he would do with the money, prioritizing practical needs like rent, utilities. His daydream expanded to buying a car for his dad and taking his sister, Jiwoo, out for a wonderful meal. With this new perspective, Jian now saw Bruno as a godlike figure and could only manage to mumble his own congratulations. Bruno thanked Jian and extended a dinner invitation for Friday, which a surprised Jian hesitantly agreed to try and make. The buzzed hair coach's call to start training snapped most of them back to reality, but Jian remained lost in thought, muttering about his jealousy. As he jogged onto the field, Jian questioned if he was being greedy for hoping to get a better contract for himself in the future. He then soberly reminded himself that after months of feeling like he was freeloading on his salary, hoping for more might be asking too much. After the official team training ended, the solitary sound of a ball being tapped echoed across the empty field. The buzzed hair coach called for one more drill, and a heavily breathing Jian readily agreed. The coach stood his ground, challenging Jian to try and break through his defense. Jian tried an upper body feint followed by a foot feint, but the coach easily read both moves. However, in the next moment, the coach's expression twisted into one of pure, intense shock as he looked down at the young player. Jian internally cursed, frustrated that his quick feint combination, which had worked just moments before, was now ineffective. The coach, breathing out, realized with a smirk that the kid wasn't going to fall for the same trick twice. Jian's mind raced, knowing that pure sprinting wasn't enough to beat the coach, he had to find a way to steal his timing. With a sharp intake of breath and newfound resolve, Jian decided on his next course of action. The coach yelled left, correctly anticipating Jian's initial movement. But this was merely a feint, as Jian instantly pivoted, switching his momentum back to the right. The coach moved to intercept, only to be frozen in place as Jian fluidly executed a step-over he didn't see coming. Utterly bewildered, the coach realized the move to the right had also been a feint as Jian exploded past him back to the left. In that triumphant moment, Jian knew he had finally gotten him. A sharp whistle blast signaled the end of the impressive display. The coach laughed heartily, openly admitting he completely fell for Jian's brilliant sequence of feints. Jian, however, humbly believed the coach was just being generous and had let him pass on purpose. Feeling a surge of energy from the exchange, the coach asked to go again, and Jian enthusiastically agreed. The young player felt a deep sense of gratitude that his coach willingly stayed after hours to help him with individual practice. He was keenly aware that the coach was risking potential injury by staying behind just for him, pushing beyond normal training volume. The coach was essentially acting as his own personal trainer, covering defense, goalkeeping, and everything in between. When the coach declared it was time to run him into the ground, Jian fiercely accepted, knowing every drill was tailored for his improvement. This, of course, included the grueling stamina training he so desperately needed to improve. Jian reflected that while he'd initially felt burdened by the extra attention, the coach's unwavering support, he wanted, more than anything, to find a way to show his immense appreciation. However, the stamina training was so brutal that his exhaustion stripped away all thoughts except the pain, causing Korean curses to spill from his lips. After the drill, the coach then let out a long, satisfied sigh of a hard day's work. Jian was momentarily taken aback by the coach's reaction. The coach explained that despite the exhaustion, stamina training was the most rewarding part for him. He cherished the sense of accomplishment, knowing that his efforts today would make his player better tomorrow. Listening to his coach, Jian wondered if by repeating this agony hundreds of times, he might one day truly become a soccer genius in someone's eyes. Jian quietly called out to his coach to get his attention. He earnestly thanked the coach for training with him like this every single day, a sentiment the coach seemed to dismiss. The coach insisted it was his job, but as Jian looked away and promised to repay him someday, he captured the older man's full attention. The word repay hung in the air between them. The coach then burst into roaring laughter at the young player's solemn vow, causing Jian to blush with embarrassment. Composing himself, the coach told Jian that the way to repay him was to do well in this week's match, a statement that confused the young player. Jian stammered in surprise, but the coach insisted, telling him not to see it as pressure, but as the reward he deserved for all his hard work. The coach shared a crucial lesson from his own career, stating that there are no coincidences on the soccer field. He posed a rhetorical question, asking if a goal from a deflected shot was truly just luck. Answering his own question, he stated it was the result of having practiced that exact shot hundreds, even thousands, of times. Placing a firm hand on Jian's shoulder, the coach declared that nothing happens by chance. He urged Jian to believe in himself, promising that once he did, others would finally recognize his true value. With newfound conviction, Jian looked his coach in the eye and affirmed that he understood. As they prepared to leave, Jian etched the phrase, "believe in myself," deep into his heart. In the following days, Jian trained relentlessly, driven by the need to be ready for match day against Napoli. Just before the match, Jian was jolted from his thoughts as someone shouted his name in the locker room. The bearded head coach was standing over him, demanding to know if he understood the instructions, to which a hesitant Jian could only stammer. The coach then turned to the entire team and delivered a shocking directive: everyone was to adjust their play to Jian's tempo, as he would be controlling the pace of the attack. Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tried to protest, reminding the coach of his promise not to apply any pressure. But the coach ignored him, booming that Jian would be leading everything, leaving the young player utterly overwhelmed as a nearby teammate whispered an apology, equally blindsided by the sudden, massive responsibility. The Monteboro youth soccer field buzzed with a low, expectant energy under the afternoon sun. A man with a dark beard meticulously studied a document, pointing out openings in their finances. He sighed, observing that money was leaking from everywhere in the budget. A smiling man with glasses chimed in, noting the large number of U-17 team members they had that year. The bearded man grumbled that it was a pain, especially with incoming funds being so limited. A woman with glasses agreed, remarking on the huge sum of money required to handle all these players at once. The bearded man then questioned what he was doing, bringing in more players amidst the messy financial situation. On the field, Jian, the bearded man's eyes landed on him, recognizing player number 20 as the one brought from Jiu, whom the woman with glasses mockingly called the salary thief. Taken aback, the bearded man questioned the nickname, but the woman insisted it was true, stating a professional team wasn't a charity. She pointed out that since being brought from Jiu, he hadn't played a single game. She continued her critique, noting his months-long lack of progress, while on the pitch, Jian quietly thought his away uniform felt awkward. The woman conceded he had performed well in 2 recent matches, but the bearded man dismissed it as an insignificant sample size. Still, the clips of Jian scoring 2 goals against Napoli had been undeniably impressive. The woman with glasses wondered aloud that if he was truly worth so much, there was no reason for Coach Tony to delay the contract. The bearded man revealed that was precisely why he had come to see for himself, before headhunters could swoop in and steal the potential talent. He confessed that despite everything, he acknowledged Coach Tony's judgment, just as the coach himself was heard shouting instructions to tighten the defensive gap. The bearded man leaned forward, determined to see for himself what was so special about Jian. Down on the field, Jian felt the immense and somewhat burdensome weight of the expectations placed upon him. He thought to himself that no matter how weak the opponent or how well he had recently played, this was a massive role to fill. Though the coach's words to "do what you want" echoed in his mind, he still felt the role was a heavy burden, yet he accepted it. Amidst the roar of the crowd, Jian decided he would give it his all and shoot for the top. He reminded himself that there is a unique joy found only in overcoming one's limits. A vivid memory of training with Coach Luca flashed in his mind, strengthening his resolve. Heeding Coach Luca's advice, Jian promised himself he would trust his own abilities today, his conviction bolstered by Coach Tony's shout of encouragement. The player in white, Jian, firmly announced to himself that he would lead today's. A sharp kick of the ball signaled the start of his personal campaign. He immediately directed his teammates, telling them to follow his lead and press the attack. In his mind, the strategy was clear: play the attack carefully while maintaining aggressive defense, and he knew that by constantly possessing the ball, they would suffocate the opponent, giving them no chance to counter. With the goal of a perfect victory in mind, Jian commanded his teammates to trap the opposition. An opponent under duress yelled for a pass before hoofing the ball away. The irresponsible long pass sailed high, an act of desperation rather than strategy. Jian calmly intercepted it, knowing it would never reach the intended striker. He decided to play the ball within his team's territory, patiently waiting to see how the opponent would react. He observed that even the opponent's foremost striker had dropped back to defend. Jian instantly deduced that this meant they had no intention of pressing him high up the pitch. It was clear they were committed to a completely defensive formation. A narrator's voice would later explain that there were 2 ways to exploit the empty space left by such a defensive posture. One way was to pretend to break through one side to draw the defense, then quickly switch the point. The other, more direct method, was to create. For Jian, there was no need to even consider which option was better. He understood that if the second method succeeded, the first would become exponentially easier to execute later. An opposing player began to complain about the constant passing, wondering how long his team planned to just rotate the ball. That was the exact moment of loosened concentration Jian had been waiting for. He switched on his explosive speed, deciding to break through with a dribble. As his vision of the field opened up, an opponent cried out in shock, realizing it wasn't a pass but a direct charge. Another defender shouted to stop him, but Jian calmed his mind, focusing solely on the one player directly in front of him. He knew that if he could just get past this one man, his team would gain a massive positional advantage. Jian sold a brilliant upper body feint, causing the defender to cry out in frustration as he was sent the wrong way. From that point on, Jian knew that every time they scrambled to fill an opening he created, their own respective spots would be left dangerously exposed. He now faced a one-on-one situation against the opponent's fullback. Declaring to himself that it wasn't over yet, Jian pushed the ball forward once more. Then, in a stunning move, he flicked the ball backward in a surprise pass. A spiky-haired defender was caught completely off guard, having expected a direct cross into the box. Another defender leaped desperately, committed to blocking a cross that was never coming. The spiky-haired player could only watch in confusion as the ball was gently tapped to a teammate. An opponent shouted a mocking question about whether they were training a puppy with a simple return pass, just as Jian received the ball back and thought, now. Jian found himself in another, one-on-one, exactly as he had planned. The bewildered defender could only gasp as Jian initiated a dazzling step-over. Jian moved with confidence, knowing there was no way this player's defense could compare to his coach's. He blew past his man, finding himself right at the edge of the penalty box. For a fraction of a second, he weighed his options, shoot now, or cross it to a teammate. An internal alarm blared in his mind, telling him he had to take the strike himself. With a powerful motion, Jian unleashed a thunderous shot toward the goal. The scoreboard flickered, now showing Fiorentina leading Empoli 1-0. From his seat in the stands, Coach Tony scanned the crowd, silently daring the scouts to keep questioning his judgment. The bearded man, stunned into silence, could only mutter under his breath about the stubborn. An exhausted breath escaped as Jian watched the ball fly. From the sidelines, a coach frantically screamed for someone to block the pass. The desperate pleas continued until the sharp thud of the ball hitting the back of the net silenced them. An Empoli player yelled in desperation for his teammates to stop the striker, even if it meant committing a foul. The defenders knew that at this distance, a shot was not just possible, but lethal. The ball rocketed through the air, an unstoppable force aimed directly at the goal. The frustrated goalie's mind reeled in disbelief, wondering how anyone could be expected to block a shot from that far out. He could only ask himself where in the world such a genius had suddenly appeared from. In the stands, the bearded manager, Coach Tony, noted that just 30 minutes into the game, the score was already a staggering 3-0 in their favor. His thoughts centered on number 20, Li Jian, who was currently being swarmed by celebrating teammates. Coach Tony recalled how Jian had scored the first goal after a stunning solo dribble and then assisted the second with his incredible field vision. He marveled at the diverse play patterns Jian displayed, capped off by the spectacular long-range goal. Slumping into his seat with a sigh, Coach Tony turned to his assistant, Roberto. He ordered Roberto to immediately look up the salary negotiation history for a player named Petrino Chisa. Roberto, confused, confirmed that Chisa was a player who had come up through their own youth team. As Roberto started to question the reason, noting Chisa's success at another club, Coach Tony sharply told him he talked too much. Coach Tony's mind, however, was racing, replaying the exponential weekly salary growth of a player who had made it big. With newfound resolve, he commanded Roberto to call the club immediately. "We're going to need more funds," he declared, prompting a laughing, enthusiastic agreement from his assistant. As Roberto made the call, Coach Tony imagined the future conversation where everyone would have to admit he was right about Jian all along. Later, as the team bus screeched to a halt, the captain called out to Jian. Jian stepped off the bus, thanking his teammates for their hard work during the match. Just as he was about to leave, the captain called his name, stopping him in his tracks. The captain discreetly handed Jian a small, wrapped item. He explained that he had noticed how exhausted Jian looked during the game. Brushing off Jian's hesitation, the captain insisted it was nothing special. Another teammate. The bus door closed and pulled away, leaving Jian standing alone on the sidewalk. He stood in silence for a moment, the sounds of the city replacing the cheers of his team. Jian looked down at the gift in his hand, the words, "Our striker," echoing in his mind. He realized this was a feeling he had never once experienced during his time at Juventus. In the past, he had never considered his team or the city he lived in as anything more than a temporary arrangement. It was always just a job and a place to stay, but as he held the small gift, he knew something had changed. Walking through the familiar streets, Jian realized with a smile that he had grown quite attached to Florence. He wondered if it was because his bond with his cousin, Jiwoo, had grown stronger since she arrived. Or perhaps, he thought, it was the simple satisfaction of finally playing a meaningful role within his team. As the distant sound of bells chimed through the evening air, Jian decided that must be why. The city square. A small laugh escaped him as he realized how endearing it all felt after being away for just one day. A sudden impulse moved him, and he decided to take a light jog through the quiet streets. With each soft footfall on the cobblestones, Jian felt like he was truly returning home. Unlocking his apartment door, he called out that he was back. He entered the quiet space, noticing that his dad had not yet returned from work. Exhausted from the day's efforts, Jian collapsed onto his bed. He closed his eyes and began to review the match in his mind. The final tally was impressive: 70 minutes played, 2 goals scored, and 1 assist. Rolling over contentedly, Jian decided he hadn't done badly at all, he had certainly done his part. He knew the strength training was paying off, as he had played 10 minutes longer than the last game and scored 1 more goal. A rewarding chuckle escaped him as he recalled that both goals were scored using techniques he had drilled relentlessly with coach Luca. A sudden, happy thought struck him: perhaps that was the real reason Coach Tony had been so pleased. But as he thought about it more carefully, he concluded that it wasn't a truly satisfactory match. While his impact was undeniable, he knew it had all been concentrated in the first 30 minutes of the game. Jian admitted to himself that he had pushed too hard at the start, taking the coach's instruction to be confident a little too far. As a result, he understood that when his tempo dropped, the entire team's rhythm fell with him, and he remembered the worried glances from his teammates. Frustrated with himself, Jian knew he still had a very long way to go to become the player he needed to be. His mind created a small, chibi version of himself, wishing he had played with more responsibility and composure. He told himself it was incredibly lucky that their opponent was a weaker team like Napoli. He pictured a scenario where a stronger team might have capitalized on his exhaustion and staged a comeback, stealing the win. Jian resolved to view today's victory as a fortunate one, aided by a bit of luck. Still, he reviewed his key plays, the dribbling breakthroughs, the recorded assist, and the stunning mid-range goal. Clenching his fist, he decided not to dismiss those moments as simple luck. He chose to believe that these were accomplishments born from his own hard-earned abilities. Jian felt that no matter what, believing in his own strength was the better path forward. As he lay there, he noticed that the constant, gnawing anxiousness he used to feel was finally starting to fade. His thoughts then turned to his father's unusual lateness, wishing he could have been there. Miles away, Jian's father rushed home, disappointed that he and Jiwoo had missed the match and worried that Jian was waiting for him. His phone suddenly buzzed, and he glanced down, assuming it was a call from Jian. His eyes widened in shock as he read the name of the caller on the screen. Dad stopped dead in his tracks, wondering what could possibly be going on at this time of night. The phone's screen glowed ominously, displaying an incoming call from the Florence front office. Jiwoo proudly presented the special bacon cream risotto she had carefully prepared. Jian's father couldn't help but notice the apron he'd bought her was already smeared, as Jiwoo eagerly told them to dig in. She brushed it off, saying that's what aprons were for, and impatiently asked for a verdict before Jian had even taken a bite. Jian cautiously offered that it was alright, but under her crestfallen gaze, he quickly upgraded his review to delicious. Jiwoo laughed, pleased with his answer, while Jian privately thought that anything would taste good after his dad's cooking. His mind flashed back to the infamous mint sardine sandwich, a culinary disaster that had permanently warped his taste buds. To Jian's surprise, his father admitted the risotto was actually quite good, then questioned his son's shocked expression. Jian sensed a subtle shift in the air, realizing a quiet culinary competition was brewing between his dad and Jiwoo. Jiwoo boasted that if her very first attempt at risotto was this good, her future dishes would be legendary. Jian watched her, baffled by her sudden and dramatic display of pride. He recalled his original plan, which was simply to have his dad cook dinner for them after work. However, Jian now understood that his praise for Jiwoo's food had wounded his father's culinary pride, who muttered that the risotto was a bit thick. His dad casually dismissed the dish. Jiwoo shot back with a sharp smile, retorting that the taste of an easy dish varies greatly depending on the cook. The argument sparked a distant memory for Jian of his mother insisting he only enjoyed the shrimp risotto she made, to his father's disbelief. In his memory, his father argued that Jian preferred bacon, while his mother insisted. His parents had then cornered him, demanding he finally settle their long-standing debate, bacon or shrimp. Young Jian had simply mumbled that he didn't care, internally questioning why his parents were being so dramatic. He had tried to end the argument by declaring he liked sandwiches more, though he privately dreaded his dad's bizarre ingredient choices. Hearing this, his father had roared with laughter, proudly proclaiming that sandwiches were his true specialty. Snapping back to the present, Jian felt a twinge of guilt for siding with his dad as the man chuckled and told everyone to just eat. Jiwoo suddenly huffed and accused Jian of being a liar, leaving him utterly bewildered. She pointed a finger at him, claiming he must have lied about scoring 2 goals since she wasn't there to witness it. Flabbergasted, Jian asked why he would lie about such a thing, but Jiwoo stubbornly doubled down on her accusation. Jian silently wondered what her problem was as she took another defiant bite, muttering that the food was good. He then realized she might be sulking because he hadn't defended her cooking earlier, and he quickly bit his tongue before telling her to look up the game's stats online. He breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided exposing his old, embarrassing match records, just as Jiwoo asked why he'd suddenly stopped talking. At that moment, his father stepped in, confirming that it wasn't a lie and that he had received a call from the team. Jian peppered his dad with questions, who calmly explained the club had called just to praise his outstanding performance. His father added that they'd mentioned how hard Jian had been working lately, which left the young player momentarily speechless. Jian found it strange they would call for just that, but then his dad added that they also wanted to schedule a meeting. Jian's heart skipped a beat as his father specified the meeting was about his contract. Then, his father dropped the bombshell: the club wanted to sign him to a professional contract. The word pro hit Jian with such force that his fork slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the plate. His father explained the team had contacted his agent and would confirm the date soon, while Jian could only stare, wide-eyed. A proud smile spread across his father's face as he turned to his son and offered his congratulations. Jian's mind reeled. Just the other day he'd been envious of Bruno, and now he was about to turn pro himself. Snapping out of his daze, Jian triumphantly turned back to Jiwoo, declaring that this proved he hadn't been lying. Jiwoo simply huffed, admitting she already knew because she had seen it on the internet. Jian was taken aback, asking how and when she had seen it online. He hesitantly started to ask another question, and Jiwoo turned to him with a curious, Jian carefully chose his words, asking what, exactly, she had seen on the internet earlier. His specific question seemed to momentarily confuse Jiwoo. She clarified that she had only seen the final match result after searching for the game online, and Jian confirmed that was all. When she asked why he was so curious, Jian quickly brushed it off as nothing important. He was inwardly relieved, realizing she hadn't dug deep enough to find his spotty history. Jiwoo then shifted gears, asking if signing a pro contract was really that big of a deal, which surprised Jian. She observed that it was the first time she had ever seen him look so genuinely happy, making him self-conscious. From his reaction, Jiwoo surmised that signing a professional contract must be incredibly important to him. With a smile lighting up his entire face, Jian confirmed that it was very, very important. When she asked what would change, he began listing the perks, starting with a pro debut and a real salary. Jiwoo's eyes lit up as she immediately asked how much he'd earn, a question he couldn't answer, though she admitted she was curious too. Jian privately reflected that after being so underpaid, he would have been grateful for any contract at all. Still, he hoped for a decent salary, maybe not Bruno level, but respectable, as Jiwoo offered a simple, "Anyway, congrats." As he processed the evening's events, a new thought suddenly struck Jian: none of this might have happened without Jiwoo. He realized that if she hadn't come to Italy, he would probably still be feeling lost and without direction. Convinced he needed to voice his gratitude, Jian turned to her and offered a heartfelt, "Really, thank you." Jiwoo was visibly startled by his sudden sincerity as he stammered out his thanks again. Questioning his strange behavior, she abruptly turned and ran off, forcing a surprised Jian to call out for her to wait. As he jogged to catch up, Jian wondered if her foul mood from earlier was just from being tired. But then, another, more likely possibility began to dawn on him. When they arrived at her home, she quickly bid him farewell, leaving him standing awkwardly on the street. As she turned to leave, Jiwoo quietly admitted that the risotto she made had been really delicious. She added with a private, triumphant giggle that it was definitely much better than his dad's cooking. Jian shouted a final good night, telling her to sleep well. Just as he turned to leave, something made him pause and look. With a sudden burst of renewed energy, Jiwoo spun around, playfully declaring she would let him off the hook this once. A weary but fond smile crossed Jian's face as he thought to himself that he should have expected this. He marveled that she had genuinely been sulking the whole time, just before she stuck her tongue out and disappeared inside. A few days later, at the AC Firenze offices, a voice asked if everyone was ready for the meeting. The same voice declared that contract negotiations were all about gaining the upper hand, making one man in a purple shirt feel instantly pessimistic. A man in a suit gripped the thick contract with a determined growl, his knuckles turning white. He vowed fiercely that he would make sure this contract, heavily slanted in their favor, would be approved without a hitch. Jian's agent strode forward, imploring the team's management to trust him just one more time. The bearded agent vowed to negotiate as cold-bloodedly as possible, brushing aside Jian's concerned look. He then explained with a sly grin that negotiation was all about making the other party a fool before they could do the same to you. The agent called it the law of fool conservation, a philosophy that left Jian bemused by his over-the-top confidence. Jian internally recalled that this imposing figure was the same agent who had successfully brokered his contracts with Gioventu and his current team 3 years ago. He mused that while his agent looked like he operated outside the law, he was surprisingly honest and competent. Considering the agent had resolved the last 2 contracts without a single issue, Jian figured he could trust him with this one as well. The agent declared himself the expert, and with a shared nod, they headed into the meeting room. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a woman with glasses hummed to herself, deep in thought as she reviewed the finalized contract. Her superior, a man in a dark suit, noticed her contemplative state and asked what was troubling her after they had successfully closed the deal. The woman admitted she was still unsure if the salary they offered was the correct amount, which prompted the director to defensively ask if she was doubting his judgment. He sarcastically questioned if she believed he was getting senile with age. Flustered, the woman quickly backpedaled. The director scoffed that she was all talk, remarking that he wished her scouting eyes were as sharp as her mouth. Dropping the flattery, she finally asked why he had decided to invest so heavily in a 16-year-old with no talent or youth academy background. The director, whom she called Marco, simply stated that money is relative. He posed a hypothetical scenario, noting that €4,000 a week for a 16-year-old was an enormous amount of money. He then flipped the perspective, asking how profitable it would be to pay that same amount for a regular starter on the first team, a point she immediately conceded was a fantastic deal. A long, puzzled silence followed as she struggled to connect his 2 points. Growing impatient, the director chided the woman for her slow uptake on his simple explanation. A spark of understanding finally hit her as she blurted out the realization. The director slapped his own forehead in frustration as another man, a fellow coach, asked what made him so certain about the boy's potential. The director, who was a former U-19 coach, began to recount a story from a training trip to Spain that had taken place 15 years ago. He recalled the year was 2008, when Spain had famously won the Euro Cup. Back then, he had taken his youth players on a tour across Spain for a series of practice matches. While he acknowledged the brilliance of the tiki-taka style perfected by teams they faced, he revealed that was not what left the biggest impression on him. He confessed that the player who had truly shocked him was a different kid altogether. It was a pale, small boy from the Real Sociedad Youth Academy. The director vividly remembered how the diminutive player had effortlessly toyed with his own players, who were all a head taller than him. He admitted he almost got kicked out for inquiring about the boy's professional contract status, prompting his colleague to eagerly ask for the player's name. The director revealed that the 17-year-old prodigy was none other than Antoine Griezmann. A flashback to that moment showed the younger coach feeling an absolute certainty that Griezmann's name would soon be known throughout the football world. Back in the present, the bespectacled man connected the dots, asking if the director was now feeling a similar sensation from Jian. The director confirmed it, stating that Jian knows how to win matches, but there was a crucial difference in their talents. His colleague guessed it must be an innate talent that's hard to fail with. The director specified that this unique talent was called sense. He elaborated that while players with great physicality, speed, and skills were valuable, such talents had many variables and could be overcome. A player's physical progress could stall or even decline sharply over time. However, the innate intelligence and sense to understand the game of football was an entirely different and more reliable asset. The director firmly stated that at the uncertain youth level, sense was the only talent a scout could reliably trust. With absolute conviction burning in his eyes, he declared that the one who possessed this rare quality was Jian. A heavy silence fell over the room, the weight of his declaration sinking in. The dark-suited executive noticed his colleague still looked doubtful and joked about whether he should be blindly believed like a god. When asked what he should do, the director conceded he was no god, but he had a very good feeling about this particular decision. He concluded that they would wait 1 year to judge if the contract was excessive and ordered his subordinate to keep his reservations to himself until then. Back outside the meeting room, the agent and club official exchanged polite farewells. Jian's agent laughed. The agent expressed his satisfaction, stating that the team was clearly recognizing Jian's true value. This friendly demeanor was a far cry from the man who had promised to be a cold-blooded negotiator just an hour earlier. The man who had entered the room with such fierce determination had, for all intents and purposes, been a complete yes-man. Jian recalled his agent's only moment of contention was a brief query about a slight difference in the offered salary, which he'd noticed instantly. In hindsight, Jian realized his agent's surprised reaction was completely understandable. The difference between what they expected and what was offered was so vast it caused Jian's eyes to widen in disbelief. His agent pointed to the weekly wage and annual salary figures on the document. As Jian processed the numbers written in the contract, his mind went completely blank. The amount presented to him was so unbelievable that his jaw dropped in utter shock. The contract stated a weekly wage of a whopping €4,000. While Jian had expected a raise, he couldn't fathom receiving a salary that could support 20 other youth players like himself. The agent explained to the gray-haired man that with a youth contract, other teams could legally poach Jian by paying a small compensation fee. He clarified that by offering such a high wage on a professional contract, the team was showing their commitment and ensuring Jian couldn't be easily taken away. Jian understood the strategy, the team was using the large sum to lock him in and prevent other clubs from making a move. Still, he was baffled, considering that even Bruno, a consistent starter, had only received a tenfold increase, whereas he was being offered 20. His agent placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, explaining that it meant the team recognized his immense potential. Jian reflected on how this team had rescued him when he was nearly released and had patiently waited for him to develop. Realizing they saw a potential he hadn't even recognized in himself, Jian looked up and declared he was satisfied with the offer. With that, the negotiation that had been built up with so much drama concluded in an instant. Jian swallowed hard, the reality finally sinking in. He was no longer a youth trainee but a full-fledged professional player. Later, Jian's guardian offered to pay for a celebratory meal, but the agent politely refused, saying he never accepted such things from a client. Jian confidently stepped forward, announcing that he would pay, thinking to himself that the cost of a meal was now nothing to him. In a sudden, comedic cutaway, a man in a hoodie felt a surge of omnipotence, believing himself to be a god. The man in the gray hoodie immediately retracted his divine claim, gulping nervously as if he'd spoken blasphemy. He then silently pleaded for his life, begging to be spared for his momentary hubris. A few hours earlier, Jian, dressed in a gray hoodie, felt a strange and familiar tension building within him. He recognized the feeling of the anxiety was understandable, he mused, as he couldn't recall a single good memory from his school days. In fact, his memories of attending school when he first studied abroad were not just lacking good ones, they were exclusively bad. He remembered how his timid nature, compounded by the language barrier, had made it impossible to get along with his peers. Jian grimly recalled being bullied by a group of mean kids who, ironically, were his own teammates, even stealing his shoes. Shaking off the bitter memory, he acknowledged that his team at the time had never actively supported him. Despite his feelings, Jian trudged forward, knowing he had to attend this year to earn his compulsory education certification. He had transferred to a school near his house, resigned to enduring just one more year to finally graduate. It suddenly occurred to him that he had kept his troubled school past a complete secret from Jiwoo. He figured that, much like his hidden soccer abilities, it was a part of his life he would rather not reveal to anyone. Lost in thought, he looked up and realized he had already arrived at the school gates. A wave of doubt washed over him as he hoped he could just attend peacefully and get through the day without incident. But then, Jian clenched his fist, forcefully reminding himself that he was now a man earning 4,000 euros a week and was no longer the same easy target. Filled with newfound confidence that no one could bully him now, he swung the classroom door open. An abrupt silence fell over the room as Jian stood confidently in the doorway, drawing the immediate attention of two students. A short-haired female student looked up, her expression one of pure confusion. As her small registered, Jian's bravado instantly deflated. The classroom suddenly erupted in a roar of recognition, with students shouting his name and his team, Fiorentina, causing him to flinch in shock. Utterly overwhelmed, Jian had a sudden, jarring realization: he was in Italy. He remembered he was in a country that lived and died for the sport of soccer. Awkwardly, Jian signed a jersey for a young boy who excitedly introduced himself as Massimo. He couldn't believe what was happening, finding himself in the middle of an impromptu autograph session at his new school. As another student eagerly took his turn, Jian saw the pure joy on their faces and mused that there wasn't much else for kids to do on the weekends. He overheard other students buzzing about his recent match against Napoli, his on-field performance apparently making him a local celebrity. Jian realized these were the dedicated fans who watched youth games since first-team matches were too expensive, and he shyly thanked a boy for complimenting his signature, which he'd written in Hangul. The simple autograph requests soon escalated as a female fan pulled him in for a picture, snapping a photo with a bright flash. A green-haired girl then boldly called him cute and asked to be friends, stunning a male student standing nearby. She pressed further, asking for his phone number under the pretense of wanting to learn Korean. Jian found himself in an awkward position, facing a request that was difficult to refuse without causing a scene. He quickly lied, claiming he didn't even own a phone to stay focused on soccer, a response that left the girl completely bewildered. Although he knew she probably meant no harm, Jian was determined to avoid any unnecessary issues. He thought to himself that he barely had enough time to see Jiwoo as it was. As the teacher entered and called for everyone to take their seats, Jian resigned himself to the fact that his school life was going to be difficult in a completely new and unexpected way. The school bell rang, officially starting what was shaping up to be an exhausting day. Drained, Jian listened to his classmates gush over him, privately wondering what was so amazing about a player not even on the first team. He sighed, feeling that his break time had been less of a rest. When a female classmate noticed him leaving, Jian explained that he had to go early for training. His classmates sent him off with cheers and encouragement, wishing him good luck. Walking away, Jian admitted that while the sudden fan event was tiring, being treated so kindly wasn't so bad after all. He was relieved that everyone had been. His worries about being picked on had thankfully been for nothing, as the day passed without a single incident. But then, a sudden thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He frantically fumbled for his phone, realizing with dread that it was also Jiwoo's first day of school. A nervous laugh escaped him as he saw the staggering number of missed messages from her. One of her messages cheekily asked if he was stuck in a corner somewhere, telling him to get in touch when he was done. Jian mentally kicked himself for not checking his phone, knowing he couldn't risk her finding out he'd lied about not having one. He hastily typed a reply, claiming he couldn't use his phone at school and adding a little white lie about how kids from other classes came to see him. A reply came back instantly, and Jian couldn't help but notice her lightning-fast response time. Jiwoo's teasing reply about his supposed popularity left Jian utterly baffled by her reaction. He playfully muttered that he wasn't lying this time, before a glance at the time sent him sprinting off to training. A few days later on the training ground, the coach's voice boomed, calling for everyone's focus. The bearded coach rallied the team, instructing them to perform just as they always did. He then turned to Jian, confirming that this would be his very first derby match. The coach told him not to feel intimidated, reminding him that his role was to decide the team's movement on the field. He urged Jian to play fearlessly and show the opposing team what he was capable of, to which Jian nervously agreed. The team gathered in a tight huddle, their unified shout of "Forza" echoing across the pitch. They broke the huddle with a final, powerful chant of "Viola," in honor of their team's colors. Their opponent for the day was ACF Bologna, a mid-tier team that was by no means an easy win. This match was the Derby dell'Apennino, a clash between traditional rivals, and Jian knew the atmosphere would be incredibly intense. However, since it was his first derby, the historical weight of the rivalry felt distant, something he'd only heard about. Taking a deep, centering breath, Jian narrowed his focus to one simple goal: play well and win. He steeled his resolve, determined to live up to the faith his team had shown in him. But as he stepped onto the field, the deafening roar of the crowd chanting "Forza Viola" was more powerful than he could have imagined. Jian was completely stunned. He had not been prepared for an atmosphere this ferocious. His heart began to pound violently in his chest as an overwhelming wave of nervousness washed over him. The thought of making a mistake in a match of this magnitude began to consume him. He feared that a single error would not just break the team's trust, but brand him as a traitor. Desperately seeking an anchor, he remembered Jiwoo said she would be there and frantically scanned the stands near the entrance stairs. He clung to the hope that she would be the one person in the entire stadium on his side, and a moment later, he spotted her. However, as he looked at her, Jiwoo wasn't smiling or cheering, her expression was one of deep concern. The stadium throbbed with the energy of the Fiorentina vs Bologna match as the crowd roared, demanding victory for their team. Jiwoo, caught in the overwhelming tide of fans, couldn't believe how many people had shown up, thinking she was lucky she hadn't come any later. Her attention was then drawn to a pair of female fans nearby, who were excitedly pointing at the field, having recognized someone from their school. Jiwoo's brow furrowed as she overheard them fawning over Jian, with a blonde-haired woman confirming his identity while others called him cute and idol-like. A woman in a pink cardigan proudly announced she'd taken a photo with him, much to the envy of her friend in blue. Jiwoo strained to understand the rapid Italian chatter, catching only a few words here and there. The women continued their excited screaming, peppering their conversation with words like carino and bello. The constant repetition of the name Jian, however, was what Jiwoo found most annoying. She muttered to herself, wondering what on earth Li Jian had been doing at school, startling a young boy next to her. The other children in the stands paid her no mind, busy shouting for their own favorite players, Bruno and Enzo. Jiwoo reluctantly conceded that being a great soccer player, especially one with Jian's looks, would naturally make him popular here. She thought that as his friend, she should be proud to see the little kid she knew being cheered on in a faraway country. Yet, despite this rational thought, she couldn't comprehend the persistent irritation that bubbled within her. A sudden shriek of "Kyaa! Jian!" from the woman in the pink cardigan pulled her back to the roaring stadium. On the pitch, the action was heating up as Jian's teammates yelled at him to break through the defense. The spectators were on their feet as Jian took control of the ball, urging him to show them his skills. The stadium announcer's voice boomed, heralding Li Jian's. With deft movements, Jian elegantly weaved through the opposing players. He took a steadying breath, his focus absolute. An opposing player blocked his path, smugly declaring that this was the end of the line for him. In a flash, Jian executed a surprise pass, catching the defender completely off guard. A player on the field noted that the pass was directed towards Bruno. The suddenness of the direct heel pass left another player staring in disbelief. A teammate watched the ball's trajectory, realizing the space it was heading toward. The play culminated with the ball returning to number 20, forcing the defense to scramble back in a desperate pullback. Having successfully drawn the defenders to the side, Jian prepared his next move. With a single, swift touch, he launched the ball forward toward the goal. From the sidelines, a coach bellowed for the team to utilize their forward striker, Enzo. A defender shouted a warning to his teammates, telling them to watch out for Enzo's header. The goalkeeper yelled at his defender to jump and intercept the cross. The defense moved with perfect timing, and a player praised the great defensive block. The goalkeeper saw with relief that there was no angle left for a header. The ball deflected sharply off the defender's body. An opposing player cried out in shock, realizing it hadn't been a shot but a deliberate return pass. The ball landed perfectly for its intended owner, number 20, Li Jian, once again. A blonde girl screamed in absolute delight as the ball hit the back of the net, calling Jian's play crazy and amazing. Jian's teammate. But amidst the roar of the crowd and the praise of his team, Jian's eyes searched for Jiwoo. He finally spotted her, relieved that she stood out, and decided that despite his embarrassment, he should perform that celebration. He subtly lifted his hand, making a small, quick gesture. The finger heart sent the girls around Jiwoo into a frenzy, each one convinced the gesture was for them. Jiwoo found their squabbling amusing, even as she fought to contain her own overwhelming giddiness. Another girl delusionally proclaimed that people must think she was Li Jian's girlfriend, earning a sharp rebuke from her friend. A young woman with a ponytail smugly declared that the celebration was obviously for her. Back on the field, Jian saw Jiwoo's perplexing expression and felt a pang of confusion, unable to understand her reaction at all. He shook off his bewilderment, choosing instead to focus on the triumph of scoring an early opening goal. Jian reflected on his initial fears, admitting he had been worried about making a mistake in front of so many spectators. Once the game started, however, the pressure wasn't as burdensome as he figured. His continuous training with coach Luca, who had pushed him to train like a pro from day one, helped him stay composed. His thoughts drifted to the familiar faces he thought he saw in the crowd from school. It warmed. He let out a small. The energy from the cheers revitalized him, and he felt a surge of power as a teammate clapped his hands, ready to ride the wave of their newfound momentum. But then, a Fiorentina player was suddenly sent tumbling to the grass with a loud thud. The referee called a touch-out, awarding the ball to Fiorentina, as Jian tried to get the game moving again. One of his teammates wondered aloud if the tackle was intentional, while another checked on the fallen player. The player tried to brush it off as his imagination as Jian received a pass and started to move. Jian decided to move the ball around, hoping to settle the flow of the game back in their favor. A heavy, crunching impact echoed across the pitch. A whistle pierced the air as another brutal foul was committed. Teammates rushed towards Jian, who was now on the ground, furious at the opponent who had kicked him without the ball. One player grimly realized that dirty plays weren't his imagination as the referee issued a stern verbal warning. The young boy who had been tripped earlier insisted that the opponent had bumped into him on purpose. From the sidelines, the coach with a goatee watched intently, recognizing that Jian's opening goal had truly ignited the derby. He knew the atmosphere had shifted irreversibly, predicting the game was about to get much rougher. The coach silently wondered how Jian would choose to respond to this escalating aggression. The real derby match, in all its brutal intensity, was only just beginning. At the AC Fiorentina U-17 home stadium, with the score 1-0, players from both teams yelled frantic instructions across the pitch. A brutal collision sent a shockwave across the field. A Bologna player in blue cried out as he was sent tumbling to the grass. A Fiorentina player vehemently argued for an elbow foul, but the referee dismissed the claim and waved for the game to continue. The player and his goateed teammate, from the sidelines, Bologna's angry coach with short hair couldn't believe the lenient call, though the calm coach with a beard advised him against complaining. The Bologna team had clearly identified the referee's lenient tendencies and began to exploit them with aggressive plays. The narration noted that adapting to the referee's style was simply another part of the game, leaving Fiorentina with no choice but to adjust. The Bologna coach desperately urged his players to press on for an equalizer, drastically shifting the atmosphere from the start of the match. Bologna pushed their entire formation forward, applying immense pressure from the front. They used their superior physicality to prevent the Fiorentina players from turning forward with the ball. The aggressive strategy began to work as a player in a blue jersey mishit a pass under pressure. Fear of Bologna's press led to an increase in unnecessary back passes, much to the frustration of player number 4. Consequently, the goalkeeper found himself handling the ball more frequently, pleading with his defenders not to retreat so far. A tactical diagram illustrated how Fiorentina was being steadily pushed back by Bologna's relentless pressing game. Amidst the growing panic, the player with dark hair calmly urged his teammates not to be scared. He knew that in a situation like this, the only way forward was to think of a solution. While he briefly considered fighting fire with fire, a Bologna player's taunt reminded him of the physical disadvantage. Jian acknowledged that not only was he physically outmatched, but that style of aggressive play simply wasn't for him. He understood that allowing himself to get discouraged and pushed back would only invite more problems for his team. Wondering what he could possibly do, an idea suddenly sparked in Jian's mind. He realized that the opponent's constant, aggressive pressing could be a weakness in disguise. The narrator's voice explained that Bologna's greatest fear was a quick counterattack, which was exactly why one of their players insisted on pressing tightly. Confident that he could exploit what the opponent feared most, Jian decisively called for the ball. He began to drop deep, explaining his plan to receive the ball in the half-space below the half-line. Bruno hesitated, warning Jian about the defender on his back, but ultimately gave in to Jian's insistent demand. Jian received the firm pass from Bruno, bracing for impact. He could feel Jian knew that receiving the ball while standing, his inner monologue revealed that his decision to move towards the pass was a calculated one. He mused that dodging an emotionally charged defender who rushes in without thinking wasn't a particularly difficult task for him. With a deft touch, Jian effortlessly sidestepped the charging defender, leaving him in the dust. Jian thought about the next phase of his plan, which required precise teamwork between him and Enzo. He knew that the key to success was the organic, instinctual movement of his teammates, including Bruno. Without hesitation, Jian fired a sharp pass towards Bruno. As Jian dashed to occupy Bruno's position, a Bologna player shouted a frantic warning that number 20 was now running free down the left side. Jian sprinted at full tilt along the left touchline. Just as his speed reached its absolute peak, he became the designated target for Bruno's return pass, locking on to the ball's trajectory. Bruno sent a perfect through pass into the open space, forcing a Bologna player to yell at his fullback to stop Jian. A desperate footrace began between Jian and the opposing fullback to seize control of the ball. Jian knew he wasn't the most explosive sprinter, but he judged that the fullback wasn't particularly fast either. He understood this race was about more than just speed, as the Bologna fullback grimaced with effort beside him. After all, it would ultimately come down to a test of strength in a shoulder-to-shoulder battle. The dark-haired Bologna fullback stumbled, losing his balance under Jian's pressure. The red-striped fullback felt Jian pulling away and feared he was about to fail. In the stands, spectators roared, urging the defender not to give up the chase. The dark-haired player in blue braced himself, determined to hold his ground. Jian refused to let himself stumble and fall under the opponent's physical challenge. He sarcastically wondered if the defender hadn't learned his lesson from the earlier rough fouls. Deftly using the defender's own force against him, Jian sent the surprised Bologna player flying, teaching him a lesson about using strength foolishly. As the defender crashed to the ground, the narration declared that softness had once again beaten strength. Now completely in the clear, Jian shouted his thanks to Bruno for the excellent pass. There was now just one final step left to complete the play. Jian looked up and launched the ball towards the goalmouth. He placed the pass perfectly into the optimal space between the charging goalkeeper and the last defender. Arriving in that exact space at the perfect moment was his teammate, Enzo. The flawless teamwork culminated in a spectacular goal, putting Fiorentina up 2-0 against Bologna. This was the beautiful result of a collaboration forged through countless hours of rigorous training. Watching from the stands, a man in a cap murmured Li Jian's name, acknowledging that he was a very interesting player. As the man in the white polo tried to speak, the man in the cap an off-panel voice called out to the mysterious figure, revealing him as Mr. Dusan, none other than Dusan Vlahovic, AC Firenze's number 9 starting striker. Jian's father presented him with a bank statement, sliding it across the table. He explained that since Jian was earning quite a bit, he should manage his own finances, though Jian initially protested. His father insisted, stating it was time for Jian to learn how to handle his own money. Jian silently acknowledged that if he hadn't played so well against Bologna, he wouldn't have felt worthy of his father's trust. But since he had performed exceptionally, as Jian pondered what to do, his father offered to cook, heading toward the kitchen. His father began rummaging through the cupboards, wondering what ingredients they had. Jian suddenly stopped him, proposing that they eat out for a change. His father reacted with surprise, but Jian eagerly confirmed his desire for something delicious. Seeing his father's expression, Jian worried he'd insulted his cooking, particularly the infamous mackerel and mint sandwich. He hastily tried to backtrack, assuring his father that his cooking wasn't bad at all. His father chuckled, ruffling his hair and remarking with a laugh that his son had certainly grown up. Now considering the logistics of eating out, Jian's father thought about who else they could invite. He suggested calling Jiwoo, causing Jian to react at the mention of her name. Later at a restaurant, Jiwoo leaned back, patting her stomach in satisfaction and declaring herself completely full. When his father asked for a verdict, Jian conceded the food was delicious but lamented that they had ordered far too much. Jiwoo retorted that she was the one paying, though she privately admitted the lobster, pizza, and steak had been a bit excessive. Changing the subject, Jiwoo told a surprised Jian that he was apparently quite popular at the match. She described the commotion, recounting how girls in the stands shrieked every time he touched the ball, though Jian remained skeptical. Jiwoo insisted they were calling him cute like an idol, their eyes practically sparkling with hearts, much to Jian's disbelief. A sudden flash of irritation crossed Jian's face at her teasing. Jiwoo poked fun at him, asking if he was secretly thrilled and if that was why he tried to act cool with a hand gesture. A flustered Jian tried to deny her accusation, searching for the right words. He then admitted he wasn't pretending to be cool, he had done the gesture specifically for her. His unexpected confession left Jiwoo blushing and momentarily. Quickly composing herself, she turned away, demanding to know what he was talking about. She then playfully smacked him, telling him to just smile if he's happy instead of making strange faces. Jiwoo continued her light-hearted assault, asking if he was crazy to think she would actually like a gesture like that. Watching them from the side, Jian's father smiled, remarking that Jiwoo was as rough around the edges as ever. Overhearing the comment, Jiwoo's face flushed with embarrassment. She vented her frustration on Jian, calling him annoying as he easily blocked her playful punch. Jian asked incredulously if she was genuinely angry because a few girls had cheered for him. He pressed the point, clarifying that he was talking about the fans who had supported him. With a sharp glare, Jiwoo denied it, forcing Jian to nervously agree with her. Jian's father chimed in that she had no reason. Jian then admitted that he felt good being cheered for by the fans, a vein popping on his forehead. Her temper flaring again, Jiwoo started hitting him, demanding to know why he was so happy about it. She ordered him to stop smiling and focus on soccer, all while Jian begged her to stop hitting him. Looking around, Jiwoo suddenly realized that Jian's father had disappeared. Pulled from their squabble, Jian looked around in confusion. Jiwoo giggled, pointing out that his father was staring into a shop window like a kid at a toy store. Jian's father was completely captivated by a set of golf clubs, making Jian reflect that his dad was still a man with his own passions. Jian, however, immediately rushed over to prevent what he saw as an unnecessary purchase. Later, Jian apologized for only being able to buy a single club instead of the whole set. His father was overjoyed, insisting the single club was perfect even as Jian reminded him they were still in a restaurant. Jiwoo watched them, thinking how mature Jian had become, while his father proudly boasted about his son to a nearby employee. Grinning, Jiwoo then presented Jian with a pile. The array of gifts, dinner, clothes, shoes, and tiramisu, seemed a bit excessive for a simple thank you. Elsewhere in the bustling restaurant, Jian urged his family to eat quickly, explaining that it was a famous spot. He teased them for being shy just as an elderly man approached their table. The man politely asked Jian if he could trouble him for an autograph after he finished his meal. Jian was stunned to be recognized, while his father and Jiwoo exchanged. The elderly man confirmed he knew exactly who Jian was and offered to get the signature right away. He introduced himself as a lifelong Firenze fan, revealing the team's jersey under his jacket as proof of his dedication. A touched and grateful Jian thanked the man, who then unfolded the jersey and asked for his signature. Jian stared, momentarily frozen by the sight of the jersey. The old, worn uniform was covered in the signatures of countless other players. The elderly man explained it was his personal treasure, a jersey he'd owned since the 1980s. He proudly pointed out the names of club legends, Carlo Antognoni, Gabriel Batistuta, and Roberto Baggio. Jian, recognizing the names and seeing his father's awe, understood he was looking at a piece. The fan called the jersey his life's hobby and most treasured possession. He then gestured to a small, empty space on the fabric, asking Jian to sign there. Jian hesitated, feeling that his own signature was unworthy of being placed on such a precious artifact. The man chuckled warmly, assuring Jian that his signature would only add to the jersey's value. With a knowing smile, the fan reminded him that the future is full of possibilities. The man mused aloud that one day, he might be bragging about receiving this very autograph. As Jian carefully added his name to the jersey, the elderly man thanked him for his time. The man's wife also wished them a pleasant evening as they departed, which Jian gratefully returned. Nearby diners admired the courteous exchange, remarking on the romanticism of the fan's dedication. As Jian, also known as Mike, wrote his name alongside the team's legends, he wondered if he too could become part of Firenze's romance. A hopeful thought bloomed in his mind, that perhaps one day, he would. In a meeting room, Jian asked the U-17 Firenze coaches for their thoughts on the matter. One coach advised caution, pointing out that the next match was against a team Jian had a difficult history with. The other coach agreed, emphasizing that they needed to consider the situation very carefully. The final decision remained undecided, whether or not to put Li Jian in the starting lineup for the upcoming weekend match. In a painful memory, a man with a plate of food mockingly pointed out Jian's stutter. His old teammates grabbed him, cruelly questioning if he could even understand their language. The memory of them screaming at him to go back to his country was shattered by the ding of a new message. After school, Jian was on the phone with Jiwoo. Jiwoo's voice came through the phone, reminding him that he was playing against the very team he'd left on bad terms. She urged him not to cry, to do his best, and excitedly mentioned she was wearing the clothes and shoes he had bought for her. Jian scoffed at the idea of crying, furiously typing out an aggressive promise to kill them all and come back. A moment of regret washed over him as he realized the message was too intense, but it was too late, he had already sent it. Jiwoo received the message, reading his fiery declaration back to him. A wave of embarrassment silenced Jian as he stood mortified by his own words. Back in the present, the team coach tapped Jian's shoulder, snapping him out of his reverie to ask if he was nervous. Jian met his coach's gaze, earnestly declaring his profound desire to perform well in the day's match. An unusual and focused determination was etched on the faces of all his teammates. The tension was understandable, as the U-18 league match pitted second-place Firenze against the top-ranked Juventus. With first place on the line, Jian understood that this game's importance went far beyond his own. The rivalry between Firenze and Juventus was, in fact, a deeply rooted local derby. Even the coach was fired up, demanding they not lose to the Ladri, a derogatory name for Juventus born from past betrayals. As the teams met on the field, a familiar voice from the opposition called out Jian's name in disbelief. An old teammate stepped forward, sneering as he labeled Jian the coward who ran away crying. The player, Jerome, made it clear he hadn't forgotten Jian, savoring the moment of confrontation. Jerome continued his taunts, expressing fake surprise at seeing Jian on a field again, claiming he thought he had quit soccer. He mockingly wondered what kind of cowardly team would take Jian, concluding that only the weak Firenze would stoop so low. Jian forced a calm expression for his new team's sake, telling them not to worry while his mind seethed with anger. Another of Jerome's cronies stepped forward, threatening to make Jian pay for old time's sake. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a soccer ball striking flesh silenced the taunts. Jerome staggered back, furiously demanding to know who dared to hit him. The captain of Firenze casually stepped forward, offering a fake apology while introducing himself and claiming he was just passing to Jian. With a smirk, the captain then insulted Jerome, remarking that his reflexes weren't as good as he expected. He then proclaimed that Jian would have trapped the ball flawlessly, turning to his teammate for confirmation and further enraging their rivals. With a final, dismissive "sorry," the captain grabbed a stunned Jian and walked away, declaring it was game time. Jerome spat on the ground in pure frustration. His Mohawk teammate vowed that once the game started, he would break their legs. As they walked away, Jian quietly thanked his captain, who simply waved it off. The captain explained his actions, stating that anyone who messed with Jian was messing with the entire team. Another teammate, Bruno, energetically agreed, wrapping an arm around a friend and shouting that they were all one team. The captain then gave Jian a mission in return for their support. He was to show their old rivals exactly how scary he could be as an opponent on the field. Tapping Jian's chest for emphasis, the captain told him to prove the true strength of the Firenze team he now represented. In the huddle, the coach announced a strategic shift, changing their formation from a 4-2-3-1 to a 4-4-2. He gave specific instructions for the wingers to track back and for Jian and Enzo to contribute heavily to the defense in the first half. The captain immediately understood the plan: defend first against the stronger opponent and capitalize on counterattacks. He agreed it was the best approach, especially when the referee's whistle pierced the air, and with a solid kick, the high-stakes match began. A Firenze player controlled the opening kick, surprised to find their team in possession so early. Immediately, a lone player began a determined sprint up the field. The commentator cried out in disbelief, questioning if Jian was attempting a solo breakthrough right from the kickoff. From the sidelines, the coaches watched their plan unfold, a defensive setup with pre-planned, aggressive plays designed for one purpose, to score. The other commentator excitedly described the play as a sudden strike meant to catch Jian completely. One coach worried if Jian could handle it alone, but the other replied firmly that Jian was not alone. Indeed, while Jian carried the ball, the entire Firenze team moved around him in perfect, synchronized harmony. A Jian player was stunned by this new aggression, wondering when Jian had changed so drastically. He screamed for his teammates to mark number 20, confirming Jian was their immediate target. Jian, however, remained calm, knowing that a defender charging in so blindly was easy to beat. With a quick fake of his eyes and shoulders, he sent the defender stumbling, completely fooled by the misdirection. As he broke into open space, Jian's vision scanned the field, instantly registering the positions of his teammates. He processed Enzo's forward push and Bruno's run down the side, both movements perfectly in sync with his own. Their synchronized runs made his fake of a right-footed pass appear to be the most obvious and logical play, baiting the defenders. With a soft, almost apologetic touch of the ball, Jian pulled off a second fake, leaving another defender frozen in shock. The Firenze coaches erupted, watching as Jian created a massive crack in the midfield with just two elegant moves. Jian took a steadying breath, his mind already racing as he looked for the next part of the play. He saw Enzo drifting to the edge of the penalty box, pulling a defender wide. At the same time, Bruno penetrated the center, causing confusion and drawing the attention of another marker. To his right, Raphael made a brilliant run into the empty space that had just opened up. With three clear passing options available, the final defensive line was faced with an impossible choice. The Jian goalkeeper's mind raced as he desperately tried to guess where the pass was going. But inside his head, Jian smirked, knowing he had a fourth option they hadn't considered. The goalie's eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth: Jian was going to shoot. A dead silence fell over the pitch as the ball soared through the air, a purple blur against the green grass. The shot rocketed just past the post, prompting a relieved gasp from the goalie and a "nice shot" from a supportive teammate. The goalkeeper was rattled, wondering if this player with such insane shooting power was really the same Jian he used to know. From across the box, Jerome sneered at his own keeper, tauntingly asking if one shot was. Jian overheard the comment and thought to himself that he certainly hoped not. After all, their ace hadn't even started warming up yet, and the real game between Jian and Firenze was only just beginning. A loud kick from Jian's powerful shot echoed across the stadium. Though no goal was scored, the initial pressure had an immediate effect, as Jian commanded his teammates to bring the defensive line up. In response, the opponents cautiously began their build-up from the goalkeeper with a firm pass. A Jian player instructed his team to wait, warning them not to press too hard as Firenze shifted into a defensive counterattack strategy. As Firenze maintained their balance, Jian circulated the ball, probing for any gap to exploit. Jian analyzed the play, mentally putting himself in their shoes and deducing from their 4-3-3 formation how they would attack. He quickly concluded that their only real option was to try and break through from the sides. With a sharp cry, Jian instructed his teammates to close the gaps between them. The Jian player cursed under his breath, realizing his team's intentions had been completely read. As expected, Jian had anticipated the left wing-back's forward run, shifting left to preemptively block their numerical advantage. He orchestrated his teammates in a coordinated movement that entirely thwarted the opposition's advance, forcing them to reset their attack. On the sidelines, the coach watched with a satisfied twitch of his lips, pleased with his decision to entrust Jian with command of the defense. The bearded coach laughed heartily to himself, wondering what he was even supposed to do when a player executed his plans so flawlessly. Despite the 0-0 scoreline, the match continued with a palpable, tight intensity. Firenze effectively occupied the space on the field, frustrating the Jioventa player who lamented that there was no room to break. When an opponent pushed forward recklessly, a Firenze defender met him head-on, aggressively challenging his advance. With a deft tackle, the defender stole the ball and immediately shouted for his team to launch a counterattack. The team was following Director Tony's instructions to the letter, a plan designed. The clock ticked just past 20 minutes into the first half. The bearded coach observed to his assistant that with the match this tight, both teams were likely starting to lose focus. As if to prove his point, Jioventa circulated the ball carelessly high up the pitch, a move the Firenze coach noted with contempt. The coach muttered that the opposition didn't even seem to realize how dangerous their current play was. On the pitch, Jian sensed the shift and decided it was about time to change the tempo. An opponent for Jioventa grew visibly frustrated with the lockdown just as Jian surged forward, catching him by surprise. The elderly Jioventa coach yelled in disbelief at the audacious move, while Jian saw his golden opportunity unfolding. An opposing player shouted that an individual press was futile, only to watch in horror as the entire Firenze team moved up in support. The Jioventa players were stunned as the once compact Firenze formation surged forward as a single unit, all centered around Jian. The red-striped opponent sputtered in disbelief, unable to. Jian, feeling an incredible sense of reassurance from his team's unified movement, yelled for them to raise the line even higher. His eyes locked onto the ball. He knew if he could just cut off this one sideways pass, the game would change. The pass slipped just out of his reach, drawing a frustrated curse from one Jioventa player and a relieved sigh from another. But Jian wasn't finished, immediately changing direction to continue his relentless pursuit. Under immense pressure, the Jioventa player had no choice but to desperately pass the ball back toward his own goal. Having focused solely on attacking, Jioventa's defensive positioning was a mess, leaving them completely exposed. The opposing player couldn't believe it, shouting to his teammate as he realized Jian was still following him. The calls for a back pass grew more frantic as the defender wondered just how far Jian intended to chase him down. The ball was finally passed to the last line of defense, but Jian knew a player like Jerome would never resort to a simple clearance. After all, Jioventa was composed of top-tier players aiming for the first league, their pride far too great for such a play. Jian predicted that instead of clearing, Jerome would try to depressure, a thought echoed by the defender still questioning Jian's stamina. The two rivals launched themselves into the air, their bodies colliding as they challenged for the high ball. It was a head-to-head confrontation, a battle between Jerome and Li Jian. A teammate yelled from the side, urging Jerome to pass the ball towards the wingback. But Jerome was locked in his own world. He defied his teammate's call, choosing instead to attempt a forward pass through the pressure. As Jian had expected, Jerome's choice was to try and depressure with a risky forward pass. Although Jerome's exquisite pass broke through the initial press, Jian wasn't worried in the slightest. He knew his teammate Bruno would be positioned perfectly to intercept it. Bruno cleanly stole the ball, prompting a triumphant shout from a teammate as the intended receiver groaned in frustration. The call immediately came to push the attack forward. A sudden, violent thud echoed as an off-screen challenge took place. Jerome angrily snarled at Bruno, questioning his audacity for turning his back to receive a pass. He screamed at the downed player, calling him a bastard who needed to stop messing around. Bruno, however, felt surprisingly okay, wondering if Jerome had even truly pushed him. A thought crossed his mind: was the feared Jerome really only this strong? He started to declare that he had broken through, but his sentence was cut brutally short. Jerome delivered a vicious kick to Bruno's side, sending the player flying across the grass. The enraged Firenze coach leaped to his feet screaming for a foul, while his worried assistant begged him to calm down before he got a warning. But Bruno, staggering to his feet, yelled that he was used to this kind of tackle from Jerome. The referee kept his whistle down, announcing that since no foul was called, there was no reason. Jerome's eyes widened as he looked down, realizing with a jolt that the ball was gone. The ball was still there, now at the feet of Jian, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Jian roared that he hadn't lost possession. The ball was free for the taking. With a final burst of energy, Jian knew he just needed to take one more step. He and Jerome collided in a fierce, desperate battle for the ball. The team captain watched the chaos, his eyes wide with anticipation. In the heat of the moment, Jian's mind raced, anxiously awaiting the referee's decision. The goal was confirmed, a teammate erupted in a joyous scream, calling Li Jian's play insane. At 25 minutes into the first half, Li Jian's goal put Firenze ahead 1-0, a result that seemed to surprise even Jian himself. Jerome, sporting a mohawk, glared across the pitch and sneered at Jian, remarking that the little son of a bitch had grown a lot. Jian calmly met his gaze and agreed that he must have. He then looked down, a dismissive sigh escaping his lips as he added that, after all, Jerome used to be just this small. Desperate shouts to move up and block echoed across the pitch as the players scrambled. With Jian's opening goal, the entire atmosphere of the match had fundamentally shifted. For the Jioventa players, who had led the game for over 20 minutes only to concede, a volatile reaction was only natural. The on-field heat flared up until the referee's sharp whistle cut through the rising aggression. The referee sternly warned both captains that the next impulsive play would result in a yellow card. A young player in a blue shirt took a deep breath, urging his teammates to refocus amid the growing chaos. From the sidelines, the Firenze coaches noted how emotional and rattled the opposing team had become. Jian could feel the piercing gaze of Jioventa's number 5. As the game resumed, a teammate's warning came just moments before an opponent lunged aggressively toward Jian. It became clear that after his goal, Jian had become the primary target of the opposition's frustration. Though he was honestly scared, Jian refused to show it, quickly passing the ball just before a tackle would have connected. Swallowing his fear, Jian decided it was the perfect time to put on a show of bravado. He resolved to impress Jiwoo, a thought that fueled his determination. Calling for the ball from Bruno, Jian was determined to prove he wasn't scared at all. He moved more actively than ever to maintain possession, startling an opponent with his sudden burst of energy. Whenever it seemed Jian was about to be isolated by the opponent's defenders, his teammates would rush in, forming a physical wall and yelling at him to break through. An overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over Jian, realizing he finally had allies he could truly rely on. His teammate, player number 14, knew that if the opponents double-teamed him, it would leave the other side of the pitch wide open. Player 20 observed that the right flank was currently facing exactly such a situation. Capitalizing on the opening, player 14 launched a transitional pass into the space and dashed forward. Despite the heavy fatigue of the first half, he found himself running with an unfamiliar sense of joy. He later admitted that he had never found a game as enjoyable as this one. As the second half began, he excitedly declared that since Firenze's future was playing right before them, the director should act quickly to secure him. The man kept insisting that Jian was single-handedly overpowering Jioventa, prompting his companion to sigh at his typically quick-tempered Italian nature. The bearded man had to admit, however, that he understood the source of the excitement. After scoring, Jian seemed to have broken through a mental barrier, enjoying soccer with the pure joy of a boy his age. He was no longer a promising young star burdened by pressure, but a player simply lost in the love of the game. In another section of the stands, two men noted Jian's handsome features, predicting he would cause a stir with fans once he made the first team. One of the men was ordered to get information on number 20, leading to a moment of confusion. Just as the first man began to snap, he was interrupted by the imposing figure of Jioventa's new director, Rotary Matthias. The scout, flustered, tried to explain that the director, being new to Italy, might not know the history. He then revealed the shocking truth: the player they were admiring used to be on their own team. Jian was the very player whose contract they had terminated earlier that year, after which he had moved to Firenze. Rotary Matthias demanded to know why on earth they would do such a thing, and was told Jian simply couldn't adapt. The new director pressed for a more detailed explanation, but the scout could only grimace, already feeling a headache coming on. Rotary Matthias reflected that while he knew Gioventu was a wreck, he never imagined the situation was this dire. He seethed at the thought that a team representing Serie A had almost no players from its own youth system in the first team. The club had spent foolishly on exorbitant transfers, only to hand over the league championship to their bitter rivals, FC Milano del Mondo. He muttered to himself, realizing they were so desperate that they had come to a German like him for help after a poor start to the season. The director's mind reeled at how the club's management could have been so completely oblivious. He simply could not fathom how they had let a talent. Rotary Matthias finally exploded, shouting that they should have done anything necessary to help the boy adapt. He was consumed by the infuriating realization that his current team couldn't do anything against them. From what he was witnessing, Jian was already performing far beyond the U-17 level. The director furiously wondered aloud if the youth coaches of Serie A were. He clicked his tongue in frustration, lamenting that if he had only arrived a year earlier, the team's future might have been completely different. He then loudly declared that the entire team needed a major overhaul, startling a young assistant. His first order of business, he decided, was to replace every single coach who was employed during Jian's time at the club. 20 minutes into the second half, Jian's legs began to tremble. Having never played a full match, his fitness was reaching its limit. From the bench, the coach had repeatedly asked if he was okay and needed to be substituted. But Jian, breathing heavily, insisted he was fine and wanted to keep running until the very end. He was determined to leave the pitch with no regrets, pushing his exhausted body to run even more. Seeing the frustrated expressions of the opposing players gave him a strange surge of strength. But as he finally drew close to his absolute physical limit near the end of the match, Jian honestly admitted to himself that he was holding on by thinking about Jiwoo. He inwardly cringed at the over-the-top message he had sent her, hoping she wasn't someone who checked her phone constantly. Regardless, since he'd made a bold claim, he resolved to run with all his might to become someone she could be proud of. Eventually, the final whistle echoed across the stadium, cementing the final score at 1-0. The reality of the victory finally crashed down on Jian. They had won against the legendary team from Torino. He then corrected himself, his eyes widening in disbelief at the true scale of their achievement. In the stands, two men in purple tracksuits commemorated the historic victory with a smiling selfie. It wasn't just a team from Torino. Jian's heart swelled as he realized Firenze had officially defeated Gioventu. Elsewhere, a phone on a desk began to vibrate insistently. The bearded coach let out a satisfied sigh as he looked down at his screen. With one final, decisive tap, his message was sent. The man with the mustache was certain the recipient of his message would be thanking him for this news. The message was addressed to Director Vincenzo, the head coach of AC Firenze's first team, informing him of the miracle that had just unfolded. In her room, Jiwoo flopped onto her bed, loudly declaring her boredom to the empty space. She fumed silently, wondering how Jian could possibly lack the energy to send even a single message. Her frustration mounted as she recalled his clear promise to contact her after the game. Even if he was exhausted, she reasoned, he should have messaged her the moment he woke up. She worried that his training was over and that he was now being negligent towards his one and only friend. A startling thought suddenly shot through her mind, causing her to bolt upright in bed. She began to panic, questioning if she was no longer his only friend and why images of other girls were suddenly appearing in her thoughts. A tense silence filled the room as her own frustration became so overwhelming that she pictured Jian himself getting annoyed, wondering just who. Mumbling to herself, she questioned what on earth Jian could be doing at that moment. Just then, her phone buzzed, and she jumped up, seeing Jian's name flash across the screen. For a moment, a confused expression washed over her face. She stared at their message history, rereading the clumsy text where he asked if she had anything planned for the following evening. The next day arrived, bringing with it the time for their arranged meeting. Jian gazed in awe at the sea of people flooding into Artemo Franchi, the home stadium of Firenze's first team. Jiwoo gave him a pointed look, asking why he hadn't just come with his new Firenze friends from school. Jian awkwardly explained that he wasn't really close with them and, besides, he hadn't wanted to go to the match alone. Pressing him for a better answer, Jiwoo leaned in, warning him to choose his next words carefully. Jian shyly confessed that, in the end, she was the only person he could imagine going with. After a brief, surprised pause, Jiwoo playfully relented, saying she supposed she had no choice then. She declared that Nuna would hang out with poor little Jian for the day, messing up his hair as he protested. Smoothing her clothes, Jiwoo asked if he didn't have training, while Jian internally fretted over his now messy hair. He explained that the coach had given him special homework to do instead of attending practice. Jiwoo pressed him on what the homework was, but Jian just smiled mysteriously, holding back the details. The story shifted back to the previous day at the AC Firenze training grounds. The coach had told Jian not to come to training the next day, but when a confused Jian asked for clarification, the coach confirmed he was talking about the main team's match. Jian noted that it was a scheduled training day, but the coach insisted he take a day off to recover from his first intense, full-time game. The coach added that since it was a Coppa Italiana match, he might even see some familiar faces on the pitch. Jian began to argue that he wasn't too tired to train, but the coach swiftly cut him off, asking if he was rebelling against his orders. Seeing Jian's panicked denial, the coach erupted in laughter, patting his shoulder and telling him it was just a joke. He clarified that he wasn't simply telling Jian to rest, he was assigning him homework. The assignment was to watch the game and carefully consider his own impressions of it. The coach urged him to think freely about the team's style of football and what aspects could be improved. A sly grin spread across the coach's face as he also suggested Jian think about what role he might play on that field someday. He then held out the tickets, which Jian took with a polite thank you. Jian's eyes then widened in surprise as he realized he was holding 2 tickets. The coach chuckled, suggesting that, if possible, he should take his girlfriend with him. The bearded coach then revealed that Luca had told him about Jian buying a gift for a girl with his weekly pay. A flustered Jian trembled with embarrassment, cursing the traitorous coach Luca under his breath as the bearded man laughed heartily. Jian insisted she wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend, but the coach waved it off with a disbelieving smile. With a knowing grin, the coach simply wished him a great time at the match. Back in the present, Jian was lost in that very memory when Jiwoo's voice snapped him back to reality. She demanded to know why he was spacing out, gesturing to the massive line and warning they'd have to wait at least Jiwoo fretted that with the game starting at 5, they might miss the beginning. Unconcerned, Jian simply told her he thought it was something serious before decisively taking her by the hand. Jiwoo gasped in surprise at his sudden and confident gesture. He pulled her along, explaining that he had purposely suggested they meet late. He dramatically paused before revealing the reason for his lack of concern. Jian triumphantly flashed his youth pass, declaring they didn't have to wait in line as they bypassed the entire queue. As they walked through the special entrance, Jiwoo asked how they were allowed in, and Jian smugly replied that he'd be playing here soon enough anyway. He continued with a pretentious flair, asking if she'd ever seen a professional player wait in line to enter their own stadium. Jiwoo shot him an annoyed look but admitted there was nothing she could say to that. She confessed she'd been practicing for a cool moment like this since yesterday, but Jian was already rushing her toward the stadium proper. The moment they entered the stands, they were hit by a deafening roar of chants for the Magica Viola. Jiwoo was left speechless, completely in awe of the incredible spectacle unfolding before her. A wave of purple washed over the roaring crowd, and with each surge of color, thunderous cheers echoed through the stadium. Jiwoo turned to him, her voice filled with wonder, and asked if he was truly going to play in a place like this. Her expression then shifted to one of concern as she wondered aloud if he would be okay. She gently teased him, asking if he would be able to play in front of so many people without crying, which he immediately denied. Inwardly, however, Jian knew that Jiwoo was absolutely right. His mind struggled to comprehend how any player could perform under the intense gaze of such a massive audience. He tried to brush off the pressure, stammering that playing here was years away and not something he needed to feel burdened by now. Forcing a smile, Jian resolved to approach the day with a light heart and simply focus on the homework his coach had assigned. Just as he declared he was only there to observe the team, the shrill sound of the kickoff whistle pierced the air. 43 minutes into the first half, a deep, menacing wave of booing rolled through the stands. The sheer hostility of the sound sent a chill down Jian's spine, and he cursed under his breath. Jiwoo leaned in close, her voice trembling slightly as she asked if this intense atmosphere was really okay. Amidst the deafening noise, a sharp voice suddenly cut through, asking if he was listening. The voice called out his name, "Hey! Lee!" Jian, causing him to freeze in shock. 43 minutes into the first half, the crowd's frustration boiled over into a roar of angry shouts, questioning the team's endless, fruitless crosses. One spectator yelled in disgust, wondering what was wrong with their lame finishing. Jiwoo commented on how angry the crowd seemed, inwardly admitting that their intensity was a bit frightening. Jian explained that while it should have been an easy win, the failure to score before halftime was fueling the crowd's anger. Jiwoo confirmed their opponent was a second-division team, a fact Jian affirmed was correct. She then playfully turned to Jian, asking what their resident football genius thought the problem was. Jian analyzed that beyond finishing ability or crossing accuracy, the team's attack patterns were fundamentally too monotonous. He noted it was so obvious that even spectators could predict the side breakthroughs would almost always end in a cross. This predictability made the defender's job far too easy. As another attempted cross, Jian noticed the tense atmosphere on the bench, where a bearded man looked so intimidating it seemed like fire was rising from his head. Jian silently hoped his own debut would be as far in the future as possible, just as Jiwoo tried to get his attention, asking why he had gone silent. Jiwoo demanded to know if he was ignoring her, causing Jian to snap out of his thoughts with a start. He summarized his analysis, stating that what the team desperately needed right now was a dose of creative play. The second half began, and 15 minutes in, the ball was in motion. A player named Gino suddenly took control of the ball, creating an opportunity. He delivered a simple but sharp cross, timed perfectly with the forward's invasion of the box. An off-screen commentator's thoughts echoed the certainty of the moment, anticipating a guaranteed goal. With a powerful header from Lorenzo, the ball found the back of the net, putting Firenze ahead 1-0 in the 17th minute. Jiwoo exploded with excitement, shouting to Jian that the ball went in. Jian, however, processed the moment with a critical eye, realizing they had scored by stubbornly sticking to the very crossing strategy he had just condemned. The stadium erupted in a unified chant for Lorenzo, a sound so powerful it gave Jian goosebumps and made him realize the crowd that had been jeering moments ago was now celebrating the goalscorer. As Lorenzo's name echoed through the stands, Jian felt his own heart throb, imagining what it would feel like if it were his name they were chanting. He turned to Jiwoo, his skin prickling with goosebumps, and asked what she thought it would be like if the crowd ever cheered his name like that. Jiwoo's face lit up as she replied that she would feel incredibly good. She continued, saying that since she was the one who raised him, she would feel an immense sense of pride. She then playfully teased him, questioning if the crowd should be chanting her name instead of his, which left Jian speechless. Jiwoo mock-angrily asked what was with his expression, forcing Jian to quickly backtrack while privately admitting she wasn't entirely wrong. Jian let himself drift back into the pleasant fantasy, imagining how proud he would be if everyone chanted his name right in front of Jiwoo. The thought was so vivid that goosebumps rose on his arm, which he immediately noticed. Jiwoo, however, misinterpreted his gaze and yelled at him, calling him a pervert until he frantically explained he was just looking at the goosebumps on her arm. He tried to defend himself, questioning why she would accuse him of secretly watching her. Their argument was suddenly cut short by a shrill whistle, as Gino was taken down by a hard foul that Jian instantly recognized as a red card offense. Jiwoo asked if he knew the fouled player, and Jian explained that Gino was a year older than him and they had trained together until recently. Upon learning Gino was only 17, Jiwoo expressed her amazement at his skill, which Jian confirmed while Jino assured his teammates he was fine. Jian reflected on Jino's incredible achievement, having been promoted to the first team in just 1 month. He recalled that while the team's roster was thin, Jino's call-up was a testament to his pro-level talent, a challenge he had eagerly accepted. Jiwoo then slyly asked if that meant Jino was a soccer genius, a question that caught Jian off guard. With a giggle, she pressed further, pointing out that Jino, being only a year older, was already playing on the main stage, implying he was an even greater genius than Jian. A spark of defiance lit in Jian's eyes as he coolly replied that a lot could. Surprised by his sudden confidence, Jiwoo challenged him, asking if he was promising to be on that field in a year, to which Jian gave an absolute yes. Jiwoo marveled at how talking about soccer changed him, and she dared him to make good on. Inwardly, however, Jian knew he was talking nonsense, thinking the idea of joining the first team in just a year was absurd. Yet, a new thought began to take root: he already had a pro contract, and Jino was proving it was possible. He considered the level of play as another goal was scored, a wild thought crossed his mind: maybe, just maybe, he could actually do it. After the game, the two figures walked down the street as evening set. Jiwoo remarked on how she confessed she had been scared they would lose due to the poor performance, but was relieved they won, especially with the last-minute goal. Arriving at her home, she thanked him for walking her, and they exchanged playful threats before he turned to leave. A quiet moment passed as he walked away. Jiwoo watched his retreating figure, surprised by how dependable his back suddenly looked. She called out his name, Li Jian, making him stop in his tracks. With a bright smile, she yelled that she really enjoyed their day together before bidding him farewell. Another moment of silence hung in the air. Jian quietly admitted to himself that he had a good time too. He wished her a good night's sleep before the scene shifted to the next day, where he was being questioned by his coach. When Jian offered a generic reply about having a good time, the older man with a mustache cut him off, stating that he saw quite a few problems with the match. Jian stammered as the coach elaborated on the frustrating performance and the resulting poor public opinion. The coach urged him to stop being polite and honestly share what he truly felt while watching the game. Jian had originally planned to just say it was a good game, worried he might seem arrogant otherwise. The coach then told him to speak as candidly as he would to his girlfriend at the stadium, an assertion Jian quickly corrected. With the coach's direct permission, Jian decided to voice his true thoughts. He confessed that since these tactical issues kept repeating, he had no choice but to say how he really felt. He finished his critique, admitting that certain parts of the team's play were disappointing. Jian quickly tried to soften his criticism by acknowledging the difference between watching and playing, but the coach was already summarizing his points. The coach confirmed Jian's main takeaway: the attacking line needed more creativity, leaving Jian to worry if he had said something unnecessary. To Jian's surprise, the coach revealed that he had seen things correctly and that the head coach, Vincenzo, was having the exact same concern, even losing hair over the stress. The bearded coach sighed, explaining that while they knew what was needed, tactics are limited by the players on the field. He lamented that there was no creative player on the first team capable of providing that surprise element to diversify their attack patterns. The coach then looked directly at Jian, stating that Jian must have felt that absence as well, a point Jian hesitantly agreed with. Then, the bearded man posed a stunning question, asking Jian if he wanted to go and try it. Jian could only stammer in shock as the coach told him not to be so surprised. The coach declared that Jian himself was the player who could inject that desperately needed creativity, leaving Jian to wonder if this insane, dreamlike opportunity was actually real. Jian's mind raced, realizing with a burdensome weight that his coach was completely serious. Sensing his pressure, the coach quickly clarified that he wasn't offering an immediate spot, just a chance to try. A wave of relief washed over Jian as he swallowed hard, processing the less daunting proposition. Jian recalled a past conversation, admitting to an older man that while he lacked confidence, a part of him wanted to give it a try. The older man had stopped him, assuring him that was more than enough. He had acknowledged how overwhelming the mere thought of playing before tens of thousands of people could be. The older man then passionately reminded Jian that his youth was a powerful asset. He explained that fans don't criticize a young player's best effort, they cheer for it. His mentor's advice from that day echoed in his mind: if a chance ever came, he shouldn't hesitate to take it. The words, "don't hesitate," hung in the air of Jian's memory. Young Jian had finally agreed, promising to remember as the older man sent him off to rest. With a final goodbye, their fateful conversation had come to an end. Back in the present, the older man, now revealed as Jian's coach Tony, turned away with an agitated look as he clutched his phone. He made a call, his voice low and determined as he identified himself on the line. On the other end, on the day of the Firenze vs Medina match, Jian couldn't help but feel a little sheepish about his previous conversation with the coach. He privately admitted that his initial desire to play for the first team was mostly to impress Jiwoo. The fantasy of thousands chanting his name felt foolishly unrealistic, and he worried the coach had mistaken his infatuation for pure passion. Yet, Jian had to admit that Jiwoo's inspiration had led him to find true joy in training, which he relayed to Coach Vincenzo before the match. After promising to do his best, Jian silently acknowledged that even if Jiwoo was the trigger, his hard work was now very real. As he called for the team to gather, a single question lingered in his mind: why had the coach brought up the first team so suddenly? That weekend evening, two coaches met at the Viola Park, the Firenze A team's hallowed training ground. Tony found Coach Vincenzo working him. He lightheartedly jabbed at Vincenzo's thinning hair before being gruffly told to sit down. The two old colleagues exchanged familiar barbs about Vincenzo's immunity to the constant criticism he faced. Vincenzo grimly acknowledged the fans' dwindling patience and their calls for his removal, admitting he felt the same frustration. He then shifted topics, asking Tony if the front office. Tony shared the latest rumor, that only a third of the star player Doosan's transfer fee would be reinvested back into the team. Vincenzo let out a hollow laugh, a sentiment Tony clearly shared about the front office's empty promises. Tony then brought up the youth team's recent victory against Medina, changing the somber mood. Vincenzo simply nodded, conceding that the youth squad, at least, wasn't doing too poorly. Tony playfully accused him of bragging, sarcastically lamenting the first team's comparatively dire situation. A third coach with a goatee tried to be optimistic about the first team's performance, but Vincenzo bluntly dismissed their latest win as sheer luck. The coach with the goatee sympathized with the fans' anxiety, acknowledging that winning by luck had its limits. Vincenzo vented his frustration, citing a lack of creativity and the looming departure of Doosan, who was refusing to sign a new contract. A younger coach agreed, noting that since Doosan had been carrying the team, it was only natural for him to seek better offers. With a heavy sigh, Vincenzo predicted Doosan would be gone by winter or the following summer at the latest. He bleakly concluded that if they couldn't strengthen the team and simultaneously lost their best striker, it might be better to write off the entire season. When asked about replacements, Vincenzo confirmed he had a few forwards on a list. He spoke cynically of the chairman's promised investments, making it clear he had little faith they would materialize. Tony then interjected with a bold question, asking if Vincenzo had. The suggestion was met with ridicule, as the other coaches jokingly asked if Tony planned to return as an active player. Tony launched into his passionate pitch, describing a player who was a true conductor on the field. He hailed Jian as a fantasy star, a player of immense creativity, as a highlight of Jian's assist flashed through their minds. Tony further praised Jian's talent, emphasizing his ability to create and finish scoring chances all on his own, as proven by his recent goal. Tony concluded his pitch with unwavering conviction, declaring that he believed the future of Firenze would revolve around this young prodigy. Vincenzo listened intently, stroking his chin as he considered the gravity of Tony's confident endorsement. Another coach raised a practical objection, pointing out that the prospect was only 16 years old. Tony readily admitted Jian needed experience but insisted it wouldn't take long, claiming the boy was already performing at an exceptional level. He laid out a strategic vision: develop Jian this season, make a conservative midfield signing, and unleash him as a key player next year. Tony argued this would allow them to save money for a full team reorganization in the summer, setting them up for a proper title challenge. The bald man, Coach Vincenzo, looked directly at his old friend and began his rebuttal. Vincenzo started by acknowledging their long history and his deep respect for Tony's judgment. He then voiced his stark reality: trusting an entire half-season to the potential of a 16-year-old was a monumental risk. Just as Vincenzo was admitting he was still giving it serious thought, Tony cut him off, asking if he'd even bothered to watch the video he sent. A tense, accusatory silence filled the space between the two coaches. Vincenzo shamefully confessed he'd been too busy to watch it, earning a furious glare from his friend. Tony was incensed, reminding Vincenzo that he had specifically contacted him to watch the footage and was ignored. Cornered and out of excuses, Vincenzo finally relented, agreeing to watch the video. Tony offered to send the day's match footage as well, but Vincenzo stopped him with a decisive no. Having made up his mind, Vincenzo declared that if they were going to do this, they were going to do it properly by watching the boy play in person. The results of Jian's next game spoke for themselves, a staggering 7-1 victory where he secured 2 goals and an assist before being substituted. The following Monday, during recovery exercises, Jian was greeted by his coach. Tony met him outside the training ground and instructed him to come with him for the day's training. A confused Jian asked about his scheduled session, only for his coach to cryptically state that today's training would be held there. Jian repeated the word, having no idea at the time what his coach had arranged. In that surreal moment, Jian finally understood the impossible truth: he was about to train with the first-team players. A bold warning flashed, urging viewers to support the creators directly on their official site. The coach's voice echoed across Viola Park, the Firenze first team's training ground, commanding the players to loosen up. With the entire first team assembled, the coach demanded they push themselves hard for the day's session. Jian's eyes widened in awe as he saw players he'd only watched in videos, his gaze finally landing on the legendary striker, Dusan. Coach Tony beckoned Jian to come forward and properly introduce himself. With a gentle push, Tony presented him to the formidable head coach, Vincenzo. Coach Vincenzo offered a simple greeting, noting he'd heard much about the young player, which only made Jian's internal panic skyrocket. Vincenzo advised Jian not to feel too pressured by the session, a comment that confused Jian, who thought it was merely a brief observation. After being told to warm up lightly, the reality sank in for Jian: this was a full-blown training session with the first-team players. Jian briefly thought that, contrary to his intimidating presence in the stadium, Coach Vincenzo seemed surprisingly kind up close. That thought was instantly shattered by Vincenzo's thunderous roar, berating a player for being too slow. The head coach's tirade continued as he demanded his players think and move ahead, forcing Jian to realize he had completely misunderstood the As Vincenzo's shouts for more speed reverberated across the pitch, Jian concluded that the coach was, without a doubt, genuinely terrifying. Coach Tony chuckled nervously that Vincenzo seemed a bit excited, but Jian knew he had to remain on high alert despite being told to relax. Feeling the weight of representing the U17s, Jian steeled his resolve to perform his best and avoid embarrassment. He stood determined, unwilling to let down Coach Tony and Coach Luca, who had put their faith in him. Coach Tony began to outline the objective of the training drill, to which Jian quickly affirmed his understanding. Surprised by the immediate response, Tony paused to ask if he truly understood, and Jian confidently confirmed once more. Tony noted the boy's spirit but remained skeptical, while Jian's mind raced, revealing he only answered quickly to appease the impatient coach. Wondering if the boy had truly grasped the complex instructions, Coach Tony decided the field would be the ultimate test. Declaring that he would know for sure once he saw him play, Tony ordered Jian into the game, telling a player named Lorenzo to step out. Jian was in disbelief at being on the same team as Dusan, recalling the complex instructions to bypass the defense without relying on crosses. The team's primary weakness was laid bare: opponents had grown adept at shutting down their predictable side passes and crosses into the box. Because their attacks were so monotonous, they frequently stalled, highlighting a desperate need for a creative playmaker, fantasista. Jian remembered Coach Tony's bold claim that he could solve these issues, just as he humbly introduced himself to a teammate as a supporting forward. A recent news article revealed the mounting pressure on Coach Vincenzo, with fans protesting his lackluster tactics and demanding his resignation. The head coach blew his whistle with a sharp blast, warning Jian that he would be particularly harsh on him. With a flurry of sharp movements, the players took their positions on the pitch. The whistle sounded again, and the intense training session officially began. The ball zipped between players in a rapid exchange of passes. A wave of nerves washed over Jian as he found himself on the same team as the superstar, Dusan. He forced himself to focus, reminding himself that for now, he was simply an observer being tested. Shaking off his nerves and wishing his friend Jiwoo was there, Jian decisively called for the ball. An opponent immediately challenged him, shutting down his first attempted move with a solid block. From the sidelines, one coach remarked to another on Jian's excellent habit of constantly scanning his surroundings. The first coach mused that if Jian were to move just like everyone else, no exploitable gaps would ever appear. An opponent was left completely stunned as Jian executed a feint and broke away. A defender reacted in disbelief, realizing the little brat was intelligently breaking into the space Vlahovic had created. The defender lunged desperately to cut off Jian's path. But instead of continuing his run, Jian executed a sharp, unexpected pass. The defender watched in horror, realizing the play wasn't a breakthrough but a return pass aimed directly at Vlahovic. The superstar striker received the ball flawlessly, perfectly in stride. A bearded man on the sidelines watched in astonishment, questioning if the famously demanding Vlahovic was truly attempting a one-touch play. He couldn't believe Vlahovic was linking up so intuitively with the new kid, just as the striker released a direct pass forward. Vlahovic elegantly chipped the ball with the outside of his foot. The pass flew at the perfect height, skimming just over the defenders and hugging the offside line. It was timed with knife-like precision, completely dismantling the offside trap. A defender could only watch in awe as he realized the pass was perfectly tailored to Dusan's notoriously picky standards. The ball was delivered with pinpoint accuracy, a flawlessly executed play from start to finish. The bearded man conceded that while he hadn't held high expectations despite Tony's praise, this was something else entirely. It was a moment of pure genius, a pass threaded through a fleeting gap to break the defensive line and create a golden opportunity. An older player praised the 16-year-old for orchestrating a more creative attack than he could have imagined, earning a humble thanks from Jian. Coach Tony leaned over to the head coach, calmly stating that he couldn't afford to be surprised just yet. Coach Vincenzo's mind was racing, he had been certain Tony and Luca were just overhyping their prospect. Yet as the training continued, his astonishment at watching Li Jian only intensified. He concluded that the boy's talent wasn't just amazing for a 16-year-old, it was on a completely different level. He watched as Jian, seeing the attack stagnate, cleverly dropped deeper into the midfield to find a new path forward. Jian advanced with the ball, his movement forcing the entire opposing defense to shift and react to him. The very instant a gap appeared in the opponent's front line, he made his move. Jian threaded a needle-like pass through the impossibly tight opening in the defense. His teammate, receiving the perfect pass, shouted his approval. Dusan, who had been starved of such incisive passes all season, was finally unleashed and playing in his element. The stunning collaboration between the teenage rookie and the team's superstar created a beautiful, dynamic football that Firenze hadn't seen before. Coach Vincenzo finally knew this was the answer, admitting that Jian was scratching the tactical itches that had been driving him to madness. Realizing he had pulling out his phone, Vincenzo dialed Tony, impatiently demanding to know why he took so long to answer the call. Without waiting for an answer, Vincenzo declared there was no need to drag things out and that they would finalize everything by next week. From the other end of the line, a triumphant Tony asked what else the result could possibly be, knowing he had been proven right. With unwavering conviction, Coach Vincenzo made the decisive call: Li Jian was to be promoted to the first team. As training officially concluded for the day, the coaches thanked the players for their hard work. Jian exhaled in relief, hoping he hadn't made any major mistakes, when a voice called out, and he turned to see Doosan walking directly toward him. A sudden dread filled Jian as he stammered, his mind racing to figure out what he could have possibly done wrong. On the U-17 training ground, an enraged voice cut through the air, demanding clarification. Coach Vincenzo, however, was not moved, immediately challenging Tony's refusal. Tony argued that he still had much more to teach the young prodigy and needed to keep him on the youth team a while longer. Scoffing at the notion, Vincenzo claimed he could provide even more valuable instruction with the first team. Their argument was cut short when a memory surfaced of Jian himself once stating that he believed it was time. A heavy silence hung between the two disagreeing coaches. Meanwhile, on the field, Jian recalled how he had recently looked up videos of Firenze's matches from the current season. He admitted to himself that he'd never paid the first team much mind until the coach's interest made him curious, leading him to. Jian remembered the roar of the crowd chanting the name of the team star, Doosan, a player who inspired cheers even when no goals were scored. Now, that very same superstar stood right in front of him, his face locked in a terrifyingly intense expression. A wave of panic washed over Jian as his mind frantically searched for what colossal mistake he must have made. Doosan finally broke the silence, confounding Jian by asking why he wasn't born 2 years earlier. The star striker elaborated that if Jian had been there sooner, they might have already qualified for the Champions League, leaving the boy utterly stunned. Jian could only stammer the words back, barely processing what he was hearing. Cutting through the boy's confusion, he urged Jian to move up to the first team quickly, prompting a relieved promise from the boy, who had been bracing for a scolding. As Doosan walked away, Coach Tony approached, remarking that Jian had made it big, to which the boy confirmed he knew exactly who the star player was. Coach Tony's expression grew serious as he mentioned that Doosan had been struggling a great deal. He explained that despite his appearance as a target man, Doosan's true strengths were his intelligent movement and ability to link up with teammates. Tony imagined how frustrating it must have been for Doosan to be fed simple crosses all. Based on the striker's expression during training, however, Tony guessed he had genuinely loved the incisive passes Jian provided. He complimented the impressive chemistry the two had shown, causing a flustered Jian to look away. In his own mind, Jian humbly insisted that the credit belonged entirely to Doosan's phenomenal movement. He mentally replayed the striker's perfectly timed runs that broke the offside trap and shattered the defensive line. Jian voiced his thoughts, claiming he honestly hadn't done much. Coach Tony placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, impressed by how much the boy had absorbed from just one practice game. He reminded Jian that praise from a top star was a rare honor and that he should hold his head high. Jian quietly accepted the encouragement, expressing his relief that he hadn't tarnished his coach's reputation. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Coach Vincenzo, who was sprinting towards them while shouting Jian's name. A startled Jian turned to the panting head coach, asking if something was wrong. Coach Vincenzo circled the boy, scrutinizing his physique with a strange and unnerving intensity. He suddenly grabbed Jian, asking to be excused for a moment. As Jian yelped in surprise, Vincenzo immediately demanded to know his current weight. A bewildered Jian answered that the last time he was measured, 2 months ago, he had been around 63 kilograms. Vincenzo silently mused that with his low body fat and high muscle mass, the boy must weigh more, before asking for his height. The head coach recalled Jian's height as 176 centimeters and confirmed that this was also the measurement from 2 months prior. With a sudden burst of energy, Vincenzo declared they would measure him again right now. A scan from a device revealed Jian's updated stats, 177 centimeters in height and 66 kilograms in weight. Vincenzo muttered about the weight discrepancy while a trembling Jian pleaded to be let down from the scale. The coach's mind raced, realizing that gaining 1 centimeter and 3 kilograms in 2 months confirmed Jian was still in a major growth period. At that moment, he finally understood Coach Tony's fierce protectiveness and sighed, telling the boy he could get down. Vincenzo pictured Tony's earlier protest as he considered the risk of stunting the boy's growth with too many intense matches. He acknowledged the worst-case scenario: pushing Jian too hard could lead to a career-threatening injury. Lost in thought, Vincenzo pondered his options until his gaze landed on the boy before him. Jian stood there with a look of pure, oblivious innocence on his face. A slight smile crept across Vincenzo's lips as he realized how absurd it was to be having such a dramatic conflict. He remarked aloud that he never thought he'd quarrel with the youth coach over a kid, which immediately caught Jian's attention. Vincenzo quickly brushed it off as nothing and waved Jian over. He complimented Jian's excellent physical condition and asked about his training regimen, which the boy confirmed he followed with his coach. After commending his work ethic, Vincenzo inquired about his diet, and Jian simply replied that he ate 3 meals a day. The head coach considered this, deciding that a more specialized diet would be needed to support his development. He advised Jian to focus on white fish instead of meat and to steam it rather than frying or grilling it. The advice triggered a memory of his father's fish stew, and Jian agreed to try it, as Vincenzo explained that a good diet at his age was. Jian thanked the coach, privately marveling that the fearsome manager was showing such detailed concern for him after just one day. Vincenzo added a cryptic warning not to be surprised by the results, suggesting he would see a difference when they met again next week. Seeing the boy's confusion, the coach realized he had forgotten to share the most important news. He officially announced that from now on, Jian would be training with both the first team and the U-17 squad, a declaration that stunned Coach Tony. Vincenzo told Jian not to worry but to take good care of himself, implying that real match opportunities were on the horizon. He then instructed the boy to pack his things, offering to give him a ride home personally. Coach Tony, unable to hide his concern, immediately confronted Vincenzo about the decision, but the head coach coolly asked if there was a problem. Vincenzo then overruled Tony entirely, stating that he would be the one taking Jian home, leaving the youth coach speechless. The head coach couldn't help but marvel at the adorable treasure he had just discovered for his team. In the car, Jian was already thinking about his new diet as he tore open a snack. He let out a happy sigh, the reality finally sinking in that he might actually get to play in a first-team game. Jian's cheerful thought of bragging to Jiwoo was punctuated by Vincenzo calling for him to hurry up, leaving a frustrated Coach Tony behind. The scene shifted to Coach Tony's office, where he was on the phone, coming to an agreement. He meticulously laid out a list of strict, non-negotiable conditions for Jian's promotion, from limiting playing time to avoiding headers and any pressure for results. After hanging up, Coach Tony let out a long, heavy sigh. He wondered to himself why he felt so conflicted, even though this promotion was fantastic news for Jian. Tony mused aloud that this must be what it felt like to send a daughter off to be married. At that same moment, Jiwoo's phone buzzed with an incoming call from Li Jian. She answered casually, but was cut off by Jian frantically shouting that there was a huge problem. He stammered that there was a fire, leaving a confused Jiwoo trying to understand. Her confusion turned to shock as she cried out, asking if his prized fish was all burned. The scene opened at Viola Park, the exclusive training ground for the first team. A beautifully prepared bento box was presented with a flourish. The young man holding it, Jian, marveled at how pretty it looked, catching the attention of his coach. The bald coach leaned in, praising the perfectly packed lunch with a wide grin as Jian reacted with surprise. He then cheekily asked if Jian's girlfriend had made it, causing the young player to flush and vehemently deny having one. Coach Tony laughed heartily, asking why Jian was so shy and revealing that he already knew the whole story, much to Jian's exasperation. Jian tried to explain that she was just a friend, but Coach Tony simply patted his shoulder, teasingly acknowledging his just a friend and her impressive lunch-making skills. Pushing the box towards him, Coach Tony urged Jian to eat up, and the young man reluctantly gave in. As his coach began to speak, Jian reflected that he never imagined things would turn out this way. He recalled how this all started when Coach Vincenzo suggested he gain weight, which led to a disastrous attempt at following the provided meal plan. In a flashback, the door to his apartment burst open as Jiwoo yelled his name. Jiwoo, having remembered the passcode, let herself in while a surprised Jian looked on from the kitchen. She rushed towards him, frantically asking if he was okay and where the fire was. Jiwoo noted that she could still smell something burning as Jian sheepishly tried to explain. With a nervous laugh, Jian presented the source of the smell, a blackened, unrecognizable mass in a pan. Jiwoo stared in disbelief, a vein popping on her forehead as the horrifying sight sank in. She exploded, demanding to know if he wanted to die for scaring her with a fake fire, but Jian could only stammer that he just said his food was burned before she hung up. Jian added that he tried calling her back, but she didn't answer, to which Jiwoo replied she'd left her phone behind in her haste. Collapsing onto the floor, Jiwoo let out a sigh of relief, admitting she genuinely thought a huge fire had broken out, while Jian muttered about her tendency to overreact. His eyes then fell to her feet, noticing that in her rush, she hadn't even put on socks. A wave of guilt washed over Jian as he realized how worried she must have been. Jiwoo, however, was already inspecting the culinary crime scene, jokingly asking if he'd tried to bake his soccer shoes. Jian denied it was his shoes, insisting that despite its appearance, the charred object was supposed to be his first meal. She stared at him in utter shock, unable to believe that what she was looking at was supposed to be a dish. Picking at the crispy remains, Jiwoo confirmed her suspicion that this was, or at least used to be, fish. Jian explained that his coach told him to gain weight, but his family's infamous lack of cooking skills had doomed his attempt from the start. Jiwoo puffed out her chest, declaring that cooking wasn't easy and that this proved how amazing she was, prompting a skeptical look from Jian. She playfully demanded he call her Nuna, and after a moment of flustered resistance, Jian begrudgingly complied. Jiwoo laughed, patting his head and praising how well he listened, as Jian squirmed with embarrassment. Jian silently wondered why, despite his confidence elsewhere, he always seemed to lose when it came to her. Her teasing over, Jiwoo grew serious and asked why he suddenly needed to gain weight. A mischievous thought struck Jian: this was the perfect opportunity to show off his recent success. With a smug grin, he mentioned that he had started competing with the older players, the Hyungs. Jiwoo repeated the word Hyungs, confused, as Jian pretended to be embarrassed to elaborate. He nonchalantly explained that he was on the first team now, as the coach felt he was already beyond the level of kids his age. Jiwoo's eyes widened in shock and excitement, exclaiming that his promotion was awesome and absolutely crazy. Jian boasted that he'd planned to make the first team within a year, but it had only been a month, only to trail off as he saw what Jiwoo was doing. He watched, puzzled, as she started organizing a set of lunchboxes, questioning how someone who made such culinary disasters could handle a meal plan. She proudly presented a stack of bento boxes, stating that he could use these since he needed to gain weight. With a determined pose, Jiwoo declared that from now on, his meal plan was her responsibility. Back in the present, Jian explained to Coach Tony that this was how Jiwoo ended up packing his lunches, feeling both grateful and a bit sorry for her. His gratitude extended to the coach, but his mouthful of food made it difficult to speak as Coach Tony launched into a tactical discussion, causing Jian to choke. As he gasped for air, completely unsure where his food had gone, Coach Tony quickly handed him a water bottle. Just as he recovered, Jian's phone began to vibrate on the table. Jian politely asked to take the call, and Coach Tony graciously told him to go right ahead. Answering the phone, Jian greeted the caller as "Coach," which immediately piqued Coach Tony's interest. Jian's face paled as he listened. Coach Tony abruptly demanded the phone, but Jian tried to wave him off as Coach Vincenzo's voice could be heard asking if Jian was still there. Snatching the phone from Jian's hand, Coach Tony heard Vincenzo reminding Jian about preparing for the weekend match. Before Vincenzo could finish his instructions about coming to the first-team training ground, Coach Tony furiously interrupted him. He yelled that Jian was eating and promptly hung up, ignoring Vincenzo's frantic protests. Coach Tony seethed, silently cursing the octopus-headed head coach for bothering his player. As Jian wondered why the two coaches were being so dramatic, Coach Tony simply told him not to worry and to finish his meal. Jian remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intense rivalry between his two coaches. His week became a whirlwind of training, splitting time between the first team on Wednesday and the U17s on Thursday before an away match against Faruma FC. The U17 team took the field, energized and ready for the match. Their opponent, Faruma, was fourth in the league, riding a 3-win streak built on a notoriously solid defense. Having only trained with the first team for 2 days, Jian was curious to see if it had made any real difference in his game. His role was especially crucial against a team that rarely conceded goals, putting his offensive skills to the ultimate test. Yet, as the game began, Jian felt a strange lack of tension, easily evading defenders who frantically shouted to mark number 20. After his brief time with the pros, he couldn't believe how unbelievably sloppy the U17 defense now seemed to him. On the sidelines, a bearded teammate turned to the gray-bearded coach, asking in surprise if Jian had always been this comfortable on the field. The U17 coach calmly replied that after what Jian had experienced, this level should now be easy for him. He knew that even a short time observing the first team's elite defenders would make the U17 level feel completely porous to the young prodigy. And thanks to that new perspective, Jian began an unbelievable scoring streak, starting with his first goal. He followed up with a second, scoring a total of 3 goals in just the first half alone. With a final, decisive shot, he secured his third goal, marking his very first hat-trick since arriving in Italy. For the first time, soccer felt so easy it was almost surreal. The U17 coach called Jian to the sideline, telling him he had done well and that was enough for the day. As Jian left the field, the coach added a cryptic warning, telling him not to be too surprised by what was coming. The older man then leaned in, revealing there was something important he needed to tell him. The camera then panned to a substitute list for the upcoming first-team match. Among the seasoned professionals on the Manhwa squad's roster, one name stood out, number 20, Li Jian. On October 24th, the day of the match arrived, heralded by the thunderous roar of an expectant crowd. The bald coach outlined his strategy, but Jian's mind was consumed by the stunning realization that he had finally made it to the first team's stadium. As the coach's words about defensive pressure faded into an indistinct murmur, Jian wondered if any of this was truly happening. His heart pounded a frantic rhythm against his ribs, drowning out every word of the coach's instructions. Jian tried to cling to the earlier advice to simply enjoy the atmosphere, but an overwhelming nervousness took hold as the coach continued to drill tactics. He could almost see it, the moment he stepped through the locker room doors, a sea of fans and their deafening cheers would be waiting. A wave of doubt washed over him as he questioned whether he could actually play if the chance arose. Just as he began to convince himself he wouldn't be substituted in at all, a hand rested firmly on his shoulder. It was the team's captain, Cristiano Bairashi, who looked down and asked the young player why he was muttering to himself. Bairashi told the kid it was time to go, snapping Jian out of his trance with a surprised murmur of the senior's name. Taking a deep breath, Jian resolved to calm his racing thoughts and clear his anxious mind. He focused on a single task, to empty his mind of everything but the game. As the 9th game of the Serie A season began, the stadium for Firenze vs Genoa erupted with chants of Forza Viola. The immense wave of sound from the crowd washed over every corner of the pitch. In the stands, an older man remarked on the incredible volume of the cheering, while a young man beside him agreed that first-team games were on a completely different level. A young woman with them expressed her amazement at seeing Jian there for such a momentous game, to which the older man laughed in agreement. The older man was filled with a sense of genuine, overwhelming amazement. He reflected that he never imagined his often reserved son would personally ask him to come watch a game. The young woman admitted she had to clear a full work schedule, while Jian's father proudly declared he used his annual leave, much to her flustered concern. Clenching his fist with emotion, Jian's father declared it a day he would never forget, prompting a worried glance from his companion. He then voiced the question on his mind, asking if Jian would get to play today, but the young woman could only admit she wasn't sure. A coach watching from elsewhere mused that just putting a 16-year-old on the first-team roster was already an unbelievable accomplishment. He wondered if it might be too early for him to play, yet couldn't shake a gut feeling that he would indeed see action. A girl in the crowd looked on with anticipation, whispering Jian's name. There was an unspoken belief hanging in the air, that the boy was a soccer genius. Elsewhere in the stands, a group of young fans squirmed with nervous energy, desperate for the match to begin. Now sitting on the bench, Jian swallowed hard, feeling his earlier nervousness begin to subside as he watched the game unfold. Facing the bottom-ranked Jian FC, their team, Firenze, naturally held the initiative from the start. However, the coach paced the sidelines, screaming in frustration at his team's repetitive and ineffective attacks from the side. The coach had always preached that a quick, early goal was essential to assert dominance in matches like this. But scoring proved to be a far more difficult task than anticipated. The opponent, fully aware of Firenze's monotonous attack pattern, had established a formidable five-man defensive wall. By the 15th minute, the score remained a frustrating 0-0, prompting a player on the bench to wish for a goal just as the mustached coach began to curse. The coach's furious Italian expletives cut through the tense atmosphere on the sideline. Jian observed from the bench that the fans' patience had already evaporated, their insults and curses filling the stadium. The collective frustration from a season of poor performances was now pouring out from the stands of their own home stadium. A sense of urgency gripped Jian, a goal had to come soon. A sharp crack of a foot connecting with the ball suddenly echoed from the field. The players on the bench leaped to their feet, their shouts of "goal" confirming the breakthrough. A gray-haired teammate celebrated wildly, confirming the first goal of the match. Jian clapped in appreciation, impressed by the scorer, the veteran Dusan. Jian felt a moment of relief, thinking that the goal would surely calm the angry fans. His hope was shattered when he heard a fan nearby shout, "Damn it! Why did that go in?" The fan then yelled that the team needed to lose for the octopus head. Jian was left to wonder what a team was supposed to do if even scoring a goal couldn't satisfy its own fans. He then noticed the coach turn his head, presumably towards the heckling fan. Jian assumed the constant noise from the crowd had finally bothered the coach. But instead of anger or frustration, a slow, knowing smirk spread across the coach's face. The game moved into the second half, and after 10 minutes, Firenze still held their narrow 1-0 lead. A shot was fired, only to thud heavily as it was deflected by the packed defense. The deflected ball bounced unpredictably, creating a sudden, chaotic chance in front of the goal. A player lunged desperately toward the loose ball as it arced through the air. With a satisfying swish, the ball found the back of the net, increasing Firenze's lead to 2-0. A shocked man in the crowd groaned, complaining that luck was on their side and questioning how another goal like that could possibly go in. Another fan wondered aloud why the atmosphere was so grim when they were winning, while his companion dismissed it as a lucky victory. One man suggested that winning wasn't everything and that the fun of the game was also important, while another simply yelled for more aggression. The young woman with Jian's father admitted that even to someone who didn't know much about soccer, the game wasn't very entertaining, and he reluctantly had to agree. She then mused that it would be more fun if Jian came out to play, causing her companion to stop short in surprise. As Jian's father began to explain that it was unlikely, the young woman let out a sudden gasp. A nearby spectator let out a loud, astonished shout. All around them, people began pointing excitedly towards the sidelines. An ecstatic fan screamed the unbelievable news for all to hear: Jian was coming out onto the field. Jian's father stared in utter disbelief, his mind struggling to process that his son, only 16 years old, was about to play. His son was preparing to step onto the hallowed ground of a Serie A pitch. On the sideline, the coach pulled Jian close, telling him not to worry and to focus on just one thing. He gave Jian a simple, powerful instruction: go out and do everything you want to do. With a confident and determined "see," Jian affirmed that he was ready. On the sideline, the coach assured Jian that he wouldn't say a word about mistakes, His only condition was delivered with a shout: if Jian played passively, he would lose his mind. With a final, encouraging slap on the back, the coach urged Jian not to follow his seniors but to do exactly what he wanted on the field, to which Jian gave a determined yes. As his cleats touched the grass, Jian's mind struggled to grasp the reality that this was his first time stepping onto a Serie A pitch. He let out a slow breath, centering himself. Though he was now player number 2, there was no room to get sentimental. A bearded teammate rallied the others to their new positions as Jian mentally processed the team's tactical shift from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1 formation to accommodate him. He analyzed his new role in the center of the pitch, just below his senior, understanding his job. Jian observed that the opponent was stubbornly maintaining their defensive posture despite being 3 goals down, but he knew it didn't matter. He had already run countless simulations in his head. From the bench, he had meticulously analyzed their defense, and now it was time to put his theories into practice as the ball was kicked into play. He noted their predictable failure to pressure the midfield, a weakness he intended to exploit as an orange-jerseyed team. With the ball now at his feet, Jian knew the key to victory rested on how they chose to advance from this point. As the fresh legs on the field, he became the focal point, receiving a flurry of passes from his tiring teammates who all called his name in succession. Recalling the coach's words, Jian felt a surge of confidence, realizing his seniors wouldn't be mad if he took control of the ball. The opponent was still keeping the sides open, baiting a cross that they could easily block. But he had no intention of going the way they wanted, instead planting his foot to drive straight through their center. The opposing players shouted in disbelief, questioning who this brat thought he was, certain he couldn't possibly break their dense central defense. Jian admitted that it would normally be a fool's errand, but in that moment, he felt he could do. As one defender cursed him for an arrogant punk, Jian knew his confidence wasn't arrogance, it was because these players were nothing compared to his first-team seniors in training. With a sharp feint, he declared that he didn't feel the least bit intimidated, effortlessly slipping past the first challenger. He let out a breath, having dodged one opponent, but he immediately saw the next challenge ahead. A formidable wall of defenders still stood tall before him, blocking his path to the goal. However, a new thought began to form in the heat of the moment. Jian knew he wasn't alone, and he yelled for his teammate as he looked for a pass. His body reacted faster than his mind, a testament to his rigorous training as he prepared the ball. He executed a perfect pass to his senior, Blahovi, and as he sprinted forward, the countless simulations he had run began to merge with reality, earning him a cry of, "Nice pass, Jian." The game unfolded exactly as he had envisioned, with a teammate calling for the ball on the left, the real and the imagined overlapping before his eyes. Jian instinctively knew that if he just kept moving, his senior's return pass would find him with perfect precision. But just as the ball was about to reach him, a flicker of movement in his periphery caught him by surprise. An opponent was suddenly there, somehow already positioned perfectly in front of him to intercept. Jian's mind reeled, wondering if the defender had 2 bodies to have covered so much ground so quickly. With only the final defense line remaining, he made a split-second decision, passing once more to his senior and repositioning for the final play. After receiving the ball, the senior had the option to aim for a direct shot himself. But it was also possible, just as they had practiced, for him to execute one more pass to break the defensive line. In a stunning display of skill, the senior player flicked his leg around in a spectacular Rabona kick. Jian was glad he had stayed prepared, his delicate movement perfectly timing his run to beat the offside trap. It was his senior's selfless play, combined with his own foresight, that created this golden opportunity. Together, their coordinated movements shattered the opponent's final defensive line. Jian took a deep breath as he received the perfect pass, the stadium's roar fading. In that instant, everything except the ball disappeared from his vision. He wasn't thinking about the tens of thousands of fans watching his Serie A debut, his only thought was of his father and Jiwoo watching from the stage. More than anything, he desperately wanted to show them. He wanted to show them the person he had become. The soccer ball sailed gracefully through the air towards the goal. In the crowd, the young woman stared with wide, unbelieving eyes. Nearby, two young men exchanged looks of pure astonishment. The ball spun through the air, finding its destination in the back of the net. Jian exhaled a breath he didn't realize he was holding, the entire moment feeling completely unreal. His mind raced, trying to process the roar of the crowd and the texture of the grass. He concluded that the whole surreal situation simply couldn't be real. He decided it had to be a dream, wondering when it started. Was it signing the contract, arriving on the first team, or even before that? A hand on his shoulder startled him out of his disoriented thoughts. A senior teammate with dark hair grinned at him, remarking that the kid had really stirred things up. The physical contact jolted Jian back to reality. It wasn't a dream. The scoreboard confirmed it as his teammates mobbed him. Firenze 3, Jian 0. He had truly scored in his very first match with the first team. One teammate teased that his pale, shocked face must have been an act, while another jokingly lamented being beaten by such a kid in training. The dark-haired senior playfully shooed the others away, warning them not to kill the kid with their celebration before his debut was even over. Senior Cristiano Barashi checked if Jian was okay, and after Jian confirmed he was fine, Barashi pointed towards the stands. An unseen teammate urged him to go, giving him a push forward, leaving Jian momentarily confused. Then, the powerful chorus of the Firenze team anthem began to swell from the crowd, a sea of voices singing in unison. Overwhelmed by the amazing cheers, Jian scanned the stands, sure that his dad and Jiwoo were watching him from somewhere within that massive crowd. He had always dreamed of showing them how the support they gave him had molded him into the player he was today. As the referee's whistle blew, Jian felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment, believing he had finally achieved that goal. Caught up in the moment, Jian raised his head and began to sing along with the fans. The announcer shouted over the broadcast that the sound had grown even louder, while a small part of Jian worried that the crowd might think he was being cocky. His anxiety spiked when the coach approached him on the field, telling him he'd better brace himself for what was coming. The coach then cryptically asked why he had to score such a goal on his debut, deepening Jian's confusion. When Jian pleaded to know what he meant, the coach simply smirked and said he would find out soon enough. Jian's mind began to spiral, a knot of worry forming in his stomach as he wondered if his play had been too arrogant after all. The team had won the match, but as he stood on the field, Jian felt he was missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, the entire stadium erupted in a unified chant of his name, and Jian realized that his father and Jiwoo were not the only ones who had witnessed his arrival that day. A long breath of relief escaped the young player as the adrenaline finally began to subside. Jian reflected that even long after the match had concluded, his body was still trembling with excitement. He decided he would eat something delicious with Jiwoo and his dad before heading home to get some much-needed rest. Suddenly, his senior, Cristiano Barashi, appeared and questioned what on earth he had been thinking. Barashi joked that if he were tapping Jian on the shoulder, the senior Jian's stomach twisted as he realized every senior had been saying the exact same ominous thing to him after his goal. He walked down the corridor, nervously wondering if there was some unwritten rule that the youngest member on the team wasn't allowed to score. The horrifying thought that the seniors might discipline him crossed his mind just as Barashi called out his name. With a click of the lock, Barashi told him to watch and then opened the door. The space was. Two men immediately rushed Jian, excitedly recounting his impressive record of 10 goals and 2 assists in only 6 youth matches. They expressed their delight that he had left a rival team, admitting that seeing him in person made them like him even more. A chaotic storm of camera flashes erupted as fans, including an eager man with a goatee, thrust pens and paper at him for an autograph. Barashi's warning to brace yourself echoed in Jian's mind as the chants for Li grew even louder. A flustered Jian tried to escape the throng, only for the man with the goatee to grab him, insisting he had to take responsibility. Jian cried out in confusion, asking what kind of responsibility he was meant to take. The fan calmly laid out 2 options: rudely blow everyone off and get on the bus, or gratefully take photos and sign autographs. Jian stared back in disbelief, wondering what kind of choice that was. From the side, Barashi clarified that the first option was simply a shortcut to becoming universally hated. In the end, Jian found himself trembling with a mix of embarrassment and awe as he fulfilled each fan's request for a photo or signature. The fans roared with approval, begging him to be in the starting lineup next week and vowing to follow him anywhere. Cristiano Barashi finally stepped in, gently reminding the ecstatic crowd that the boy was only 16 years old. As expected from the experienced captain, Barashi then cheekily offered his own signature to anyone who hadn't gotten one from Jian. The crowd collectively groaned in refusal, prompting Barashi to jokingly demand who dared to turn him down. Watching the scene unfold, Jian chuckled, realizing it took a special kind of person to be the team captain. As he finally boarded the team bus, a teammate sarcastically welcomed their youngest member. The rest of the team joined the light-hearted hazing, teasingly asking if this was what it meant to make one's seniors wait. Barashi quickly intervened, warning the others not to joke too much, lest they genuinely make the poor kid cry. The teasing immediately shifted to gratitude as a player admitted that thanks to Jian's incredible performance, they were able to leave without a single scolding. A bald teammate earnestly welcomed him to the team, though Jian confessed to himself that the whole ordeal had been quite frightening. Utterly drained, Jian collapsed into his seat on the bus. He mused that being a professional soccer player wasn't easy, just as a flash of light outside the window caught his eye. To his astonishment, he saw that the throng of dedicated fans was still gathered outside, waiting for the bus to depart. Surrounded by the popping of camera flashes, Jian found it hard to believe he was the center of all this attention, feeling he was nothing special. The fans on the bus noticed him watching, and one joked that even Li Jian himself seemed fascinated by them. A small, satisfied smile spread across Jian's face as he decided he would definitely be bragging about this to Jiwoo. The scene transitioned to the U-17 training ground the following Monday. With a flick of his foot, Jian kicked at the ground, silently admitting to himself that he had bragged for no reason. A young teammate poked fun at him, asking if he expected. Jiwoo then chimed in, playfully babying her brother and declaring that the great soccer genius deserved some praise. Jian's heart pounded with second-hand embarrassment just thinking, and yet, a part of him couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Their father then exposed Jiwoo, revealing she had been shouting about how cool Jian looked during the game, much to her flustered denial. He continued listing every moment she had. As Jian processed this amusing revelation, his father noticed someone approaching them with a wide grin. It was his U-17 coach, who theatrically announced the arrival of the team's ace and pride, the one and only Li Jian. Mortified, Jian begged his coach to be quiet, but the man was far too proud to listen. The coach simply insisted that everything he was saying was the absolute. Just then, Jian's U-17 teammates gathered. Taking a deep breath, Jian formally announced to his friends that he had officially become a first-team player. Acknowledging that this meant leaving the U-17 team, his friends immediately erupted into a playful, celebratory mob. One of his older teammates made him promise to keep working hard, vowing that he would join him on the first team soon. His teammate Bruno then pulled him aside for a serious talk. Bruno looked Jian straight in the eyes and told him that he was a genius, a fact he needed to accept. He argued that if a 16-year-old making the first team wasn't a genius, then it diminished the efforts of everyone else. Bruno insisted that being overly humble at this point was actually rude to his teammates. He urged Jian to be the face of their U-17 team and show the seniors, managers, and coaches what they were made of. Jian finally understood that his success could benefit all of them, and he accepted the weight of that responsibility. When the coach called for him to leave, Jian turned to say his final goodbyes to his friends. His teammates all shouted their farewells, promising they would meet again on the main pitch soon. As he left the familiar training ground for the last time, a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions filled Jian's mind. Walking toward the first-team training ground, Bruno's words about representing the U-17 team echoed in his head. Jian realized his every action would now reflect on his old team, and he silently, with a newfound and steely resolve, he vowed to never show a single moment of weakness. He confidently strode onto the field and announced to the first team that he had officially joined them. The imposing senior players stopped their training and turned to stare at him, their expressions unreadable. The tense silence was broken as they all swarmed him, jokingly offering to help the cute youngest member with his stretching. All of Jian's hard-won confidence instantly evaporated as he realized he was nothing more than a paper toy to these men. The seniors cheerfully dragged him into their circle, completely ignoring his flustered pleas for them to wait. Watching from the sidelines, a bald coach noted Jian's small build and felt a pang of worry about the team's next physically dominant opponent. Trapped in the playful but firm grasp of his seniors, Jian felt that his own worries were indeed quite justified. Jian was utterly bewildered by the strange request. His new teammates urged him on, telling him to just pick the ugliest person among them as if it were a... Jian stammered that everyone looked cool, but a bearded senior insisted he absolutely had to pick one, leaving the boy to wonder what this strange fuss was all about. While some seniors pleaded to be chosen and others prayed to be spared, the bearded captain looked on in utter confusion. Jian finally made his choice, pointing directly at Senior Bairashi, who was genuinely shocked that the new kid had actually picked him. The other players erupted in laughter at the captain's expense, joking that he must be looking old, while Bairashi grumbled that they were the cause of his stress. Bairashi then asked Jian to talk for a moment, making the young player worry that he had genuinely upset his captain. One teammate jokingly, a moment later, another player handed Bairashi a water bottle, which he accepted gratefully. As Jian took a drink, he reflected with a sigh that there didn't seem to be a single normal person on this entire team. Bairashi sighed and explained that he admitted that while everyone on the team was a bit crazy, they were all dead serious when it came. The captain assured Jian that all he needed to do was focus on working hard at the sport. Jian agreed with fiery determination, and with the pep talk concluded, Bairashi led him back to the field. Jian reflected that while Senior Bairashi might not be a conventional leader, to him, he was the very definition of a captain. He saw a man who led by example, worked hard, and took care of the youngest, though his idealized image was quickly interrupted. Two seniors were caught in a bizarre argument, with a bald player accusing another of trying to pull his Jian could only watch in disbelief as his seniors once again devolved into childish horseplay. An older teammate pulled Jian aside, warning him not to be influenced by the crazy kids, and silently praying the team could have at least one normal person. Another teammate tried to interject before giving up and gleefully dashing into the fray, shouting that nothing was fun without him. He privately thought that even the captain was just as weird, vowing to himself that he would never end up like them. Jian concluded that no matter how he looked at it, all his first-team seniors were complete weirdos, before clapping his hands to start the practice. But as soon as training began, the captain's words proved to be true. The playful atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by the fierce shouts of a senior demanding a proper defense. Jian realized that during training, no one called him the youngest or a kid, they only saw a player to be challenged. Instead, everyone on the pitch was focused solely on the training with an intense, unwavering concentration. Jian understood that on the field, they didn't treat him like the youngest, as he skillfully dodged a senior's aggressive tackle. However, when facing Ricardo Sahurara, Jian knew even going all out wasn't enough as the veteran easily held him back. He glanced around, wondering how smaller players could possibly survive in such intensely physical battle. Jian knew that unlike his time in the youth league, some physical confrontations here would be completely unavoidable. He braced himself for a tackle, a stark contrast to the youth league where such aggressive contact was strictly policed. Believing technique was more important than size, Jian found. Flushed with a moment of pride, Jian stubbornly pushed his advantage, only for the senior to remark that his perseverance was good, but not enough. The senior then declared Jian was still far from his level before easily overpowering him and sending him to the ground with a thud. As the senior laughed and flexed, a frustrated Jian could only wonder if the man was some kind of immovable wall. By the time the coach called for a break, Jian hadn't won a single physical confrontation. He had completely exhausted himself, collapsing to the ground while his teammates jokingly suggested he might need CPR. A voice asked if he was alright, and Jian shot up to see it was senior Lucas Tenoira. Tenoira, an excellent defensive midfielder despite his small stature, asked Jian why he'd rushed in so recklessly, noting it wasn't his usual style. Jian asked how Tenoira endured the physical side of the game, and the senior correctly guessed he was really asked. Tenoira paused for a moment, considering how to best explain his unique approach to the game. He shocked Jian by admitting that honestly, he wasn't good at physical fights either. Jian pressed the point, arguing that for Tenoira's position, such confrontation seemed unavoidable. Tenoira nonchalantly revealed that if he felt he was going to lose a physical battle, he would simply go to ground. He explained that referees often favor him for being smaller, calling it not a trick, but simply being clever. Another senior chimed in, bringing up the legendary Navid Silva, and expressed mock horror that Jian only knew the legend by name. They explained how Navid Silva, at only 170 centimeters tall, was completely unstoppable against even the roughest Premier League defenders. His superb ball control, anticipation, and quick judgment meant he rarely got caught in physical fights to begin with. A smirking teammate then remarked that Silva's description sounded just like their own youngest player, making Jian gasp in surprise. A bearded senior told him not to be shocked, admitting he had felt a similar quality when training against Jian himself. The comparison was so on point that for a brief moment, it felt as if Navid Silva was right there on the field. The senior insisted he was serious, telling Jian that with his talent, he could definitely reach his peak. He added with a light tap on the shoulder that Jian was even taller than the legendary Navid Silva. He advised Jian to stop obsessing over his weaknesses and instead focus on his incredible strengths. The words, "focus on my strengths," resonated deep within Jian, who, with renewed vigor, called for training to resume. From the sidelines, the bald coach observed, noting how troubled Jian had looked at the start of the session. The coach mused that by forcing physical contact, Jian was paradoxically taking a harder road when an easier one was available. He hoped Tenoira's advice had helped the young player, just as the whistle blew to restart the training match. Back on the pitch, Jian finally understood that there was no need to fight a battle under unfavorable conditions. He resolved to simply play the same way he had always played on the field. From now on, he would focus only on what he could do best. The change was immediate, as Jian found space and made a brilliant play, earning shouts of approval from his teammates. The coach watched excitedly, realizing that Jian's true strength was his wide field of vision and constant movement to find space. He also recognized the boy's humility to learn and the genius to immediately apply that lesson on the field. The coach marveled as Jian, all by himself, began to run wild amongst the seasoned first-team seniors. He had been hesitant to play Jian against their next opponent, Sampdoria, a notoriously physical team. But watching him now, he saw that the experience would cause Jian to grow at a rate several times faster than anyone else. With a satisfied smile, the coach decided to let the young prodigy gain all the experience he could possibly handle. He silently urged Jian to quickly show the world that he could dominate Serie A. The scene transitioned to a tense press conference room buzzing with reporters. A young reporter asked the Sampdoria coach for his thoughts on Firenze featuring a 16-year-old rookie. The opposing coach feigned ignorance, stating he didn't know who the boy was but hoped he wouldn't appear in the... When the reporter asked if that was a warning, the coach simply replied with a cold no. Sampdoria's coach, Roberto Darcabe, then clarified with a smirk that they just didn't want to hurt a 16-year-old boy. The final shot settled on the official squad list for Firenze, with Jian's name now a part of it. As news spread of Jian's inclusion in the round 10 match, he received a message from Jiwoo asking if her translation of an article was correct. Jian scrolled through the article, wondering why Jiwoo kept sending them, but confirmed that her interpretation was mostly accurate. His focus, however, was caught by Sampdoria's coach's dismissive quote, pondering what the man truly meant by not wanting to injure him. A teammate on the bus theorized it was a threat, a way of saying they would show him the harsh reality of professional soccer. While another teammate told him not to worry, Jian privately fumed, his desire to play and prove the coach wrong now burning brighter than ever. Deep in thought about how he would absolutely flatten the opposing coach's nose, Jian was startled when his own coach asked if he was texting his girlfriend. Before Jian could properly deny it, his seniors erupted, teasing that the team's youngest member had a girlfriend. A thick-eyed senior jokingly demanded to see a photo, leaving a flustered Jian to think that his own teammates were far scarier than any opponent. The team soon arrived at Sampdoria's home stadium, Stadio Luigi Ferraris, where Jian learned he was listed as a substitute, just like last time. As the whistle blew, Jian's second first-team match officially began amid the roar of the crowd. From the bench, he recalled his coach's concerns about the opposing team's physicality, a worry that now seemed to be coming true. However, as the first half unfolded, Jian observed that the flow of the game was surprisingly calm. He reasoned that because his own seniors were just as strong-willed, both sides were simply being wary of one another. Even so, Jian could see from the sidelines that the opponent's defense looked incredibly solid. He analyzed their 4-4-2 formation, noting its dense central defense was almost identical to the tactics they faced from Jian. Yet, it felt much tighter, as Sampdoria's physically imposing defenders made even the 190 cm tall Vlahovi seem average. Jian concluded that this suffocating defense was why the first half ended with an even more frustrating performance than their last game. As the players started heading to the locker room, the coach stopped Jian, ordering him to stay on the field and warm up. The coach confirmed Jian was going in immediately for the second half, his urgent tone leaving no room for questions. Although the coach was furious about the team's poor performance, Jian's opportunity had arrived much faster than he ever expected. Warming up, Jian knew this was his chance to silence the opposing coach, rallying his teammates to concentrate for the final push. The second half commenced with the score still deadlocked at 0, the tension palpable. As the substitution board went up, Jian felt a surge of nerves, realizing it was more intense coming into a tied game than when his team was already leading. Still, he knew the coach's decision to put him in was a deliberate move to change the stagnant flow of the match. He focused on his designated role, to be the crucial link between offense and defense, turning the play from one end to the other in an instant. Steeling himself to do what he did best against their fortified defense, Jian suddenly noticed something was wrong. He watched in shock as the opponent's defensive movement shifted dramatically from how they played in the first half. The entire defensive line that had been locked down was now pushing up the field, applying immense pressure all over the pitch. The opposing coach screamed for his players to mark number 20, but Jian knew there was no need to panic. He understood that by raising their defensive line, the opponents had left a vast, exploitable space behind them. His plan was simple: sneak into that space first, and the path to the goal would open up. A teammate attempted a pass into the new space but was immediately shut down by the swarming defense. Just then, a curly-haired teammate spotted Jian and sent the ball his way. Remembering his training, Jian prepared to execute a concise, one-touch pass to keep the play moving. He turned his head to scan the field, already looking for his next move before the ball even arrived. In that split second, an unseen force blindsided him. A brutal tackle from a bearded opponent sent both players crashing hard onto the pitch. Disoriented, Jian's first thought as he stared up at the stadium lights was of the sky. The sickening thud of his body hitting the turf echoed across the field. He registered the intense pain of a body check, realizing it hurt far more than he could have imagined. The impact was on a completely different level from the bumps he had taken from his seniors during practice sessions. Yet, he resolved not to get discouraged, knowing that would be playing directly into the opposing coach's hands. The bearded player who tackled him leaned over and screamed insults, his face contorted with aggression. Despite the pain and the abuse, Jian felt an unexpected and thrilling fire ignite in his chest. The referee immediately blew his whistle, issuing a stern warning to number 12, who stared back in disbelief. A bald teammate came to Jian's defense, sarcastically telling the referee the warning was too harsh since the opponent was just too weak. The bald man then squared up to the bearded player, angrily asking if he had lost his mind for messing with. Jian tried to interject that he was fine, but his senior firmly told him to stay out of it. The confrontation escalated as players from both teams swarmed in, the bald man declaring that number 12 was now a dead man. Ricardo Sahurara was pulled back by a teammate, who grimly noted that their opponents were done being lenient. Amid the chaos, Jian let out an involuntary gasp of pain. He admitted that it hurt a bit, a small complaint that sent his protective seniors into a renewed fury. In truth, Jian was fine, but he couldn't help but exaggerate his injury just a little when his seniors, who were teasing him just an hour ago, were now ready to go to war for him. The towering Milancevic got in an opponent's face, warning him to watch his mouth. As teammates held him back, Milancevic shot a chilling glare at his opponent, who knew better than to provoke the man with the crazy eyes. Jian shivered, realizing that the normally gentle senior Milancevic was seriously no joke when angered. The narration confirmed his fear. The 195 centimeters, 90 kilograms Serbian center-back was the team's real physical monster. A wave of relief washed over Jian, feeling incredibly reassured to have such a titan on his side, especially when Milancevic softly asked if he. As the referee prepared to resume play, Jian wondered why the foul had drawn a card so quickly. He suddenly remembered Milancevic's pre-game advice, look as pitiful as possible, because referees are only human and tend to favor the weaker side. A horrifying thought crossed his mind, he had fallen too pathetically, and Jiwoo was probably watching the whole thing. Milancevic's sharp call of his name snapped Jian out of his embarrassment, and he quickly apologized for his lack of focus. Shaking off his personal concerns, Jian forced himself to concentrate solely on the game. He could feel the atmosphere on the pitch had changed, the foul having ratcheted the intensity up to a boiling point. His seniors were now playing with fury, while the opposing team pressed forward with relentless aggression. The match had devolved into a brutal slugfest, where taking out players had become almost as important as scoring a goal. Jian knew he couldn't just stand by while his teammates fought so hard on his behalf. But he felt helpless, understanding that trying to match their physicality would be of no use. Then, a critical realization struck him, he didn't need the ball to make a difference. On a field that had become a battlefield, he understood the one play he could execute perfectly was to find open space through constant movement. He finally knew his role, it wasn't about fighting, but about taking the space and choosing the perfect position to change the game. Before the match, he described their target as a creative second striker with impressive spatial awareness. The coach then laid out a simple, brutal strategy for the day's game. He commanded his players to show the rookie exactly how terrifying it was to find space against them, just as an opponent spotted Jian in the box. On the field, Jian moved in a blur, darting. The coach's taunt echoed in his mind, questioning if the boy had the courage to receive a pass while surrounded. His voice threatened a repeat of the earlier foul, but Jian cut him off with a determined shout. A nearby opponent was startled by Jian's sudden, confident call for the ball. The opposing coach scoffed internally, mocking the so-called genius for willingly showing his back again, assuming he'd learned nothing. Jian retorted that while he wasn't a genius, he was no fool to be beaten by the same tactic twice, believing the real fool was the one who refused to adapt. Though he now had possession, Jian knew he still had a long, difficult path to the goal. His plan was clear, wait for the three defenders to converge on his left, creating an opening elsewhere. The reason for his patience became clear as his foot connected perfectly with the ball. A teammate's voice roared from off-panel, praising the spectacular cross. From the bench, a dark-haired teammate marveled at the cross's perfect timing, while a bearded senior shouted Jian's name in approval. Jian recalled a past practice where an older teammate had similarly praised one of his crosses as top-notch. The senior had explained his favorite move, cutting in from the right to shoot with the left, a pattern Jian had just remembered and was about to execute. Back in the present, Jian found himself once again swarmed by defenders. He decided to bait them, holding the ball longer despite the risk, feinting left as his opponents tried to predict his move. A bearded teammate shouted a warning about his yellow card, but Jian gritted his teeth, fully aware of the danger. For a brief moment, he wondered if his seniors would truly leave him trapped in such a narrow, dangerous space. Suddenly, the field opened up before him, and he reflected on how drawing 3 opponents to his left had been the key. He had been entirely confident that Senior Vlahovi would see and exploit the gap. His pass flew true, perfectly timed to beat the offside line and find his senior in the now wide-open space on the right. A fierce drive to remain on the first team pushed him to execute his role flawlessly. He played with all his heart for Jiwoo and his father, the 2 people who were so proud of him. Above all, Jian fought to stand beside the seniors who had just fought so hard to protect him. The image of them defending him was burned into his mind. He knew a defender was sticking close to Vlahovi. But Jian was absolutely certain that no one on that field could stop his senior. With a triumphant roar, Vlahovi sent the ball into the net, giving Firenze a 1-goal lead. After scoring, Vlahovi immediately switched to a defensive mindset, further solidifying their advantage. Shielded by his seniors, Jian felt his movements become lighter and more fluid, unfazed by the minor squabbles happening around him. This newfound freedom allowed him to play with even greater boldness. The giant Sampuria players, who had once seemed so terrifying, were no longer an intimidating force as he effortlessly weaved past them. The defender marking him, number 12, was now hesitant to play aggressively because of the yellow card he'd received earlier. To cover this weakness, the opposition's defense shifted heavily towards Jian and Vlahovi, a mistake a blonde-haired teammate quickly noticed. As a result of their tunnel vision, the entire central area of the field was left completely exposed. Watching the game on TV, a young boy smugly declared that he knew the opposing coach would be the one getting humbled, as Jian on the field hoped Jiwoo was witnessing his triumph. A player on the field shouted his praise, commending Li Jian for the brilliant pass. That pass found Senior Tenoira, whose powerful mid-range shot secured the winning goal for the team. The final whistle blew, sealing Firenze's decisive 2-0 victory. As a teammate exhaled in relief, Jian's first thought was one of gratitude for escaping the brutal match uninjured. An unknown teammate began to wonder aloud if his 2 assists would be enough to please Jiwoo, but was cut off by an elderly senior's praise. The elderly teammate applauded his youngest member's bravery, while a bald teammate teased that Jian had gotten bold knowing they would have his back. The bald teammate then remarked on how Jian instantly reverted to a gentle kid after the match, even as Jian's inner voice complained about his seniors becoming annoying big brothers again. Despite the elderly teammate's attempt to intervene, the bald senior playfully pinched Jian's cheek, making him yelp. The bald teammate then ominously told Jian to prepare himself for what was coming next. The smiling man just chuckled cryptically, refusing to elaborate on his statement. Back at Jian's house, a young boy leaped to his feet, shouting for everyone. A man announced that Jian was on screen, prompting a girl to ask in surprise if the game broadcast wasn't over yet. The announcer confirmed that number 20, Jian Li of Firenze, had been named player of the match and was about to be interviewed. The pair watching at home commented on Jian's pained expression, wondering if he was feeling unwell. When the interviewer asked about any special instructions, a visibly flustered Jian stumbled over his words about aiming for the half-space. The crowd let out a good-natured laugh at his obvious nervousness, and Jian, completely frozen, offered a sheepish apology. A voiceover recapped how his focus on the half-space had led to the perfect assist for Vlahovi. When asked to explain the play, a disoriented Jian first said it was on the right side before correcting himself to the left, confusing the announcer. The girl watching at home found his flustered state utterly cute. The interviewer's voice continued, praising the 16-year-old's brilliant performance in his first team debut. Putting him on the spot, the interviewer asked the real genius for a message to his fans, a question he immediately regretted as too burdensome. Jian simply said the word genius, causing the interviewer to ask if he had just spoken in Korean. After a quick apology from the interviewer, Jian switched back to Italian and promised to work even harder for the fans. Watching from home, his mother proudly remarked on her son's maturity, while his father wryly noted that Jian's message was clearly meant for Jiwoo, not the fans. For the final question, the interviewer asked who the first person on his mind was, catching Jian completely off guard. The interviewer playfully suggested a girlfriend, sending Jian into a panic as fans might be disappointed. Urged on by the interviewer and a fan in the crowd, Jian stammered that she wasn't his girlfriend. He then awkwardly thanked this person for always supporting him, his mind reeling from the crazy situation. In a state of pure panic, Jian realized his nervous rambling had basically amounted to a public confession. His mind spiraled into dread as he wondered how he could possibly face Jiwoo the next day. Jiwoo angrily confronted Jian, demanding to know why he was saying such strange things about them. She relayed that her father had told her everything about the post-match interview where Jian supposedly called her his girlfriend, a thought that secretly thrilled her. Mortified, Jiwoo realized her father had abandoned her to this embarrassing situation, and then noticed that Jian was completely frozen in shock. Trying to salvage the moment, Jiwoo playfully teased him about how much he must like her to brag about her, but Jian weakly denied it. Jian desperately told himself that the person in that interview was some other. As he ran, Jian made a mental note to think at least twice before ever speaking in an interview again, or perhaps just avoid them entirely, while Jiwoo chased after him. Jian felt a strange sense of relief as Jiwoo caught up, though he couldn't quite understand why. He wondered why Jiwoo wasn't angry about the interview incident, his confusion growing when she suddenly stopped, causing him to bump into her. Later, Jian grimaced at the scale in the medical room, which announced he had only gained a measly 0.1 kilogram despite his efforts. A tall man with glasses laughed off the insignificant weight gain as the scale flickered, telling Jian not to worry and to get ready for training. In the medical room, Jian lamented that after the last game, he found himself desperately wanting to become. He munched on cereal, thinking that because he was eating so much, he felt an immediate and urgent need to grow quick. Jian reflected on the last game, realizing that because of his smaller physique, his senior teammates had to protect him, making their own jobs harder. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for their support. Jian sighed, knowing that even with the 5 special bulk-up lunch boxes Jiwoo prepared for him daily, putting on muscle was proving to be a difficult task. Beyond physical strength, Jian also yearned to learn the mature composure he saw in his senior teammates. The after-effects of his disastrous interview, he realized, extended far beyond just his awkward encounter with Jiwoo. Jian cringed, remembering how he had lost his mind and boldly declared himself a genius, a statement that was now coming back to haunt him. Now, on his way to the training ground, everyone from the man next door to the fruit shop owner recognized and cheered him on. He walked on, feeling genuinely grateful for the support, but a heavy weight settled on his shoulders. Jian recalled how quickly fans' cheers could turn to boos when the team underperformed, seeing their angry faces in his mind. The thought that they might turn on him just as fast if he made even a small mistake created a pressure that was almost unbearable, the imagined insults. As he mused about needing his seniors' composure to handle this pressure, one of them suddenly called out to him. The older player ignored Jian's respectful greeting and grabbed him, demanding to know who would win in a fight between a hippo and a rhino. A completely bewildered Jian could only stammer. His senior frantically insisted on an answer, explaining that their pride was on the line, leaving Jian to wonder how he was supposed to know such a thing. Jian observed his teammates with a new perspective, realizing their casual debate about hippos and rhinos before a tough away game was. Under pressure, Jian hesitantly guessed, rhino, only to be met with a playful threat from the teammate who had bet on the hippo. Despite the chaotic antics of his seniors, Jian pushed it aside, knowing from experience that only dedicated training would lead to true growth, and rushed to join them. Jian's mind raced with the possibility of playing in the Roma away game, motivating him to put in extra personal training later that night. Just as he was getting into the zone, the coach called him over, and Jian quickly jogged to his side. The coach explained the strategy for the upcoming game, with Jian listening intently. The coach concluded by telling Jian not to worry and to get some rest, to which Jian respectfully agreed. As he walked alone, Jian contemplated the crucial upcoming match against AC Roma, a team ranked just one spot above them in the league. He looked up at the unusually bright stars, remembering how he used to wonder about their moods. But now, with the weight of the game on his shoulders, Jian admitted to himself that he was no longer curious about such things. The news hit him with unexpected force. he had been selected as a starter for the crucial match against AC Roma. The roar of the crowd filled AC Roma's home, the massive Olympia Stadium. Jian felt the nerves kicking in as he warmed up on the pitch, his body feeling unusually heavy and his condition feeling far from optimal. The blonde-haired coach approached, asking about his condition, and Jian assured him he was fine, despite his inner anxiety. The coach then offered to explain Jian's role one more time, an offer Jian eagerly accepted as a welcome distraction from his nerves. The coach pointed across the field, identifying Roma's number 7, Lorenzo Fellini, as the key player Jian would have to neutralize. A dark-haired man, another coach, explained that Jian's new, unprecedented defensive role was assigned specifically because of Fellini's skill. He continued, stating that Fellini was the heart of Roma's power and stopping him would be a difficult, but essential, task. The coach's instruction was clear: Jian had to prevent Fellini from dropping back and participating in the team's build-up play. Jian confirmed that he understood the assignment, his voice filled with a determination to try his best. A sense of purpose washed over Jian. The coach had trusted him with a starting position in this incredibly important game. The stadium thundered with the chants of the home fans as the players lined up. Taking in the massive crowd, Jian noted that the fans in Rome were just as amazing as his own, exchanging a pre-game, "good game," with the opposing line. His eyes suddenly locked onto one player in particular. Jian rallied himself, knowing the task ahead was not easy but ready to give it his all. A fierce resolve ignited within him, he absolutely could not lose this battle. He joined his teammates in a final, passionate team cheer. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the start of the match as the ball was put into play. Jian watched as the opponents cautiously passed the ball backward, testing the waters at the start of the game. But Jian's gaze remained fixed, his entire focus locked onto the movements of number 7, Fellini. He held his position as instructed, part of the team's strategy to wait and not press high up the pitch. Jian anticipated Fellini's next move, knowing that if the star player dropped deep to receive the ball, he would be the one to mark him. Just as he predicted, Fellini moved toward the halfway line, and Jian immediately closed in to challenge him. Jian recognized the play instantly. Fellini was trying to orchestrate the build-up from deep, a tactic Jian himself often employed. Knowing the best counter, Jian pressed tightly against Fellini's back, aiming to prevent him from turning with the ball. He managed to disrupt the play, thinking to himself that Fellini was quicker than he expected. Jian felt a moment of satisfaction as his defensive pressure worked, forcing Fellini to pass the ball away. He watched Fellini immediately move to a new position on the left, preparing to receive the ball again, and Jian shouted to his teammates to mark him. Determined not to be beaten, Jian vowed to move a step faster this time. He stuck close, getting into position before the pass could even arrive, intending to completely shut down Fellini's involvement in the build-up. But as he made contact, Jian was caught completely by surprise. Fellini easily shrugged him off, realizing he had lost the contest of pure strength and regretting not eating more rice. Jian, though momentarily beaten, reassured himself that his team's defensive line was in a good position to handle the threat. He moved to block any potential pass, confident he could still contain the situation. Suddenly, Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Fellini wasn't looking for a pass. He realized with dawning horror that Fellini was winding up for a shot from an impossible distance, and he had completely misjudged the play. The goalkeeper's gloved hand stretched out in a desperate attempt to intercept the powerful shot. A shocked curse escaped Jian's lips as the ball rocketed towards the goal with incredible force. The sharp sound of a powerful kick reverberated through the stadium. The ball rocketed off a red jersey, hurtling towards a player from the opposing blue team. The opponent, player 7, could only grunt in confusion as the play unfolded unexpectedly. A dark-haired teammate couldn't believe his eyes, shouting Fellini's name in exasperation. He questioned how Fellini could attempt such a shot from that distance, while Jian silently exhaled, admitting to himself how much the play had scared him. Jian knew the reckless attempt was a direct result of his own mistake, but he yelled encouragement to his teammates, telling them to refocus. That single, audacious shot marked a turning point. The match began to tilt decisively in Roma's favor, as their players aggressively cut off every pass. Jian reflected that despite Fellini's lack of technical flair, he had allowed the player to break through his defense several times. While the team's solid back line prevented any truly dangerous moments, a sense of unease lingered. Jian found himself consistently pushed back, his lack of physical strength becoming a glaring weakness. Again and again, he let Fellini slip by with simple, clumsy-looking dribbles, feeling his own legs were just too short to keep up. A deep sense of frustration began to settle over him. When Jian had the ball, Fellini used the exact same defensive tactics, but the young player was completely stonewalled. He simply could not break through the stronger opponent's guard. The piercing sound of the referee's whistle signaled the end of a half where Jian felt utterly beaten. While a teammate noted that they had at least defended well, and the coach agreed it wasn't a bad result, Jian knew it was his worst performance yet. Jian inwardly cursed his own youth, believing that if he were just an adult, he would have won his matchup. In the locker room, the coach rallied the team, urging them to play more cohesively in the second half. The coach turned to Jian, asking if he could keep running, to which the panting boy could only manage a strained yes. The coach advised him to signal if he got too tired, as a bearded teammate warned that injury from overexertion was a real risk. With a final shout of encouragement, the coach sent the revitalized team back towards the pitch. An assistant coach quietly asked the head coach if it was okay not to speak to Jian privately, noting how exhausted he looked. The head coach was confused by the suggestion, explaining he thought it would be good to guide the young player. The assistant pressed on, pointing out how much Jian had struggled against a tough opponent, but the head coach immediately challenged that assessment. The coach calmly explained that their opponent was Roma, and Jian, at home. He dismissed the harsh evaluation, asking if his assistant was trying to give the boy a star rating, to which the younger man conceded the point. The coach reflected on how Jian had been relentlessly pressing the opponent's key player while still trying to create chances on offense. He decided that if he were to say just one thing to the young player, it wouldn't be a criticism. Instead, the coach concluded that he would simply tell Jian he was doing an excellent job. Out on the field, Jian felt the physical toll of battling such an organized team, feeling as if he'd already played a full game. Yet, despite his personal struggles, he knew the team itself was not losing. Jian forced himself to calm down and analyze what went wrong, admitting his frustration at being unable to stop Fellini but recognizing that defense was never his strong suit. He suddenly questioned why the coach would have him mark the opponent's ace one-on-one. In a memory of the coach's earlier conversation, the assistant had voiced this exact concern, asking if Jian was truly a defender. The coach had clarified that his instructions were merely to apply pressure and delay the attack, not to block him completely. That pressure and delay alone, he had explained, were more than enough to help the team's defense as the second half kicked off. A wave of realization washed over Jian. In a 90-minute game, he didn't have to stop every single breakthrough. He understood that if he simply fulfilled his delaying role, the senior players on the back line were there to handle the rest. The young player admonished himself for whining about his age and making excuses. He acknowledged his own arrogance, realizing he had been too eager to perform like a star player capable of single-handedly dominating the opposing ace. The coach's voice cut through his thoughts, calling out for Jian to get back into the game. Clearing his head, Jian resolved to focus only on playing for the next 10 minutes. He narrowed his concentration, focusing solely on what he could realistically accomplish. From the sideline, the bearded coach noticed a distinct change in the young player's eyes. The coach had wanted to praise Jian earlier but had held back for a specific reason. He knew Jian was a smart player who would seek his own solutions when unsatisfied with his performance. The coach understood that players with that level of talent possess a burning hatred for losing. He was aware that facing Fellini was an incredibly tough challenge, one that would push Jian to his limits. Though he could offer a hint, the coach was intensely curious to see Jian steal the ball and immediately look to start an attack. He wanted to witness for himself just how much Jian would grow by solving this problem on his own. Jian took a deep breath, broadening his vision to take in the positions of all his teammates and opponents. He observed that Roma, desperate for a goal at their home stadium, had pushed their entire formation higher up the pitch. Because of this tactical shift, Fellini was now positioned deep within their own territory. Jian identified the tactic. Fellini was staying high to stretch the defense rather than dropping back to receive the ball. Voices from the opposing bench urged their players to find Fellini and to block any counterattacks early. Jian sensed a massive opportunity. If he could intercept the pass intended for the star player, he could create an ideal situation. He watched the Roma player on the ball hesitate, unable to find a clear passing lane to Fellini. Jian's eyes lit up as he saw his chance crystallize. An announcer noted that the opponent seemed to be out of energy, unable to keep up the pace. Jian knew this was it, the perfect play he could execute, a move where he could use his head and mobility. He quickly balanced his body, kicked the ball forward, and called for his defensive teammates to back him up as he sprinted. With the opponent's defensive line pushed so far forward, Jian realized he had far fewer players to break through. He also saw that with his senior teammate rushing into the box alongside him, no defender dared to commit directly to stopping him. As he neared the penalty box, he anticipated the defenders would finally try to block his path. Jian executed his plan, passing to his senior teammate who had slowed his run just enough to avoid the offside trap, drawing the defender's attention. In that moment of distraction, he darted into the box, setting up the exact scene he had practiced with his senior countless times. Jian didn't even need to look at the goal. In the sweltering heat of Roma's home stadium, he focused entirely on the ball. And then, he shot. The sound of the ball hitting the back of the net silenced the home crowd, as the scoreboard lit up to show a 1-0 lead, with Jian's name as the scorer. The narrative described AC Roma's Lorenzo Fellini, hailed as the next Roman emperor in a line of legends. But as keyboards clicked away, an unseen observer wondered about the player in Firenze's number 20 jersey who was stealing the show. The live chat exploded with comments, with one furious coach questioning how a 16-year-old rookie could so completely outshine their proclaimed genius, Fellini. A young woman stared at her phone, exclaiming in awe that the live comments were now completely filled with praise for Jian. She smiled warmly, thinking to herself how much her Jian had truly grown. A sharp whistle blast echoed across the pitch, signaling a substitution was underway. As Jian walked off the field, he recalled raising his hand for the sub right after his 55th minute goal, feeling he had become a burden due to his physical limits. Even with the goal to his name, he was still frustrated, his breath heavy with the thought that he could have done so much better. The sudden sound of applause broke through his thoughts, causing him to look up in surprise. A commentator shouted that he played well, while the surrounding Roma fans, the home crowd, unexpectedly joined the standing ovation. Jian stood bewildered. His senior teammate, Vlahovi, approached him with a smile, explaining that Jian had now become a player who earns respect even from his opponent's fans. Vlahovi continued, stating that for these fans, Roma is the best team in the world, and their applause was an acknowledgement of his incredible performance against them. He patted Jian's back, urging him to hold his head high and walk out with confidence, a sentiment Jian accepted with tears in his eyes. Despite the encouragement, Jian scurried away, admitting he felt too embarrassed and just wanted to leave. Vlahovi playfully pulled him back, chiding the young. On the sidelines, a coach with green hair gave Jian a proud pat on the head. Though his teammates showered him with praise, Jian couldn't shake a feeling of guilt for asking to be subbed out and possibly breaking the team's momentum. He knew the Roma fans clapped out of respect, but he remained deeply unsatisfied with his own play that day. His mind was consumed not by the goal he scored, but by the memory of the first half he felt he had completely wasted. He kicked at the ground in frustration, convinced that if he had just regained his composure earlier, he could have secured another goal. A notification pinged on his phone, but Jian remained lost in his own world of regret. He tried to reason with himself, conceding that scoring a goal against a powerhouse like Roma was still something to be proud of. But his regret was too strong. a thought that was abruptly cut short by a roar from the stadium as Roma launched a desperate last-minute attack. In the 75th minute, Abraham scored an equalizer for Roma, and the match ultimately ended in a 1-1 draw. The final whistle signaled that Firenze's hard-fought winning streak had been temporarily halted. Nevertheless, securing a 1-1 draw during an away game in Rome was by no means a poor result for the team. Senior Saharara smiled at the cheering crowd, remarking how long it had been since they'd seen their fans so happy at an away game. He attributed the mood to Jian's performance, but then noticed his gloomy expression and asked if he wasn't happy. Jian could only mutter a noncommittal response. Jian's mind was stuck on a single, discouraging thought: the team's winning streak was broken the moment he became a starter. Senior Saharara swiftly grabbed Jian's cheek, scolding him for. Later, in the relative quiet of the locker room, the players began to change. Jian let out a heavy sigh, still processing his senior's words as he pulled on his shirt. He pulled out his phone, initially worried about the fans' reactions, but then a different, more pressing concern came to mind. He was far more worried about Jiwoo's reaction, his eyes widening in shock at the 99 unread messages from her. Scrolling through, he saw a frantic barrage of messages from Jiwoo, who had been asking how he could possibly endure the rough play. She had furiously questioned who the opposing number 7 was, threatening to find his number and give him a piece of her mind for his aggressive body checks. Jian was floored, realizing she had sent a torrent of messages during just the first half of the game. His finger stopped on a photo she had sent right after he scored, accompanied by a flood of ecstatic messages calling him amazing. He then noticed a faint, ghost-like figure in the background of the picture and realized it was his dad, his expression turning somber. With a quiet tap, Jian dismissed the thought, telling himself he didn't know what he was expecting. He decided it was fine as long as Jiwoo and his dad weren't disappointed, and cheekily typed a reply asking for a funny picture of her in return. The moment he sent the message, he was struck by the immediate realization that she could easily misunderstand his request. Jiwoo's reply was instant, teasingly asking when he had become so honest and if he really missed his Nuna that much, causing Jian to recoil in frantic denial. As she clarified she wanted a funny photo to match the one of their dad, Jian's bald coach walked past, overhearing the commotion. The coach watched with concern as Jian vehemently denied something to his phone, wondering if the boy was that stressed out. Jiwoo promised to send a photo later, making Jian internally rage at the thought that he was desperate to see her picture. However, as he slipped his phone into his pocket, a different feeling settled in. He quietly admitted to himself that he actually wouldn't mind seeing her bare face at all. Back at the U-17 training ground, a furious voice shouted in disbelief. Jian's former coach was livid, questioning him about reports of eating 5 meals a day and training late at night, which Jian weakly tried to pass off as light exercise. The enraged coach blamed the older man himself had come to check on Jian, stating that he'd warned him not to overdo it, while Jian insisted he was being treated well. In that moment, Jian realized how much he had missed both of his former coaches, even remembering how he'd sent Luca with a message for them. The older man gently inspected him, asking if he felt all right, and Jian confirmed that he did. The coach sighed in relief, advising that since Jian was doing well, he no longer needed to stick to such an extreme diet. He explained that at his age, being too eager to bulk up could lead to injury, and Jian realized that his obsessive regimen was likely why he felt so off. Jian sheepishly admitted that in hindsight, he probably wasn't in his best condition for the game. The older man smiled, reminding him he still scored a goal, while his colleague with glasses excitedly added that they had been screaming for their student while watching. Jian laughed, humbly crediting his success to the shooting training they had provided for him. The man with glasses praised his impressive social skills, and the older coach dryly remarked that he must have learned them to survive amongst the first-team players. As their familiar laughter filled the air, Jian felt like he was finally back home, especially when they started joking about Saharara's octopus head. Jian's focus then shifted as he asked about the next game against Lazio, accepting a cup of tea from his coach. The assistant coach confirmed that a player named Rica Romero was indeed on the Lazio team. The older coach then looked at Jian with a serious expression, telling him that if he played in the next game, he had a duty to outperform this Rica guy. Confused, Jian asked who he was, and the coach explained it was a player another coach he knew had been bragging about non-stop. He continued, stating that this player was also 16, had debuted around August, and that the constant bragging had annoyed him so much he eventually blocked the other coach. With a firm hand on Jian's shoulder, the coach declared that this was his chance to prove who the real genius truly was. Jian beamed with confidence, telling them not to worry, as he had not only debuted but already scored 2 goals. His response sent both coaches into a fit of proud laughter, delighted by his spirit. Meanwhile, a sports broadcast blared, with an announcer declaring that Serie A's hottest rising star was none other than Rica Romero. The crowd roared as the broadcast showed Rica Romero scoring his 3rd goal of the season at his home stadium. At school, a boy asked his friend Jiwoo if she knew about a player named Rica Romero. When Jiwoo asked who that was, the boy revealed. Jiwoo scrolled through online comments praising Romero's 3 goals in 7 matches, with fans debating whether to call the 16-year-old a prodigy or the next Messi. The boy laughed, remarking that the world is full of so-called geniuses, but Jiwoo was focused on a startling detail she found. She read aloud that Romero had already scored 3 goals for the season. Jiwoo defensively pointed out that while Jian only had 2 goals, her own stats were better, boasting 2 goals and 2 assists. Her friend seemed confused, asking if goals weren't simply more important than assists. The boy sighed internally, realizing with a hint of pity that she didn't understand soccer at all. Jian, overhearing them, silently compared his 2 goals and 2 assists in 3 matches to Romero's stats, deciding to just let it go. Jiwoo broke the tension with a laugh, declaring that of course, their Jian was the real genius. Jian's sister then playfully offered to look him up online, causing Jian to flinch in embarrassment. To his surprise, his sister announced that Jian's comments section was flooded with even more praise from coaches and fans, who hailed him as a beautiful lily and a one-of-a-kind talent. She beamed at him, reaffirming that he was a true genius, though Jian tried to play it cool. Internally, Jian felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, silently thanking the online commenters for helping him survive the pressure. His sister then brought up the upcoming weekend match against Romero's team, Lazio. She excitedly framed it as a showdown of geniuses, but Jian downplayed it, unsure if he would even get to play. His sister grabbed him, insisting with a fiery determination that he absolutely had to play and win, declaring it a battle of pride. Though she privately admitted she didn't care for the rivalry, she knew his coach and Jiwoo did, so she sternly told Jian he'd better win. Jian, however, had a different concern weighing on his mind. He hesitated for a moment before turning to his sister with a serious question. Jian asked her if she would end up rooting for Romero instead if he were to lose the match. His sister fell silent, her expression unreadable. She then broke the silence by calling him an idiot and affectionately poking his cheek, annoyed by his lack of confidence. The day of the Serie A Round 12 match arrived, pitting Firenze against Lazio in a stadium roaring with anticipation. On the field, Jian felt more energetic than ever, his condition vastly improved since changing his diet after the last game. He knew that Lazio was a top-tier team, strong enough to compete in the prestigious European League. Despite the stakes, Jian decided to let go of the burden, reminding himself that as a young player, people would be lenient with him. He resolved to enjoy this privilege, train hard, and play without pressure as a teammate checked if he was ready. With steadfast confidence, Jian confirmed that he was ready, knowing this was the best he could possibly be right now. In the stands, spectators marveled at how the sentiment had shifted, remembering the recent calls for coach Vincenzo's resignation and attributing the change to the Li Jian effect. Fans expressed their excitement that both Jian and Romero were starting, with one person specifically cheering Jian on. Jian's old coach Riley commented on his colleague dragging a student into a personal grudge, but the other coach retorted that on the soccer field, age means nothing. The second coach confidently stated that no matter what, Jian would show it. His colleague agreed, asserting that Jian's talent wouldn't fall behind. In the huddle, the Firenze team roared with determination, chanting their vow to win again. The camera focused on Lazio's number 17, Rica Romero. Though small in stature, Romero possessed a solid build, fast feet, and a penchant for aggressive dribbling, confidently telling his seniors to trust him. An unnamed player noted that Romero was also 16, while Romero himself wondered if the opposing team was talking about him. Firenze's coach instructed the team to start with their usual kickoff, passing the ball back to slowly build their attack. But Rica Romero had other plans, immediately charging forward with explosive speed. Jian noted that as soon as the game began, Lazio's attackers and midfielders had swarmed into their half. He realized they were executing a high-press strategy right from the start, just as they'd been briefed. The plan was to clear the ball from the back and transition quickly from defense to attack. Jian knew that while their press was threatening, breaking through it would create a golden opportunity, just as Milancevic called for the ball. However, a quick glance at his seniors' faces told Jian that the speed and strength of Lazio's press was more intense than expected. He knew he had to move into open positions to receive a pass while also helping with the defense. Jian shouted to his senior that the opposite side was open, noticing that he himself was still heavily marked. He worried that even senior Milancevic was rattled, trying to redirect him, but a disastrous pass was made, and the ball was passed directly to Jian's side, which the opponent had clearly been targeting. As a result, the pass was intercepted in a dangerously exposed part of the field. The player who skillfully stole the ball was none other than Rica Romero. Romero launched a threatening dribble, breaking through the defense and opening up the left corner. Jian braced for a cross, confident their taller defenders could handle it, but was shocked by what happened next. From a seemingly impossible position, Romero unleashed a powerful shot directly at the goal. The ball soared through the air, wide of the net. Jian thought to himself that there was never any angle for a shot to begin with, as Romero's teammates praised him for the attempt. Nonetheless, the situation had been incredibly dangerous. His teammate, the player with glasses, apologized to Jian for the mistake. Romero, unfazed, told the player who made the initial interception to pass to him again if he got the ball. The Firenze captain, player 4, watched in disbelief, wondering where a 16-year-old got the confidence to demand the ball again after wasting a shot. Suddenly, Jian's attention was caught by a movement across the field. It was Rica Romero, who stared him down with a snarling expression and mockingly asked in Italian, "You are a genius?" Romero repeated the question with a derisive smirk, "Really?" Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his rival was openly laughing at him. The referee's whistle blew, signaling for a goal kick. Firenze's goalkeeper clicked his tongue in frustration, knowing they were supposed to build up with short passes but were outnumbered in their own half. From the sidelines, the coach grimaced, seeing that Lazio was forcing them into a long kick that would be difficult to win. The goalkeeper knew that trying to build up from the back under this pressure was nearly impossible. A teammate looked around in panic, seeing that everyone was worried about receiving the ball and that a short pass was out of the question. Stepping forward into the open, Jian spoke up, telling his senior that he would take the ball. The goalkeeper looked at him in surprise as Jian repeated his offer with unwavering resolve. Facing his goalkeeper directly, Jian made a firm request, "Please give me the ball." A Lazio player taunted the cornered goalkeeper, noting there was nowhere left to go and warning against any delay. His teammate chimed in, demanding they quickly send a meaningless long kick their way, only to stop short in confusion. The goalkeeper defied all expectations, executing a sharp, low pass to a nearby teammate. A Lazio player cried out in disbelief as he identified the recipient as number 20, Jian. The Lazio captain, player 4, scoffed, assuming Jian's confidence in receiving the ball under pressure was mere arrogance. The first defender closed in, certain he had already calculated Jian's every possible move. A teammate questioned Jian's odds, doubting he could break through a 2 versus 1 situation. However, another defender advised there was no need to force a 2-on-1 confrontation. The lead defender decided it was best to push Jian to one side and engage him one-on-one. He committed to the plan, lunging forward to initiate the press from the side. The second defender anticipated a breakthrough to the left, moving to intercept the expected path. But Jian executed a sharp feint, tapping the ball in the opposite direction. The defender realized he had fallen for the simple trick far too easily. With a burst of speed, Jian surged past the first opponent, leaving him behind. Jian's mind raced, noting that as expected, the second defender was now rushing over to cover for his beaten teammate. He gave the ball a slight push forward, drawing the new opponent closer. While feigning a glance at the right back, Jian's true intention was to quickly fold his right foot for the next move. The defender shouted a warning about a pass to the right side, lunging desperately to block it. Jian coolly informed him he had no such intention, deftly sidestepping the tackle and leaving the defender sprawling. A wave of relief washed over Jian, his breakout was proceeding exactly according to plan. He burst into open space, internally celebrating that he had cleared the coach's first instruction on resisting the press. Now, his mind shifted to the next phase, a rapid transition from defense to offense. Jian's vision scanned the field, seeing Lazio's defensive midfielder scrambling back after being caught off guard by the sudden counter. He observed that their defensive formation was incredibly loose, a clear sign they had never anticipated this scenario. Amidst the disorganized defensive line, Jian spotted his fleet-footed senior attacker making a run. His eyes locked onto the perfect angle for a space pass, targeting the gap between the opposing defenders and their goalkeeper. The destination was the left midpoint, a zone of maximum opportunity. As his senior raced towards the designated spot, Jian began his own sprint toward the box, perfectly executing the through ball. The opposing defender clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing he was caught out of position and couldn't run out to intercept. Jian watched as his teammate, having read the pass perfectly, broke cleanly through the defensive line. Though confident his senior would handle it, Jian remained vigilant, constantly preparing for every possible outcome on the field. The attacker neared the goal, drawing his leg back for a powerful shot. He struck the ball with full force. In a stunning display of agility, the Lazio goalkeeper launched himself sideways, pulling off a super save. Jian cried out in frustration, realizing the shot had been aimed too centrally. A Lazio player yelled praise for his keeper's save, but his eyes immediately darted towards the deflected second ball. It was a stark reminder that sometimes, listening to the wisdom of your elders is the correct path. A flash of a purple jersey appeared, lunging towards the rebound. Jian connected with the ball, unleashing a second, decisive shot. A spectator in the stands jumped to his feet, screaming a name into the roaring stadium. His friend turned to him, asking if he had just witnessed the same incredible play. The crowd erupted, their cheers answering the unspoken question of who the superior genius truly was. The halftime whistle blew, with the scoreboard showing Firenze leading Lazio 1-0, courtesy of Jian's goal in the 27th minute. An elderly man chuckled to himself from the stands, still marveling at the sheer brilliance of the play. The commentary explained Lazio's fast-paced, dangerous style, which could overwhelm even the strongest teams. It seemed that very situation was unfolding when they pressured Firenze relentlessly from the start, but Jian had single-handedly broken that dangerous flow with his incredible press resistance and a stunning counter-attack finish. The narrator mused on the difficulty of not just conceiving but successfully executing such a play in a high-pressure moment. While the media had tried to hype the match as a battle of geniuses, Jian's performance had only made Lazio's number 17 look pitiful in comparison. It was becoming clear that the two players were simply on a different level of talent. In the stands, a bearded man laughed as his friends celebrated, boasting that he had blocked the annoying rival player online. An older spectator pointed out the harshness of their celebration, prompting the young man to realize something about the rival kid. A man in a blue shirt noted that the rival player always seemed to be subbed out after just the first half. The old man sighed, recognizing that the kid's pride must be taking a serious blow. In the locker room, a loud bang echoed as a frustrated player kicked a metal door. Rica Romero reflected that for the last 16 years, he had lived his life fueled solely by confidence. From the academy to the first team, he had always been hailed as the youngest genius wherever he went. But now, he was left to wonder what on earth this number 20 from Firenze truly was. In a flashback, the Lazio coach instructed his team that pressuring Jian was the key to controlling the game. A younger, arrogant Romero had scoffed, questioning why the coach was making such a fuss over a mere 2005-born kid. He had boldly declared that he would be the one to show everyone what real talent looked like. Back in the present, Romero grimly recalled those words as he watched the monitor, a stark contrast to the reality where Jian had scored and he had been subbed out. He desperately tried to rationalize the situation, telling himself that his own dribbling and personal skills were surely better. As he clung to the belief that dribbling was a more valuable skill than passing, he watched the screen in horror. His self-reassurance trailed off into a stunned question. He stared in disbelief as the monitor showed Jian dribbling past Senior Romali, his own team's best defender. The shocking realization hit him: Jian could dribble too, while on the field, Jian was already calculating his final approach to the box. From his new position, Jian saw it clearly, a perfect angle for a direct shot on goal. The net bulged as Jian's second goal hit its mark, putting Firenze ahead 2-0 in the 58th minute. He stammered, trying to find words to describe the feeling. Utterly defeated, Rica Romero admitted to himself that it felt like he was. In the locker room, teammates swarmed Jian, offering him drinks and congratulating him on it. Taking a moment to himself, Jian reflected that he was lucky today. He reasoned that playing longer than last time and scoring 2 goals was a clear improvement, even if one goal felt like a fluke. As he gulped down his water, Jian confirmed to himself that he had definitely performed better than in the last game. Senior Jose Canhan approached, remarking on the post-game fatigue, and Jian greeted his senior. Canhan noted that Jian had been running so hard to get the ball that he probably hadn't even noticed his own intense focus. Internally, Jian acknowledged that the opponent's high-pressure tactics had forced him to constantly drop back to receive the ball. An old coach remarked that he now understood the strategy of quick turnovers, just as Jian's inner voice erupted in frustration over a missed cross. Despite the minor frustrations, Jian's inner self was glad to have been so completely absorbed in the game. Jian's thoughts drifted to Jiwoo, worrying that she might have been more impressed by the other supposed genius, Rica Romero. He felt a strange surge of anger at the mere thought, even though Jiwoo wasn't his girlfriend. Shaking it off, Jian convinced himself that, for today at least, he had looked like the superior talent. The final score of 2-0 was a testament to Firenze's ironclad defense against Lazio. On the opposing side, players raged at their defense for letting Jian score, blaming the coach for subbing out their own young star. While Lazio fans mockingly demanded their genius be brought back, Jian's inner voice chuckled, dismissing their pleas. He recalled how the tide of the game had threatened to shift until the opponent's number 17 scored a goal through sheer. A player mused that Italy was teeming with geniuses, wondering just how many more existed across the whole of Europe. The upcoming Europe Cup loomed, a tournament with the realistic, yet, as a competition for only the best teams from each country, it promised encounters with even stronger prodigies. Jian hoped that if he ever faced them, Jiwoo wouldn't discover he was just an ordinary person struggling. Watching the replay, Jian's attention was suddenly caught by a new opportunity unfolding on the screen. The scoreboard updated, showing a flurry of goals from both teams in the latter half of the match. Though Firenze allowed a late goal, Senior Vlahovi quickly answered back, securing their advantage. The match ended with a decisive 3-1 victory, and the Firenze players celebrated on the field. Jian clapped along with the crowd, feeling a profound sense of relief. However, the dreaded post-match interview still awaited him, and he nervously greeted the reporter. He noted with relief that this interview seemed to be going smoothly, without the usual teasing from his seniors. The reporter immediately brought up the pre-match hype. framing the game as a battle between 16-year-old geniuses and asking if Jian had seen Romero's interview. Jian denied seeing it as the reporter quoted Romero's bold declaration, "I'll show who the real genius is." The reporter then posed the critical question, asking Jian who he thought was the real genius on the field that day. A wave of pressure hit Jian as he stammered, realizing he needed to answer this question perfectly. He was caught off guard when the reporter suddenly recognized him as Coach Luca's student, a name Jian had never heard before. The reporter explained Coach Luca was from the U-17 team and praised Jian's non-answer as a brilliant response. As the segment ended, Jian silently hoped that his confusing answer had been good enough. Just as he thought it was over, the reporter brought up the recent high sales of his uniform to female fans. The reporter then bluntly asked Jian what he thought his charm point was that made him so popular with women. Utterly flustered by the question, Jian was speechless as the reporter encouraged him to show off his charm for the camera. His mind raced, charm points were something he had never considered before, and he could only stammer as the reporter waited. Suddenly, an idea struck Jian. He blurted out that his charm was ilpiandansum, leaving the reporter to ask for the meaning of the Korean phrase. Sweating nervously, Jian explained it meant having an unwavering heart. The reporter interpreted this romantically as being devoted to one person, and Jian breathed a sigh of relief that her interpretation was a good one. As the interview finally concluded, Jian felt a wave of relief, glad it was over. Believing he had handled the stressful situation without any mistakes, Jian went about his day, unaware of the storm to come. The next day, a friend rushed over, exclaiming that his interview had completely blown up online. A dark-haired woman showed him her phone, revealing that the article about his interview already had hundreds of comments. Jiwoo pointed out comments from fans praising his ilpiandansum as a sign of loyalty to the Firenze team, completely misinterpreting his words. Jian realized with horror that his unwavering heart had been mistaken for team loyalty, not romantic devotion. Jiwoo then asked what he had truly meant, noticing his panicked expression. Trying to cover his tracks, Jian awkwardly agreed with the fans' interpretation, but his friends weren't convinced. Jiwoo then teased him, accusing him of grinning during the interview because the reporter was pretty. She insisted that she saw him give a really wide smile, much to Jian's flustered denial. Getting possessive, Jiwoo demanded he promise not to smile in front of pretty girls anymore, catching him. As Jiwoo stumbled over her reasons, demanding he focus only on soccer, Jian found himself captivated by her jealousy. He thought to himself that her pouting and flustered demeanor was ridiculously adorable. Composing himself, Jian simply agreed to her demand. With a straight face, the young man promised. When a suspicious Jiwoo questioned his sincerity, Jian cheekily replied that he was keeping his promise, before calling her a dummy for not understanding his hidden meaning. The scene shifted to a quiet image of two small figures alone on a vast soccer pitch, symbolizing their shared journey. Meanwhile, at the training ground, the team captain pushed himself past his limits, screaming for one more rep. A concerned Jian asked about the captain, while an older teammate sighed, having expected this kind of behavior. The older man explained that despite it being a recovery day, the captain was training so intensely because of their next match. Jian learned their upcoming opponent was the infamous FC Milano del Mondo, nicknamed Nerazzurri, for their black and blue colors. The older teammate revealed that their captain was a former youth player for that very club, hinting at an unforgettable connection. Jian naively assumed the captain was just training hard to impress his former fans, admiring what he thought was cool dedication. The older man corrected him, explaining that the captain's situation was far more complicated. He revealed that the captain had been loaned to Milano with a transfer option last year, but was ultimately rejected and sent back to Firenze. That painful rejection was the true source of his current, desperate determination. The narrator reflected on the captain's. Now, he was returning not as their player, but as the captain of a rival team, wearing a purple uniform. He was preparing to stand on that field and face his unforgettable first love. The story opened on the legendary Stadio Giuseppe Meazza, also known as San Siro. It stood as a bastion of European football history, it stands perpetually roaring with the passion of its fans. For Captain Bairashi, it was a place of formative memory, where on that fateful day, his dream was forged, to one day wear the navy blue of Milano and play before this incredible crowd. As a young boy, he had chanted with all his heart, declaring that for him, there was only Milan. From that moment forward, Milan was all he knew, a singular passion that consumed him. At 13, his dream felt within reach as he joined the youth team and finally pulled on the coveted navy blue uniform. The closer he got, the larger his ambition grew, his eyes now set on a first-team contract. A young man now, he boldly declared his dream was to become the captain of the Nerazzurri, just like his idol. He yearned to be a captain beloved by every single one of the Mondo fans. But now, the dream felt like a distant, fragile memory. The captain's armband he wore was not for Milano, but for their rivals, Firenze. With a deep breath, the man called his team to gather around. A bald teammate wisely noted that everyone has a first love they can't forget. Jian joked that with the senior's looks, he probably only had bad memories, but then recoiled as he felt a menacing aura from the man. Jian's thoughts drifted, realizing this feeling was like wanting to become a better person just to make your first love regret leaving you. Unseen by his team, the captain's mind raced, acknowledging that this was exactly how he felt at that very moment. He silently pleaded with his teammates, hoping they would help him achieve this one. The captain began a team chant, only for an eager Jian to impulsively shout the response, Viola. Bairashi jokingly threatened that anyone quieter than him would face his wrath, causing a startled Jian to quickly agree. The captain then told everyone to ignore the noise and focus, thanking them for their support. He let out a mighty Forza, and his team roared back a deafening Viola, in unison. Just before they broke, the captain turned to Jian, telling him not to worry about what he had said about a first love. He smiled warmly, advising the young man that he, on the other hand, should marry his first love. With a booming voice, the captain then teasingly introduced Jian as Firenze's single-hearted devotee, much to Jian's flustered dismay. The player with number 3 hurried Jian along, telling him it was time to go. Another teammate watched the captain's display, his resolve reminding him of his own past U17 match against Gioventù. He thought that the captain today was just like he was back then, even though Gioventù wasn't his first love. As a player shouted orders about spacing, the teammate mused that the last love is always more important than the first. He resolved that his last love was Firenze, and for them, he wanted to make his own first love cry today. He admitted to himself that his first love had been a top team he had no chance of joining. While facing them alone would have been impossible, he now believed that with his Firenze teammates, they could win. A man with a goatee confidently added that their team possessed a player that no one in Milano could ever replace. The young teammate silently put his faith in Jian, urging him to run wild and make his own first love weep. The whistle shrieked, signaling the start of the first half as Milano faced Firenze. The favored Milano team immediately pushed their defensive line high, concentrating pressure on the midfield. Firenze also had numbers in the middle, but Milano tactically shifted players to create a temporary numerical superiority. The player with number 4, Captain Bairashi, yelled for his team not to back down and to keep pressing relentlessly. Fueled by their captain's pre-game speech, Firenze's defensive concentration was sharp from the start. Unable to find a breakthrough, Milano's players grew anxious, resorting to risky plays as Firenze kept up the pressure. As predicted, the opposing wingback pushed far too high up the pitch, leaving a massive gap on the flank. The Firenze players remained focused, patiently waiting for the inevitable error to launch their counterattack. The moment came as Captain Bairashi perfectly read the play and intercepted a sloppy pass. A teammate with the number 3 jersey immediately screamed Jian's name, signaling the charge. Bairashi didn't hesitate, sending the ball forward with absolute faith that Jian was already moving into space. Jian received the pass in a tight spot, knowing he had to act instantly to avoid being swarmed. With a subtle touch, he pulled the ball back to evade a tackle from his right. In one fluid movement, he turned and accelerated, outmaneuvering a defender rushing from behind. He spotted senior Kane Han on the right, where a clear passing lane had just opened up. But in a stunning move that went against the obvious play, Jian cut back to his left. He had seen the captain making a desperate, jaw-clenched run and chose to reward that effort with a pinpoint pass. Captain Bairashi caught the ball and grumbled internally, grateful for the pass but wondering if the kid had overestimated his aging legs. He initially thought the pass was too long, but his eyes widened as he saw the ball suddenly slow down. Realizing it was a perfectly weighted backspin pass, the captain mentally apologized to Jian for ever doubting him. A teammate's urgent shout warned him that a defender was rapidly closing in from behind. The captain knew the defender's recovery speed was no joke and that he couldn't win in a straight race. So, instead of trying to outrun him, he braced for contact. The captain decided he would simply push through with raw strength. As he powered forward, his body screaming in protest, he couldn't help but wonder if he was getting too old for this. The opposing player slammed into him, desperately trying to halt his charge. With a guttural scream of exertion, the defender found he couldn't stop the captain's determined advance. Bairashi looked up and saw two white-clad teammates positioned inside the penalty box. There was no time to analyze who was in a better position, he had to trust his instincts. Letting his feet make the decision, he launched a cross into the heart of the penalty area. On the field, one of the attacking players in a white jersey stumbled to the ground. A defending player cried out in frustration as the play developed past him. He watched in agony, knowing the ball was now out of his reach. Two players, one from each side, soared into the air to contest the cross as the goalkeeper watched from below. The ball struck the back of the net with a satisfying thud, as a kneeling Firenze player looked on in sheer astonishment. The moment hung in the air, a silent question posed to the team that had let their captain go. This was the Firenze team. This was the last love of the man they had abandoned, as Jian scored the opening goal, assisted by Bairashi. The Firenze players erupted in a triumphant roar, celebrating the momentous opening goal. Across the massive stadium, a solemn chant reminded everyone of their hallowed ground, "There is only Milano." A teammate clapped Jian on the back for the great play, but Jian was more concerned for his captain, asking if his all-out charge had been too reckless. Another player playfully smacked the captain, chiding him for getting lost in the emotion of his own play. Jian, the team's youngest player, watched in quiet shock as he realized his captain was crying. A bald teammate roared for the team to capitalize on the momentum, his voice joining the passionate cries from the viola section. An elderly coach quickly stepped in to quiet them down, warning them not to further agitate the hostile home fans. A man in a cap on the bench agreed, adding that there was no reason for them to get overly excited just yet. A Milano player shouted from the field, vehemently reminding them that the match was far from over. He couldn't help but wonder how much his captain must have suffered to be moved to tears by a single score. The young player felt a shiver of fear, imagining the crushing weight they would have all felt if he had failed to score. He pushed the thought away, steeling his nerves as he reminded himself they were in Milano's fortress, playing against the third-ranked team in the league. Jian knew there was no time for anything but absolute focus. The game resumed with the sharp, hollow thud of the ball being kicked off. On the sidelines, a worried coach let out a tense breath as a shot from Milano flew just wide of the post, sensing the tide was turning against them. The bald coach grimly confirmed his fears, noting they had conceded 5 shots in the mere 10 minutes since scoring their goal. He acknowledged that momentum naturally shifts, but furiously yelled at his players to press their opponents more aggressively. Milano's attack fell into a simple, devastating rhythm, a long pass, a header down, and a shot. This strategy revolved around their number 9, a player named Eden Zico, whose dominance in the air was overwhelming. Despite having a tall defense, Firenze was consistently losing the aerial duels, giving him possession 4 out of 5 times. To make matters worse, Milano's number 10 was proving incredibly adept at latching onto the second ball. That player was Lautaro, a man with a warrior's presence and a stocky, powerful build. He was a player of a completely different style from Jian, constantly moving and using his body to challenge the defense and create openings. Once Lautaro got the ball, his only instinct was to drive forward and take a shot. A failed attempt didn't faze him in the slightest, much to the exasperation of the Firenze defenders who felt a man was left open on the other side. He would squander chances with selfish plays but would never get discouraged, immediately demanding the ball again. The Firenze players grew frustrated, finding his relentless, repetitive attacks incredibly troublesome. He kept trying, again and again, like a striker singularly obsessed. In the 42nd minute, that obsession with goals finally paid off, and he fired the ball into the net to equalize. The crowd erupted as Lautaro's goal sent an earthquake of sound through the stadium. The Firenze players could only stand and stare, shocked by the unimaginable scene unfolding before them. As his defenders apologized for their mistakes, Jian reflected that he would have been too embarrassed and intimidated to continue after failing so many times. But Lautaro, after succeeding on his 8th attempt, celebrated with audacious pride, demanding the fans shout even louder for Milano. His teammates rushed to his side, declaring him the best, as the roaring fans affirmed his status. Jian was left to wonder if that brand of unshakable mental fortitude was a required trait for a top team's ace striker. In the locker room, a furious coach shattered the halftime silence, demanding to know why no one was focused. The elderly man singled out Tenoira, screaming at him to hold his position and stop the defense from being shaken. He then criticized the team's one-dimensional attack, asking if their only plan was to pass the ball to Jian. A dark-haired coach continued the beratement, asking if they truly wanted to rely so heavily on the team's youngest player, making Jian wish he could hide. The elderly man declared that if anyone thought they could score, they should take the shot without hesitation. His colleague added an ultimatum: anyone satisfied with a draw against Milano should not bother coming out for the second half. A man with a goatee and headband stepped in to rally the troops, insisting that they could win if they just focused a little more. He urged them to do well in the second half, and the team responded with a defiant shout. As the coaches finished, Jian nervously approached one of them with something to say. Seeing his hesitation, the coach encouraged Jian to speak his mind comfortably. Jian quietly explained his tactical idea while the coach listened with a focused expression. As Jian tried to downplay his suggestion, the coach cut him off, assuring him he understood exactly what he was saying. The young player then excused himself and returned to the tunnel, leaving his teammates looking on in confusion. A fellow coach approached, asking what had just happened. The first coach announced, stunned, that Li Jian himself had just suggested a tactical change. The angry old man, the head coach, overheard the exchange and made a snap decision, calling for a player named Vlahovi. Meanwhile, Jian walked nervously down the tunnel, worrying he had said something unnecessary. His mind raced with the fear that the coach would see him as arrogant and bench him for his audacity. Just then, a senior player called out to him, causing a startled Jian to jump and apologize profusely. The player was confused, asking Jian why he was sorry and telling him that his idea was a good one. The young man then confirmed that they would be moving forward with that plan for the second half. As the teams took the field again, the Firenze players psyched themselves up to carry their momentum forward. A Milano player, anticipating the same strategy as before, suddenly paused as he noticed a change in the opponent's formation. On the pitch, the positions of Firenze's number 9, Vlahovi, and their number 20, Jian, had been switched. Jian immediately launched himself forward, putting pressure on the Milano defense and shouting for a pass. Up until now, Milano's defenders could freely send long passes because Vlahovi typically conserved his stamina on defense to focus on attack. Jian, however, immediately swarmed the man on the ball, intent on interfering with their build-up play. The defender panicked under the unexpected pressure, finding he had nowhere to pass and launching a desperate, inaccurate ball towards Zico. That sloppy, hurried pass stood no chance. The ball was easily intercepted by the prepared Firenze defense. The successful clearance sent the ball arching through the air, where it fell perfectly at the feet of Tenoira. From his new forward position, Jian watched his teammate collect the ball, thinking to himself that it was now their turn. On the sidelines, Milano's coach, Simone Lanzaghi, analyzed the unfolding disaster. He understood that his team's rear attack strategy had only worked because Vlahovi wasn't the type to pressure their defenders, granting them open space. Thanks to that freedom, his defenders had been able to execute precise long passes with ease. But now, an unexpected variable had completely changed the game's complexion. He watched in frustration as number 20's relentless movement shattered their entire game plan, giving Firenze a prime opportunity for a counterattack. Lanzaghi recalled how even in the first half, the man on the ball always seemed to be looking for Jian, who was now streaking forward, demanding a pass. As Jian sprinted, he knew he had to be bold to create an angle, all while a defender desperately closed in on him. With resolve, Jian committed to the decisive action he knew was necessary. He executed a brilliant fake that left one opponent stunned while a teammate shouted his support. From the bench, a coach roared in approval of that confidence, knowing that beating even one defender could turn the tables. Suddenly, instead, he threaded a pass to Jian, who had cleverly ghosted into a nearby pocket of space. Upon receiving the ball, Jian immediately looked toward Vlahovi on the opposite side, a calculated move to unbalance the last line of defense. He then sliced a perfect through ball into the path of the oncoming Kane. The aggressive defender on Kane was certain there was no angle for a shot, focusing only on preventing a cross to Vlahovi. His more cautious teammate, however, warned that he was gravely misunderstanding the danger they were in. Jian admitted to himself that he wasn't on the same level as their star number 10. Yet he knew their number 9 was a player who should never, ever be underestimated. The player with the ball knew that a header from this distance was not a direct threat on goal. He instead noticed player number 8 making a run from the opposite side. The Milano coach was shocked to see number 8 in an offside position, but his attention was then stolen by Jian, who was stealthily moving into space. The aggressive defender, completely caught off guard, could only wonder who in the world this number 20 was. With timing that seemed to predict the entire sequence, Jian broke the offside trap just a beat after the pass was made. Jian mused that perhaps it was due to the coach's halftime speech that their counterattack was connecting so seamlessly. He suddenly found himself in a perfect one-on-one chance against the goalkeeper. In that moment, his heart began to pound like a drum inside his chest. The pressure intensified as a defender scrambled to catch him from behind, urged on by his coach's desperate shouts. A chilling fear of wasting this perfect opportunity washed over him as the goalkeeper rushed out to narrow the angle. Jian knew he didn't possess the steal mentality of player 10, but though the goalkeeper lunged, Jian was determined not just to imitate perfection, but to achieve it. The soccer ball sailed through the air, a perfect arc against the bright sky. It landed softly, rolling just over the goal line for a decisive score. Jian let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. The scoreboard updated to 2-1 as his teammates, including Lautaro, erupted in a roaring celebration. On the coaching bench, a bald man with a beard gave a firm nod, understanding the massive impact of that goal. 30 minutes into the second half, the official raised the substitution board. Jian was brought off for the defensive midfielder, Senior Amkaba, and the two exchanged a brief, encouraging word on the touchline. It was a clear defensive tactic meant to secure the lead. Jian understood the decision, acknowledging that after his second goal, the opponent's attacks had become far less threatening. The Milano players looked utterly drained, their spirits broken after conceding a goal just when they thought they might score. By contrast, Firenze's team remained steadfast, their defensive line holding strong around their captain. As the match entered the final 3 minutes of added time, Firenze's desire to win was stronger than ever. One player passionately yelled that there was no way they were going to lose this game. Another teammate responded with unshakable confidence, stating he didn't even think losing was an option. And just like that, the final whistle echoed across the stadium. The game concluded with a 2-1 victory for Firenze, with Li Jian credited for 2 of the goals. Players from the field and the bench immediately rushed to their captain to celebrate the hard-fought win. One player was so overwhelmed with emotion that he broke down in tears of joy. The captain roared in triumph, thanking everyone before declaring it was time for their traditional, naked party. He began an impassioned speech about loyalty and running with his life for the team, only to be cut off as his teammates playfully booed, with one joking that the captain's intensity almost forced him into an early retirement. A younger player smiled warmly watching the seniors celebrate, as his teammate dryly noted the literal nature of their party. A bald coach cut through the noise, telling them to enjoy the victory but to start wrapping it up. A bearded player then remembered it was the start of an A-match week, prompting a jab about a man who forgot his country for love. The bald coach sternly warned the players heading to their national teams not to get injured from over-celebrating, and they all quickly agreed. A younger boy on the team marveled aloud at how many national players of an older teammate then turned to the boy, asking why he wasn't getting ready to go. The older boy was stunned when the younger one, Jian, replied that no one had contacted him, finding it completely nonsensical. Jian humbly suggested there was no way he'd be on the national team, but his senior chided him for being too modest and urged him to prepare. As his teammate walked away, Jian's mind drifted, realizing it had already been 4 years since he was last in Korea. Far away, another person looked at a screen, deep in thought. In a small Korean shop, an elderly shopkeeper also paused, a pensive look on his face. Elsewhere, a young man stared at his phone, unable to imagine the immense pressure Jian would feel if he knew the situation back home. He let out a sigh, knowing Jian wasn't the type to look himself up, but that he would inevitably find out sooner or later. He would soon discover just how unbelievably popular he had become in his home country of Korea. Jian arrived home, announcing his return as his father's voice called out from inside. His father expressed concern over the long trip, urging his son to shower before they ate a meal together. Jian suddenly remembered something, stopping to pull a rustling bag from his luggage for his dad. The father took the bag, his curiosity piqued as he read the brand name, Filippo Piona, on the box. Jian explained it was golf apparel, a gift he had bought since Milano was renowned for its high-quality clothing. As his father began to get emotional, Jian made a hasty retreat, exclaiming he was going to take a shower. The father chuckled fondly, realizing his son was simply embarrassed by the heartfelt gesture. Jian's father reflected that while he still saw his son as a kid, moments like this made him realize how much he had grown up. His thoughts on whether Jian might one day find soccer, deciding to simply hope for his son's happiness, the father presented a delicious-looking peanut butter spicy cod stew, which amazed Jian. As he watched Jian's eyes light up at the meal, the father briefly wondered if it was finally time to stop treating him like a child. On their holiday, Jiwoo was exasperated with Jian's photography. She sarcastically asked if he really wanted the photo to be stretched out, to which Jian naively replied that it was a basic technique. As Jian sulked, Jiwoo privately mused that it seemed all of his talents must have been poured exclusively into soccer. Despite the coach ordering 3 full days of rest, Jian found himself on photography duty while Jiwoo gave him critical instructions on framing. On a holiday he could have never imagined without Jiwoo, Jian focused intently, trying to capture the slim and pretty shot she demanded. He presented the photo hopefully, only for Jiwoo to exclaim in frustration that he'd made only the background look beautiful. Their bickering was cut short when a man with glasses timidly approached and asked if he was player Jian. The moment Jian confirmed his identity, a crowd of fans suddenly swarmed them, buzzing with excitement at seeing the Firenze star in person. Seeing his panic, Jiwoo decisively stepped forward, announcing she would take the photos for everyone. Jian protested that she didn't have to, but Jiwoo insisted that in this day and age, fan service was just as crucial as skills on the field. Taking command of the situation, Jiwoo expertly organized the fans into a line, directing them for photos and ensuring those needing autographs had pens ready. When Jian whispered that the fans wouldn't understand her Korean, she confidently retorted that they could feel her intent through body language. Jian let out a heavy sigh, feeling that this impromptu fan meet was not at all how he wanted to spend his day off. Jiwoo efficiently managed the line, calling for the last person and snapping the final photos with practiced ease. The final fan, a bald man wearing sunglasses, thanked them profusely and shouted words of encouragement for Lee Jian. After the crowd finally dispersed, Jiwoo let out a sigh of relief while Jian apologized for getting her caught up in the commotion. Jiwoo commented on how incredibly popular he was, noting they spent the entire day on his pictures, but Jian repeated that she didn't have to do all that. She puffed her chest out, asking if he saw how satisfied the fans were with the photos their Nuna had taken. Seeing his disbelief, Jiwoo insisted she had even received multiple thumbs-ups, forcing Jian to agree that he believed her. She then turned on him, questioning his gloomy expression, which he defensively tried to dismiss as nothing. Jiwoo pouted, feeling her hard work was unappreciated, causing Jian to quickly try and placate her. Her expression softened as she apologized for his day off being ruined, completely unaware that Jian was just annoyed their date had been interrupted. Jiwoo playfully forgave him but warned that she would get genuinely mad if he kept acting indifferent, to which Jian hastily agreed. Satisfied with his response, Jiwoo declared that her generous side was coming out again. She told him he would make it up to her by buying something delicious, an offer he accepted as she eagerly pulled him along. As they walked, Jiwoo wondered what they should eat, secretly wishing she could have taken pictures with him today instead. Jian noticed Jiwoo had stopped walking and called out to her, internally scolding himself to just tell her how he felt. Just as Jiwoo began to suggest the woman explained that she had seen how Jian's fan meeting had prevented them from properly enjoying their date. To their complete surprise, the kind stranger then offered to take a picture for the couple. Jiwoo confirmed the woman's offer in disbelief before the lady eagerly accepted Jian's phone to capture the moment. The elderly woman directed them to stand a little closer together for the photo. As he moved closer, the scent of Jiwoo's shampoo filled Jian's senses while she adjusted their pose for the camera. The woman counted down to take the shot, and Jian thought how this one pleasant smell was erasing all the sweaty locker room memories of his seniors. They both thanked the kind woman, who wished them a fun date and cheered for player Lee Jian before she departed. Jian excitedly asked to see the photo, while Jiwoo silently checked it on the phone, her expression unreadable. After a moment of review, she broke the silence with a cheeky smile, declaring that at least she. Jian protested and demanded to see it too, but Jiwoo playfully darted away, telling him to hurry up so they could finally go eat. 2 days later, Jian called out to his father that he was heading out for a bit. His father questioned him, recalling that the coach had explicitly told him to rest for 3 days. Jian promised he would only warm up lightly before coming back. As his son jogged away, the father called after him, asking him to pass on his regards to Coach Tony. On his last day of vacation, Jian bypassed the first-team grounds and made his way to the U-17 training field instead. A feeling of excitement grew within him as he jogged, eager to train with his old mentor, Coach Luca, for the first time in a while. The scene shifted to the familiar grounds of the Firenze U-17 team's training facility. Coach Luca grunted with effort, moving swiftly as he went one-on-one with a player. The coach remarked that he used to be able to block him, but Jian humbly replied that the coach was just going easy on him to prevent injury. Coach Luca squeezed Jian's arm, noting that his muscles had become as hard as rock, before calling for a quick break. While handing Jian a water bottle, the coach chided him for not using his vacation time to rest, but Jian admitted he had grown anxious. Jian explained that after 2 days of rest, he felt an urge to move his body and maintain his physical condition. Coach Luca nodded in understanding, agreeing that being motivated was certainly not a bad thing. He then gave Jian a stern look, warning him not to overdo it and reminding him that injury prevention was paramount. As he was about to reply, Jian's eyes were drawn to a group of young players in the distance, and he pointed them out to his coach. Coach Luca casually identified the group as Jian's juniors, a piece of news that stunned Jian into silence. The coach explained they needed to fill the empty slots left by Jian and Jino, then beckoned the kids over, much to Jian's immediate panic. Seeing his hesitation, Coach Luca encouraged him, revealing that some of the new players were his admirers who would love a few words from their senior. The pressure of being someone's admirer weighed on Jian, who hesitated as he sensed an unwelcome vibe from the group. While one of the boys excitedly pointed him out, Jian his gaze settled on one particular junior, whose intense stare felt less like admiration and more like pure contempt. Coach Luca placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling Jian not to take it personally because that boy had a very special reason for his animosity. The coach then cryptically added that, for reasons Jian would soon understand, the boy couldn't help but have strong feelings about him. A curly-haired junior eagerly asked what he must do to play soccer as well as his senior, Jian. Jian was taken aback, surprised to be looked up to as a role model. The boy wondered aloud if Jian's skill came purely from genius, making it impossible for an ordinary person like himself, but Jian quickly refuted the idea. As the boy began to despair, Jian silently pleaded for his coach's help, while Coach Luca simply chuckled at the scene. Coach Luca explained that the young player was a huge fan who was always asking about Jian's training methods. Jian wondered why the boy was staring at him so intensely, but the coach clarified that the junior always made that face when he got nervous. The coach urged Jian to be understanding, suggesting the boy was simply starstruck from meeting his idol, a thought that made Jian cringe. Mustering his courage, the nervous junior stammered as he asked his senior for even a small tip. He earnestly expressed his desire to become just like him. Jian took a moment before confessing that, in truth, he wasn't a genius, which clearly confused the young player. He went even further, claiming to be the least talented person there, which drew a cry of disbelief from the boy. Jian explained that he always trained with that specific, humbling mindset. He elaborated that because he considered himself the worst on the field, he worked the hardest, believing effort trumps genius on the training ground. In return, he supposed, those grueling training sessions were what made him appear like a genius. The young player listened in stunned silence, absorbing every word. Jian, flustered by his own rambling explanation, sheepishly admitted he didn't even understand it very well himself. Coach Luca stepped in, concluding for the juniors that the answer was simply to work hard in training before sending them back to their positions. Later, the junior reflected on his own assumptions, ashamed for thinking a genius like Jian must have relied on secrets or tricks. He now understood with a surge of awe that his senior was, above all else, a relentless hard worker. On the second day of first-team training, the locker room buzzed with talk of the World Cup playoffs. The coach soberly reminded the players that if Italy couldn't get through the playoffs, they were out, as Jian recalled the national team's disappointing draw the day before. While the coach sighed over the missed opportunity, a bald teammate worried about repeating the nightmare of the last World Cup, which Jian remembered. Jian was still pondering Italy's recent. The coach turned and asked Jian how his own country had fared in their final qualifiers. Jian confirmed that Korea had luckily qualified, prompting a cry of envy from a teammate. A bald teammate mused that the Italian captain hadn't performed well and that he himself should have been picked for the national team instead. The bald player then jokingly asked Jian if he should try to naturalize in Korea to get a chance to play in the World Cup. Another teammate in a purple jersey shot him down, pointing out that even Jian hadn't been selected this time. The conversation turned to Korea's main winger, the undisputed powerhouse Son Heung-min. The bald teammate threw his hands up in despair, realizing he could never win a starting spot against a player of that caliber. Annoyed by the teasing, he finally barked at everyone to shut up. The head coach, his face flushed with irritation, ordered them to stop spouting nonsense and line up immediately. Jian figured the Italian coach was especially frustrated after watching yesterday's game, just as the man yelled for them to move faster. The coach declared that from that moment on, only their own club schedule mattered. He fiercely warned that the next person to even mention the World Cup would be dead meat, an intensity that surprised some of the players. Getting down to business, the coach announced their next game was the round of 32 in the Coppa Italiana against Hellas Verona. A bearded coach explained that while it was a must-win match, he planned to rest their key players, catching Jian's attention. Jian instantly realized this meant playing without the starters and national team members, a risky move given their squad's lack of depth. The head coach confirmed the team would consist of the members present and a few call-ups from the youth team. The bearded coach framed it not as pressure, but as a valuable opportunity for those who hadn't gotten many chances to play. The head coach then challenged them to use this opportunity to persuade him with their absolute best performance. One of the players hesitantly raised his hand to ask the coach a question. A concerned teammate noticed Jian's tense posture and called out his name. The bearded coach asked Jian if he was feeling a lot of pressure, and Jian admitted that he was. Jian confessed his main worry was whether he could perform well in their first game without the team's star striker, Vlahovi. The bald coach nodded in understanding, acknowledging that Vlahovi was a player drawing attention from all across Europe. He considered Jian's humble personality, guessing he might think his recent success was only thanks to Vlahovi's presence, and assured Jian he'd taken that into account. With that in mind, the coach revealed he was planning to slightly change the team's tactics for the upcoming match. Jian looked up, surprised by the sudden mention of a tactical change. After, the coach placed a firm hand on Jian's shoulder and asked him point-blank if he could do it. Clenching his fist with quiet determination, Jian accepted the challenge and promised he would try. During the ensuing practice match, the team watched in shock as Jian was positioned. His teammates looked on in confusion as he dropped deep into the midfield to receive a pass, a move uncharacteristic for a frontline striker. Though he occupied the same position on paper as Vlahovi, his path of movement on the field was completely different. Jian knew that without Vlahovi's powerful physique, playing the role of a true number 9 was impossible for him. This was precisely why the coach had assigned him the number 9 role in name only, but with the actual on-field gameplay of a number 10. The new strategy was based on a simple premise: when a traditional striker like Vlahovi, a diagram illustrated the opponent's standard defensive structure, which was centered on containing that single striker. However, if Jian, acting as the number 9, moved freely across the pitch like a number 10, he would completely disrupt their defensive system. The center-backs assigned to mark him would suddenly become redundant, left wondering who to cover as he roamed into space. The explicit goal of his role was to create openings for his teammates by making the opposing defenders' jobs obsolete. The tactical diagram showed how Jian's movement would pull defenders away, opening up passing lanes directly into the penalty area. Then, when the moment to finish the play arrived, he would switch back into the role of a number 9 and go for the goal. This innovative and demanding tactical identity was known as the fake number 9. The bald coach watched from the sidelines, already convinced there was no role more fitting for Jian's unique skill set. Even so, he was astounded to see Jian execute the complex strategy so perfectly. The coach felt a flicker of hope, realizing this new tactic might just be the solution to one of the team's biggest impending problems. Meanwhile, Serie A news outlets were reporting that Vlahovi had officially refused the highest contract offer in Firenze's history. After several rejected offers, the reports made it clear that he would certainly be leaving the team after the first half of the season. With their star striker's departure now a certainty, all eyes in the football world were focused on how Firenze would possibly fill his massive void. The scene was set at the Stadio Artemio Franchi for the Coppa Italia round of 32 match between Firenze and Hellas Verona. On the sidelines, a bald man voiced his concerns to his colleague, who correctly guessed he was worried about Jian. The young man with curly hair privately acknowledged his belief in Jian's skills but worried if the difficult, fake number 9, tactic could be applied in a real match. Coach Vincenzo turned to his assistant and posed a question, asking what kind of player he preferred. The coach explained he favored players who understood tactics without hesitation, prompting the other coach to immediately connect this description to Jian. Coach Vincenzo asserted that rather than worrying, they should simply give the young player a chance. He declared with unwavering confidence that the best way to fill a void in talent is with an even greater talent. Elsewhere, an official nervously questioned if their plan would work, but the manager pragmatically noted they had few starters and had to play. The manager expressed his faith in Jian, but the official remained anxious, highlighting that this was Jian's first match without their star striker, Dusan. They both acknowledged the grim reality that, according to news reports, Dusan's departure from the team was all but certain. For the fans, this match felt like a crucial mock test for Firenze's offense heading into the second half of the season. The supporters were in an uproar, demanding answers about why the club couldn't retain their top scorer and what the plan was now. At this critical moment, Coach Vincenzo's answer to the fans' fiery demands was about to unfold on the pitch. On the field, the weight of expectation settled on Jian as the crowd's chants of his name echoed with the burden of being called the team's future. A sharp voice from the crowd cut through the cheers, pointedly warning Jian not to mess it up. A particularly animated woman shouted from the stands, causing nearby spectators to whisper that she must be one of Jian's diehard fans. Another spectator's gaze shifted, and he expressed surprise upon noticing that the senior player, Sahanara, was also in the starting lineup. This sparked a discussion about Sahanara's past as a highly promising key striker for Empoli and a member of Italy's youth national teams. The fan recounted how Sahanara's career stalled after a rushed transfer to AC Milan, where he wasted 2 years on the bench without playing. His return to Empoli failed to revive his form, eventually leading to his loan to Firenze, a typical path for a once promising but failed talent. However, another fan chimed in, noting he had improved after joining Firenze and was even briefly considered to be in his second prime. That was, until Vlahovic emerged and claimed the spotlight. Jian observed his senior teammate on the field, sensing that Sahanara looked unusually serious, as if determined to carry the team's full responsibility. Within Sahanara, a desperate thought took hold. At 30 years old, he knew he absolutely had to perform well today. He acutely felt his position as an attacking forward gradually slipping away ever since Vlahovic had become the core of the team. But Firenze was the team that had seen him through tough times, and he desperately wanted to dedicate himself to them and continue his career there. With no personal grudge against Vlahovic, Sahanara recognized that his teammate's impending departure had just given him his very last chance. The whistle blew for kickoff, and a wave of nervousness washed over Jian as the match finally began. Firenze set up in a 4-3-3 formation against Verona's 5-3-2, their determined shouts of "Forza" and "Viola" echoing across the pitch. Jian's initial plan was to circulate the ball and carefully observe the opposition's defensive movements. A teammate called out to a senior player, completing a simple and controlled pass to start the possession. Suddenly, Jian was taken aback by an aggressive defensive tactic. He was shocked to find a defender pressing him intensely before he could even receive a pass, causing him to stumble. The ball he missed was intercepted by the opponent, but senior Sahanara immediately raced to cover. Sahanara shouted a warning to Jian, telling him the opponent would keep trying to shut down his momentum before the ball even arrived. The veteran player then reassured Jian not to worry and just play, promising to back him up, which the young forward found incredibly reliable. Jian took a relieved breath, thankful that Sahanara had saved the attacking opportunity, and refocused on probing for space. He decided to test the defense, eager to see how the opponents would respond to his next move. A Verona defender was baffled to see Jian drop so deep from the. Jian recognized their strategy to stay compact and immediately began formulating a plan to exploit it. He decided to involve himself in the build-up play, dropping back to overload the midfield as he called for the ball. His plan was to circulate passes, wait for the perfect moment, then spin and glide past the opponent's midfield line. He knew this would inevitably lure a confused defender out of position, and right on cue, one rushed forward while Sahanara moved to block him. Jian knew the defender's attempt was futile as he effortlessly slipped past the challenge. The space created by the charging defender became a gaping hole, perfectly timed for Firenze's wingers to make their inroad. In a split second, Jian calculated the angle of penetration, the fullback's position, and the offside line. He threaded a perfect pass into the path of senior Sahanara's run. It was a brilliant, defense-splitting ball that unlocked the entire Verona back line. With a grunt of effort, Sahanara unleashed a powerful shot that rocketed towards the goal. The shot flew just wide of the post, and while Jian felt a pang of disappointment, he immediately shouted encouragement for the great effort. A sharp slap echoed, a sound of pure frustration at the missed opportunity. A concerned teammate looked on, calling out to both Sahanara and Jian as the chance evaporated. Sahanara immediately apologized and promised to score next time, but Jian quickly reassured him, insisting it was a nice shot. Observing this exchange, the bald coach with a beard realized what he'd sensed from Sahanara before the match was not just responsibility, but pure desperation. Undeterred, Jian turned to a teammate, declaring they would score a goal together today, receiving a determined, of course, in reply. However, the match did not unfold as smoothly as they had envisioned. Nearly 20 minutes into the first half, another Firenze attack was aggressively shut down. The opponents had settled into a deep defensive block with no intention of attacking, forcing Firenze to desperately search for space. Having identified Jian as a fake number 9, Verona simply thickened their defensive lines, refusing to be drawn out of their compact shape. The match devolved into a frustrating grind as Firenze's attacks were repeatedly repelled. Jian sensed an opening to pierce through the defensive wall, but the Verona captain immediately screamed at his players to hold their positions. Jian initiated a new sequence, carrying the ball forward with the plan to pass to Sahanara as he cut. After releasing the ball, Jian's plan was to dart into the open space on the left. This clever movement was designed to make, just as they had practiced, Sahanara was supposed to return the pass, but he cried out an apology as the ball was played. The pass came in just a little behind Jian, forcing him into a difficult, instantaneous adjustment. Yet Jian refused to let Senior Sahanara's earnest attempt be wasted. In one astonishingly fluid motion, he controlled the ball with his back. From such an awkward angle, he knew a powerful shot was not the answer and instead prepared to curl the ball with finesse. He aimed perfectly for the top corner of the goal, and as the net bulged, his teammates erupted in a joyous celebration, chanting his name. In the stands, a fan remarked in awe that it was like watching a player at the absolute peak of his career, and his friend could only agree. An old man with gray hair watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that Li Jian's incredible talent reminded him of the old days. In the stands, a spectator shouted in utter disbelief, unable to process the incredible sight he had just witnessed. Jian had controlled a difficult pass behind him with a single, fluid touch to create a shooting angle, a play that made a bald fan declare it was the resurrection of Roberto Baggio, a true fantasista. The young man beside him looked bewildered by the sudden outburst, but the bald fan simply ordered him to shut up and appreciate the moment. A man in a suit observed that Jian was as he sprinted. Senior Sahanara suddenly realized he had gotten so carried away by the excitement that he was just running aimlessly. Jian, meanwhile, froze in place, completely clueless about what kind of celebration he should perform. Sahanara bellowed at him, demanding to know how he could be so blank after scoring such a magnificent goal, which finally snapped Jian back to reality. The moment culminated in a congratulatory huddle, where a bearded teammate declared Jian their lucky charm as the team mobbed him in an ecstatic embrace. A grateful Sahanara thanked Jian profusely, to which the younger player replied with confusion, wondering why the one who provided the assist was being so thankful. Sahanara admitted he didn't know why, he was just overwhelmed with gratitude for everything, though Jian secretly found the intense display a bit much. Jian privately acknowledged that it was thanks to Senior Sahanara's crucial help that they had scored even in the absence of their star player, Blahovi. For the time being, Jian considered his performance in the role of a fake striker a resounding success. With 38 minutes gone in the first half, the game kicked off once again. A teammate's urgent voice cut through the air, calling out for Senior Sohil. Sohil collected a pass from Jian and buried it in the net, extending Firenze's lead to a comfortable 2-0 over Hellas Verona. A shocked fan in the stands questioned how their team could be this strong without their main starter, who he believed made up 80% of their strength. On the bench, a coach commented that the current attacking combination actually seemed better, wondering aloud if Li Jian's presence was the real difference-maker all along. It was hardly surprising that the fans were reacting this way to the team. The combination of a powerful, well-built striker and a graceful, technically gifted ace was a formula that was practically guaranteed to succeed. That established partnership had been the team's core, so hearing it would be broken had understandably made the supporters worry sick. However, the game was proving that while Blahovi was a solitary figure without Jian, the reverse was not true. Jian, even without Blahovi, continued to execute his role perfectly, connecting with a green-haired teammate for another attacking sequence. His impact wasn't just limited to his own performance, as his presence on the field was elevating those around him. Even Sahanara, who had recently been in a slump, was gradually rediscovering his form thanks to Jian's influence. The first half ended with Jian and Sohil discussing their on-field chemistry, but Sahanara, the only attacker without a goal, felt a lingering sense of unease. Sahanara sighed to himself, knowing his frustration wasn't about simply not scoring, it was something deeper. His teammates watched with concern as he stared out at their home stadium, Artemo Franchi, lost in thought. He desperately wanted to prove to his home fans that he was still a player at the peak of his powers. The second half began with a teammate telling Jian to take it easy with their lead, and Jian calmly agreed. An opposing player with blonde hair, furious with the scoreline, urged his team. The blonde player demanded a forward pass, insisting that they absolutely had to score on the next possession. However, Sahanara's incredible fighting spirit allowed him to intercept the pass and force the ball out of bounds, earning praise from a teammate. Jian complimented his senior on the excellent defensive play, while Sahanara expressed frustration that it wasn't more, prompting Jian to promise he would move faster to create an opportunity. As he watched Sahanara panting heavily, Jian began to worry if his senior, who looked completely exhausted, would be able to last the whole game. It became clear in Jian's mind that while he and Sohil had scored, the true man of the match, Jian believed that without Sahanara's tireless and dedicated play, the team's morale would never have reached such a high as play resumed from a throw-in. Though things were going well, Jian felt an overwhelming desire to repay his senior's efforts and yelled for his team to watch the space. Since Verona was losing, their opponents pushed their defensive line higher up the pitch, creating dangerous gaps for Firenze to exploit. Jian saw his opening when an opponent made a sloppy pass, knowing it was a fatal mistake to make against him. He immediately initiated a counterattack, firing a pass to senior Sohil before bursting into the open space on the left. At the same time, senior Sahanara surged into the area Jian had just vacated, perfectly executing their practiced maneuver to break the defensive line. Senior Sohil then played a long, sweeping pass back across the field, placing it directly into Jian's running path. Jian knew that receiving the ball there would create a one-on-one against the fullback, a situation he now felt completely comfortable in. He controlled the ball with practiced ease, his mind flashing with gratitude for all the special training he had done with coach Luca. Jian calculated that if he could beat his man in this one-on-one situation on the flank, his attacking options would multiply. The highest chance of scoring would come from senior Sahanara sliding in at the near post, but a critical problem had emerged. Sahanara's stamina was almost completely gone from his relentless running, causing him to lose his physical battle against the defender. The veteran striker cursed his failing stamina, bitterly thinking that age was a cruel and undefeated opponent. But in the next instant, Jian saw the unwavering resolve in Sahanara's eyes and knew that if he could just get one step ahead, a perfect pass would come. With that thought, Jian pushed off, fully committing to the run. Sahanara willed his exhausted body to move faster, pushing beyond his physical limits with a desperate burst of speed. Jian exploded forward, leaving the opposing defender in his dust. With the last of his strength, Sahanara lunged forward, knowing he had to save the ball, sliding just in time to send a cross into the box. The goalkeeper cried out in frustration, realizing he had misjudged the pass and was out of position. The defender grunted, preparing to boot the ball away from danger. But in a stunning twist, another player shot into frame, getting to the ball a split second before the defender's foot could connect. The ball rocketed into the net for a goal, sending the crowd into a frenzy as they chanted Sahanara's name while he celebrated his monumental effort, bringing the score to 3-0. Ultimately, senior Sahanara got his goal, and immediately afterward, both he and Jian were substituted out to a thunderous ovation from the bench. As they took their seats, Sahanara turned and called out Jian's name. Overcome with emotion, Sahanara pulled Jian into a powerful hug, simply saying, "Thanks." Jian gasped for air, weakly telling his senior that he was being suffocated. In the stands, a woman with a ponytail let out an enormous cheer, screaming Jian's name at the top of her lungs. The young girl beside her gushed about how well Jian played, while a boy added that he was both brave and admirable. Just then, a man in a suit politely approached the woman and asked for a moment of her time. The man then asked her directly if she happened to be Jian's girlfriend, a question that caught her completely off guard. The woman could only stammer in flustered shock, the word girlfriend echoing in her mind. A bald man in the stands let out a confused grunt. An excited man suddenly recognized player Barashi, a woman gushed over player Bonaventura, and a man in a suit eagerly asked a newcomer. The smiling man, Jian's father, graciously confirmed his identity and thanked them for taking care of his son. The man in the suit humbly insisted they were the ones who owed Jian, prompting Jian's father to playfully thank him for bringing Jian into the world. The woman with the ponytail, Jiwoo, realized Jian's colleagues were from the national team gathering and mused at their presence. Misinterpreting her fierce support, the man in the suit then asked if she was Jian's girlfriend, prompting a shocked young man in the row behind to cry out in protest. The young man, Jian, sputtered in disbelief as Jiwoo quickly denied the relationship, though the senior teammate clearly wasn't convinced. Jian's father cheerfully asked if they were dating, and his colleague promised to keep it secret, leaving Jian to wonder why everyone was jumping to that conclusion. Jian's mind reeled as he questioned why Senior Barashi and Jiwoo were together, his shock compounding when he realized his own father was part of the group. He was left stewing over what the seniors could have said to make Jiwoo glare at him like that, just as the match ended with a decisive 3-0 victory for Firenze. Later, at the Firenze first-team training ground, the man in the suit spotted a familiar face entering the facility. He boisterously greeted the MVP of the Verona game, teasingly referring to Jian as the player who has a girlfriend, much to Jian's dismay. Another teammate commented on how scary Jian looked when he got mad about the girlfriend. With the seniors back, it felt like the team was returning to normal, as a bald teammate joked that the younger player. Yet, one person was missing, leading a teammate to ask where Dusan was, with another guessing he was inside doing weights. The rumors of Senior Vlahovi leaving the team weighed on Jian's mind, as he noted that the senior had been training alone ever since his return. Jian reflected on how much he had relied on Vlahovi since making it to the first team, even recalling the senior's simple words of encouragement. The thought of Vlahovi leaving was unsettling for Jian, who was lost in thought about their on-field rhythm until a sharp voice suddenly called his name. Jian looked up to see Senior Barashi, who astutely asked if he was worried about the rumor surrounding Dusan. Barashi advised him to get used to it, calling it the reality of the pro world, and Jian quietly acknowledged that he knew. Still, Jian admitted it felt strange that a senior he enjoyed playing with was leaving, to which Barashi simply offered an understanding, "Yeah." Barashi then told him to look at something else to understand, directing his gaze across the field toward Bonaventura. A player was enthusiastically chanting "Jiu," while making a celebratory gesture. Jian asked his senior what the chant meant, and the older man was surprised he didn't recognize the famous J.U.U. celebration. When Jian questioned the pronunciation, the senior awkwardly deflected, claiming it was just an Italian accent. Jian's frustration boiled over as he accused the senior of saying something strange to Jiwoo, causing the older man to nervously clear his throat. The senior called Jian a hopeless brat who was clueless about women, claiming they were doing it all for his sake, but Jian was simply confused. He urged Jian to be honest with himself, dramatically asking how he could call himself an Italian, to which Jian flatly replied, "I'm Korean." Unfazed, the senior declared that Jian should just start calling himself an Italian, leaving Jian utterly baffled by the absurd advice. That evening, an awkward silence hung in the air at home as Jian felt incredibly self-conscious after his senior's ridiculous comments. His stomach rumbled as he wondered why his dad was so late, remembering a text telling him and Jiwoo to go ahead and eat. Jiwoo, his sister, noticed him picking at his food and asked if it tasted bad, causing Jian to cough and quickly deny it. Jian clumsily explained he was saving it because it was so delicious, an excuse that Jiwoo met with a disbelieving look. She teased him for being clueless about a woman's heart, and Jian, spurred on, decided to finally just say what he was feeling. He awkwardly began to thank her for constantly taking care of him and cheering him on, his voice trailing off as she listened. Overcoming his shyness, Jian managed to finish his sentence, telling her he was always grateful. A look of genuine surprise and dawning realization washed over Jiwoo's face. She recoiled, asking if he ate something wrong and complaining that his sudden sincerity was giving her goosebumps, prompting a flustered Jian to jump up in protest. Mortified, Jian defended his words, insisting he was just being honest and felt he had never properly thanked her. With comical resolve, Jian then declared that from that day on, he too would be an Italian guy. A smile bloomed on Jiwoo's face as she played along, thanking him for always eating so well, and in that moment, Jian was struck by how pretty she was. She then offered to give him her portion of pasta, and when he hesitated, she playfully insisted he finish it since he said it was so delicious. The scene shifted to the roaring stadium for the 14th round away game against Calcio Calcio. Jian started the day on the bench, with his coach instructing him to save his energy but warm up just in case. He watched as the starting lineup for the day, filled with the returning senior players, took their positions. From his perspective on the bench, Jian could feel that the team's presence on the field was palpably different. As the whistle blew to start the match, Jian knew that despite their higher ranking, it wouldn't be an easy victory. The seniors, well rested from the previous match, were in top condition, executing a perfect pass with ease. Among the galaxy of talent, the presence of one player in particular shone the brightest. The overwhelming presence on the field was none other than Senior Vlahovi. He effortlessly overpowered 2 or 3 defenders at a time with his immense physicality. In the 18th minute of the first half, he proved he was the team's true striker, scoring a stunning volley to open the scoring. His teammates rushed to celebrate the crazy volley, putting Firenze on the board 1-0 against Calcio. After Vlahovi's quick first goal, the team seized control of the game's momentum and continued to attack, leading to a corner kick. During the set piece, Vlahovi drew the attention of 3 defenders as he made a powerful run through the box. This tactical move created a crucial opening for Senior Milancevic, who scored with a powerful header. With Milancevic's goal, Firenze finished the first half with a commanding 2-0 lead. Jian watched from the bench, admiring Vlahovi's physicality and anxiously wondering who could possibly fill his shoes if he were to leave. The second half began with Firenze's dominance completely unchanged. Around the 11th minute of the second half, another brilliant play began to develop. A teammate won the ball in the air, executing a nice header pass. The pass flew far wide to the opposite side, where Senior Sahanara was waiting for the ball. However, the long pass was a feint, as Sahanara deftly curved his body and tapped the ball back to Vlahovi. Vlahovi's sharp cut inside, combined with Senior Kanehan's feint, completely dismantled the opposing defense. Finding a clear path, Senior Vlahovi once again fired a clinical shot with his lethal left foot. The ball rocketed into the net, sealing a perfect 3-0 victory and completing Vlahovi's brace for the match. After the game, the captain approached Jian, noting with a smile that it had been a while since he got some rest. Another player joined in, joking that everyone on the team had run themselves into the ground just so Jian could take a day off. The captain clapped Jian on the shoulder, telling him that now he had to show his real skills in the next match. When Jian gave a half-hearted response, the captain playfully shook him, demanding more spirit, especially since he knew who the next opponent was. Jian took a deep breath, his thoughts revealing that he had cherished the rest precisely because of the monumental challenge that lay ahead. Their next opponent was the formidable Jiwoo, and with newfound resolve, Jian declared that they would absolutely win. The history between Firenze and Jiwoo was written in the ink of bitter rivalry, beginning with a crushing 11-0 defeat for Firenze back in 1928. In the 81-82 season, a controversial call in the final round handed Jiwoo the championship, leading one enraged Firenze fan to cry that their victory had been stolen. The rivalry flared again in the 89-90 UEFA Cup final, where another contentious decision secured Juventus' win amidst protests of an uncalled foul. The feud reached a boiling point when a financially struggling Firenze was forced to sell their ace, Roberto Baggio, to Juventus, only for Baggio to later refuse a penalty kick against his former team, splitting the fans. Following that incident, a bitter pattern emerged where Juventus repeatedly poached Firenze's star players. This long and painful history cemented Juventus as ladri, or thieves, in the eyes of Firenze fans, turning every match into a must-win battle that the female protagonist was just beginning to understand. As she scrolled through the history, the young woman finally grasped the deep-seated animosity Firenze fans. She realized with a growing sense of anticipation just how incredibly important the upcoming match truly was. Deciding she'd done enough research for now, she switched her focus, wondering if she should try to find any news about Jian. Her search led her to Juventus fan forums, where the chatter was centered entirely on Vlahovic, with many questioning if he was worth his massive transfer fee. The young woman, whom we now know as Jiwoo, scoffed at their ignorance, knowing that these days, the true ace of Firenze was Jian. She eagerly scrolled through the page, searching for any posts that mentioned Jian's name. Her search was rewarded as she found comments from more discerning fans who hailed the 16-year-old Li Jian as the real ace, citing his incredible record of 6 goals in 5 games. Jiwoo smiled, filled with pride that even rival fans were acknowledging Jian's undeniable talent, but her satisfaction was fleeting. Her expression quickly soured as she came across a barrage of dismissive comments, with many Juventus fans brushing Jian off as a mere reject who was kicked out of their own youth system. Jiwoo's heart sank as she stared at the screen, the cruel words stinging her. On the day of the game against Juventus, Jian called out to his father that he was leaving for the match. His father wished him well, reminding him not to get hurt, to which Jian confidently agreed. As he stepped outside, Jian felt the first few drops of what was becoming a steady rain. Fans and neighbors lined the street, shouting words of encouragement and demanding he bring back a victory against their rivals. Despite the immense pressure, Jian offered a grateful thank you to the cheering crowd. He admitted to himself that while the weight of expectation was normally burdensome, the thought of losing to Juventus was unbearable. As the rain began to pour, Jian's resolve hardened. He would rather die than lose this match. His phone buzzed with an incoming call, and a frantic voice on the other end demanded to know where Li Jian was. Confused, Jian replied that he was on his way to the training ground, but the voice urged him to wait. Jian insisted he was still on his way, but the voice on the phone shouted for him to stop right there. The voice on the phone, belonging to Jiwoo, excitedly shouted that she could see him and told him to wait just a moment. Jian looked around in confusion, wondering how she could possibly see him in the downpour. Suddenly, Jiwoo herself appeared, calling out his name as she ran toward him through the rain. Jian rushed to her side, shocked to see her without an umbrella and drenched to the bone, immediately asking if something was wrong. Jiwoo, catching her breath, assured him nothing was wrong as Jian quickly draped his jacket over her to shield her from the rain. She then revealed the simple reason for her dramatic appearance: she just wanted to tell him in person that he absolutely had to win. Jian stood there, utterly dumbfounded by her statement. He questioned why she would run all the way out in the pouring rain just to say that, but Jiwoo brushed it off, insisting her words would be more encouraging in person. As Jian tried to usher her toward shelter, Jiwoo fiercely declared that he couldn't lose to those kinds of bastards. Her choice of words immediately caught Jian's attention, making him wonder what she meant. Jian asked if she had seen something about him on the internet, but Jiwoo quickly denied it, flustered by his question. She quickly covered her tracks, claiming that as a new Firenze fan, she had studied up on the rivalry and knew he had to defeat the lottery. A wave of relief washed over Jiwoo, who had briefly feared that Jian had discovered her past connection to Juventus. Realizing Jian would catch a cold if he stood in the rain any longer, she was interrupted by him urging her to go home. Jiwoo wished him luck one last time before turning and running off, yelling for him to hurry inside. As she disappeared into the rain, her final thoughts were a prayer for Jian to do well. Left alone, Jian's determination solidified into a burning promise: he would go and utterly smash the team that had once looked down on him. The roar of the crowd filled Allianz Stadium, the home of Jian. The Jian CEO, Maurizio, coolly asked if his message had been passed on to the team. The man in sunglasses confirmed it had been delivered clearly, but Maurizio reminded him that he had said the exact same thing last year. Maurizio berated him for boasting while they lost the league to Milan and barely scraped into the Champions League. The man in sunglasses shot back, pointing out that Maurizio still talked big even while the team was barely holding on to fourth place, causing the CEO to shrink back with an apology. The man in sunglasses warned that the fans' anger had reached its absolute limit, demanding they start performing well. An older man with a mustache added that they had tried to appease the fans by targeting a big name like Vlahovic. A younger coach then pointed out the bitter irony that Firenze's real ace was rumored to be the very kid Jian had released a year ago. The man in sunglasses noted that if this situation was mishandled, it could escalate into complete chaos for the club. The older man agreed, stating that merely winning wasn't enough, they had to win overwhelmingly. He cackled, adding that they needed to show their home fans that the kid they let go was absolutely nothing special. The referee's whistle blew, and the high-stakes match between Jian and Firenze officially kicked off. The coach's instruction was to start slow and feel out the opponent, and the players began to pass the ball calmly. But their calm was instantly shattered by an unexpected, aggressive move. Jian's players were stunned as a Firenze teammate laughed, admitting that while they should be playing calmly, Jian's immediate fire had already set his heart racing. As he dribbled, Jian thought about Jiwoo coming to cheer him on in the rain. He suspected she had found out about his painful history from his time at Jian while researching the match. A surge of frustration washed over him. He had done nothing wrong back then, yet he was the one still dealing with the fallout. Jian's thoughts blazed with indignation, questioning why he had to be so concerned because of what they did. His anger peaked with the thought that Jiwoo might catch a cold because of those very people. With a silent curse directed at his former club, Jian unleashed his frustration on the ball. The commentators erupted in shock as number 20 broke through the defense and fired a powerful shot, a play that would have been an instant highlight reel if it had gone in. A mustached coach on the sideline noted that in a rivalry match, seizing the atmosphere was everything, and Jian's explosive opening play had just ignited his team's spirit. In the executive box, one of the suits worriedly wondered if the kid they dismissed, number 20, might actually be the real ace after all. An angry older man on the Jian bench raged at his players, questioning what they were supposed to do when their opponent was allowed a solo run just 4 minutes into the first half. Jian internally scoffed, wondering if the opposing superstar was upset that a 16-year-old was allowed a shot right from the kickoff. The opposing team's €117 million player fiercely yelled at his teammates, demanding they concentrate. Jian noticed the death glares from the opposing defenders, but surprisingly, he felt no fear. In his eyes, the highly valued players in their striped uniforms seemed different now. They looked less like superstars and more like prisoners he was determined to capture on the field. The bald coach enthusiastically praised Jian, noting he seemed to be in top condition. Jian began to apologize, explaining that he saw an opening and couldn't help himself, but his captain quickly cut him off. The coach encouraged him to stick to the strategy but to boldly seize any opportunity that presented itself. After a long period of defending, Firenze finally got a chance to launch their own attack. He acknowledged to himself that he had used setting the momentum as a pretext for his solo play. In reality, the strategy they had prepared was one of strong defense and quick counterattacks. The goalkeeper yelled for the defensive line to hold its position. Jian's role was to first establish the defensive line and then look for counter opportunities while helping defend. He grimaced, feeling the impressive balance and overwhelming physical presence of their opponents firsthand. A teammate cried out in shock as Senior Sahanara went down on the field. The bald man with a mustache feigned innocence, claiming he had only touched the ball. A player in a white and black jersey cursed, remarking that their opponent's acting skills were as top-notch as their price tags. The situation escalated as players from both sides confronted each other, trading accusations and insults. The referee intervened, warning Sahanara that another stunt like that would earn him a card. It was clear to the players that everyone on the pitch was desperate to win this match. A teammate's voice boomed with confidence, ready to block another one of their advances. A Firenze player skillfully dribbled the ball up the field, evading the opposition. Their burning desire for victory was palpable as they successfully thwarted every one of Gioventu's advances. On the sidelines, the man with green hair commented to the coach that they were doing exceptionally well, though the bald man seemed pensive. The bald coach acknowledged their good flow but knew that objective power and away game support weren't everything. He considered the one variable they had to be most cautious about in such a heated atmosphere. Suddenly, the sharp blast of the referee's whistle cut through the stadium noise. A foul was called in the danger zone, and a Gioventu player fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The Firenze player argued vehemently that it was a dive and he hadn't even touched his opponent, but the referee was adamant. Their fiery hearts had led them to concede a free for the Gioventu players, who had been struck. The ball was placed at a spot where a direct shot on goal was entirely possible. The superstar had seized victory from the jaws of crisis countless times before, and the Firenze wall braced for impact. Everyone knew this single shot could instantly reverse the entire momentum of the game. The ball sailed over the wall, but instead of the net, it met the crossbar with a resounding thud that echoed through the silent stadium. As a teammate cursed in frustration, Jian realized that even a player of that caliber could miss under pressure. He figured the superstar must have also been so eager to win that his head and heart were on fire, feeling. Narration transition. Despite their defensive strategy, a dark-haired teammate yelled for the line to push up and move forward. The player with number 14 charged forward, declaring they wouldn't just keep defending as Jian broke through once again. The announcer noted it was number 20 on another. He prepared to pass to a teammate breaking to the side, but the ball was intercepted. The failed attack instantly became the opponent's counterattack, and they pushed forward quickly. Jian's heart sank as he realized he had underestimated their opponent's speed. A sharp cross was already flying into their team's territory. Jian watched in horror, letting out a desperate cry as the ball sailed toward the goal. He knew the opposing team had a player with outstanding heading ability. And that player was the €117 million man. Just as the superstar connected with the ball, Firenze's goalkeeper leaped for a spectacular save. The ball was deflected, bouncing away from the goal. The goalkeeper, adrenaline pumping, immediately screamed for Jian, signaling for another counterattack amid the match's frantic tempo. They say that in modern football, the build-up starts from the goalkeeper. And the keeper's perfectly executed long kick was a prime example of that theory in action. Up front, Jian saw Senior Vlahovi positioned against the last defender, while other opponents rushed in to block him. The defense tried to trap him, but Jian anticipated the final pass, ready to score, when a sharp whistle blew. His seniors rushed to his side after the hard foul, asking if they should kill the bastards, but Jian assured them he was fine. Although the tackle hurt, it had resulted in a free kick in a fantastic area for their team. Furthermore, the referee issued a warning to the fouling player, despite his protests that it wasn't serious. The ball was placed slightly left of the center of the goal. A young boy in the stands estimated the distance was roughly 20 meters. The player with number 9 noted that with Senior Vlahovi as their designated kicker, it was a distance well worth aiming from. However, he couldn't help but notice something was off. For such a golden opportunity, the senior kicker's expression didn't look very good. An observer in the background noticed the kicker was still signaling to the bench, wondering if he was injured. The player with number 9 suddenly called Jian over, much to Jian's confusion. A tense silence fell over the players gathered around the ball. Jian was startled when the kicker suddenly rolled the ball toward him. The senior player explained that no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find a good angle for a left-footed shot. He then looked Jian straight in the eye and told him, "You take it." Jian confessed to himself that he honestly disliked the pressure of taking free kicks or penalties. He found the singular responsibility burdensome, yet a new, defiant desire to prove himself began to stir within him. Despite the immense pressure, Jian admitted that he desperately wanted the free kick his senior had entrusted to him. A fleeting image of Jiwoo flashed through his mind, but he quickly forced himself to focus on the crucial moment at hand. Taking a few steps back, Jian methodically analyzed the positions of the goal, the goalkeeper, and the defensive wall. He noted the wall's height obscured the angle, making the regulation 9-meter distance feel deceptively closer. His thoughts then drifted to the dampness on his uniform. A sudden realization struck him like a lightning bolt: the grass was wet. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of the... In an instant, the perfect, unconventional angle for the shot materialized in Jian's mind. He flattened his foot, carefully releasing all the tension before making his approach. Jian then struck the ball with a firm, downward impact, as if pressing it into the turf. His aim was calculated to send the ball rolling just under the feet of the defenders he knew would jump. The opposing goalkeeper cried out, "And no," as he watched the ball's baffling trajectory. His protest turned into a desperate roar as he dove in a frantic, futile attempt to save the goal. A quiet swish confirmed the ball had found the back of the net. The stadium erupted as the scoreboard updated to 1-0, crediting the 15th-minute goal to Li Jian. An observer noted it wasn't a simple ground shot. A dawning realization then struck the observer with the force of a revelation. They wondered in awe if the 16-year-old had actually calculated the shot based on the dampness of the grass from the pre-match rain. As his teammates mobbed him, an older player named Milan dazedly pointed Jian toward the cheering fans. The crowd roared for him to celebrate, with Viola calling out his name amidst the chaos. An older teammate urged him not to hold back, insisting that such a magnificent goal deserved a proper celebration. Remembering his past humiliations, Jian was pulled into the celebratory huddle by his seniors. An overwhelming sense of triumph washed over him. He had actually done it. He reveled in the fact that he had scored against the very first team that had cast him aside, and in front of his new adoring fans. Jian reflected that falling isn't embarrassing, the only shame is in refusing to get back up. Surrounded by the roaring chants of the fans and his supportive teammates, he felt nothing but pride. On the opposing side, one player turned to his teammate, Patricio Chielsa, asking just who that number 20 was. Chielsa admitted with a grim expression that he had never seen a player quite like Jian before. Back on the pitch, one of Jian's teammates yelled for the defensive line to hold strong. Another player shouted a reminder that the 5 minutes immediately following a goal were the most dangerous. A senior declared it would be embarrassing if they couldn't protect the lead their youngest player had earned, a sentiment that visibly strengthened the team's resolve. This newfound strength was immediately evident in Captain Bairashi's tough and unyielding defense. Senior Milancevic matched this intensity with a powerful defensive maneuver that left an opponent stunned. An opposing player found a rare opening and prepared to unleash a powerful volley shot. The striker watched in disbelief as Jian blocked the blistering shot with his own face. Though he was sent tumbling to the ground from the impact, Jian's play was not yet over. But this time, unlike in the past, he was not alone. His senior teammates immediately rushed to his side, checking if he was okay while glaring menacingly at their opponents. Jian quickly sat up, assuring his concerned teammates that he was fine. Thanks to their unified defense, the team successfully held their 1-0 lead until the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. As they walked off, a teammate teasingly pointed out how hard the opposing fans were glaring at Jian. Jian's attention, however, was caught by a familiar, mohawked figure on the other team. He locked eyes with Jerome, his former tormentor, who sputtered his name in disbelief. Jian realized that even though he was facing the person who had made his life miserable while covered in dirt and sweat, he somehow felt completely at ease and even good about the entire situation. From a high vantage point, a figure in a white shirt observed the players walking off the field. Coach Vincenzo asked Jian if he was feeling alright, privately relishing the irony that the boy Gioventa had discarded was now running circles around them. A flustered Jerome, meanwhile, was hurried away by his own coach, his mind unable to process the Up in the executive box, a bald man smugly asked his furious companion how it felt to be watching from the sidelines. The angry man with a mustache could only tremble with rage, admitting through gritted teeth that it felt terrible. The bald man then complained about the boisterous man next to him, who was cackling loudly while watching a replay of Jian's goal. The loud man, a director, passionately declared that Jian was a player who could read the entire field, prompting his colleague to beg him to lower his voice. The colleague reminded the director that they were surrounded by the opposing team's staff, to which the director sheepishly admitted he'd gotten a bit carried away. The director's companion then remarked on their impeccable timing for witnessing such a game. The director proudly revealed that the prodigy's weekly salary was a mere €4,000, calling the contract the wisest purchase of his life. He smugly reminded his colleague that he had predicted Jian would become a key player within a year, even as he was shushed once again. The colleague then brought up the opposing team's player, Chielsa, whom the director confirmed was their player currently on loan to Gioventù. The director then divulged a crucial detail: the loan agreement included a very low conditional transfer clause that made it a practical certainty. He explained that Chielsa's impending full transfer was projected to bring the club a massive €40 million. As the players began retaking the field, another suited man named Marco prepared to make a bold prediction of his own. Pointing down at the field, he shocked his companion by declaring that the kid, Jian, was going to bring their club even more money than Chielsa. A woman in glasses joined the conversation, noting that Gioventù had a history of spending fortunes on players their club had nurtured. When a man questioned if Gioventù would really spend $40 million on a player they'd kicked out, she chided him for his narrow perspective. Another man with a wide grin proclaimed that Jian's talent might be too great for Italy alone, suggesting the future profits would be on a completely different level. The woman admitted the director's bold prediction gave her chills, while her colleague privately noted that such a future was still a long way off. The first man in a suit brought the group back to reality, insisting they needed to keep a close watch on the second half. Down on the field, the look in the eyes of the opposing superstar, Chielsa, had changed dramatically as he stared intently at Jian. Jian took a deep breath, surprised that his stamina felt remarkably good despite his efforts in the first half. With a one-goal lead, his team maintained their defensive counterattack strategy, but Gioventù's desperation for a goal forced them to push up, leaving exploitable gaps in their back line. The sheer pressure from Gioventù was immense, and Jian could see his senior teammates grunting with the effort of holding their ground. His first instinct was to drop back and reinforce the struggling defense. But the player with number 4 yelled for him to stay forward, a command the other senior quickly acknowledged. They made it clear that protecting the one-goal lead was their job, and his was to focus on scoring the next one. Jian accepted this, realizing his true position was as a forward, ready for the opportunity to strike. A teammate affirmed that the defense was the senior's responsibility, just as they successfully thwarted another attack and intercepted a pass. The ball was immediately sent forward to Jian, who understood now was the time to focus on his role. A golden opportunity for a counterattack presented itself on the field. Having anticipated this moment, Jian's body moved almost on its own, smoothly advancing with the ball. He quickly assessed the 2-on-3 situation, deciding that a solo run was not the wisest option. His plan was to link up with Senior Vlahovi, who was making a supporting run from the opposite side. From his vantage point, the entire formation of the field laid itself out before him like a strategic map. The first step was to break through his designated marker, who was already being called out by his own teammates. Jian envisioned the play unfolding, with the backtracking defender inadvertently screening the keeper as Senior Vlahovi prepared for a direct shot. A voice from the sidelines marveled at how perfectly the young player was orchestrating the attack once again. It wasn't a perfect one-on-one, but by using the defender to obstruct the goalkeeper's line of sight, a clear opportunity would arise. The final piece of the plan was a low, hard shot aimed at the far post. But the opposing goalkeeper stood firm, roaring a challenge at the oncoming attacker. A defender shouted with defiance, warning them not to get complacent after conceding a single goal. A teammate praised the brilliant attempt even as it was saved, while Jian apologized to his senior for not converting the great chance. The senior player with dark hair immediately dismissed the apology, reminding him that even the best strikers miss and giving credit to the keeper's reflexes. He encouraged Jian to keep shooting without hesitation, a kindness that deeply moved the young forward. In the moments that followed, the team created several more chances, but each was denied by the opposing goalkeeper's series of godlike saves. Nevertheless, with the lead still intact, the team's morale remained high as they encouraged one another to score the next one. But they had forgotten that disaster often strikes from the most unexpected places, as a coach desperately yelled for Milan to mark the opposing number 7. A sickening crack of impact echoed across the pitch. The referee's whistle shrieked as Milan lay on the grass, the opposing player furiously protesting the foul called against him. Teammates rushed to their fallen defender, and Jian's eyes widened as he saw the extent of the injury. A younger player screamed in panic, pointing to the blood now streaming from senior Milan's head. Milan tried to brush it off as nothing, but his horrified teammates could clearly see the deep gash on his forehead. The referee ordered the bleeding player off the field for treatment, much to Milan's frustrated protests. On the sideline, the coach received word that the forehead was torn but playable, ordering the medical staff to patch him up securely. The coach worried intensely, knowing that Milan Sevic was the core of their defense and his the game resumed under a cloud of anxiety, with the team a man down and their defensive anchor missing. It was in that exact moment of vulnerability that another player lost his footing on the slick grass. Senior Saharara slipped and lost possession, a costly mistake that instantly turned into a chance for Jian. With the team caught pushing forward, they were suddenly exposed to a lightning-fast counterattack. Captain Bairashi shifted over to cover the gaping hole left by Milan's absence, but this only opened up. The pass found Kisa. Kisa delivered a devastatingly sharp cross, perfectly exploiting the weak spot of the team he once played for. Flying into the empty space that senior Milan would have been defending, their number 7 player appeared. The opponent connected with a high-point header, smashing the ball into the net for the equalizing goal. With a triumphant celebration, the scoreboard shifted to a disheartening 1-1. The coaches reacted with exasperation, while but Milan, his head now bandaged, startled everyone by blaming himself, claiming it was his fault for being weak enough to bleed. He dramatically vowed to throw his entire body into the remainder of the match, prompting a concerned teammate to beg him to take it easy. Back on the pitch, Jian wasn't satisfied with a draw and continued to press forward with relentless aggression. While this left them vulnerable to counterattacks, they seemed aware of the danger and their coach instructed them to stay vigilant. Jian knew that given the opposing goalkeeper's incredible form, a conventional shot from a normal angle simply wouldn't be enough. He realized they needed a play that could fool not just the keeper but the entire defense, and in that moment, an idea struck him. A senior teammate with a mustache shouted Jian's name, expecting a simple pass. But Jian understood that merely stealing the ball wasn't enough, he needed something more creative to break the deadlock. He initiated an unorthodox movement, catching the nearby defender completely off guard. One of his teammates saw the look in his eye and decided to commit to the unknown pattern. Jian drove the ball forward, deliberately mimicking his earlier counterattack to draw the defense into a predictable response. As he neared their territory, the opposing defenders rushed out to stop him, just as he had anticipated. It was here that he introduced the counter's true variable, subtly changing his direction at the last second. In a stroke of genius, he used the referee as an unexpected screen, leaving the dumbfounded defenders in his wake. With a clear path ahead, Jian unleashed his full speed, bursting past the opposition. He played a quick pass to Senior Bonaventura before sprinting into a wide-open space on the right flank. Receiving the return pass on a full sprint, Jian left an opponent wondering just how massive Now came the most critical part of the play, as he focused every ounce of his sensory perception into the tip of his foot. He launched the ball with masterful delicacy toward the goal. The opposing keeper was frozen in indecision, unable to tell if the ball was a shot or a cross. A teammate yelled for Vlahovi, but the ball's trajectory was strange, seemingly aimed at neither man nor goal. Suddenly, a figure rose high, connecting powerfully with the ball and heading it toward the net. The identity of the true finisher for Pattern 5 was revealed, shocking teammates and opponents alike. He had been sprinting with all his might from his own penalty area the very moment Jian began his run. It was the team's strongest player, senior Milancevic, who secured the 2-1 lead with a heroic, game-winning header. A man in purple erupted in celebration, his fists clenched as the tie-breaking goal found the back of the net. It was the culmination of Pattern 5, a coordinated play where the last defender, Milancevic, finished a chance created by Jian and Vlahovic. While a teammate named Tenoira was praised for covering the defensive gap, the risk involved in the maneuver was immense. They had successfully broken through the opponent's staunch defense by leveraging sheer unpredictability. One of the senior players told Jian his kick was pure art, but Jian humbly replied that it was only thanks to the senior's excellent setup. The senior chuckled, dismissing his humility and noting the kick's precarious angle had made it impossible for the opponent to predict. Filled with confidence, the senior then asked Jian if he could be trusted to help score another, to which a flustered Jian promised to do his best. An opposing player in a blue jersey overheard them, his face a mask of disbelief at their audacity to plan another goal so soon. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle echoed across the stadium, resuming the game with only 15 minutes left to play. Although they were now 1 point ahead, they couldn't afford to let their guard down against a powerhouse like Jian. An opponent groaned in frustration as another of his attacks was interrupted, and a shout went out to keep the defensive line tight. The fierce battle for possession continued with bodies clashing in the midfield. An opponent lunged for the ball, only to have it expertly flicked away from him once again. An enraged player in a purple jersey cursed out an opponent for a rough tackle, while the referee called a foul on number 30. A bald teammate rushed to check if Jian was okay, while senior Tenoira angrily confronted. The dirty foul had ignited a clash between the two teams, with senior Tenoira leading the heated charge. Jian felt he should step in, but as he moved, a calm, bald teammate simply told him to stay put. It was the surprisingly composed senior Sahanara, who coolly repeated his instruction for Jian to stay out of. Jian questioned the order, still wanting to appeal the foul, but Sahanara remained unbothered. The towering Milan then stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping over the opposition as he asked if they were truly trying to die. As the referee tried to intervene, an opposing player suddenly went down, grabbing his face with a theatrical scream. The player claimed it was just a light touch, but his dramatic fall drew a sarcastic comment from a spectator about his Oscar-worthy performance. He was unceremoniously suspended from the match. Senior Sahanara turned to Jian with a wry smile, remarking how well the time was passing for them now. It seemed the goddess of victory had once again smiled upon their team. With the captain's suspension, the opposition was now down to 10 players, giving Firenze a clear advantage. Desperate for an equalizer, Jian deployed an extremely aggressive, all-out attacking formation. They began firing shots from any distance, launching the ball the moment the defense gave them even an inch of space. But even in their desperation, their attacks remained a very real and potent threat. A sudden thought crossed Jian's mind: if Senior Vlahovi transferred to a team this strong, would they ever stand a chance against them? A teammate snapped him out of it, yelling his name and forcing his attention back to Senior Vlahovi on the field. The older player chastised Jian, telling him to save his daydreaming for after the match, and Jian quickly apologized. Another teammate agreed, warning that a 1-goal difference could vanish in an instant as Jian launched a swift counterattack. The ball was passed to Kisa, forcing the defense to scramble and protect the center of the field. A fantastic defensive play deflected the cross, but an opposing player was already sprinting toward the redirected ball. The opponent made perfect contact, redirecting the ball's trajectory in mid-air. A player on the field cried out in shock at the unbelievable technique. He had unleashed a stunning volley with immense power and precision. Someone in the stands declared it was an insane, perfect Puskas-worthy strike. But another voice immediately cut in, shouting that there wasn't a chance it would go in. The incredible shot was blocked, and as the cleared ball soared through the air, all eyes fell on number 20, Jian. The moment he received the ball from Senior Makanara's block, Jian saw the entire opposing defense laid out before him, every gap visible. The game clock ticked past the 88-minute mark, with just 2 minutes left. This next attack was everything. He understood that if this play succeeded, they would secure a definitive victory against Jian. With a burst of speed, Jian took off, a white blur streaking towards the enemy goal. A tactical map highlighted the complex strategy unfolding on the field in real time. He weaved through the blue-jerseyed defenders, who desperately gave chase but couldn't close the distance. The diagram showed his intended path, a surgical strike through the heart of the opposition's formation. Defenders collided around him in a frantic attempt to disrupt his charge and reclaim the ball. On the tactical display, stop marker flashed, showing the defense's desperate, coordinated effort to halt his run. He was swarmed by tacklers, fighting for control as the pressure mounted from all sides. In the stadium, the crowd watched with bated breath as the opposing players yelled that he wouldn't get past them this time. Bodies slid across the grass, players from both teams falling in a messy, desperate attempt to gain control. The opponent's number 10 vowed to block the shot as another player tumbled to the ground. One more defender lunged forward, determined to be the one to finally stop him. But Jian was already a step ahead, his eyes fixed on the ball as he calculated his final move. He slid across the turf, his body almost parallel to the ground as he swung his leg toward the goal. The goalkeeper's eyes flew wide open in absolute shock at the impossible angle of the shot. A blur of frantic legs scrambled in a last-ditch effort, but it was already too late. An ecstatic teammate roared his name in pure, unadulterated astonishment, Li Jian. A bald teammate with a goatee yelled in disbelief, asking if Jian was crazy, while another praised it as a completely insane goal. As his teammates mobbed him in a rough celebration, Jian yelped in mock pain while the bald player marveled at how much better he could possibly get. Player number 30 declared that in that moment, he felt like he could fly. The final whistle blew, echoing twice to signal the end of the match and seal their incredible 3-1 victory over Jian. Elsewhere, a man named Maurizio made a phone call, coldly asking if the person on the other end didn't even recognize their own CEO's number. The man in the white, growing impatient, he pressed the man on the other end, demanding to know if his instructions were understood. The young man quickly confirmed he understood. They were to slightly adjust their winter recruitment target. In the raucous aftermath of their victory, a teammate roared in triumph, the sound echoing the crowd's earlier elation. He declared that no one should even think of going home, for tonight was a night for an endless party. The boisterous players tried to pull Jian into their celebration, but he held up a hand, explaining he was in the middle of a call. One senior snatched the phone, playfully demanding to know if it was his girlfriend Jiwoo, much to Jian's frantic dismay. Flustered, Jian quickly apologized to the person on the other end of the line. He explained he couldn't stop his seniors and pleaded for them to forget what they saw, his own mind reeling from the unexpected flash of skin on camera. Another teammate clapped him on the back in congratulations before his eyes fell on the jersey Jian was holding. On the phone, a young boy recognized the jersey as belonging to Dabila, Jian's number 10, explaining that players often swap jerseys after a game. A girl's voice then came through with a simple but startling request, for Jian to give her that jersey when he returned. Jian was left utterly speechless, weakly questioning if he had heard her correctly. His dismay was met only by a peal of triumphant laughter from the other end of the line. Later on the team bus, the captain found Jian sulking, though Jian insisted he was being perfectly serious. Jian's mind raced with the injustice of it. He complained aloud that player Dabila was far too handsome, a point the captain and another teammate humorously conceded with a wink. Shifting gears, Jian asked the captain how much time they had before their flight, learning they had about half a day left. The captain's eyes lit up with an idea, telling Jian to cover his face and follow him for a spontaneous shopping trip. A sly, mischievous grin spread across the captain's face, hinting at his plans. Disguised in a green cap and sunglasses, Jian nervously asked if such heavy concealment was necessary, but the captain insisted they were deep in enemy territory. The captain warned how badly it would go if they were recognized after crushing the home team, even as Jian thought they looked more suspicious this way. Meanwhile, the captain's attention was caught by a storefront. As they walked, Jian couldn't help but reflect on the previous day, admitting the victory had been truly thrilling. The captain soon emerged from a store laden with shopping bags, leaving Jian stunned by the sheer extravagance of his purchases. The captain coolly explained that time, not money, was his scarcest resource, adding that such gifts were a powerful tool for charming women. Jian, who had planned on going home empty-handed, was taken aback, but the captain chided him for thinking of returning from Torino without any souvenirs. Watching his senior effortlessly purchase an array of high-end gifts, Jian couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration for his cool confidence. He silently compared his own U-17 salary to the captain's obvious wealth, feeling a pang of inadequacy as his senior instructed the cashier to wrap everything beautifully. The captain noticed his expression and asked if he was jealous, but Jian quickly denied. Jian admitted he just found the captain incredibly cool, lamenting that he couldn't yet afford to shop with such freedom. The captain chuckled, reminding the younger player that at his age, he wasn't even making €20 a week. He gave Jian a reassuring pat, telling him to just wait a few years, as he was destined to make several times what the captain earned now. Jian voiced his disbelief that such a day could ever come, earning a playful, "shut it," from his senior. Changing the subject, the captain brought up Jian's supposed girlfriend, a label Jian once again had to correct. The captain pointed out a few items that seemed appropriate for someone their age, prompting Jian to hurry over and ask an employee about the available colors. Jian carefully considered a potential gift, weighing his. After a quick glance at the price tag, he breathed a sigh of relief, finding it manageable and settling on a warm item perfect for the winter. But then a startling thought hit him: was it truly a good idea to be picking out clothes for Jiwoo with the captain? He fretted that no matter how little he knew about fashion, taking advice from a man in his 30s was a recipe for disaster, just as the captain called his name. With a theatrical flourish, the captain proudly presented his own fashion suggestion for the girl. Jian could only stare back, rendered completely speechless by the questionable choice. The man in sunglasses asked if the style wasn't quite right, but Jian could only manage a weak, strained laugh in response. The captain mused that he had been picturing how perfectly the garish outfit would suit her. Jian's silent, horrified reaction left the captain momentarily dumbfounded. Then, the captain erupted in laughter, patting the young man's shoulder and admitting the brat had some serious nerve. As a joke, he offered to buy the offending item for Jian himself, an offer Jian desperately tried to refuse. The captain insisted, grabbing the items Jian had actually chosen and declaring he would buy all of them for him. He brushed off Jian's protests, telling him to just accept the gift and to not forget him when he eventually became a star. With a polite bow to the staff, Jian was filled with awe, thinking his captain was the coolest person he knew and vowing to become an adult just like him. Leaving the store, the man in sunglasses noted their upcoming 2-week break, which was just one game away. The conversation drifted to the looming winter transfer market, a topic that made the captain mutter with concern just as a man in a suit addressed them. The captain waved off the stranger and immediately returned to teasing Jian about his girlfriend, much to Jian's enduring frustration. A heavy sigh seemed to hang in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of the uncertain future the transfer season would bring. Meanwhile, in a corporate boardroom, an executive reported that the transfer deal for a player named Kisa was now fully settled. The focus of the meeting then shifted to another key player, Vlahovi. The reality of their situation was laid bare, the contract renewal had fallen through, and it was now real. A man with a mustache asserted that their only option was to secure the most handsome transfer fee they could possibly get for him. It was noted that the club most advanced in these discussions had been none other than their recent rival, Jian. The blonde-haired agent inquired if a better offer had come in, but the man in the suit clarified the situation was more complicated. The manager with dark hair interrupted. He revealed that Jian no longer wanted Vlahovi. Instead, they had made an offer to recruit Li Jian for a sum comparable to their star striker's valuation. The balding manager sputtered in disbelief, questioning the sanity of offering such a massive fee for a rookie with less than 6 months. Internally, the dark-haired manager conceded that while a player's youth added value, a Vlahovi-level proposal for a near-total rookie was almost unheard of. The blonde-haired agent chuckled, correctly deducing that the humiliating loss had sent CEO Maurizio into a state of sheer, irrational panic. The balding manager, seeing an opportunity, suggested selling Vlahovi to a club in England and Li Jian to Jian for a massive financial windfall. But the manager with dark hair slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with authority as he declared that Li Jian was absolutely not for sale. The agent pushed back, arguing that from the club's financial perspective, an offer of that magnitude was worth serious consideration, a point the balding manager timidly agreed with. The dark-haired manager stood his ground with unshakable resolve, repeating that a sale was not happening, at least, not right now. The balding manager skeptically asked if he truly believed the kid's potential value would grow even more. The man in the dark suit affirmed it without hesitation, calling Jian a world-class talent. Pacing across the room, he argued that Jian's value would skyrocket if he could prove his worth on an even broader stage than their domestic league. When the blonde-haired executive asked him to clarify what he meant by a broader stage, the man in the dark suit confirmed he knew exactly what was on his mind. He uttered 2 words that changed the entire scope of the conversation: European Champion League. At that level, he proclaimed, the money they were currently discussing would feel like nothing more than pocket change. He then issued a bold ultimatum, telling the board to fire him on the spot if they couldn't bring themselves to trust his judgment. The blonde-haired executive quickly backpedaled, clarifying that their hesitation was rooted in the massive assumption that Firenze could even qualify for the Champion League in the first place. The man with the mustache voiced the doubt hanging in the room, asking if that was truly a possible outcome. The blonde-haired executive finished the thought, questioning how they could ever hope to achieve such a goal, especially if they were to do it without Vlahovi. The man in the dark suit let out a short laugh, acknowledging that achieving their goal was indeed not an easy task. He privately conceded that while reaching the Champion League without Vlahovi would be a monumental challenge, without Jian, even the Europa League would be utterly impossible. After a tense silence, the serious man in the suit firmly told the board to do as they wished. He reflected that thankfully, the higher-ups were not complete fools, which had allowed him to successfully keep Jian on the team. Yet, he knew he couldn't hold on to him forever, seeing clearly that it was merely a matter of time before Li Jian would inevitably move to one of the world's best clubs. Unaware of the boardroom turmoil, Li Jian had been feeling fantastic for days after the victory against Jian, calling for more precision during his drills. The victory was crucial for both him and the team, but just as they were winding down, the coach in purple suddenly called for a minigame, earning a groan from a bearded player. With the league break and school vacation just 1 match away, Jian eagerly sprinted forward when the coach called his name to join the game. With many of his worries gone, he had been sleeping soundly, but now he found himself lost in thought as the coach set up the next drill. He was daydreaming about spending the winter vacation. Jian's biggest concern had shifted to how he would enjoy his vacation, a sign of his relaxed state, and he quickly apologized to his teammate for the lapse. However, for the last league match before the winter break, Jian did not get the start. His physical condition was not deemed fit to start, forcing him to watch from the bench as his teammates played on. Jian sat in confusion, wondering why his body felt so heavy even though he had rested well. He questioned if he had overexerted himself in the grueling match against Jian, realizing he had indeed pushed his body to its absolute limit. Hearing a teammate call out to senior Sahanara reminded Jian that his fatigue was no excuse when the veteran players were performing with such intensity. He couldn't understand the difference, questioning why the seniors were still bursting with energy while he alone felt completely drained. A single glance at Senior Sahanara's determined expression made Jian immediately understand the chasm between their mentalities. He was witnessing the pro mentality firsthand, as the senior players had already brushed off. A wave of shame washed over Jian as he realized he had let his body and mind relax, basking in the delight of a single win. He felt deeply embarrassed, having forgotten that pure desperation was the very reason he was even able to play at this level. The young player shot up from his seat, knowing he would hate himself for his lack of professionalism if the match ended without him getting on the pitch. He felt a bit nervous, but steeled his resolve, believing that he had truly changed and grown. Mustering all his courage, Jian approached the coach to make a direct request. The coach stood on the sideline, listening intently as the young player passionately stated his case. In the 37th minute of the second half, the referee's whistle, the substitution board lit up with number 20, and Jian felt a surge of pure relief at getting a chance to play, even for a few minutes. Back on the bench, another young player asked the coach what Jian had said to him. As Jian communicated with an older player on the field, the coach revealed that the rookie had simply begged to participate, even just for a little while. Jian demonstrated his desire to help the team by tracking all the way back to defend, earning a surprised remark from his opponent. With a successful tackle, he showed his impressive growth, proving he could recognize his own shortcomings and actively work to fix them. From the sidelines, Jian breathed out, recognizing this as the true, uncompromising attitude of a top-tier player. As the final whistle blew, sealing a 2-0 victory for Firenze, the announcer's voice declared their performance truly commendable. Jian smiled, thinking about the special vacation spot he'd recommended for Jian's training and already looking forward to seeing his growth in 2 weeks. Elsewhere, a young man in a green jacket inquired about the training location, and Jian's father confirmed that the environment was indeed very nice. More importantly, his father added, it was a place where the absolute top trainers gathered. A few days later at Palermo Airport, Jian was startled by a familiar voice calling his name. Turning, he was surprised to see it was none other than Coach Luca. Jian's father thanked the coach profusely for coming all the way out to meet them, and Jian offered a warm welcome. His father apologized for bothering him during the holiday season, but Jian bowed respectfully, insisting they were grateful for his time. The man with short hair, Coach Luca, assured them that Coach Tony was actually very much looking forward to their visit. Coach Tony himself then explained that he was already training another student and thought it would be good for them to motivate each other, piquing Jian's curiosity. With a knowing smirk, Coach Tony told Jian it was someone he already knew and that he would find out soon enough. As they arrived at Coach Tony's villa, a loud and energetic shout echoed from within. The mystery student was Palermo FC's Gino Colvani, who greeted Jian warmly and mentioned he had been watching his recent matches closely. Jian expressed his shock at seeing Gino there, who explained that he couldn't take a break when a genius like Jian was still training so hard. Jian playfully retorted that Gino was the real genius, but their friendly argument was quickly cut short by Coach Tony. As he respectfully greeted the coach, Jian learned that Gino had transferred to Palermo just to get more playing time. Since Palermo was Coach Tony's hometown team, Gino had come during the break for special training, having already played 3 matches as a substitute. Jian marveled at the dedication of a true prodigy like Gino, feeling incredibly lucky to have such an opportunity. The chance to train together provided immense motivation, and with Gino's encouragement, they resolved to make the most of every moment. Their regimen focused heavily on physical conditioning, an area Jian felt. He ran relentlessly on the soft sand of the beach, his feet sinking with every grueling step. When the short runner Gino complained, he was reminded that only by improving his footwork could his striking power grow stronger. They trained hard every single day, but their time together wasn't limited to just exhausting exercises. The training period also included Christmas, and Jian's sister, Jiwoo, excitedly pointed out the festive decorations. Watching her admire the pretty lights, Jian found that spending the holiday this way wasn't bad at all. In what felt like a flash, the 2 weeks flew by, with both Jian and Gino constantly pushing each other to do their best. Jian shared a bittersweet farewell with Gino and their 2 coaches, who offered him encouragement and some good-natured teasing. As it was finally time to depart, both Jian and Jian emotionally called out to Coach Tony and Coach Luca one last time. Jian bowed deeply, offering his immense gratitude for everything they had done for him. 2 weeks later, back at the Firenze training ground, a bald teammate greeted a returning Li Jian with an impressed, "Wow." As the bald man said hello, another young player walked up to ask Jian how his holiday break had been. The bald teammate playfully poked Jian, teasingly noting that he seemed to be looking a bit better. Their small talk was abruptly cut short when an older man burst in, ordering everyone to gather on the field immediately. Stepping onto the familiar grass for official training, Jian couldn't help but wonder if he had truly changed during his 2 weeks away. The air of the stadium and the faces of his seniors were all the same, bringing a sense of comfort. But as his eyes scanned the pitch, a sudden, stark realization hit him, something he had completely forgotten. He remembered that his senior, the team's former star striker Vlahovi, was no longer on their team. A bald teammate commented on how quickly public sentiment had plummeted, and Jian agreed it was understandable since the club had sold its ace. A man with short hair then approached Jian, informing him that his role on the team was about to become far more important. A heavy new title began to settle on his shoulders as he was now considered Firenze's new ace, Li Jian. In the tense atmosphere before the first match of the league's second half, the coach called for his team's full attention. The coach reminded them that following Vlahovi's transfer, the anger from the fans was dangerously palpable. A man with a stubble acknowledged that while rumors had circulated, the reality was still a shock to many supporters. Another man with short hair added that when a rumor becomes reality, the sense of betrayal fans feel is completely understandable. A shocked player turned to Jian, asking what a top-4 finish truly meant, prompting the captain to jump in. The captain excitedly clarified that it would mean qualifying for the Champions League next season. In the midst of this crucial period, the team's ace had transferred to Juventus, a direct rival, casting a dark cloud over the club. A woman on the coaching staff asked the players to put themselves in the fans' shoes, causing a somber silence to fall over the room. A man from the staff stressed that because of this, today's match was critical, they needed not just a win, but a commanding performance. The coach then singled out Jian, who immediately snapped to attention. The coach instructed him to prove to the home fans that the Firenze attack remained just as potent, even without Vlahovi. Surrounded by hateful banners, Jian felt a twinge of the fans' anger, admitting that even he was a bit upset. Jian reflected on how just a few weeks prior, he had celebrated a victory over Juventus with Vlahovi, making the transfer feel like a personal betrayal. Yet, he resolved that everyone has their reasons, and on the field, his former senior was now just another opponent to defeat. Pushing all distractions aside, Jian vowed to focus only on his duty as the match against Napoli kicked off. An assistant on the bench remarked to the coach that the stadium's atmosphere felt far more intense than they had anticipated. The coach agreed, noting the hostile chants and banners, describing the atmosphere as less like a game and more like a riot. The coach firmly gripped his player's shoulder, telling him to ignore the chaos and concentrate solely on the game. The coach explained that their immediate task was to adapt their strategy, now centered around Jian instead of Vlahovi. Jian recalled that his role for the day was to be a false striker, a position he had already demonstrated his skill in during the last cup tournament. As he received the ball, Jian felt a sense of familiarity with the new role, feeling more confident than the first time he tried it. He also remembered that today's opponent, Empoli, was the very team he faced right before signing his first professional contract. Jian quickly spotted a teammate and sent a sharp pass towards senior Kanehan. An Empoli player shouted for his team to mark number 20, Jian, who had immediately started moving again after his pass. A defending player gasped in disbelief at Jian's relentless movement, wondering if his stamina had always been this incredible. Jian thought to himself as he feinted, making it seem like he was cutting toward the center of the field. The defenders were caught completely off guard, realizing too late that the real threat was behind them. With the defenders pulled out of position, Jian saw an opening in the arc, recognizing he could take the shot himself. However, he quickly calculated that the angle was too tight for a reliable goal. Deciding that using a teammate was the better option, he slotted a perfect pass through the defense. Sahanara slammed the ball into the net, scoring Firenze's first goal thanks to Jian's brilliant assist. His teammates rushed to him, with a bald player exclaiming that his play seemed to have become much sharper. Jian felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing his body felt light and his condition was excellent, likely thanks to Coach Tony's intense training. On the sidelines, a coach with green hair enthusiastically praised Jian's performance to the elderly head coach, who noted he had looked good in training. The coach with green hair mused that perhaps Jian's performance wasn't even at 100%, since it was his first time back on the grass in a while. He then jokingly chastised the elderly coach, asking how Jian could possibly do any better than the amazing plays he was already making. Suddenly, an Empoli player was left stunned on the field, bewildered by Jian's movement. His teammates were equally confused, unable to comprehend how Jian had covered so much ground so quickly. Jian burst past them with an explosive step. He himself was surprised, feeling a sudden, inexplicable increase in his speed. As a teammate called to him, Jian wondered if that burst of acceleration was just an illusion. The team decided to capitalize on Jian's hot streak, looking to feed him the ball once more. A teammate groaned in frustration, realizing he had sent a pass far too long and out of end. The player watched in astonishment as Jian took off after the seemingly impossible ball. The passer's eyes widened in shock, wondering if Jian's newfound confidence was making him attempt the unthinkable. Jian knew the pass wasn't for him and that it was a hopeless miskick deep into enemy territory. But despite the odds, a powerful feeling surged through him, a belief that he could somehow make it. The defender, confident in his positional advantage, dismissed Jian's sprint as a futile attempt at applying pressure. In an instant, the defender's world was turned upside down. The Empoli player stood in stunned silence, realizing the sudden burst of speed he'd witnessed earlier was no illusion. Jian felt the explosive power in his feet, a direct result of the toe-strengthening exercises from Coach Tony. In that moment, he knew every grueling second spent running on that sandy beach had been worth it. Jian blasted the ball past the keeper, securing a second goal for Firenze and validating all his hard work over the holiday. The match concluded with a decisive 2-0 victory for Firenze, a much-needed win for the troubled club. In the post-game interview, a reporter congratulated Jian on the crucial victory. As the interviewer rapidly fired off questions about strategy and tactics, Jian silently wished he had taken interview skills training. A blonde reporter then changed the subject, bluntly bringing up his close friend Vlahović's transfer to Juventus. She pressed him for a comment on the controversial move, putting an uncomfortable Jian on the spot. Jian began to answer, stating that while it was disappointing, the important thing was what happened after the season, causing the reporter to react in shock. The reporter and the crowd misinterpreted his words, frantically asking if he was also planning to leave the team. Flustered, Jian shouted over the noise, declaring that he wanted their team to finish above Juventus by the end of the season. An immediate, profound silence fell over the entire press area. In an office far away, an executive was being bombarded with calls as the crowd from the interview erupted. The director irritably asked his subordinate what the chaos was about, sarcastically wondering if Vlahović's house was on fire. When his subordinate told him it was about Jian's interview, the director grumbled that he was too busy to watch it. The subordinate insisted he watch the video immediately, piquing the director's curiosity about what Jian could have possibly said. Watching the clip, the director let out a disbelieving laugh as he heard Jian's bold promise to finish above their rivals. The director realized this rookie, this lucky star, had single-handedly quelled the fans' fury and turned a PR disaster into a triumph. A spark of opportunity ignited in his eyes as he asked his assistant about the team's next match. The director ordered his staff to monitor fan reactions and immediately assemble the marketing team for a meeting. A cunning smile spread across the director's face as he decided that since things had turned out this way, it was time to create a real hero. Over the roar of the crowd, Jian made his audacious declaration to finish above Jiwoo by the end of the season. A man in a purple shirt leaped to his feet, proclaiming Jian the new king of Firenze and declaring they no longer needed Vlahovi. Caught off guard by the intense stadium atmosphere, Jian heard the fans anoint him as their new hero. Back at home, Jian looked at his phone, realizing that the interview had been the source of all the chaos. Jiwoo suddenly appeared, playfully accusing Jian of practicing for interviews behind her back. She explained that because of his bold statement, people were going wild and anointing him the hero of Firenze. Jiwoo continued to tease him about his newfound fame, prompting a flustered Jian to beg her to stop. Jian thought to himself that he was just as bewildered, having only answered honestly, never expecting such a huge reaction. Jiwoo playfully tapped Jian on the mouth, before seriously reminding him that as the hero of Firenze, he had to do well in the next game. Seeing his tense expression, she quickly retracted her words, laughing it off as a joke and questioning his seriousness. Jian let out a heavy sigh, thinking that she didn't understand the immense pressure of making a promise you might not be able to keep. Jiwoo simply smiled, confidently stating that, just like always, their Jian would do great. Jian's heart calmed at the sound of Jiwoo's voice, and he boldly told her to bring any critics to him. Jiwoo was taken aback by his sudden bravado, insisting that he absolutely had to do well. Jian puffed out his chest, calling himself a genius and a hero, admitting to himself that he could easily let his guard down in front of Jiwoo. Exasperated, Jiwoo couldn't believe his sudden shift in attitude, having just warned herself to be careful with her words. Jian mentally kicked himself for being lame and bragging again despite his intentions. On the day of the Napoli match, the Firenze locker room was filled with laughter as a teammate called out to Jian. The player shoved a phone in Jian's face, mocking a promotional photo where a blushing Jian was portrayed. Another teammate chimed in, exclaiming that the posters were hung on every streetlight on the way to the stadium. Jian explained it was a promotional effort by the front office, and a bearded teammate asked if the fans had received them too. A bald teammate with a beard mused how interesting it would be if the posters were hanging in the stadium, causing Jian to groan in embarrassment. Their horseplay was cut short by the arrival of the coach, whom a teammate with a goatee referred to as the scary octopus. The bald coach with a mustache started the pre-game briefing, reminding them that their opponent was the third-ranked Napoli. He emphasized that to climb the ranks, they had to defeat a team positioned higher than them, and the team roared in agreement. A bulky teammate clenched his fist, vowing they would run like their feet were on fire to make Jian's interview a reality. The team united in a powerful chant, their spirits high as they prepared to take the field. The match between Firenze and the formidable Napoli kicked off. Firenze adopted a more defensive 4-4-2 formation, while their opponent applied pressure with an aggressive 4-2-3-1. A senior teammate yelled for everyone to watch the sides as Napoli's small, quick wingers tried to break through. The reason for Firenze's desperate defense of the wings was about to become painfully clear. The core of Napoli's threat was their central striker, number 9, Victor Osimhen. The scouting report had warned of his threatening movement in the box, where he had already scored 9 goals. Jian knew that shutting Osimhen down was the only path to victory, but he sensed it wouldn't be easy. His fears were realized as Napoli's winger broke through the defense once again. A low, hard cross sliced through the penalty area. A Firenze player watched in horror, realizing he was too late to intercept. The ball found its mark, and just 16 minutes into the game, Osimhen put Napoli ahead 1-0. The Napoli players mobbed Osimhen, celebrating his 10th goal of the season. One of Jian's teammates clapped his hands, trying to rally the team and insisting they could still catch up. Despite the captain's encouragement, the situation on the field didn't improve. Instead, Napoli, riding a wave of momentum. On the sideline, the coach worried as the flow of the game had completely shifted against them, desperately seeking a way to break the opponent's rhythm. On the field, Jian debated leaving his striker position to help the overwhelmed defense. From the stands, a fan's voice cut through the noise, shouting her belief in Li Jian. Jian dismissed his earlier thought, deciding he had to trust his senior teammates. His faith was instantly rewarded as Milan made a crucial tackle, proving that his teammates would find a way to get him the ball. Another player shouted to their senior, acknowledging the great play. Milan looked up and immediately called out to Jian, ready to make the pass. Jian internally celebrated, his trust in his seniors validated as he perfectly received the ball. In that moment, he was the most advanced player on the entire pitch. He had a brief window to pause and wait for his teammates to catch up. But he knew a slow, methodical attack wouldn't be enough to reclaim the momentum they had lost. Facing a wall of 3 defenders, he spotted a relatively open half-space just as the crowd's roar began to build. The stadium erupted in a unified chant, calling for their hero, Li Jian. The word hero echoed in his mind, a title Jian honestly felt he didn't deserve. But looking at the sea of faces, he realized that he might be the only person in the entire stadium who doubted himself. Gritting his teeth, Jian made a choice: he would believe. He resolved that, just as he worked hard to not be ashamed in front of Jiwoo, he would now trust in himself with all his heart. A wild thought crossed his mind: if he believed hard enough, maybe he could fool even himself into becoming a true hero. An explosive burst of speed stunned him. He had never moved this fast before. For a split second, it felt as if an invisible force was pushing him forward from behind. In the stands, spectators leaped from their seats, stunned by his incredible sprint. The crowd's roars urged him onward, their voices a physical force as he charged toward the goal. Jian knocked the ball ahead, a brief panic striking him that he might have pushed it too far, just as a defender closed in. The Napoli player lunged for the ball, but Jian refused to surrender it. In a feat of pure determination, Jian stretched for the ball, shocking the fallen defender as he realized he could make it. Fueled by the love and belief of the fans, Jian decided he could become their hero, and with one final kick, he sent the ball into the net, tying the game 1-1. During halftime, the enraged coach tore into his senior players, Milan and Nastasik, for their poor defensive coordination. He furiously demanded they team up in threes if necessary, forcing a timid, "Yes, sir," from the 2 intimidated seniors. The coach then turned his attention to the entire squad, reminding them that a victory today would elevate them to 4th place in the league. He slammed his hand down, fiercely stating that winning meant finally surpassing their rivals. The coach then appealed to their hearts, asking if they truly understood how much this meant to their loyal fans. With a passionate plea, he urged them to fight and give the fans the victory they deserved. Ignited by his word, in the stands, the boy with the black hair felt the coach's fiery speech reignite his own heart. The girl with the dark ponytail silently reflected on the stakes, knowing a win would secure them 4th place. While an older man with glasses worried about the opponent's star player, she expressed her faith in Jian and noted with interest that she could now understand the local conversations. She then realized with a jolt that all the surrounding chatter was about Jian, with one person recalling his incredible solo dribble. Lost in thought, she marveled at how his charisma had. As the teams returned to the field, the crowd chanted for Li, their hero of Firenze, while the girl with the dark ponytail wondered why Jian was the first one out. The boy with the black hair watched in awe, thinking Jian's back alone was cool enough to make anyone fall for him. The girl with the dark ponytail felt a bittersweet pang, as if her own personal Jian had been swept away into a vast public ocean. A sudden burst of energy marked the kickoff of the second half. Compared to the first half, the opponents pressed forward aggressively, unwilling to settle for a draw. A Firenze player shouted for the defensive line to hold as the team fell back, strategically waiting for a counterattack opportunity. Milan was warned to watch the empty spaces as the opponent maintained high possession, patiently searching for a gap. From his position upfield, Jian recalled the familiar feeling of being isolated while his 10 teammates focused solely on defense. It was a lonely role that often left him feeling uneasy and useless, completely detached from the action. However, his mindset had been reshaped during halftime when an elderly man on the coaching staff strangely called him a leader male lion. The man had explained that while male lions seem to do nothing, they are the ones who step up to protect the pack from an external threat. He instructed Jian to conserve his power in the second half and become that leader lion. His mission was clear: wait for the critical moment and deliver the decisive, killing blow to the opponent. Jian now understood that dropping back to help defend would only sacrifice their single hope for a counterattack. He resolved to lie in wait, letting out a quiet roar that earned a confused glance from a nearby player. The game clock ticked past the 30-minute mark of the second half, the stadium still echoing with the roar of the crowd. The protagonist, Jian, grew anxious, realizing he hadn't had a single proper touch on the ball. He privately mocked himself for being more of a kitten than a lion, unaware his dark-skinned teammate had noticed his strange roar earlier. The opponent's three-pronged attack was so ferocious that the senior defenders were completely pinned down. On the rare occasion the ball was sent his way, Jian found himself instantly suffocated by an opposing defense just as strong as their offense. He desperately searched for an opening, all while his teammates sarcastically cheered on Firenze's hero. Shaking his head, the protagonist slapped his own cheeks, forcing himself to reject negativity and believe a chance would still come. The opponent unleashed another powerful strike, forcing a desperate block from the scrambling defense. Milan successfully cleared the danger. However, the opponent immediately regained possession of the second ball, resetting their attack. A player shouted a warning as a shot loomed, urging the goalkeeper to narrow the angle. The opposing player, Lot, growled in frustration, finding no clear shooting angle and opting to pass instead. On the sideline, the coach nodded in approval, pleased with his team's solid defensive concentration. He astutely observed that while the opponent was dominating possession, their failure to score was breeding. The coach predicted they would become obsessed with creating a perfect chance instead of taking risks, a conflict playing out on the field between the Napoli players. He knew if they continued to simply circulate the ball, as Lot decided to do with a back pass, a mistake was bound to happen. A misplaced pass was suddenly intercepted, and the coach's prediction came true as Bonaventura snatched the ball. The coach allowed himself a small, confident smirk, his diligent study of their passing patterns having paid off perfectly. A counterattack was on, and while the coach saw Sahirara running, he knew the pass had to go to Jian. A player screamed for his senior to pass the ball out to the side. The bald player received the pass flawlessly and began to charge up the field. As senior Sahirara streaked down the left flank, Jian sprinted in parallel, shadowing the movements of the defender marking him. With the 90-minute clock already stopped, everyone on the pitch knew this was the absolute last chance of the match. Jian unleashed all the energy he had been saving for the entire second half, pouring it into his legs. He slipped silently into the opponent's defensive blind spot, preparing for the perfect moment to strike. The senior's powerful, low cross came hurtling across the ground toward the center of the penalty area. A teammate desperately yelled for Lee to get on the end of it, searching for him in the crowded box. Exploding from the blind spot like a predator, Jian moved to strike the jugular in one decisive motion. The lion had finally, and ferociously, bared his fangs. The last-second goal sent the stadium into a frenzy as the final whistle blew, sealing a dramatic victory for Firenze. In another location, a woman with a ponytail scrolled through her phone, reading reactions to the game. She smiled at a headline celebrating Jian Li's dramatic goal, thinking to herself that he was a god today. Her smile turned mischievous as she noticed her own comment praising Jian had received a large number of dislikes. She chuckled to herself, dismissing the haters and musing that facts would always remain facts, no matter what they said. Meanwhile, in the locker room, two players gossiped about a rumor that a new recruit was on the way. The coach confirmed that reinforcements were necessary after Vlahovich's departure, which caught a young player by surprise. One player hoped the large transfer fee would bring in a solid replacement, but he was quickly hushed as someone important entered the room. The coach clapped his hands sharply, calling for the team's undivided attention. He formally announced a new member joining the team, suggesting they all get along well after a proper introduction. The newcomer was a 16-year-old Argentinian player who had just transferred from Lazio. The young man, Rica Romero, stepped forward and boldly declared his excitement to build chemistry with Li Jian. Jian stared and the team's newest recruit, Rica Romero, cheerfully pointed out Jian's troubled expression, but Jian could only respond with utter confusion. A teammate with a scar cheekily told his captain to leave Jian be, joking that the striker was still pining for an old love. The bearded man wondered if the old love was Jiwoo, but the scarred player shot the idea down, leaving Jian to question who they were even talking about. Jian's mind drifted to his former partner Vlahovi, admitting to himself that the team felt empty without him. His bearded teammate understood the feeling but questioned if Jian had spent more time with Vlahovi than the rest of them. He continued by highlighting the silver lining of the transfer, pointing out that Vlahovi's fee funded plane travel for away games, keeping the team in better condition. The teammate also noted that while Vlahovi's spot was not yet filled, the club had invested in talented players for the future, a fact Jian seemed to ignore while commenting on the grass. Another teammate, a bald man with a mustache, agreed that everyone benefited from the transfer, and the man with facial markings added that this stoicism was simply the reality of the professional world. The young boy, Jian, internally processed this new, harsher perspective on his world, while the older man chastised him for interrupting his grand explanation. The man with facial markings then suggested Jian forget Vlahovi and form a new duo, which immediately caught the older player's attention. At that moment, the energetic Rica Romero burst onto the scene, demanding his friend Jian validate the genius-level pass. Romero misinterpreted Jian's stunned silence as relief to have such a talent on his side. The man with facial markings muttered in Korean that Romero was ridiculous, a comment the Argentinian boy mistook for a high compliment. As Romero celebrated being recognized by a fellow genius, the other player beat a hasty retreat, leaving Jian to recall just how noisy his new teammate was. Jian suddenly remembered Coach Luca's specific order to prove he was better than Romero, a thought he had almost forgotten amidst the chaos. He reflected on how Romero, now on loan, was another part of Vlahovi's legacy, just as the boy himself. Jian tried to ask for quiet, acknowledging the noisy players around. An unidentified speaker, he urged the players to focus on the incredibly important period ahead, and they all responded with a resounding yes. The coach explained that after their strong start, the next match presented their biggest hurdle but also their greatest opportunity. A bald player excitedly asked Sahanara for their next opponent, and the coach dramatically revealed they would be facing AS Milan. A teammate clad in red roared in approval, eager for the chance to challenge the league leaders and rise to the top. Romero declared it was fate that his and Jian's first match together as two geniuses would be against the strongest team in the league. The young Argentinian excitedly planned their victory, already claiming the center position and theatrically apologizing to a senior player. Utterly drained by Romero's boundless energy, Jian felt the exhaustion of their future friendship and tried to slip away unnoticed. Hoping to recharge his spirits with Jiwoo, Jian found her completely captivated by her phone, calling her name repeatedly to no avail. He let out a dejected chuckle, wondering to himself if she was in a relationship with her phone. Startled, the girl, Jiwoo, demanded to know why he was peeking at her screen. Jian was taken aback by her sudden accusation, while she insisted he had startled her by sneaking up. His mind then reeled as he realized she had been laughing at her phone like this for days, and a seed of suspicion was planted. He couldn't help but wonder who she could possibly be talking to with such consistent amusement. A memory surfaced of a man telling him the fastest way to learn Italian was to secretly get an Italian girlfriend, an idea that had horrified Jian at the time. Jiwoo, absorbed in her phone, mused to herself that the humor she was reading was insane, which only fueled Jian's growing misunderstanding. A wave of petty annoyance washed over Jian as he wondered what kind of bastard could keep her attention so completely, even when he was right there. He felt a surge of jealousy, questioning if she thought he had no one else to contact. A quick scroll through his phone revealed the sad truth: with only 23 contacts, most of whom were professional acquaintances, his social circle was painfully small. He sighed, realizing Jiwoo was truly the only person he had, before finally speaking up. Jiwoo looked up from her phone and asked about his upcoming match against AS Milan, and Jian confirmed they were the top-ranked team. After he admitted it would be a tough game, she clarified that her curiosity was only because it was his team playing. Taking a breath, Jian began to lay the groundwork for a very important question. He launched into a rambling speech about the game's importance and a supposed jinx that they only won when she attended, leaving Jiwoo utterly bewildered. With his heart pounding, he internally admitted the jinx was just an excuse to test her feelings. Believing her response would reveal the truth, he finally asked if she wanted to go to the away game with him. To his utter shock, Jiwoo's face lit up as she enthusiastically asked if she could really go with him. A stunned Jian could barely process her immediate yes as she began excitedly planning what comfortable clothes she should wear for cheering. Jian, still suspicious, then asked who she had been happily chatting with, but she denied having chatted with anyone that day. When he pressed her about her laughter, she began to explain what she was really looking at on her phone. Jiwoo revealed she was using a translation tool to read glowing articles and fan comments about him, and the exaggerated praise had made her laugh. As Jian began to walk away in mortified silence, she playfully called after him, asking what wild things he had been imagining. Arriving at the airport, Jian felt a mix of relief and worry about Jiwoo joining him, while she was simply bursting with excitement for the trip. As the new day began, Jiwoo cheerfully asked Jian if he had slept well. She gushed about the wonderful accommodations, then playfully questioned if he had locked his door, feigning outrage at the very idea of what he might have done. Jiwoo, acting like a supportive older sister, encouraged him to do well and sent a heart emoji that struck Jian with unexpected force. Internally, Jian fought to regain his composure, telling himself it was just an emoji and that he had to focus on the crucial game ahead. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric, with the roar of Milan supporters echoing their team's anthem. A man with a goatee remarked on the overwhelming confidence of the opposing fans, and a bald man beside him agreed it was to be expected. An elderly man recounted AS Milan's recent resurgence, explaining how their new coach, Pauli, had brought them from mid-table obscurity to a second-place finish last season. A man in purple added that their current 4-2-3-1 formation had propelled them to the top of the league, making their confidence entirely justified. A bearded coach noted a young player acknowledged that while AS Milan was in formidable shape, there was no reason for his team to feel intimidated. A teammate in a red jersey pointed out that Milan seemed worried about their ace, then skeptically noted Jian's small stature, a sentiment echoed by his companion. The player in red muttered in annoyance as the Milan players openly and loudly sized up their supposed ace. Across the pitch, a man in a purple jersey inquired about the new ace said to be replacing Vlahovic, his interest piqued. The legendary Kroton Ibrahimovic voiced his anticipation, coolly wondering if the rumored newbie had the skills to compete against a lion like himself. The referee's whistle blew, starting the match between the 4-2-3-1 and 4-3-3 formations as a player recalled his coach's warning about the opponent's speed. With no warm-up period, as Milan immediately launched a long pass forward, where the physically imposing Ibrahimovic easily won the aerial duel. It was clear that the massive striker would be a constant threat, but as another forward pass sailed through the air, the defense realized he wasn't their only problem. The ball was brought down skillfully by their number 10, winger Rafa Leao. Showcasing the best form of his career, Leao surged down the wing with massive, powerful strides. The commentator called out the incoming cross, but its strange trajectory left him momentarily confused. The cross flew in at an awkward height, making it nearly impossible for anyone to get a clean header or shot on it. A defender shouted for his teammates to watch for a rebound, only to gasp as a red jersey suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. To the defender's horror, Rafa Leao was already there, connecting with the ball with a powerful kick. The defender could only shout in frustration as the attack unfolded. After attempting an audacious shot, Kroton Ibrahimovic clicked his tongue in annoyance, though his teammates were in awe of the insane attempt. A Firenze player despaired at the challenge of facing a lightning-fast winger and a monstrous striker, just as Leao apologized to his teammate for the slightly misplaced pass. On the sideline, the coach worried that even the presence of their goddess of victory might not be enough, while Jian resolved that he had to do something to change the game's flow. Jian desperately felt the need to make a play as the opponent relentlessly pushed them back. His frustration peaked as he received his first touch of the ball a full 11 minutes after kickoff. Under intense pressure, Jian couldn't even attempt a forward move and was forced to pass the ball back. The coach grimaced as he watched the opposition overpower his team, their relentless determination putting them a step ahead in every single play. While a spectacular save had kept them from conceding, Jian felt utterly powerless, wondering if things would be different as the game slipped away. Suddenly, the coach's voice cut through the stadium's noise, shouting Jian's name. Jian processed the desperate instruction, realizing that the opponent's left side, featuring Rafa Leao, was the very heart of their attacking build-up. He noticed their left fullback was positioned so high up the field that it created a massive, exploitable gap behind him. Understanding it was foolish to compete on physicality alone, Jian decided to target the opponent's vacant space and communicated his plan to a teammate. As he shifted his focus to the opponent's weakness, his teammate, Senior Sohil, immediately understood his intention. Jian, an opposing player in a red jersey, noticed with confusion that Firenze had pulled one of their forwards into a defensive position. A Milan defender correctly guessed they were trying to shut down the left side attack but remained confident it wouldn't be so. After a sharp command from his coach to focus, Leao's dribble was a fraction too long. A golden opportunity emerged as Senior Sohil perfectly covered the fullback's run, creating a clear passing lane. Senior Bonaventura threaded a precise pass into the space ahead of Jian, who praised his teammate for the excellent ball. Jian prepared to explode into the wide-open sideline, but his run was abruptly cut short. The defender, Picao Torley, revealed with a smirk that they had left the space open on purpose, fully confident they could cover it. Jian grit his teeth, realizing the center-backs had been positioned wide for this exact trap as his opponent quickly closed him down. He knew the opponent's support was too fast for him to cut back to the center, where a midfielder was already waiting. Seeing no teammates in the box for a cross, Jian cleverly deflected the ball off the defender's leg and out of bounds. The referee's whistle signaled a corner kick for Firenze, much to the chagrin of the defender who had been outsmarted. Although the counterattack wasn't a total success, Jian recognized the corner kick as a valuable chance and told his teammate to trust him with the kick. A player took a deep breath, relieved that the set-piece situation offered a moment's respite from the opponent's frantic pace. Despite the monstrous players on the other side, the team felt confident with Senior Milan in the box, ignoring the minor shoving match he was in. After the referee broke up the pushing, the kicker focused, scanning the box to decide where to place the ball. He weighed his options, sending it. Then, he spotted Senior Nastasic making a run to the far post and decided to risk an audacious out-front kick. Jian watched with a confused expression as the ball took a bizarre, curling trajectory. His bewilderment grew as the ball continued to arc unnaturally towards the far post. The ball dipped wickedly just as the referee prepared to blow his whistle. An explosion of disbelief erupted from the crowd and players as the ball sailed directly into the goal for an impossible Olympic goal, scored with an out-front kick. The captain ran to Jian, asking if he planned it, but a stunned Jian admitted it was a complete fluke born from a lucky glance. The captain grinned, then rallied the team, declaring that someone else truly owned the goal. He led the players toward the stands, commanding them to pay their respects to the goddess who had brought them such incredible luck. In the crowd, Jiwoo stared back, completely and utterly baffled by the sudden attention. The captain roared that with the goddess of victory on their side they would win, earning a sneer from a stern-faced opposing player. While one Milan player apologized for the goal, his teammates urged him to refocus, as their captain vowed to show the believers of luck what true divine power looked like. An opposing player screamed for a cross into the box, his voice filled with urgency. Despite Firenze's opening goal, Milan had overwhelmingly dictated the pace of the game. The opponents were consistently a step ahead, creating several dangerous opportunities that threatened to turn the tide. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, luck seemed to be firmly on Firenze's side that day. The man with the ponytail from Milan roared in frustration, realizing it was the third time his team had struck the goalpost. Another Milan player voiced his disbelief at the 3 shots that felt like certain goals, all denied by the woodwork, as his teammate yelled for the ball to just go in. The player in the red jersey grimaced, sweat pouring down his face in sheer agony over their cursed luck. In a situation with absolutely no pressure, a Milan player shanked a kick, a completely unexpected and clumsy miss. The player who made the error looked on in stunned confusion at his own feat. His confusion quickly turned to a roar of pure, unadulterated frustration at his mistake. Panic erupted among the Milan players as the narration explained that despite having the advantage in play, things were simply not going well for the home team. The offending player was shown a direct red card in the 45th minute, changing the entire complexion of the match. While perhaps another stroke of luck, it was a decisive expulsion that completely shattered the opponent's momentum. A Firenze player marveled at their absurd fortune, wondering internally if it could really be because of Jiwoo, while his teammates shared the good news that Senior Tennoira was okay. It was clear that something was working in their favor as Firenze regained possession of the ball. A teammate shouted to Jian that he was making a run, crediting his confidence to the blessing of their goddess. The team's spirits were high, with players shouting "Goddess pass," and playfully teasing Senior Tennoira about his age. Despite the good fortune, one player confessed a strange feeling, acknowledging that while luck was on their side, something felt off. His thought trailed off, an unspoken sense of unease hanging in the air. Jian felt a strange, unsettled feeling, shouting in frustration at a wasted opportunity even as his mind questioned their comfortable position. On the sidelines, the coaches observed that Milan was substituting a striker for a defensive midfielder, a predictable move for a team down a man. One coach noted his surprise that the head coach gathered his players, reminding them that even with one man down, Milan's most threatening attackers remained on the field. He commanded his team not to lower their guard and to thoroughly exploit their numerical advantage. As the second half began, the opponent's weakness was clear: they were a player short. The senior Firenze players expertly rotated the ball and engaged in physical battles, forcing the 10 men of Milan to run more and draining their stamina. Jian wondered internally if this methodical, almost clinical approach was the source of his unsettling feeling. While it was a legitimate red card and exploiting the weakness was natural, an older man's grumble suggested the victory felt somewhat hollow. Jian fumed inwardly, feeling that their advantage wasn't earned through skill and that the opponent's tight defense had simply vanished. He immediately chastised himself, recognizing the arrogance in his thoughts as he called. A Milan player let out a cry of frustration as another one of his team's attacks was easily dismantled. The bald coach called Jian over, sharply questioning his sluggish movements and asking if he was feeling unwell. He pressed further, accusing Jian of relaxing because he thought the game was already won. A fire of renewed determination ignited in Jian's eye, his focus sharpening in an instant. The coach told him to keep his eyes on the game, jokingly offering to help him score another goal for the goddess, a comment Jian immediately scoffed at. Jian may have laughed off the mention of the goddess, but his heart sank as the truth in Senior Sahanara's words about professionalism hit him hard. He reflected that being a pro meant giving your all under any circumstance, and while his seniors were still fighting, he had been lost in arrogant thoughts. Realizing he still had a long way to go, Jian resolved to concentrate on his game and immediately began directing his teammates on the field. From the bench, the bald coach watched with approval, remarking that number 20 was a good player. In the commentary booth, Milan legend Cafu analyzed that being a goal and a man down, the home team couldn't afford to just defend. He explained that as number 20, Jian, led the movement for a pass, the defense was inevitably drawn toward him. This created a vacuum elsewhere on the pitch, and Jian himself saw the left side of the field was now completely empty. In his mind, Jian mapped out the play, passed the ball wide to Senior Sahanara, then burst forward into the space. He sprinted towards the goal, finding it bizarre that the entire central area was wide open. It felt strange that there wasn't a single person there to block him, but then he refined the thought. It wasn't that they chose not to block him, it was that no one was able to catch up to him. Jian envisioned receiving the cutback pass from Sahanara for a one-on-one with the keeper, and in that moment, he finally understood the source of his unease. Before the red card, his mind had raced with how to overcome the crisis, but now, as the keeper challenged him, he saw the new reality. Jian calmly slotted the ball past the charging goalkeeper. He had been struggling to pinpoint his feeling, but the truth was simple: after the opponent's spirit broke, the game had become boring. A bearded teammate ran up to him, triumphantly yelling that Jian noted that he didn't feel the usual joy from scoring a goal, even as his teammates celebrated putting a second past Milan. As he walked past his senior, he gave a polite, nice pass, but internally, he chastised himself for his own arrogance and lack of excitement. After the second goal, Milan signaled their surrender by substituting their star strikers, Leo and Crotton. The aggression had collapsed among the players and fans, yet Jian refused to let the remaining time pass uselessly. His competitive fire reignited. He resolved to find something to maintain his focus until the final whistle, because he was a pro too, and then his eyes landed on a new target. In that moment, Jian noticed the opposing number 19, Theo Hernandez, drenched in sweat and drifting aimlessly. Jian immediately called for the ball, receiving a quick pass and setting his new plan into motion. A Milan player watched in confusion, wondering why number 20 was suddenly moving to the side of the field. Jian had locked onto the very same fullback who had relentlessly tormented Firenze's right flank during the entire first half. He had found it, his mission for the remainder of the match. Jian briefly wondered if his plan was too malicious, but then recalled the brutal training drills from coach Luca, which he reframed as motivation while his teammate looked on, confused by his mumbling. With a sense of purpose, he decided he was going to make the final minutes very, very hard for Theo Hernandez. Though he knew it was childish, Jian mentally dubbed his new objective, mission, avenge the seniors. With 8 minutes remaining in the match, Jian's personal game had just begun. The commentators watched with anticipation, as the bald man observed that Jian looked ready to make a move. Up to this point, Jian was primarily known as a player with high tactical understanding and a keen sense of spatial awareness. While he occasionally broke through on swift counterattacks, it was almost unheard of for him to engage in such a blatant, direct one-on-one confrontation. The bald man internally savored the moment, thinking how thrilling it was to see Jian take on a wingback from the top team in the league. A bald old fan in the stands roared with encouragement, shouting Jian's name and demanding he show the world his full potential. Jian fainted, pulling the defender to the outside, a move the defender, Theo Hernandez, instantly regretted. Hernandez realized too late that he had fallen for a feint. Jian had already cut back towards the inside, leaving the defender scrambling. Despite his exhaustion, Hernandez's reactions remained quick as he repositioned himself to face the new threat. Jian faked to the inside, and Hernandez once more took the bait. The defender's balance was broken as he second-guessed the move, wondering if Jian was now heading back to the outside. Hernandez grunted in frustration, finding Jian's tempo just a half-beat too fast to follow, but he vowed to himself that he could still do it. Just as he thought he had adjusted, the defender's eyes widened in disbelief. Jian fainted inside yet again, completely shattering Hernandez's posture. The spectators were in an uproar, with fans shouting about how Jian had completely dismantled the opponent's fullback. Amid the roaring crowd, one fan expressed his relief, finding Jian took a deep breath, feeling his revenge was served, but he knew that simply beating the defender wasn't enough. Deciding that the play would mean nothing without a goal, he pushed forward and challenged the next defender to block him. A bearded Milan player noted how tricky the situation had become, with his team a man down and Jian breaking through their flank. The defender braced himself for impact, determined not to let Jian pass him. As they collided shoulder to shoulder, cries of "foul" and "fair play" erupted from the opposing benches. Now right in front of the box, Jian searched for his seniors but couldn't see any of them making runs into the opponent's empty spaces. He grimaced, accepting the harsh reality that his teammates were utterly exhausted. The seniors were completely worn out after throwing their bodies on the line to block the top-ranked team's relentless attacks. In this difficult situation, Jian knew what he had to do. Deciding that resolving it himself was the best way to repay them, he juked to the outside, wrong-footing another defender. This choice had narrowed his shooting angle, but Jian understood that what mattered now was not the angle, but the speed of the ball. He unleashed a blistering power shot, securing his third goal of the match. The scoreboard updated to reflect the new reality, AS Milan 0, Firenze 3, with Li Jian completing his hat trick. In the director's box, the coach excitedly described how Jian had subtly lifted the ball on his final touch, creating an almost vertical shooting angle for himself. The bald man declared it a play even more spine-chilling than the hat trick itself, privately admitting just how much he adored the young player. Down on the field, Jian's teammates mobbed him in a joyous pile, congratulating him on his crazy achievement. Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, admitting to himself the final touch was a mistake, but he was glad it went in and decided to keep it a secret. A teammate spotted someone in the stands and urged Jian to wave to their goddess, earning a playful shove in response. Turning to the crowd, Jian gave a few quick waves. A smiling woman in the stands cheered his name, wondering if she was the goddess of victory he was acknowledging. The final whistle blew, cementing Firenze's 3-0 victory, and Jian savored the fact that they had defeated the league's first-place team. An older player remarked that they had certainly gotten something out of the victory, right before another player called out to Jian. Jian turned to find the imposing figure of Milan's star player, Croton, approaching him. The world-class striker simply congratulated Jian on the win. Slightly flustered, Jian replied that he hoped to see a better performance from them in their next match. Croton's silent, intense gaze served as a promise that the next game would be nothing like this one. Amid the clamor of fans shouting his name, Jian was approached by a reporter who congratulated him on the victory. The reporter apologized for her outburst, and Jian, noticing her fatigue, promised to keep the interview brief. Jian paused, reflecting on how a single conversation with Croton had left him completely drained by the man's overwhelming presence. The reporter started the interview, asking if he had anticipated scoring a hat trick in a 3-0 victory at Milan's home stadium. Jian confessed he hadn't, but admitted he had a feeling they would win, attributing it to good luck. He immediately caught himself, realizing he needed to choose his next words with extreme care. Jian's mind raced, worried that attributing their hard-fought victory to simple luck would disrespect the immense effort his seniors had put in. As the reporter waited, Jian frantically searched for the right thing to say until an idea finally struck him. He explained that what really mattered was their belief that the goddess of victory would raise their hands in the end, leaving the reporter confused. She misinterpreted his comment as a secret team tactic and decided not to pry further, while Jian was frustrated that his true meaning was lost. Jian offered a polite thank you, thinking to himself that it was fine as long as one person understood what he truly meant. Elsewhere, a young woman stared at her phone in disbelief, questioning what she had just heard in the interview. Later, the young woman confronted Jian, confidently asking if his goddess of victory comment was about her, to which he mocked her self-assurance. After her angry retort, Jian tried to downplay his comment as a simple jinx, like not changing underwear before a match. She refused to let him dodge the question, demanding to know if the goddess he mentioned was her or not. Before he could give a straight answer, she celebrated victoriously, deciding that she was the goddess after all. Jian changed the subject, remarking on how fabulous everyone in the city of fashion looked. He then abruptly stopped walking, a sudden thought striking him, prompting his companion to ask what was wrong. Looking down at his old team training outfit and shoes, Jian suddenly felt pathetic, though the young woman tried to reassure him that his look was unique and cool. Jian asked if she was being serious, and she confirmed it, asking if he felt any better. He then cheekily asked for another compliment, which made her laugh and call him petty. The scene shifts to two young men, a boy with a ponytail and another with dark hair, as the latter pointed to something he found pretty. The boy with the ponytail reacted with annoyance until the man with dark hair clarified that he was talking about the city of Milano itself. The man with dark hair then asked if the boy with the ponytail had managed to call their uncle, who apparently wasn't answering his phone. The boy found it strange that their uncle wouldn't even pick up their calls, and his friend agreed it was odd. The boy with the ponytail joked that maybe their uncle was out treating everyone thanks to his successful son, a scenario the man with dark hair wished was true. The man's smile faded as he noticed something concerning on a nearby screen. Meanwhile, in a hectic office, an older man asked if the system was still down, while an employee frantically typed, confirming their servers were overwhelmed by inquiries. Back on the street, the employee in the office explained that rumors had already spread to Korea, and now everyone wanted to see the phenomenon with their own eyes. The older man's eyes widened as he finally understood they were witnessing the birth of a new hope for Korean football. A guide desperately tried to manage the swelling crowd in Firenze, his internal thoughts screaming as the chaos mounted, a stark contrast to the city's usual tourist bustle. A wave of Korean tourists, more numerous than ever seen before, murmured among themselves about the danger of getting separated from the group. The guide wondered if this overwhelming phenomenon was truly the Lee Jian effect, just as he was approached by another tourist. A woman in sunglasses directly asked him where Lee Jian's house was, leaving the guide momentarily speechless at the question. She explained she simply wanted a photo for proof of her visit, an idea a man with a camera enthusiastically endorsed as the ultimate Lee Jian effect. Overwhelmed by the constant inquiries for meetings and autographs, the guide pleaded for calm amidst the growing clamor. He attempted to explain that their package was strictly for sightseeing and that arranging individual meetings was impossible, privately thinking that players deserved a private life. An elderly man aggressively countered, arguing that seeing Lee Jian was the new definition of tourism in Firenze and questioned the guide's connections. As a compromise, the guide suggested they could all watch the match if they bought tickets for the home game, an idea the elderly man immediately latched onto. After the guide successfully wrangled the group to the stadium, their hopes were an angry spectator trembled with rage, shouting his frustration that he had traveled all this way just to see the supposed hope of Korean football play for a mere 10 minutes. Dejected, the spectators began to leave in a huff, ignoring a worried onlooker who tried to reason with them. Watching the scene from his shop, Lee Jian's father felt a pang of injustice, knowing his son had done nothing wrong. He let out a long sigh, reflecting on the irony that his son's very success was what kept him too busy to attend any of the recent games. He knew that with Jian performing so well, the passionate Korean fanbase would never just leave him be. A deep sense of regret washed over him as he recalled missing Jian's incredible hat trick against AS Milan. The click of the door turning drew his attention, and he looked up from his thoughts. He warmly greeted Jian, who was surprised to find his father home from work. Jian's father explained he'd been unable to leave work for days but his colleagues had let him come home a bit early. He congratulated his son on the victory and the hat trick, which caused a bashful Jian to laugh nervously. A palpable, awkward silence settled between the father and son in the quiet room. Jian broke the silence, announcing he was going to take a shower, and his father quickly agreed. Watching his son retreat, the older man worried about how shy and reserved Jian was, even when discussing a great match. He knew that as people's expectations for Jian grew, the pressure would become immense. He mused that his son, despite being a professional player, had almost no interest in broader football issues. Consequently, he was the one who summarized all the football news, which brought the story of another young player to his mind. He remembered the tale of a promising Korean boy at Barceloneta, who was ultimately branded a failure after failing to make the first team. The boy in that story was only 19 years old. He lamented how the public creates lofty expectations and just as quickly labels a player a failure if they are not met. A deep fear that his own Jian might experience the same fate crept into his heart as he turned on the evening sports news. He understood that fan interest was part of being a professional, but as the Serie A news began, he knew it was a heavy burden to bear. He found it impossible to simply tell his son, who had already known pain, to just overcome it, remembering what Coach Tony once said. In a flashback, a man with a mustache had advised him that there was no rule stating a player must represent the country of their birth. Jian's father sighed heavily, acknowledging the complexity of their situation. The quiet of the apartment was broken by the creak of a door opening. Jian shivered as he emerged from the bathroom, muttering about how he could never get used to the chilling cold showers. He steeled his resolve, reminding himself that no matter how unwilling he was, some things just had to be done. While drying his hair, he thought that his father likely felt the same way about his work, preferring to be at the games instead. He recalled how tired his father looked earlier, noticing that he seemed to have lost a little weight. He resolved to work harder to get a raise so his dad could finally rest, just as a news segment about his own match began on TV. As the announcer declared him the star of the day, Jian suddenly let out a yell, startling his father. Jian quickly explained that he wasn't hurt, just overwhelmed with embarrassment at seeing his own news broadcast on television. His father offered to change the channel, but Jian insisted it was fine, his face still flushed. The TV announcer continued, noting that yesterday's win brought Firenze closer to the second-place team in the league. Jian's father encouraged his son to take pride in the achievement he had worked so hard for. His father immediately recognized the Manchester derby from 2 days prior, excitedly narrating De Bruyne's pass. Although not well versed in other leagues, even Jian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe watching the two legendary teams play. His father remarked on the impressive class difference on display, but Jian seemed to question his assessment. With a proud smirk, his father declared that he thought his own son was performing even better than those superstars. He elaborated, pointing out the exceptional fundamentals and concise touches of a world-class player like De Bruyne. Jian, however, was lost in his own thoughts, wondering about their massive salaries and what it would be like to meet them on the field. His father's voice snapped him out of it, and Jian inadvertently blurted out a question about salary. Instantly mortified, Jian realized he had spoken his inner monologue aloud and frantically tried to correct himself. He quickly clarified that he was merely curious about the salaries of such famous players, laughing it off awkwardly. His father mused that on top of salaries, those players likely made a fortune through sponsorship contracts. He then asked if Jian was suddenly interested in money, a departure from his usual focus, which Jian vehemently denied. The older man reassured his son not to worry, reminding him that he was already earning a significant amount for his age. As his father began to say what's more important are other things, Jian cut him off, firmly stating that money is important. Jian's father looked at his son, utterly surprised by the sudden, serious declaration. Jian looked his father in the eye and asked, if money isn't important, why he was working himself to the bone. Misunderstanding, his father asked if Jian was disappointed about him missing games, a notion Jian quickly dismissed. Jian clarified his true desire, for his father to live a more comfortable life. He continued, expressing his wish for his dad to be able to leave work early and rest properly. Touched beyond words, Jian's father looked at his son and wondered when he had grown up so much. Placing a warm hand on his son's head, he said that just seeing him made every hardship worth it and urged him to just enjoy playing football. In that moment, his father's gentle touch made Jian feel like he was 5 years old all over again. As Jian resolved to work even harder for his father's sake, the sharp ring of the doorbell echoed through the apartment, startling them both. Jian's father checked the caller ID on the intercom and expressed his surprise to see it was Coach Vincenzo. As his father answered the call, Jian wondered why his coach would be contacting his dad at this hour. On the other end of the line, the man's expression shifted from polite greeting to utter disbelief, exclaiming that he had received offers from all 3 places. In another location, a man in a suit confirmed the news with a triumphant laugh, revealing that Nakuya and Adidas had made contact, as an elderly man celebrated the fact that they all wanted to sign Jian. Inside Puma headquarters, a woman in a suit passionately declared that they absolutely had to sign Jian, no matter the cost. Nina Trisena, the global marketing team leader, emphatically added that his character was also excellent, admitting she had never seen a player like him before. An elderly man in the meeting concurred, musing that it was rare to find a player with such high-level skill who was also so genuinely nice. Nina confidently asserted that Jian was the perfect candidate to succeed their coach. With a laugh, the elderly man acknowledged her impressive. Nina's expression turned to one of alarm as she revealed that the industry's top 2 competitors were already making their moves. She urgently requested an immediate meeting, to which the elderly man quickly consented. A woman with glasses grimly concluded that to win Jian over, their offer would have to be extraordinary enough to eclipse all others. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Jian cried out in pain as an opposing player brought him down with a brutal tackle. A teammate immediately shouted for a foul, while another rushed to check on Jian, who assured him he was fine. As a senior teammate helped him up, Jian thought to himself that Sampuria was still as rough as ever, their aggressive style unchanged. He recalled once being particularly scared of that very player, even imagining he must be a good fighter off the pitch. Now, however, seeing the same player fuming after the foul, Jian no longer felt intimidated, and a teammate reminded him to focus on the free kick they had just earned. Jian, as the referee's whistle blew, he wondered if this newfound calm was due to a growth in his own mental strength. This fresh perspective allowed him to focus more intently on his own performance. A teammate shouted encouragement, praising Jian's pass as being perfectly on point. A powerful belief began to form within Jian's team, that they played a better, more sophisticated brand of football, much to their opponent's shock. This belief was validated when a beautifully executed play led to a goal by Milancevic, putting Firenze ahead 1-0. The team's morale soared as they celebrated the perfectly executed tactic, with Senior Sahanara praising Jian amidst the electric atmosphere. Even after taking the lead, Firenze relentlessly pressed forward, keeping their opponents on the back foot. Their disciplined defense successfully intercepted an attack, immediately turning it into a counteroffensive. After carrying the ball upfield, Jian laid it off for Senior Sahanara before sprinting to find a new pocket of space. The senior player cleverly slowed his pace, baiting the defense before slotting a perfectly timed pass back to Jian. The final defender had anticipated the return pass but was too late, as Jian was already in a prime position to shoot. However, instead of taking the shot himself, Jian executed a different plan, catching the entire defense by surprise. He cut in from the side like a wingback, drawing the defender's attention. With a deft touch, Jian then laid the ball off, creating a wide-open chance for the team captain. This goal, another of their practice tactics, capped off a dominant first half, sending Firenze into the break with a 2-0 lead. At the start of the second half, Firenze shifted gears, adopting a more controlled tempo to manage the game. By engaging in long spells of possession, they patiently lured the increasingly anxious Sampuria players out of position, exposing gaps in their defense. Jian perfectly timed his observation of Senior Kanehan's brilliant run, which broke the offside trap. He then threaded a powerful, straight pass through the defensive line. This masterfully orchestrated play instantly created another one-on-one opportunity with the goalkeeper. The resulting goal extended Firenze's lead to 3-0, with Jian earning his second assist of the match. The 3 goals scored that day were particularly meaningful for the smiling team. His teammates celebrated the fact that their victory was a team effort, born not from individual brilliance but from thoroughly planned plays. The coach, however, knew that such plays were only possible because of Jian's presence on the field, and he called for the substitute, Luca. The coach instructed Luca to get ready to replace Jian, a command that filled the substitute with eager anticipation. Luca dramatically proclaimed that a genius was being replaced with another genius, earning a weary sigh from his coach, who wished someone would silence him. In the 66th minute, Li Jian was substituted off after providing 2 assists, sharing a high five with his replacement. The crowd gave him a standing ovation, with fans shouting that thanks to him, they actually enjoyed the thrill of cheering. From the stands, Nina Trisena watched the scene unfold, her confidence in signing him growing stronger with every chant of his name. Jian listened in awe as the entire stadium echoed with the sound of his name, Li Jian. Nina Trisena made a firm resolution in that moment, she had to make sure he signed with Puma. The decisive 3-0 victory propelled Firenze to 3rd place in the league rankings. Later, an ecstatic agent passionately recounted the incredible developments to Jian and his father. The agent gushed that global companies were fighting over Jian and asked the boy if he'd heard the news. Jian sheepishly admitted he'd heard a bit from his dad, prompting the agent to insist that this was far bigger than he could imagine. Jian's father calmly handed the animated agent a drink, gently urging him to calm down. The agent took a grateful sip, laughing as he apologized for getting carried away by the excitement. He gleefully recounted how the typically conceited brand managers had been completely humbled during their meetings, which empowered him immensely. Jian's father skillfully steered the conversation back to business, asking the agent about the outcome of the discussions. The agent eagerly pulled out a set of documents, presenting the detailed offers proposed by each company. A confused Jian looked over the complex papers and turned to his father, asking what it all meant. The agent chuckled, acknowledging the complicated jargon and offered to simplify the main points for them. He explained that Adidas had offered the most money, Nike had offered the longest contract term, and Puma's proposal was something else entirely. Jian repeated the unbelievable offer in a daze, as the agent pointed out he was already wearing their shoes. The agent noted that while Jian's current shoe model wasn't popular, his influence had caused its sales to skyrocket. This meant people were buying shoes just because he wore them, a clear sign of their admiration for him. He declared that if Jian signed the contract, a new line of soccer shoes would be born exclusively for him, leaving Jian's father amazed. The agent vividly described a future where Jian would be the face of a brand new model, New Wave Jian Li. Furthermore, he explained that a portion of the profits from that model would go directly to Jian, a financial incentive too significant to ignore. The agent advised Jian not to rush a decision, suggesting they leverage. Both the agent and Jian's father showed concern, asking if he was all right. Snapping out of it, Jian apologized, explaining in his thoughts that he was so shocked he had been momentarily lost. The agent brushed it off with a laugh, saying it proved Jian's high value, but the young player. As they approached the storefront, both he and his companion stopped dead in their tracks. Jian stared in disbelief at a massive banner featuring his own face advertising the New Wave Jian Li shoe, realizing his heart was already leaning towards their offer. At the training ground, one of Jian's teammates celebrated his new Nike soccer shoes, which fit him perfectly. A lively debate erupted among the players, pitting the merits of Nike against Adidas, the two dominant brands in the sport. As his teammates argued, the youngest player on the team stepped forward, making a case for another brand, Puma. The young boy, Jian, began a detailed explanation in his mind about Puma's shoe lines, which are divided by agility, speed, and control to suit any playstyle. His older teammates watched in bemusement, wondering why their youngest member was suddenly acting like a brand representative. Accused of being paid by the company, Jian stuttered a denial, insisting he just wanted them to know Puma was a good choice too. The captain declared the conversation over, ordering everyone not to speak ill of Puma in front of their earnest youngest teammate, much to their amusement. Jian recalled that in the end, he had chosen to sign the sponsorship contract with Puma right before his coach dismissed the team from training. The company's proposal to create his very own signature soccer shoe had been the deciding factor, an offer too appealing to refuse as he spotted his father waiting for him. Jian admitted the idea of having soccer shoes modeled after him was absurd, but it was the perfect thing to brag about to Jiwoo. Later, at a fitting session, Jian stepped off a platform as a man with a camera confirmed the measurements were complete. The man assured him they would now begin production on custom shoes that would fit his feet perfectly, to which Jian replied with a grateful thank you. A businesswoman from the sponsor then asked Jian if they could proceed with a simple photo shoot at his home. With a flash of the camera, the awkward photo shoot began. As the photographer showered him with praise, Jian felt a wave of awkwardness, his mind desperately trying to think of anything else. He distracted himself by recalling a funny moment at the training ground, where he had jokingly told a naive teammate that the secret to his skills was his Puma shoes. After the shoot, the businesswoman thanked Jian for his hard work, acknowledging that it must have been an awkward experience. For a final, official shot, she handed him a formal outfit to wear. Jian looked at the formal clothes with uncertainty, noting that it was his first time ever wearing such an attire. He reflected on how he had never even worn a school uniform, making the unfamiliar outfit feel especially uncomfortable as he put it on. Suddenly, a young boy's shocked gasp echoed through the room. A young woman named Jiwoo looked on in absolute shock, exclaiming over Jian's sudden change in appearance. Jian, confused by her reaction, questioned why she was so surprised. Jiwoo, flustered, couldn't explain why, simply stating that seeing him so suddenly in those clothes had caught her completely off guard. Another onlooker complimented Jian's amazing look, while Jiwoo was internally overwhelmed by the sight. A blonde-haired person remarked that while they always knew Jian was handsome, the formal clothes made him look truly mature, a compliment Jian accepted with a quiet thank you. Overwhelmed, Jiwoo suddenly announced to an older man that she needed to step out for a moment. Despite the man's confusion and insistence that she could stay, Jiwoo rushed out, promising she would be right back. Jian was left to wonder why she was acting so strangely, a sentiment the older man shared. Safely outside, Jiwoo tried to calm herself down, feeling she had narrowly escaped an embarrassing situation. Leaning against a wall, she could feel her heart pounding relentlessly in her chest, terrified that her true feelings were about to be exposed. Her mind then drifted back to Jian's photo shoot, wondering why posing for pictures had to be so awkward and difficult. She had even asked him if there was a trick to it, but he had been just as clueless as she was. A cat meowed nearby, breaking the silence of her thoughts. Later, Jian found Jiwoo, calling her out by her full name, Kim Jiwoo, and asking what was wrong with her today. He pointed out that she was being unusually quiet, a demeanor that was completely unlike her normally boisterous self. Jian wondered aloud if she had a tough day at school, trying to find a reason for her subdued mood. Seizing the excuse, Jiwoo quickly agreed, claiming that her day had indeed been a bit difficult. Internally, Jiwoo confessed the real reason for her silence. Her heart was racing so much that she couldn't even look at Jian's face properly. She rationalized that even the ever-lively Jiwoo must have her own struggles, and she was likely holding them back so as not to bring him down, all while hoping her face wasn't too red. As Jian walked her home, a comfortable silence settled between them when they arrived at her door. Just as she was about to go inside, Jian suddenly called out her name. Stumbling over his words, Jian awkwardly tried to play the role of a dependable older brother, telling her to talk to him if she ever ran into trouble. He immediately regretted it, cringing at his clumsiness, while Jiwoo stared back, surprised that he had just referred to himself as Appa. Another embarrassing moment was added to Jian's life, leaving him flustered as Jiwoo questioned his sudden change in speech. The scene abruptly shifts to a roaring stadium, where the crowd chants Li Jian's name during a league match between Firenze and Torino. On the field, a teammate spotted Jian making a run and sent a sharp pass his way. The ball flew toward senior Sahanara, who was positioned near the sideline. The captain expertly redirected the pass with a single touch. Instead of a high ball, Sahanara sent a low, fast cross into the box, but it was aimed just behind Jian. The commentator shouted as the ball suddenly deflected off a defender's foot. Against all expectations, Jian, who was running away from the ball, spun around and perfectly trapped the deflected pass. An opposing defender immediately closed in, determined to prevent Jian from turning around with the ball. Before the defender could react, Jian flicked the ball behind him with a deft touch. The commentator could only gasp in disbelief at the unexpected move. In a blur of motion, Jian spun past his marker and fired the ball into the net, putting Firenze ahead 1-0. The spectators erupted in a frenzy, screaming that the young player was once again putting on a crazy performance. Among the crowd, a team leader remarked to his subordinate that seeing Jian's talent in person was even more impressive than the report suggested. This man, an agent, recalled that while his company had concerns about the scale of Jian's contract, he never doubted that the boy would become a massive star. The agent had come to the game to scout for video ad ideas, but Jian's teammates were already showering the hero's golden foot with praise. The agent smiled, realizing that with his incredible on-field flair, Jian was already filming his own impressive advertisement. As a fan screamed her love for him from the stands, Jian simply took in the moment with a thoughtful expression. High in the stands, the Italian Football Association's chairman, Gabriel, watched with great interest, remarking that the boy was certainly entertaining and might just be the fantasy star the football world was waiting for. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, their voices a whirlwind of questions about Li Jian's impossible goal. Jian modestly dismissed the praise as mere luck, but his teammates simply laughed, refusing to believe such a masterful play was a fluke. One teammate playfully questioned his sincerity, while Jian desperately wished someone would validate his claim that it was all just a happy accident. An older teammate teased another player about being jealous, prompting Jian to double down, insisting the goal was a complete fluke. All eyes turned as a player, Romero, was called upon to reveal the truth behind the stunning play. Jian then spun a tale for his gullible teammate, revealing that his goal wasn't luck but the result of advanced P-Puma shoe technology. He elaborated on the shoe's unique system that supposedly allows for powerful shooting from any position, leaving his teammate in awe of the cheat key. Once alone, Jian quietly reflected on his own lie, genuinely wondering if the instinctive, incredible play was truly a product of his own skill. He considered his typical play style, one defined by careful calculation and playing the odds. The recent goal felt entirely foreign, a moment where his body had moved on pure instinct before his mind could even react. Jian questioned if he could ever replicate such a feat, his thoughts interrupted by the sight of his teammate Soho making a sharp cut on the field. The memory of his coach's words suddenly echoed in his mind, declaring that there was no such thing as luck on the field. Recalling Coach Luca's philosophy, Jian resolved to reflect on its meaning as the game continued. He contemplated the idea that even a coincidence, when repeated through hard work, could eventually become a genuine skill. As if to prove the coach's point, a pass from Jian set up Sohil, who blasted the ball into the net, increasing Firenze's lead to 2-0. Sohil ran to Jian in a frenzy, excitedly claiming the Puma effect had worked for him too, since he just imagined wearing the shoes and scored. Jian wondered with a deadpan expression if his teammates' unending chatter was also a fruit of continuous, dedicated effort. With 78 minutes passed, the scoreboard showed Firenze holding a commanding 2-goal lead. The coach approached the sideline, asking Jian if he was okay and offering to substitute him out. Though it was the perfect time for a substitution, the coach simply told Jian to signal anytime he felt tired. An unusual energy surged through Jian. Far from being tired, he felt an overwhelming urge to keep running. It wasn't the desperate need to contribute that he usually felt, but something else entirely. An intense, pure desire burned within him, he simply wanted to play more soccer. He sensed himself growing stronger and more skilled with every moment he spent on the pitch. With only 10 minutes remaining, Jian wondered what other priceless experiences the match still had in store for him. Aware of his many shortcomings, he knew there was still a mountain of things he needed to learn. He became determined to try at least one more thing, to seize one more piece of experience before the final whistle. In a breathtaking move, Jian launched a curling kick towards the goal that left spectators gasping. The ball soared into the net, sealing a decisive 3-0 victory for Firenze. In that moment of triumph, Jian's only thought was his desire for more games. The announcers shouted in disbelief, comparing the wonder goal to something from a video game as the stadium roared. Jian cherished the new, valuable experience he had just gained, one he would have missed had he accepted the substitution. As the match ended, securing Firenze's 12th consecutive victory, his teammates jokingly demanded to know the model name of his miraculous shoes. Back in the locker room, a player let out a long, satisfied cry of victory. His teammates reveled in the feeling of their winning streak, remarking how it made even their rest days feel more comforting. A shadow of doubt crossed Jian's mind as he wondered if his constant desire for more experience was becoming selfish. He worried he might be a burden to the team, his troubled thoughts interrupted by a soft knock on his door. In a quiet room at home, Jian tentatively approached his father, asking if it was a good time to talk. His father agreed, suggesting they sit down for a little chat. An awkward, heavy silence settled between them as both father and son struggled to begin. Jian finally broke the silence, gently reminding his flustered father that he had wanted to talk. Jian's father steeled himself, convinced it was only right to tell his son the important news directly. He stammered, explaining that while he had meant to discuss it later, the matter could no longer be postponed. The tense atmosphere put Jian on high alert, his mind racing to guess what could possibly be so serious. His imagination immediately jumped to a wild conclusion: his father must have found a girlfriend. While Jian was thinking his father deserved to be happy, his father was silently reminding himself that his son's feelings were the top priority. Jian put on a brave face, telling his father to feel free to say whatever was on his mind. He confidently declared that he was prepared for anything, completely oblivious to his father's actual topic. Amused by his son's strange assumptions, Jian's father decided to just get straight to the point. He finally revealed that he had received calls from the national team, who wanted to select Jian. Jian's eyes widened in surprise, but not with the level of shock his father had anticipated. His reaction was strangely subdued, as the news was far less startling than the prospect of his dad dating. As the reality of his father's words finally sank in, Jian exclaimed, "The national team?" A wave of genuine excitement finally washed over him as he processed how amazing the opportunity truly was. His father asked if the pressure would be too burdensome, but Jian, while acknowledging the weight, was ready to face it. He cheerfully told his father it was just one more thing he could brag about. Seeing it as both a great honor and a new experience, Jian's excitement grew, while his father felt a surge of pride for his grown-up son. Jian excitedly asked if this meant he would be going to Korea, but his father's expression turned serious as he mentioned a small issue. Jian listened with concern as his father explained that South Korea was not the only country that wanted to select him for their national team. The scene shifted back to his recent encounter with Jiwoo, who was playfully teasing him by calling him Appa. As Jiwoo continued her teasing, Jian worried that any wrong response would become a source of lifelong embarrassment. Trying to be clever, he playfully called her Nuna, and begged her to stop, a move that only made her cringe at how creepy he sounded. They quickly made a pact to stop teasing each other, their agreement punctuated by Jiwoo's amused laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Jiwoo turned to Jian with a genuine question. Jian then posed a deep, hypothetical question to her about choosing between an awkward birthplace and a familiar but foreign land. Jiwoo thoughtfully considered his question, agreeing that both options would have their own unique pros and cons. He then cut to the heart of his dilemma, asking directly if she would still meet with him if he became an Italian citizen. Jiwoo shot up in shock, flustered by his nonsensical question about becoming Italian and questioning why they'd meet since they weren't even dating. She then paused, considering another possibility and hesitantly asking if he meant they would meet up as friends. Jian tapped his chin, thinking over her words as he weighed his own complex situation. He stammered, trying to express that regardless of whether it was South Korea or Italy, he hoped they could continue meeting, as friends. Just a few days prior, a crisis was brewing within the world of Italian football. Federation Chairman Gabriel confessed they were facing the humiliation of World Cup playoffs despite their Euro victory, a sentiment his subordinate found amusing. Gabriel, however, was gravely concerned that this downturn was not merely a temporary situation. The nation's past was once illuminated by a fantasista in every generation, a legacy of star players that had since faded. Gabriel lamented that modern Italy simply didn't have a talent of that caliber anymore. His subordinate then posed an impudent question, asking who the chairman considered the best player in the world at that moment. In another meeting, a similar topic arose, with a young agent suggesting Lionel Messi, and manager Lee readily agreeing. Director Park specified that among all players born in '87, Messi was indisputably number one. He then challenged the room, asking who held that title for the 2005 birth year, but manager Lee admitted he wasn't sure. With unwavering confidence, Director Park declared that Lee Jian was the unrivaled number one of his generation. Manager Lee laughed humbly, suggesting the world was too vast to make such a bold claim about Jian just yet. Director Park began to systematically dismantle that humility, starting with Jian's Serie A Pro debut at the age of 16. He laid out the staggering statistics of 17 goals and 8 assists in just 15 games, arguing Jian had already proven his worth beyond mere potential. These, he stated plainly, were undeniable facts. A soft thud echoed as manager Lee was left completely stunned and without a response. Director Park concluded by promising that they would provide Jian with their absolute, all-out support. The conversation then turned to the hurdles faced by non-European players, from league quotas to Korea's mandatory military service. A man in a suit explained that obtaining European nationality would eliminate all these problems, convinced it was the best choice for Jian's future in Europe. Jian's father reviewed the proposal, finding most of the terms attractive but hesitating on one specific clause. The document stipulated that a player must have resided in the country for more than 5 years to join the national team. Since other criteria didn't apply, Jian would have to meet this residency requirement, even as the representative continued listing other benefits. Jian's father calculated that they still had time before reaching the 5-year mark, while the representative assured him there was no need to worry. The offer painted a picture of a future where Jian could simply enjoy his football career without any heavy burdens. With a deep sigh, Jian's father decided to shelve his own thoughts on the matter, acknowledging they had plenty of time. He resolved to let the final decision rest entirely with Jian. Back in the present, Jian greeted a local as he walked through the city streets. He received a warm welcome from an elderly shopkeeper, while another person enthusiastically called him their fantasy star. The nickname felt strangely fascinating to Jian, and he laughed it off with a hint of embarrassment. As more people greeted him with cheers and encouragement, he felt a growing sense of belonging. He reflected that due to everything that had happened, it felt more natural to live here than it ever did in Korea. The monumental choice of representing either Korea or Italy was a great honor, but it was also deeply confusing. A profound sense of ambiguity washed over him, making him wonder where he truly stood. He felt stuck in a position that belonged neither here nor there, a realization that took his breath away. Suffocating under the weight of his thoughts, Jian wished he could spill his story to someone, anyone. Just as his complicated feelings peaked, a bright voice suddenly called out his name. A smiling Jiwoo came running toward him, calling out, "Li Jian." His troubled expression instantly softened at the sight of her. A small, amused smile broke through his melancholy. All at once, his loneliness began to dissipate as they fell into easy banter, with him playfully insisting he'd been waiting forever. Jiwoo cheerfully announced they were going shopping, pulling him along and effortlessly brightening his gloomy mood. The two friends made their way through the city's bustling public square. Jiwoo suddenly stopped and called out to get his attention. She excitedly pointed to a massive digital billboard displaying an advertisement featuring Jian himself, exclaiming how crazy it was. Jian, feigning surprise, immediately realized her sudden desire to go shopping was a ruse to show him this. He quickly played along, calling it cool and suggesting a commemorative photo, his mind celebrating that his plan was working perfectly. As Jiwoo expertly snapped several photos, Jian silently thanked his manager for giving him the heads-up about the billboard. Jiwoo praised him, saying he looked like a total photo master, to which Jian replied it was all thanks to someone special. With his complicated feelings now completely gone, Jian offered to treat her to an expensive meal, telling her to pick whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, in the ACF Bologna locker room, two of Jian's teammates discussed the strange behavior of another player named Romero. A player with highlighted hair wailed in despair, revealing he had bought the exact same shoes as Jian, sparking laughter from his teammates. He dramatically accused Jian of betrayal, explaining he had bought the boots with the resolve to finally surpass him. He then gestured to an article announcing Jian's new Puma contract, crying out that it had all been a devious scheme. Jian calmly denied any scheme, insisting the shoes were genuinely good and pointing out that he was wearing them too. His teammate remained inconsolable, yelling that it was only because of the contract, before another player urged them to head out for their warm-up. The team captain rallied the players, reminding them of the importance of winning their Coppa Italiana round of 16 match against Bologna. As they entered the stadium for the away game, a deafening wave of boos crashed down upon them. The opposing fans were incredibly fierce, shouting that the team should get ready to crawl home. Jian noted his seniors were unfazed, one even giving the finger to the hostile crowd, which left Jian momentarily speechless. Although he was used to the jeering at away games, Jian felt a different kind of nervousness today. His dad and Jiwoo were somewhere in the stands, watching the game live. He knew they had been worried about him lately, seeing him troubled over the national team dilemma. With a surge of determination, Jian resolved to put on a great performance and show them that he was doing just fine. Elsewhere, at the Korean Football Association, an angry official demanded to know how a Korean player could possibly decline a spot on the national team. A smiling official tried to de-escalate, clarifying that Jian only said he would think about it, but the angry official equated it to a refusal. KFA chairman Kim Gandhi fumed that Jian hadn't even shown gratitude for receiving such an honorable invitation. The smiling official calmly questioned this outrage, suggesting it was natural for a player in Jian's position to carefully consider his options. Sun Jong, the leader of the football talent development team, began to lay out the obvious political landscape. He pointed out that considering Italy's current football situation and Jian's incredible performance, it was inevitable Italy would push for his naturalization. Sun Jong then sarcastically feigned shock at the idea of naturalization, mimicking the other's irrational patriotism. Cutting through the emotion, he argued that they should at least find out what conditions Italy had offered before passing judgment. An older official impatiently brushed him off, demanding he just find someone to contact about the situation. As a true fan of Korean soccer, Sun Jong argued that losing a talent like Jian was a national loss and that their reckless selection process was threatening his future. He passionately insisted that they first needed to consider what a young player thriving abroad truly needs and demanded a transparent process. Sun Jong vowed he would not stand by and let this happen, firmly believing that Jian was the future of Korean soccer. 15 minutes into the first half against Bologna, a teammate bellowed at his squad to apply pressure and fill their positions. On the pitch, players from both sides collided in a desperate battle for the ball. The young coach on the sideline noted the immediate intensity of the match, but the bald coach reminded him this was exactly what they had expected. The bald coach explained Bologna's strategy. As the weaker team, they had dropped their defensive line to create an impenetrable wall. He continued that their own high-pressure strategy would inevitably lead to direct confrontations, his words cut short by the young coach's startled yelp. A fierce tackle sent a Firenze player tumbling to the grass with a loud thud. The referee immediately blew his whistle, calling a foul on player number 14, prompting Rika to furiously protest the call. As a teammate noted the high number of fouls so early in the game, the bald coach ordered his players to avoid any foolish yellow cards and get back into formation. The grueling tug-of-war continued between the attackers and defenders, each side shouting commands to hold the line. The bald coach yelled at Rika to watch the offside line, but Rika had already broken it, offering a frustrated apology. Jian observed his teammate's mistake, realizing Rika needed to move in sync with the team when pressing forward. He mused that Rika's overzealous enthusiasm was causing him to constantly dart out of position, but then an idea sparked in Jian's mind. Jian realized he could take advantage of Rika's aggressive posture. He began to feint a breakthrough, drawing the attention of the defense. Jian kept retreating and repositioning, making the opposition second-guess his intentions. Just as he anticipated, the eager Rika attempted another breakthrough, causing the defenders to hastily collapse towards him. At that precise moment, Jian sent the ball not to Rika, but to Senior Bonaventura position just behind the play. Bonaventura instantly threaded the ball back to Jian, breaking through the opposition's defensive line. Jian internally praised the sharp pass from his senior, who had perfectly read his movement and created a gap between the central defenders. As Jian charged into the empty space, the Bologna defenders scrambled towards the center to stop him. This defensive shift opened up a wide space on the side, creating a perfect opportunity for Rika if he would just press forward. Jian looked on in disbelief as Rika remained frozen, prompting another teammate to yell at him to pass the ball. With his options dwindling near the penalty box, Jian realized there was no helping it. He resolved to finish the play himself, causing a Bologna defender to scoff at his seemingly cocky decision to charge through alone. But Jian had no intention of actually charging through the packed defense. His true plan was to draw their focus to the ball and then slip it between the two defenders. Before he could act, he was slammed with the full force of a body check. Jian's mind raced as he hit the ground. It was a reckless move, but their brute force block had sealed off any path forward. From the stands, Jian's father cried out his son's name as he saw him go down hard. A short teammate rushed over to ask if he was okay, but Jian assured him he was fine, knowing he wasn't truly injured. After all, he had a plan B ready for this exact scenario. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he pointed to the spot, awarding Firenze a penalty kick and earning Jian praise for creating the chance. Jian explained to his teammate that he knew Bologna was playing rough, so if he couldn't get past them, he could at least draw a foul. His teammate celebrated, recognizing the gambit as a total success. The team's designated penalty taker, Senior Bonaventura, approached the ball with a thoughtful expression. Instead of preparing for the shot himself, the reliable senior turned to Jian and told the youngest player to take it. Jian was taken completely by surprise by the unexpected offer. He protested, asking why he should take it when Bonaventura was the dedicated kicker, but his senior insisted that since Jian earned it, no one would blame him if he failed. Bonaventura declared it would be Jian's first penalty kick, a chance to gain valuable experience. A wave of dread washed over Jian. Penalty kicks were the one thing he disliked the most. Though he felt burdened by the sudden responsibility, he reluctantly accepted the experience his senior was offering him and stepped towards the penalty spot. As the boos from the hostile crowd rained down from all directions, Jian felt a familiar fear creep in. A terrifying thought surfaced: what if he failed? And suddenly, his mind flashed back 8 years. In the past, his youth coach had desperately urged him to score, telling him it was their only chance to stay in the game. The weight of the world pressed down on the young boy. Scoring meant extra time, but failing meant immediate elimination. The entire fate of his team rested on the toes of his cleats. In the end, his shot was a failure. The ball sailed wide of the goalpost. Just like that, his team was eliminated in the semi-finals. The terrifying memory still haunted him, but a sudden shout from the crowd snapped him back to the present. It was his father, cheering at the top of his lungs for him to do his best. Jian took a deep breath, realizing that this moment was nothing like the past. He now had reliable teammates who would have his back, even if he made a mistake. And much, much louder than the jeering of thousands of spectators were the heartfelt cheers from the two people who mattered most. With this newfound clarity, Jian focused on the ball. He declared to himself that a penalty kick was no big deal, and struck the ball with absolute confidence. Jiwoo exploded with joy as the ball hit the back of the net, excitedly asking Jian's father if he saw the amazing goal. Jian's father admitted his heart was racing too fast to see it clearly, recalling how his son had been terrified of penalties ever since that traumatic day. He marveled at Jian succeeding so spectacularly amidst the hostile crowd, before gently reminding Jiwoo to tone down her celebration in the middle of the opposing fans section. Filled with pride, Jian's father thought about how well his son had done, while Jiwoo playfully reminded him that Jian was her friend, too. Later, in the locker room, Bonaventura and Rika bantered about the penalty, with Bonaventura joking that it was still the same point even if he had taken it. Rika, who had scored 2 goals, argued that his were more impressive, while Jian cheekily claimed the penalty was null, making it a tie. The team captain stepped in, questioning why they were fighting after a happy 3-0 victory that sent them to the quarterfinals. Rika insisted it was a matter of pride, but Jian simply thanked the captain for his hard work. Rika was left momentarily speechless by Jian's smooth evasion. He called Jian petty for avoiding the argument, but the captain wryly commented that knowing how to read the room was a skill. The captain's teasing tone then shifted as he asked if they were really in the mood to be laughing. Jian turned to see the team's bulging coach standing in the doorway, his face a mask of fury. The coach's voice boomed across the locker room as he demanded to know what the hell was with today's penalty kick, leaving a confused Jian wondering what was happening. In the locker room, a tense beat hung in the air, abruptly broken by a sudden commotion. A man with a goatee let out a startled cry, recoiling in shock. Bonaventura gasped in relief after realizing it was only the bald-headed Liam, who demanded to know why Boni was so startled. Liam took offense at the comparison to the coach, insisting his head shape was far more handsome, while Boni privately thought they both just looked like eggs. A teammate with blocky sideburns noted that Boni must have received quite a scolding, which Boni confirmed, mentioning he'd just been yelled at again. Jian recalled that the coach's post-game fury hadn't been about their performance, developing a comical fear of bald heads. In a flashback to the confrontation, the coach had furiously demanded to know who authorized Bonaventura to change the penalty kicker. Boni stammered that he thought it would be a good experience for their youngest player, insisting he didn't mean to disregard the coach's orders. The coach shot down his excuse, prompting Jian to step forward and claim the decision was his own. But the coach's anger was directed at Boni, questioning how he could put such immense pressure on a kid during a tense 0-0 standoff. Bonaventura realized with a shock that the coach was angry not because of insubordination, but out of concern that Jian might have felt too burdened. Liam then pointedly asked if Boni had tried to pass the buck to Jian because he was afraid of taking the penalty and failing. The accusation threw the locker room into utter chaos, with players shouting and others desperately trying to de-escalate the argument. Jian remembered the pandemonium with a tired sigh, exasperated by the senior player's antics. Bonaventura, however, tried to smooth things over, asking Jian for validation that he was a caring senior, to which Jian nervously agreed. While Boni was pleased that at least Jian understood him, another player angrily demanded to know why he hadn't been considered. A blonde-haired teammate then chimed in, asking why he wasn't chosen for the kick either. Boni cheekily patted Jian's head, explaining that he simply tends to make reliable investments. The blonde-haired man scoffed at the discrimination, proclaiming himself a genius, which Boni completely ignored. Jian silently wished his senior teammate would finally grow up. Meanwhile, at a Korean mart in Firenze, Jiwoo's eyes widened with wonder. She marveled aloud at finding such a nice Korean grocery store so far from home. The two friends stepped inside, ready to gather ingredients for a celebratory meal. Jian, the boy with the yellow scarf, grumbled that they could have just bought something pre-made, but Jiwoo waved off his complaint. Jiwoo declared that since Jian performed so well, she, as his nuna, had to cook him a special, delicious meal. She handed him a shopping list and proposed they split up to be more efficient, with Jian sighing at the chore. Jiwoo playfully shoved him along, telling him to get a move on. Walking away, she wondered aloud if the normally unreliable Jian would manage to bring back the correct items. Unaware of her doubts, Jian walked through the aisle, blushing as he imagined them as a newlywed couple shopping together. Jiwoo hurried down an aisle, searching for a bottle of ketchup. Jian was still lost in his romantic daydream, his face flushed. Jiwoo groaned in frustration upon finding the ketchup placed on a shelf too high for her to reach. Suddenly, a hand reached past her and effortlessly grabbed the bottle, causing her to look up in surprise. Jian stood there, coolly asking what she was doing. After handing her the ketchup, Jian quietly wondered to himself what he was trying to pull. He then teased her for being as slow as a turtle, while Jiwoo was struck by the sudden realization of how much he had grown. Jian suggested they shop together, but as he asked what they needed next, Jiwoo became flustered, thinking his new height was perfect for hugging. She immediately snapped out of it, mentally scolding herself for the stray thought. Jian repeated his question, and a flustered Kim Jiwoo finally registered he was asking about the shopping list. She blurted out the first thing that came to mind, laughing nervously as she declared they needed onions. As Jian led the way to the produce section, Jiwoo's heart fluttered, realizing their height difference was surprisingly charming. Back at the Firenze training field, the coach's voice boomed across the pitch, demanding to know why everyone was so slow. He yelled for them to focus, questioning if they were still coasting on the high of their last victory. With a league match against Lazio looming, the coach warned them to keep their head straight if they wanted to avoid injury. A spiky-haired player quietly complained to Sahanara that despite their progress, he felt the team's overall condition was deteriorating. Sahanara dramatically claimed he was suffering even more, his shaved face a testament to his desperation to not look like the coach. He wistfully wished for an easy day, but his teammate told him to stop complaining. The captain then stepped in, reminding them that playing in multiple tournaments was a privilege earned by strong teams, proving their growth. He rallied the players to focus and build their stamina, earning a reluctant agreement from Sahanara, who noted the captain's own dedication. The spiky-haired player observed that even the captain looked worn out, joking he'd soon be bald like the coach, earning a sharp rebuke from the now bald Sahanara. As the coach finally called for a break, the ghostly image of an exhausted player loomed behind Jian, symbolizing the entire team's fatigue. Senior Tenoira approached the youngest player, Jian, asking why he looked so troubled. Jian admitted he was worried about the upcoming match against Lazio, but Tenoira misunderstood, asking if a particular player concerned him. In his mind, Jian clarified his real fear was for his teammates, who were exhausted from playing full-time on such a packed schedule. Tenoira acknowledged their thin squad made things physically demanding, as Jian voiced his fear that someone might get injured. But Tenoira quickly reassured him, explaining that the coach was aware and had shifted their focus to recovery training. He added that they were all veterans who knew how to manage their bodies, which seemed to put Jian at ease. Tenoira encouraged Jian to simply focus on his own role, and the two affirmed their commitment. Jian resolved that his senior was right, he should trust their experience. He decided that instead of worrying about things beyond his control, he would concentrate on what he himself could contribute. It then dawned on Jian that the coach had been strategically substituting him to manage his stamina, meaning the seniors had borne the brunt of the fatigue. Fueled by a new determination, Jian declared he would run at least one extra step for his team, attempting to rally his confused teammates with his sudden burst of energy. As the players began to gather, Jian's infectious resolve seemed to lift their spirits. But in that moment, a sharp, throbbing pain shot through a player's leg. A teammate with a goatee turned, his eyes widening in alarm at the sudden cry. Another young player's face filled with horror as he began to shout. "Jian!" he screamed, watching his teammate collapse as others frantically called for the medical team. As he fell, Jian felt a deeply unpleasant sensation rip through the back of his calf. The young man watching could only stare in disbelief, desperately hoping it wasn't a career-threatening injury. At the Firenze Medical Center, the staff reviewed the results of Jian's examination. A man in a blue shirt delivered the fortunate news that it didn't appear to be a major injury. The man with glasses explained that fatigue had simply accumulated in the muscles, recommending rest, much to the relief of a bald-headed team official. The coach admitted they might have overdone it and decided to cancel training for the week to allow the team to recover. Jian felt like a complete nuisance, ashamed that his body had given out before the seniors who had endured so much more. The coach then made a sudden declaration, telling Jian he would be taking a break for the upcoming away game, which caught the young player completely by surprise. Jian immediately protested, insisting his injury wasn't serious, but the coach cut him off, demanding he listen. The coach sternly explained that risking a major injury for a single match was something they had to avoid at all costs. A heavy silence fell as the weight of the coach's decision settled over Jian. As a result, Jian was excluded from the weekend match, and he could only nod in quiet understanding. With their youngest star sidelined, the team's impressive winning streak came to an abrupt halt against Lazio. The loss was almost unavoidable as the exhausted seniors were forced to compete again, but Jian's anger was directed at something else entirely. He seethed as he listened to commentators claim his absence was the sole reason for the loss, citing a lack of smooth ball distribution. The pundits' analysis broke Jian's composure, causing him to leap to his feet with a shout that startled his father. Jian's mind reeled with indignation, furious that they would pin the entire loss on him as if his teammates hadn't fought their hearts out. He raged that the commentators were blind to the fighting spirit his seniors showed, declaring they knew nothing about the sport, forcing his father to try and calm him down. Overwhelmed with guilt for being unable to help, Jian abruptly told his father he was stepping out for a moment. His father tried to stop him, questioning where he could go in his condition, but Jian insisted he was only doing some light recovery training. Jian's resolve was firm. He needed to recover quickly so his seniors would never have to face such disrespectful treatment again. His sudden appearance at the training facility drew a surprised gasp from an unseen person. The tanned coach greeted the team's youngest player, asking if he was already back and okay, to which Jian gave a resounding confirmation. The coach expressed his relief but also his confusion, mentioning he'd heard the injury was quite serious. He then pulled up a news article claiming Jian had refused a call-up to the Korean national team because of his injury, leaving Jian utterly bewildered. On the phone, Jian incredulously asked the person on the other end why they were asking him about his own article. Internally, Jian fumed at how reporters and commentators twisted facts to fit their desired narrative. He finished his call, grateful for the well wishes, as his teammates, a muscular man and an older player, welcomed him back. Though official training hadn't begun, Jian tested his leg, feeling light and largely recovered after his forced rest. He reflected that standing on the field always cleared his head, just as his seniors playfully expressed how much they had missed him. While warming up, Jian stewed over the commentators' rude remarks, but his teammate declared they would definitely win the next match. Jian admitted to himself that, despite the media's nonsense, there were indeed areas where the team could improve. Feeling it might be presumptuous, he decided to approach the captain with a new tactical idea. The muscular man immediately showed concern for Jian's leg, but the young player assured him that wasn't the issue. Jian's thoughts clarified his purpose. He wanted to discuss a change in his role during their matches. The captain, a man with distinctive face tattoos, listened with a look of complete surprise. A low murmur spread through the other players as they overheard the youngest's bold proposition. Later, the head coach approached the captain, asking for confirmation about what Jian had said. The man with face tattoos affirmed Jian's tactical proposal was convincing and admitted his surprise that Jian had volunteered for such a demanding role. He confessed that he'd previously seen Jian as just a kid with good ball skills but now found him truly admirable. The coach chuckled, agreeing to discuss the tactical shift with the rest of the staff. As the captain turned to leave, the coach called out to a player named Bairashi with one more piece of business. The coach then walked with Li Jian, instructing him to feign ignorance if reporters asked any awkward questions. After the final training session, reporters swarmed the grounds as expected, their cameras immediately finding Li Jian. Jian knew this was unusual, as the press usually spoke with the captain, but the coach had specifically requested his presence. He recalled the coach asking him to give a brief comment to reassure the fans, a request he had accepted with a nod. Realizing he couldn't hide behind his seniors forever, Jian stepped forward and announced they would take questions for just 10 minutes. The first reporter's question about team fatigue was instantly shut down by the coach, who insisted on questions only about the weekend match. When the next reporter brought up an irrelevant topic, the coach cut him off again, earning an internal compliment from Jian on his impenetrable defense. The coach then narrowed the scope to 5 minutes of questions about Jian himself, warning he would intervene at any strange inquiry as Jian swallowed nervously. Reporters barraged him with questions about his injury status, causing Jian to sigh internally at their persistence. Jian calmly addressed the press, assuring them he was not injured and would give his all if selected for the next match. When a reporter tried to ask about a potential transfer, Jian instinctively shouted, "Next," cutting the question short. Surprised at himself for mimicking the coach, Jian quickly composed himself and asked for the next question as his coach watched with approval. A reporter then provocatively stated that the last match proved Firenze's performance was very poor whenever Jian was absent. The reporter continued, noting their next opponent, Atlanta,
was confident they could win even if Jian played. He finished by quoting the Atlanta coach, who had claimed Jian only stood out because the other Firenze players were lacking, prompting the coach to step in. But before his coach could speak, Jian interrupted with a dangerously quiet question, asking the reporter to excuse him. Jian knew he had to respond. He couldn't let such a disrespectful and shitty question go unanswered. He began by stating that he had learned everything from his seniors and that their help was the only reason he was receiving any attention. Jian then declared that the player he was today was built by the coach, his teammates, and the fans, and for that reason, he felt deeply insulted. The young player visibly trembled, struggling to contain the raw anger swelling within him. Finally, Jian's fury erupted as he delivered a clear message to the reporters and his critics: please don't spout nonsense as you please. On match day, the locker room buzzed as a teammate playfully reminded Jian of his fiery interview. The bulky man theatrically mimicked Jian's angry words, causing the young player to blush and beg him to stop. The captain then gathered the team, his tone serious, stating that a loss today would mean admitting the reporter's insult was true. He rallied his teammates, demanding they show everyone who belittled Firenze that their team was still strong, fighting for the youngest who had defended their honor. The roar of the stadium crowd echoed as the players prepared to take the field. In the opposing dugout, Atlanta's coach, Jean-Pierre, clicked his tongue in annoyance, surprised to see Jian in the starting lineup after his supposed injury. Coach Jean-Pierre turned to his personal marking specialist, Mario, asking if he was confident he could stop the young star. Mario assured his coach not to worry, revealing his plan to provoke Jian by using the fiery temper he'd seen in the interview. Mario was confident he knew how to handle the kid, determined to teach the 16-year-old a proper lesson on the pitch. Another Atlanta player with blue hair grimly remarked that it was time to show Jian just how brutal the professional field can be. An opposing player, towering over Jian, taunted him about his size, catching Jian off guard. The opponent continued to openly mock Jian, questioning why other teams couldn't stop someone so small. Jian realized the player's seemingly private comments were directed at him, while a teammate angrily questioned the opponent's words. Jian's teammate angrily offered to teach the opponent a lesson, but Jian frantically intervened to prevent a confrontation. Jian silently fumed, finding the number 14 player increasingly annoying. The confident opponent player 14 declared his team would win, even before the match officially began, as his teammates stood by. With a powerful kick, the match officially began. Jian received the ball, ready to advance, but then questioned another player's movement. Opponent player 14 aggressively taunted Jian about his perceived habit of running around all day. Opponent player 14 ran closely alongside Jian, continuing his verbal jabs while tightly marking him. The opponent delivered another cutting insult, implying Jian only supported his skillless seniors. Jian reacted with shocked anger, bewildered by the sudden, personal attack on his teammates. Opponent player 14 further provoked Jian, feigning innocence, while a teammate shouted a warning not to be baited. A teammate yelled tactical instructions to pass the ball to Romero and for Jian to switch positions. Opponent player 14 aggressively cut off Jian's movement, asking where he thought he was going. Jian stared intently, internally vowing to prevent the opponent from scoring even once in the match. Opponent player 14 defiantly stated that Jian would only be able to shoot if he could get past him. Jian managed to move the ball past opponent player 14, surprising him with the swift move. Opponent player 14 acknowledged Jian's skill with a fierce grin, but warned it was not enough. Opponent player 14 followed up with a strong tackle, emphasizing his intent to block Jian's path. Jian, mid-tackle, acknowledged that opponent player 14's skill was as significant as his provocative words. Two teammates grudgingly admired the opponent player's effective, though annoying, defense. The narration explained that defending against Jian's low center of gravity and quickness was no easy task, regardless of size. From the sidelines, a teammate observed that Jian seemed flustered by opponent player 14's relentless marking.
Jian internally wondered why the opponent was so intensely focused on him, rather than the actual ball. Opponent player 14 directly confirmed his sole interest was in marking Jian, causing Jian to react with surprise. Opponent player 14 mocked Jian, claiming to read his thoughts before tackling him forcefully. Opponent player 14 continued his psychological games, while a frustrated Jian, feeling stifled, was forced to make a back pass. Opponent player 14 attempted to sow discord, implying Jian's teammates were a burden, which surprised Jian. Opponent player 14 pointed out Jian's teammates' perceived inadequacy and dependence on him as the ball came back to Jian. Opponent player 14 continued his verbal attacks, implying Jian's teammates were helpless without his intervention. Jian, overwhelmed with frustration, unleashed a powerful kick at the ball. Opponent player 14 dramatically fell to the ground, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Jian received a yellow card, realizing with regret that he had been intentionally provoked. Jian glared angrily as opponent player 14 mockingly exaggerated his pain on the ground. A concerned teammate checked on Jian, who apologetically admitted his mistake. An older teammate observed that opponent player 14 was deliberately undermining Jian's focus, while another expressed concern for the young player. Realizing the need for a solution, the coach called out to Bairashi. Bairashi, surprised, understood the significance of the tactical instruction he had just received. The coach expressed admiration for the brilliant strategic mind behind the plan. The coach urgently shouted, "Plan J," to Jian. Jian, wide-eyed, questioned the unfamiliar tactical instruction, Plan J. An older teammate expressed concern about the physical toll of the new tactic, but Jian declared himself ready. Jian expressed his strong desire to be a valuable asset for his team and seniors, acknowledging the challenges ahead. With a clenched fist, Jian resolved to overcome any difficulties. Jian sprinted forward with intense speed and determination, fully committing to the new plan. A tactical diagram highlighted Firenze's attacking direction as the team's new strategic focus. Opponent player 14 questioned Jian's deeper positioning, implying he had abandoned direct confrontation. Jian, realizing he didn't need to personally break through, declared his intent to cut off the opponent's pass. Opponent player 14 aggressively dismissed Jian's interception attempt, despite Jian's effective defensive play. Opponent player 14 reiterated his relentless marking, but Jian had a sudden realization about the opponent's advanced defensive position. Opponent player 14 reacted with shock as Jian successfully moved past him with the ball. A strategic diagram visually represented the player positions, highlighting a potential tactical gap in the opponent's defense. Jian loudly called for Romero, executing a decisive pass that surprised even his coach. The coach, realizing the tactical error, identified that opponent Mario had recklessly pushed up, leaving a critical gap. The coach vehemently urged his players to press the attack, capitalizing on the opening. Opponent player 14, frustrated, acknowledged that his overzealous marking had created a vulnerability. Opponent player 14 mused that ultimately only Jian could score for his team, preparing for a defensive stand. Opponent player 14 confidently predicted that Jian, number 20, would take the shot. Jian prepared to kick the ball, internally refuting the opponent's assumption about his team's sole reliance on him. Jian made a surprising pass, completely blindsiding opponent player 14 and causing him to stumble. The opposing goalie, analyzing the play, anticipated a shot from the player with the ball despite the awkward angle. The goalie reacted with shock as another unexpected pass was made, further disrupting the defense. The goalie frantically wondered who the actual shooter would be, as the narration hinted at the most dazzling presence in Firenze. The teammate with the green hair and beard dramatically revealed himself as the designated shooter, powerfully striking the ball. The narration celebrated the team's collective spirit, from the organizing goalkeeper to the defenders who sacrificed their bodies. It continued by praising the tireless midfielders who committed themselves to both attack and defense. Romero was lauded for his selflessness, willing to forego scoring opportunities to create assists for his team. Jian paused on the field, bending over to catch his breath amidst the intense game. Finally, the narration highlighted senior Sahanara's crucial role in stepping up when his team needed him most. Jian internally rebutted his opponent's taunt, fiercely declaring that his team was not weak without him. Jian affirmed his team's unity, asserting that, if 11 purples are running, that's Team Firenze. The team scored, celebrated by an unseen audience and the coach, proving their collective strength as Firenze Atlanta took a 1-0 lead. Jian contemplated a glowing orb in his hand, wondering if he was becoming more emotional as he aged. Sahanara, shedding tears, tried to rationalize his overwhelming emotion after the team's leading goal. As Sahanara questioned his profuse tears of joy, the crowd roared Jian, while Jian celebrated his achievement on the field. Sahanara shouted Jian. Viola, in elation, then internally conceded that such an insane moment would naturally bring tears. Jian, a boy from the long-standing youth system, had appeared like a miracle, saving the team during tough times and filling the void left by departing seniors. All the older fans in the stadium, whose faces and hearts had aged, found their boyhood spirits reignited, and the narrator admitted he was no different. Jian was stirring deep emotions within the fans, transporting them back to their pasts, as Sahanara broke down in profuse tears. The audience chanted Li! Li! Li, while Sahanara enthusiastically praised the amazing link-up and nice goal, senior. Sahanara, smiling broadly, declared that the goal had brought back momentum and showcased the team's resilience to the fans. The narration confirmed the plan's success, as a tall teammate complained about his assist being overshadowed, prompting Sahanara to calmly defend his praise. Jian reflected on an odd sensation he had experienced just before the goal, as a player kicked the ball in the distance. The narration described a snap feeling when opponent number 14 underestimated the team's seniors, prompting Jian to instinctively shout instructions about passing down the line. From that moment, Jian's focus intensified, allowing him to perceive the ball's flow, defenders' positions, and the movements of Romero and the seniors with perfect clarity. Jian found himself able to see everything on the field at once, feeling as though he could control the entire game at will as he dribbled the ball. The ensuing goal unfolded exactly as Jian had envisioned, proving far more thrilling than scoring it himself, while Sahanara exclaimed about Jian's uncanny ability to guess the ball's trajectory. Jian realized that extraordinary feeling still coursed through his body, and he knew he had to maintain this sensation for the rest of the game. Jian yelled for focus, then abruptly cried out that he had lost the feeling, his expression startled. An unnamed opposing player, holding his head in distress, agonized over facing Jian's insane post-break performance. Sahanara, watching from the stands, thought Jian was playing aggressively and leading the team, realizing this was no longer the play of a 16-year-old. As he dribbled the ball, Jian internally challenged Tony, wondering if he was watching. Sahanara stared wide-eyed, shocked by the realization that they had seemingly awakened a soccer monster. An unnamed player shouted, Jian, amidst the fast-paced struggle for the ball among several players on the field. Jian confirmed that his enhanced vision was no illusion, allowing him to see the entire field, as an unnamed opponent worriedly wondered how long Jian could keep moving. A tactical diagram highlighted player positions and a potential passing route, illustrating the precise vision Jian now possessed. Jian, stressed but determined, urgently called out, Senior. The space behind, in intense motion. Jian felt a surge of frustration when his seniors failed to see the passing angles he spotted, shouting, Why aren't you moving in there, at them? Jian resolved to continue testing his perceived paths, even as a teammate apologized for a mistake, to which Jian quickly replied, It's fine. Look for the next opportunity. Sahanara, noticing Jian's oddly glum expression, prompted a startled and worried, Oh no. Could it be, from Barashi? As Jian continued to run, Barashi quickly cut off Sahanara, who was about to voice his fear that Jian's earlier pain was returning. The narration affirmed that even in that moment, a chance presented itself, as Jian dribbled the ball past a pursuing opponent. Realizing, this won't do, Jian intensely shouted, "Sayonara." "Run," to his senior, who responded with a surprised but determined, "Why yes." Jian looked shocked and embarrassed, realizing he had shouted informally at his senior because the path had been so clearly visible. The only saving grace was that the ball was now soaring powerfully towards the goal. The pass led directly to Sayonara's second goal, prompting the audience to exclaim, "Whoa," as Firenze took a 2-0 lead against Atlanta. A teammate praised Sayonara, but Jian, seeing Sayonara with his eyes closed, internally concluded that he was upset by Jian's informal shouting. Jian, panicking, profusely apologized to Sayonara, explaining he hadn't meant to shout informally. Sayonara joyfully embraced Jian, thanking him for the multi-goal play, which completely surprised Jian, who asked if he hadn't been angry. Sayonara enthusiastically called for a hat trick, prompting a playful jab from a teammate, while Jian reflected on his complete misunderstanding of the situation. The captain laughed, reassuring Jian that he didn't need to apologize for such a thing, and Jian respectfully acknowledged him. The captain explained that on the field, everyone was an equal player, regardless of how things were in Korea, and affirmed Jian as the team's ace. Jian listened intently as the captain encouraged him to play freely, trust his judgment, and not fear mistakes, even advising it was okay to curse, too. The captain confirmed Jian's understanding, receiving an enthusiastic, "Yes, Captain," in return, and Jian internally thought his captain was incredibly cool. As the referee blew his whistle, signaling the end of the first half, the narrator reflected that not just anyone could be a captain. Jian questioned if it was the captain's encouragement, as he felt significantly more confident with his passes in the second half, powerfully kicking the ball. Jian wondered if passes had always been this fun, then shouted, "Romero." Left side, and received an immediate, "Oh okay," in response. Not every pass created a chance, but it didn't matter, as Sayonara apologized after a misstep. What truly mattered was that the team had overwhelmingly dominated their opponents. At 32 minutes into the second half, a player's substitution was called. Jian, receiving encouragement from teammates, felt a slight shame but knew the coach's decision was spot on. Jian realized the full extent of his fatigue only after the game's tension lifted, as a teammate praised his great performance. Jian sighed deeply as he sat on the bench, noting the unusually loud cheers of the fans, which signaled their satisfaction, concluding the match with Firenze's 2-0 victory. As always, it was interview time, and a reporter congratulated Jian on the victory, to which Jian simply responded, "Thank you." The reporter noted how Jian's remarkable performance had dispelled fan worries about his previous absence, while Jian internally recognized the reporter's subtly provocative questioning style. The reporter highlighted Jian's impressive 84.7% pass completion rate, remarking on his perfectly precise passes, which prompted Jian to internally decide to answer very carefully. The reporter pressed Jian about his unusually lower playing position, asking if he preferred it, but Jian, looking surprised, replied, "Ah. It's not particularly like that." The reporter excitedly pushed further, asking if it was confidence in adapting to any strategy, making Jian realize the interviewer sought a strong, definitive answer. Jian responded that he could play anywhere if it helped the team, attributing the victory to his teammates' collective performance, which the reporter thoughtfully acknowledged. The reporter moved to the next question, announcing that Firenze would face Juventus in the next round, secretly thinking Jian couldn't avoid this topic. Jian reacted with wide-eyed shock when the reporter revealed he'd be up against his former teammate Vlahovi from Juventus, realizing he hadn't anticipated this question. The reporter then asked for Jian's thoughts on the match and a message for Vlahovi, causing a dramatic silence to fall over the stadium. The previously deafening crowd fell utterly silent, and Jian realized everyone was intently listening for his answer. Jian, with a serious and determined expression, understood that wearing the Firenze uniform meant he could not be humble in his response. Jian spoke contemplatively, stating that he liked Vlahovi, who had always looked out for him and taught him a lot. Jian continued, acknowledging it was regrettable they couldn't play together longer, but affirmed he held no ill will towards Vlahovi. However, Jian then declared his hope that after their upcoming match, Blahovi would regret something. Jian finished his statement with a confident, almost defiant smile, declaring he hoped Blahovi would regret leaving this beautiful place. The crowd erupted in wild cheers, praising Jian's great answer and urging him to make Blahovi regret his decision. Bairashi, smiling, observed that Jian had grown a lot, interpreting his statement as a clear declaration of war. In an indoor setting, Blahovi clenched his arm, internally vowing not to go easy on Jian now that they were opponents. Blahovi, with a stern and determined expression, swore he would make Jian regret saying that in front of the home fans.